everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
The Omnissian Avatar, Synopsis previously Magaspunk Cog Runner, the Omnissia Directive and Cog Genesis Angel Hunter. The universe changed so the title changed. Mugos Osiris, a human from our world finds himself into cyberpunk after spending his time in the W40K universe chapter 1 to 70, Osiris 1389 words. A soul-tearing pain struck him. It wasn't a neurological pain, but something deeper, more fundamental, as if the fibers of his soul were ripped apart and then crudely stitched back together. It felt as if someone had yanked his soul from his body, thrown it into a warp storm to be churned for hundreds of rotations, and then roughly shoved it back in, causing him extreme physical discomfort. If he hadn't already converted his stomach into an energy reactor, he would probably be throwing up right now. Osiris' consciousness struggled to surface from a chaotic void, each thought bringing fresh dizziness and nausea. He abruptly activated his optical sensors, and the blinding sunlight made him instinctively lower the sensitivity. Before him lay an endless golden sea of sand. The Emperor above, where in the warp is this place now, he muttered under his breath, his voice, filtered through his faceplate, carrying a metallic rasp. The after-effects of his transmigration made him somewhat irritable. This time, the feeling was even worse than when he had stumbled into the Warhammer universe. He tried to sit up, his servo arms and mechanical appendages extending from beneath his dark red robe, steadily supporting his body as grains of sand rustled and slid from the gaps in his joints. Priority, self-diagnosis, he habitually initiated the procedure, attempting to dispel the inner confusion with familiar tasks. Structural integrity, 93. Power core output, reduced to 41%. Energy level, low. Warning, non-essential systems have automatically entered low-power mode. The energy alert tightened his heart. This meant most of his combat capabilities were temporarily sealed. His hand inadvertently touched a cold object at his waist, a dark golden dodecahedron ancient relic, its surface covered in utterly incomprehensible, dizzying, seemingly living, flowing patterns, emitting faint energy fluctuations. Was it your doing? He murmured to himself, a mix of helplessness and amusement in his tone. It was this very thing that had suddenly activated a teleportation in some ruins, dumping him in this God's forsaken place. He looked around, trying to find any landmarks. Dunes stretched endlessly, extending to the horizon. He activated his multispectral scanner, and his vision was instantly overlaid with data streams. Environmental parameter scan, gravity approximately 0.998 standard G, atmospheric composition, nitrogen 78%, oxygen 21%, argon 1%. He recited the data, but his voice suddenly cut off. This composition, it was too familiar. So familiar it almost made his heart stop, if he still had his original heart. Impossible. How could it be? He took a sharp, deep breath. Although the air was filtered, he could almost smell the scent from his memories, so similar to the blue planet he longed for. The gravity was almost identical too. An absurd, crazy thought, one that made every part of his body tremble, sprang into his mind. Could it be? I've come back. Back to Earth. Excitement made his voice crackle with a hint of static. The internet. No whispers of chaos. No orc whack. No Adeptus Mechanicus brethren constantly trying to dismantle him for study, or declaring him a heretic for using an extra unit of power. He almost wanted to dance and shout at the sky. But years of ingrained caution and suspicion quickly suppressed his impulse. Calm down, Osiris, calm down. The data might just be a coincidence, more evidence is needed. He told himself, but his tone still held an irrepressible tremor. His gaze fixed on several clumps of thorny, drought-resistant plants growing close to the sand. The scan quickly commenced. Plant sample analysis, genetic sequence shows extensive unnatural splicing and mutations, carrying weak beta and gamma radiation characteristics consistent with forced mutation caused by radioactive contamination. Ecological assessment, abnormal, confirmed as radioactive mutation product. Radioactive mutation. His heart sank slightly. Had his homeland's environment become like this? Or was it not the time period he remembered? Attempt to connect to the local data network. He almost roared, impatient, excitement nearly overflowing. He raised his hand, and from beneath his robe sleeve, a pale metallic construct the size of a human skull flew out, a servoskull adorned with an aquila and data ports, its jaw constantly opening and closing, humming and hovering beside him. Scan all available frequencies, retrieve data signals, attempt to access local network nodes, priority, identify network protocols and civilization status. He issued a string of binary commands. The servoskull's eye sockets flickered with light, its jaw opening and closing faster, emitting a faint clicking sound in response. It quickly ascended, beginning to spiral reconnaissance around Osiris. Initially, there was only blank noise, which tightened his heart. But soon, the skull detected something. Not the vast, orderly digital ocean he hoped for, but a sharp, dissonant burst. What was fed back to his nervous system was not the expected data packets. Instead, a cacophony of harsh, chaotic noise flooded his inputs. It was fragmented, aggressive, and utterly unclean. The servoskull barely managed to forward some extremely weak, fragmented data packet remnants, but they were like debris after an explosion, lacking effective protocol headers and information payloads. The servoskull transmitted a calm analysis, warning, traces of large-scale signal annihilation detected. No effective network beacons found. Data fragments cannot be reconstructed. Hypothesis: global data network severely damaged or in an extremely disordered state. Access attempt failed. Hope deflated rapidly. The immense disparity left him breathless. As intense as his earlier euphoria was, his current disappointment was just as profound. Maintain alert mode. He ordered somewhat dejectedly, his voice lowered. The servoskull quietly flew back to his shoulder. This was not the home he longed for. Osiris chose a direction and began to walk. Precise mechanical feet left deep imprints in the sand, but they were quickly smoothed over by the ceaseless wind and sand. After what his internal chronometer estimated as 3 standard hours, Osiris's multispectral lenses caught a faint, persistent glow on the horizon. Not the reflection of the sun, but something artificial, a shimmering, vertical pillar of light against the dust-choked sky. Analysis: unidentified vertical structure. Significant thermal signature detected. Power output high. His voice was purely diagnostic. As he drew closer, the structure resolved itself. It wasn't a temple or a fortress, but a megastructure of polished steel and shimmering glass that clawed its way into the clouds, a monument to arrogant, secular engineering. It was crowned with a massive, stylized logo he didn't recognize, but whose corporate scale was instantly familiar. The structure was the gravitational center of a haphazard, sprawling encampment, a makeshift town of rusted shipping containers, dome tents, and jury-rigged power generators. Crude, graffiti-scrawled signs flapped from rusted poles. The servoskull buzzed nervously on his shoulder. Attention, Osiris. Multiple signals detected. Not Adeptus Mechanicus protocols. Heavy frequency congestion. Significant electromagnetic pollution. One data signal designated Priority Alpha. Highly structured, encrypted, and corp grade. Corp grade. A new designation for the tech priest. Access the alpha signal. Priority, language and local vernacular. Osiris commanded. The servoskull shivered, absorbing the data stream. After a moment, a metallic voice, not his, but a synthesized transcription, filtered into his auditory receptors. Repeat, all Kumbas listen up. The Corpo dogs are running the usual patrol today. Don't be a gonk. Keep your heads down, keep your chrome on low power, and definitely don't try to jack into their damn terminal again. The raid last week was a total preem mess. We need eddies, not body bags. You got me, Unova pieces of work. Osiris froze. The words were coming from very far away, a mangled, unrecognizable form of High Gothic, a patois filled with slang he'd never encountered. It was an entire lexicon of profanity and street language. His core protocols spun, attempting to define the terms. Corpo was clearly a reference to a corporate entity, but used with visceral contempt. Chrome likely referred to augmentics. Eddies was a likely placeholder for currency. This place. Osiris's voice was strained, the metallic rasp holding a hint of genuine disorientation. This is not the blessed golden age. This is something. He took a step towards the wasteland, his red robes flapping. This was not the Earth he remembered. The technology was advanced, yet the social structure was clearly a shattered, vulgar ruin. Buddy, maintain high alert. Let's see what kind of tech heresy these local Kumbas are running. Chapter 2, Night City. 1058 words. Hours of continuous trekking significantly consumed energy. The energy level alert had flashed twice on his visual interface. Osiris executed the acknowledge_low priority command both times, overriding the directive for conservation based on the superior directive of locate_civilization. In low-power mode, his thoughts also seemed a bit more human, as he began to miss the times he enjoyed high-efficiency energy fluid in the Forge world, and even, from more distant memories, the sweet taste of cola. Just as he was about to conduct another energy assessment, a distorted silhouette appeared on the distant horizon. Artificial structure. His internal processors spiked, increasing his optical sensor refresh rate by 150%. Traces of civilization meant potential resources, information, and definitely energy. Hope rekindled, causing the internal fans in his backpack-mounted reactor to momentarily increase pitch. He quickened his pace, his servolegs calculating the most efficient stride-to-energy ratio. But the desert seemed unwilling to let him go easily. The distant skyline began to blur, and a yellow wall of dust advanced at an alarming speed. Warning, high-speed moving solid particle flow detected. Sandstorm imminent. Initiate environmental adaptation protocol. Servoskull, retract to shoulder housing. He issued the command. The small drone smoothly docked, its sensors recessed. Probes in his feet instantly deployed, delving into the sand layer and switching to stabilizing anchor *** mode. His robes sealed, and the internal filtration system began to hum with precise, measured efficiency. The sand roared, hitting him like a physical wall. He executed a posture adjustment, minimizing frontal cross-section area. The sound of sand grinding against metal was sharp and piercing, but he merely silently adjusted his posture, calculating the optimal path. This confrontation with the forces of nature, strangely, calmed his somewhat anxious logical pathways, a predictable variable in a chaotic environment. After the sandstorm subsided, Osiris's servoarm extended and gently vibrated, mechanically shedding the thick layer of grit. He looked towards the small town. It looked closer and more dilapidated. Vehicle wrecks, rusted down to mere frames, were half buried in the sand. Primitive wheeled vehicles, clearly lacking cogitator-assisted intelligence. Most of the weathered, low-rise buildings had collapsed. A huge, crooked sign with GG was stuck in the sand, its neon tubes long broken. He focused his vision, enhancing the faded words, Biotechnica ***. Militech, securing your future. Biotechnica. Osiris read out the two names. The vocalizer struggled momentarily with the unauthorized, non-imperial naming conventions. These names carried a cold, corporate sense of the future that didn't match any company from his memory of home. Instead, they were more like products of a specific cultural background. A vague idea began to form on the edge of his mind, but he couldn't grasp it yet. He didn't enter immediately. The servoskull silently lifted from its housing, rising on a column of controlled air, entering reconnaissance mode. Reconnaissance mode. Map structure, scan for life signs. Prioritize detection of organized neural network signatures. Through the real-time data transmitted by the servoskull, a detailed structural map of the town began to construct itself in his vision. Heat signal scans showed life signs, very faint, few in number and scattered. Life form characteristic analysis, no standard humanoid heat signals or neural network fluctuations detected. Gene sequences show high levels of distortion, consistent with high-intensity radiation exposure. Body parameter, small to medium size. Behavioral pattern analysis, photophobic, burrowing, foraging habits. Threat level, low to medium. The accompanying infrared image showed several creatures with ulcerated skin and degenerated eyes. Radiation-mutated creatures. Osiris breathed a controlled, mechanical sigh of relief, a system purging non-essential atmospheric particulates. He carefully avoided the nesting areas, following the structural map toward the most intact building in the town center, an old-era car repair shop. The workshop door had long since decayed. Inside, it was dim, filled with the strong smell of rust, oil, and dust. His gaze was instantly drawn to a terminal half embedded in the wall in the corner, covered in dust but seemingly structurally intact. More importantly, behind the terminal, there were physical cables leading underground. Physical interface. Osiris's voice held a rare, almost imperceptible note of satisfaction. He brushed away thick dust, revealing the terminal's data port. His right tertiary mechanical appendage, a flexible, multi-pin connector designed for ancient Terran tech, immediately extended from beneath his sleeve. It deformed with clinical efficiency and precisely connected to the port. Attempting to bypass local routing, directly traced the signal source through the underlying cables. There's a data stream. Execute protocol / data harvest _ unrestricted. Permission barriers were non-existent in the face of his advanced intrusion tools from the Warhammer era. A few seconds later, he successfully hijacked the terminal. Most of the data was still garbled, but finally, some fragmented information began to be captured and parsed. Broken news headlines flashed by. Night City Council's new round of squabbles. Blurred clips, Afterlife nightclub, witness legends. Corporate logos were clearly visible. Arasaka Security Services, your first choice, Kong Tao, pioneering the future. Night City. Arasaka. Kong Tao. Afterlife. Every word was like a key, suddenly opening the floodgates of his sealed memories. The cyberpunk-themed fictional works he had seen and played in his previous life as an ordinary earthling. Osiris's entire body went rigid. His optical lenses fixed on the terminal screen, ceasing their automatic micro-adjustments. The servoskull, registering the master's sudden cessation of movement, went completely silent on his shoulder, its eye sockets recording the terminal data and its master's physical state. A brief silence. Expletive. A complex exclamation, precisely translated to the Terran vulgarism, escaped from under Osiris's faceplate. It was not his home Earth. It was Night City. It was the realm of Cyberpunk 2077. He froze for a few seconds. His logic core ran a diagnostic loop, before swiftly discarding the emotional output. He looked around the dilapidated repair shop, recalling the desolate desert and radiation-mutated creatures. All these terrible sights, all of a sudden, had a meaning he could understand and even felt familiar. All right. Night City. He muttered to himself, his voice gradually becoming steady, the mechanical drone returning. Global network collapse. Massive pollution. Remnants of corporate wars. Data confirms high likelihood of systemic collapse and extreme technological divergence from imperial standard. Conclusion, very logical. Perfectly in line with the expected parameters of this specific fictional setting. Osiris pulled the appendage from the terminal. The time for emotional response was over. The time for resource acquisition had begun. Chapter 3, Logic 1431 words compared to the hellish Warhammer universe. Osiris had just escaped a place with warp demons constantly trying to devour souls, orcs madly craving war, cold and ruthless necrons aiming to assimilate everything, and the Imperium of Men itself with its dark, oppressive, and fanatical atmosphere that viewed technology as heresy. This equally problematic cyberpunk world was practically friendly. At least here, humans were still the dominant species, though perhaps heavily augmented. At least here there were no whispers of chaos directly corrupting his brain, and at least here he could roughly understand the technology tree, and use it freely without being labeled a heretic. Most importantly, there was cola, internet, and a relatively normal urban and social structure. Buddy, reevaluate the environment. His voice was once again filled with pleasure and lightness. Evaluation revised, based on currently observable data. Environmental parameters, stable but with radioactive contamination and extreme weather. Indigenous life forms, moderate threat from mutated species, predictable behavior patterns. Technological traces, confirmed characteristics of a late information age to large-scale augmented civilization. Detected attempts at long-range communication and energy signals, but network architecture is highly fragmented. No signs of warp contamination, orc spore clouds, Xenos hive signals, or large-scale warfare detected. Overall assessment: the current area's survival environment is harsh but not a continuous combat zone. Survival probability is significantly higher compared to most extreme environment templates in the database. Osiris gently patted the servoskull's metallic cranium, his movements almost light-hearted. Energy levels are low, but this isn't a frontline battlefield. The network is fragmented, but there are always nodes available. There are mutated monsters, but they're a million times easier to deal with than genostealers. A sense of loss remained, as he couldn't return to his true home. But more than that, there was a huge sense of relief, and a desire for challenge. All right, he told himself, beginning to scan the repair shop for anything usable. First step, find myself a reliable power source, then modify this place to at least set up a lab. This world was terrible, but for him, it might be a place where he could start anew, and even live quite well. His boot soles trod on the weathered concrete ground with an almost silent softness, only a faint crunch breaking the stillness as he stepped over gravel. Osiris walked down the streets of the abandoned town, like a red phantom from another time. The servoskull on his shoulder rotated steadily, its hollow eye sockets flickering with faint scanning beams, overlaying constructed architectural wireframes, and real-time biological heat signatures like a translucent veil onto his optical sensor's field of view. The air was filled with dust, ozone, and an indescribable, rusty scent of metal slowly dying. The radiation index was still high, but for his reinforced respiration filtration system and internal circulation, it was just one of many environmental parameters to be recorded. Absolute silence enveloped the area, broken only by the wind, the eternal master of this land, tirelessly weaving through dilapidated doorways and empty window frames, playing a hollow and desolate elegy. Following the low-intensity biological signal clusters marked by the servoskull, he first headed towards a half-collapsed canopy garage. As he approached the twisted remains of the roll-up door, a hoarse and threatening hissing sound came from the depths of the shadows. Immediately after, several hideous creatures lunged out, their skin covered with thick, tumor-like keratinous growths, their eyes degenerated into cloudy white membranes, and their bared fangs gleamed with an unhealthy yellow, clearly products of severe radiation mutation. Inefficient evolution, an ugly form twisted purely for survival, Osiris calmly assessed, his tone carrying a hint of the tech priest's characteristic scrutiny of lesser creations. He didn't even consider using any energy-consuming weapon systems. With a slight mental command, too slender yet incredibly tough, his mechadendrites, tipped with precision tools, shot out from beneath his robe like lurking vipers. With two soft sounds, the sharp probes or manipulators at the tips of the tendrils precisely pierced the skulls of the two mutated weasels charging at the front. Another one, attempting to attack his lower leg from the side, was casually and precisely pinned by his ceramite-reinforced foot. A slight exertion of force produced an unpleasant sound of shattering bone. The last one was more cunning, trying to circle around using discarded materials for cover, unaware that all its movements had long been captured by the servoskull's omnidirectional sensors. The skull's mandible opened and closed, emitting an extremely faint, directed electrical pulse, not for lethal damage, but precisely striking the empty ground in front of its nose, scattering a small burst of sparks and a scent of scorching. The moment the mutated creature recoiled in fright, another mechadendrite, lying in wait, extended like a spear, ending its suffering. Threat neutralized. Biological tissue has weak corrosive and radioactive properties. Isolation is recommended for subsequent handling. He calmly assessed, skillfully flicking off the viscous blood from the tendrils as if merely performing a routine instrument cleaning. Having dealt with these minor annoyances, he was able to examine the garage more closely. The space was small, about 40 square meters, but the main structure was surprisingly intact, not completely buried by sand. A heavy metal workbench, though covered in rust, was still sturdy. In the corner, there was a pile of rusty tools and several metal boxes of unknown purpose, and even an old vehicle lift with a completely failed hydraulic system. Compact space, structural integrity assessed as good, basic tools available. With some tidying up, it can serve as a suitable temporary workshop and shelter. He satisfactorily marked this location as a core resource point. Continuing to explore towards the town center, in a shop with a damaged facade and a missing sign, he encountered the second resident. An old disc-shaped cleaning robot, its once smooth white casing now covered in dents, scratches, and reddish-brown rust. Its optical sensors were murky, flickering with unstable red light, as it meaninglessly repeated fragmented electronic sounds of *clean ing mode activate. Error * while its top cleaning brush spun at high speed like a headless chicken, abruptly ramming towards Osiris. Clearly, its underlying logic circuits were damaged, causing it to identify any moving object as an obstacle to be cleared. After all these years, it's still executing its initial directive. This persistence is somewhat touching, even if its logic is utterly corrupted. Osiris easily sidestepped the erratic charge. For such low-tech autonomous machines, physical destruction was the last resort. A data probe quietly extended from his wrist, lightning fast, connecting to a maintenance port exposed on the robot's back due to shell damage. Forcing core directive override. Executing deep sleep protocol. May your circuits find peace. The robot's frantic movements instantly froze, its red optical sensors flickered a few times, then finally extinguished completely, and its groaning motors quieted, turning into a truly silent pile of scrap metal. Servo units, sensors, and parts of the alloy framework may be salvageable. He made a note, adhering to the principle of maximizing utility. Osiris returned to the garage, which now bore his insignia, a faint red glow painted by the servoskull as a temporary claim marker. He set the disabled cleaning robot near the workbench for later disassembly, then turned his attention to the largest, most pressing problem after energy, mobility. A static base of operations in this exposed location is a tactical liability. Rapid relocation is essential, he calculated. He lifted his optical sensors to the skeletal vehicles resting on the dead lifts. One in particular caught his full attention. It was a utility platform, a large, heavily armored transport, perhaps once owned by one of the defunct corporations listed on the sign. Its tires were fused to the rims, its powertrain was a rusted disaster, and its original internal electronics were long gone or fried. However, its chassis was robust, a solid platform he could build upon. Target vehicle identified, robust utility class, chassis integrity 78%, suitable for conversion into a mobile power relay and laboratory, he stated, his vocalizer gaining a crisp quality. The most challenging task would be repairing the power plant and replacing the primary logic core. This required a massive infusion of energy and materials, both of which were currently scarce. He needed to find a powerful vehicle reactor and a suitable replacement for the onboard computer. The first step was a thorough structural and electrical analysis of the vehicle. His mechadendrites extended, covering the vehicle in a shimmering net of sensor probes, mapping every cable, every metal fatigue point, and every dead circuit. Chapter 4, Cleanup 1027 words. Finally, keyed off the most concentrated and stable thermal spike, the servoskull buddy guided the tech priest, Osiris, to a rusted maintenance access point, a heavy, low-slung hatch near the edge of the desolate town square. The heavy metal cover was a significant impediment, sealed shut by decades of corrosion and grime. Osiris did not waste kinetic energy on solvents. His primary mechanical limb, a hulking crimson and brass augment, flexed, the electromotors generating maximum torque. With a focused application of pure bionic power, he twisted and tore the cover back like thin plasteel. The shriek of separating metal echoed briefly in the dead air. Below, the pit was a derelict pump station, now the reeking lair of a horde of mutated vermin. The confined space was choked with biological waste and bone, overloading his few remaining olfactory sensors with a noxious stench. Input: biological contamination extreme. Prioritize kinetic efficiency. Minimize core energy drain, Osiris calculated internally. His voice grill emitted a concise, synthesized command: physical cleanup. Maximum energy conservation. The servoskull dipped into the blackness, broadcasting weak, focused electric discharges and high-frequency sonic pulses, effectively jamming the creature's sensory organs and forcing them out. Osiris positioned his bulk at the narrow opening. His four specialized mechadendrites spooled tightly against his armored back, snapped out like surgical tools, transforming into an efficient net of polished chrome. They lashed and pierced with calculated precision, instantly neutralizing any creature attempting escape. It was silent, ruthless, and utterly efficient. Within minutes the nest was inert, a pile of organic detritus. He allowed 1 microsecond for systemic calibration before initiating resource assessment. The servoskull expanded its scanning protocols, beaming environmental data back to his cranial ports. Data Shard 1, Substation. Location: Northwest Quadrant. Main structure intact. Primary power source rooftop solar array obscured by dust, output lines show signs of degradation. Assessment: reparable. Requires physical cleaning and line replacement. A manageable repair operation. Data Shard 2, Deep Well Pump. Location: Central Square. Well structure stable. Electric pump core components severely rusted. Power supply completely interrupted. Assessment: reparable. Requires rust ablation, lubrication, and restoration of electrical flow. Necessary input. Data Shard 3, Garage structure. Structural stability highest. Entrance suitable for reinforcement. Internal space high use value. Recommendation: establish as main workshop and temporary stronghold. The energy level of the miniature fusion core within him still hovered near the low warning line. The anomalous energy consumption during the cross-reality jump was alarming. He strongly suspected the ancient, inert relic at his waist had absorbed the majority of the charge. Energy conservation mandate: strict adherence. Every joule is a blessing. He activated the lowest power setting on his wrist-mounted plasma cutter. The beam was a faint crimson thread. He meticulously sectioned off the least damaged metal from the garage's rolling door. Then, using the crushing force of his mechadendrites, he bent, hammered, and riveted them into simple, sturdy metal baffles, sealing the stronghold's sole entrance. Only then did he permit his taut logical circuits a slight reduction in tension. He had secured a temporary stronghold, identified water and power sources, both requiring immediate repair, and neutralized immediate threats. The first step in this strange world was secured. It is proceeding with greater efficiency than prognosticated, he said to himself, his optical lenses scanning the dilapidated garage. At least there are no warp whispers here that require constant litany of banishment, nor do I need to calculate ammunition reserves every time I encounter hostiles. He'd rejected the grander town hall structures due to their compromised integrity. The garage was suitably sized, structurally sound, and critically, gave him that reassuring sense of absolute technical control. For a tech priest, this mechanical certainty was often more important than superficial grandeur. Primary task: energy. Protocol Omega. His fusion core required external energy injection to restart. Before that, the stronghold required basic power supply capabilities. He spent the majority of the day meticulously cleaning the substation solar array, almost buried under sand and debris. His mechadendrites moved with tireless, machine-like precision. Next, using old tools found in the garage, along with salvaged wiring and parts from abandoned vehicles, he began the delicate work of repairing the main feed lines. The process was tedious, yet it brought mechanical satisfaction. Applying the ancient knowledge of the Adeptus Mechanicus, the profound wisdom of energy flow, material resistance, and circuit logic, to bring a long-dormant system back to operational status was the purest communion. Praise the Omnissia, the underlying logic of the universe is always interconnected, he murmured, carefully connecting the last repaired section of wire. He then solemnly pushed the rusted main power switch closed. A low, continuous hum gradually began. The indicator lights on the control panel, choked with dust, struggled, flickered, and then stabilized, glowing with a steady amber light. Output stable at 17%. Far below design standards but sufficient to maintain basic lighting, tool operation, and my low-power charging needs. A clear sense of accomplishment surged through his processing core. He immediately routed power to the garage workshop sockets, and to himself, a temporarily connected cable plugged into the auxiliary energy port on his spine. The long-absent, though weak and unstable, sensation of energy injection calmed his neural network. The anxious energy decline was finally arrested. Next step, water. Necessity protocol. The corrosion of the deep well pump was an even more demanding physical task. He lacked ready-made replacement parts. This was not a deterrent. The plasma cutter, set to its lowest surgical pulse, excised the completely rusted pipe sections. He fabricated replacements from salvaged metal, fixing them with his mechadendrites, and performing precise high-temperature welding. After connecting the repaired circuit, the ancient pump emitted a dull yet powerful thumping sound, as if a mechanism that had slept for many years began operating once more. Turbid groundwater was forcibly pumped up, and after passing through his self-made multi-layer filtration system, it became acceptably clear. See, buddy. Resource scarcity is never the problem. A lack of wisdom and practical application of the machine god's logic is, he transmitted to the hovering servoskull, a subtle hint of professional pride in his tone. The skull's mandible clicked twice, seemingly in agreement. With stable electricity and basic purified water, the true work had just begun. Chapter 5, Workshop 1157 Words. The thick, oil-stained, and rusty metal workbench had been meticulously cleaned, revealing its stark steel original color. The scrap metal piled on the table, debris and parts salvaged from the ruins, was undergoing a profound material transformation. Under Osiris' precise manipulation, the plasma cutter emitted a subtle, efficient hum, shooting out a focus beam that precisely etched and separated metal. Four highly articulated mechadendrites extended from the auxiliary support frame on his back, collaborating like autonomous metal vines to perform high-precision operations of clamping, calibration, and micro-welding. These discarded materials were reshaped, tempered, and polished, eventually becoming a set of practical and handy tools, various wrenches, pliers, hammers, and a set of clearly marked measuring instruments. Their appearance was simple, but the center of gravity, grip, and structural strength of each piece had been rigorously optimized according to ancient schema, perfectly conforming to his bionic usage habits. On the other side, several broken display screens salvaged from discarded commercial brands and old terminals underwent a complex rebirth. He carefully cleaned each glass substrate, scraping away grime and burn marks, then pieced them together in a mosaic fashion to form an irregular multi-screen display array. Working chips, capacitors, and circuit boards collected from various corners of the abandoned town were cleverly integrated into a crude chassis riveted from scrap metal plates. When the last data cable was connected, he initiated the power sequence. After a flicker and static burst, all screens lit up in sequence, presenting a segmented yet continuously running interface. A bizarre but functional temporary terminal was thus born. The hum of the cooling fan and the hiss of the current became its mechanical breathing. He took a deep breath, holding the data interface cable in his hand. The other end of the cable was connected to a physical trunk line extending from within the wall, leading underground, possibly connecting to a surviving network node. His movements were extremely cautious. The interface slowly embedded itself with a soft click of successful connection. Analysis mode active, he murmured to himself, let us examine the operational parameters of this anomalous reality. His manipulators danced across the input devices, rapidly inputting self-compiled access commands, establishing stable connection, signal strength minimal, but protocol recognition achieved, beginning to receive and parse data stream. Information flowed intermittently onto the screen like a slow trickle. The speed was suboptimal, often accompanied by freezing and data packet loss, with snow-like noise and garbled characters occasionally flooding the display. But this was no longer the chaotic electronic screeching of his arrival, but parsable, structured information, albeit incomplete. He greedily absorbed everything. Broken news headlines scrolled across the screen. Arasaka questions Militech's new weapon test data. Government contract review deadlocked. Several blurry, shaky surveillance clips flashed by, neon-lit streets, wildly armed gang members exchanging fire, energy weapon beams, and live ammunition tearing through the cityscape. Immediately after, the screen was flooded with pop-up holographic cyberware advertisements, Kerenzikov, Neural Accelerator, Guerrilla Arms, Smart Link. These advertisements were flashy and crudely marketed, permeated with a pathological fervor for augmentation. Corporations, gangs, cyberware, these familiar yet strange concepts, delivered via fragmented but real data, gradually coalesced, outlining this new world, a reality where the technological progression was brilliant yet twisted, ruled by corporate oligarchs, where violence was endemic, yet body modification was revered, a frenetic and pathologically vibrant ecosystem. Interesting, highly interesting, Osiris murmured in admiration, his optical sensors slightly refocusing, data light points reflecting in his lenses. The technology of this world, especially in biomechanical interaction, direct neural interface, and cyberware miniaturization, displayed unique and bold design choices. Some solutions were crude but effective, while others were astonishingly intricate, diverging greatly from the Omnissia doctrine and Martian traditions he was familiar with, yet achieving remarkable functionality. This observation filled him, a tech priest, with novelty and deep technical inspiration, akin to opening a beautifully illustrated technical holy book written in an unknown language. His first workshop, though crude with coarse concrete walls, exposed wires, and air filled with the scent of machine oil and ozone, was now operational. Electricity flowed steadily, powering tools and the terminal. Wastewater slowly dripped through a homemade filter bucket, achieving purity, and most importantly, data intermittently flowed into the terminal screen, nourishing his hungry cognitive framework with the substance of a new world. He stood before the workbench, surveying his creations, the tools assembled from scrap, the self-repairing power and water systems, the cleansed space. A long-lost sense of the creator's satisfaction and mechanical control arose, dispelling the last trace of unfamiliarity from being in a foreign land. This place was terrible, chaotic, and lacking in formal resources. But just as he calculated, this was indeed a place where he could begin his work, and even advance the holy cause of knowledge. He gently placed his manipulator hand, its polished brass plating cool against the skull's crude chrome housing. The servo skull, salvaged from the wreckage of the disastrous chronological displacement field experiment that had claimed the living form of Mugos Theron, flickered rapidly, a recognized I/O signal. Osiris had preserved his peer's core logic in this servo casing, a silent, constant companionship. "Observe, buddy," he synthesized, his voice modulator dropping to a near whisper outside the auditory range of his sensors. "This environment lacks the theological impurity of the warp. Every crisis here is a repair protocol. I would rather address 100 non-compliant servomotors than one demonic incursion, or the crude implements of the orcs." The brief satisfaction faded, and the urgent demands of reality returned to his thoughts. Next, he needed to formulate a viable resource acquisition plan. The immediate priority was to locate a high-quality, dense energy source in the peripheral wastelands of this night city. The insatiable ancient relic and the miniature fusion core in his body were both absolute energy sinks. Scavenging could sustain survival, but to truly establish himself, he had to find more powerful sources of raw electrical power. His gaze turned to the terminal screen, pulling up map data and projected energy network information. Perhaps he should begin with abandoned power nodes, old transmission lines, or the rumored high-energy materials carried by some of the indigenous fauna of the wastelands. His mind raced, trying to outline the roadmap for his first true resource hunt. At this moment, in this forgotten corner, accompanied by the low hum of the terminal and the steady drip of the water filter, he permitted himself to savor the sense of accomplishment from remaking his environment. Night fell through the broken window, and from the badlands outside, vague, distant sounds of conflict emanated. But this small workshop, protected by technology and will, had become a gradually solid fulcrum in a chaotic world. He activated the miniature laser calibrator, a slender red beam sweeping across the joints of his repair arm, performing nano-level adjustments. His gaze, however, was already fixed on the next project waiting on the workbench for modification that would be the first truly meaningful weapon he forged in this world. Chapter 6, Mapping 1270 words. The initial establishment of the temporary workshop granted Osiris a brief but insufficient period of stability. He stabilized his posture against the metal workbench, his optical sensors fixing on the low-energy readings displayed on his visual interface. He instinctively activated the tactile feedback on his brow plate, a lingering habit from his original organic state, despite the reinforced alloy covering most of his cranium. Our foundation remains critically energy deficient, he synthesized softly. His fingertips tapped the tabletop in a repetitive, calculated rhythm. The Martian pattern fusion core within him operated like a perpetually hungry engine, although connected to the town's repaired solar array. The power was not sufficient to restart the primary core. Furthermore, the anomalously quiescent Archaeotech relic at his waist posed an unknown variable. Only the machine god knew the magnitude of its potential next energy drain. He pulled up the area scan schematic previously generated by the servo-skull, buddy, his gaze moving between several marked points. Promethium metal, high-density power cells, electronic components, biomass, all resources were scarce, and all were urgently required for Phase 2 operations. Everything salvageable within the immediate town perimeter had been catalogued and recycled. Even the dedicated, non-compliant cleaning automatons had been broken down into usable components. Buddy, external resource acquisition protocol is initiated, Osiris transmitted, gently stabilizing the skull hovering at his shoulder. The skull's mandible clicked twice, and the blue light in its optical ports pulsed slightly, signifying acknowledgement of the command. Osiris walked to the workshop entrance and disengaged the temporary metal baffles he had constructed. The afternoon sun irradiated the desert sand, and thermal currents subtly distorted the distant rock formations. Initiate Level 3 Wide Area Survey. Rescan the surrounding terrain, specifically the hydrocarbon extraction pit to the northwest, and the unstructured materials accumulation zone to the northeast. Execute a complete regional survey for optimal route calculation. The servo-skull rose silently to an elevation of approximately 10 meters, and began a systematic, orthogonal sweep centered on the workshop. Osiris leaned against the doorframe, observing the pale blue beam of coherent light projected from the skull's optical array as it traversed the ruins and distant rock formations. The scanning beam cycled through programmed frequencies, visible light, enhanced infrared, and then deeper material composition analysis. Protocol Step 1. Wide Area Terrain Scan. Establish a foundational elevation and stratum model, he instructed quietly. The skull emitted a low, resonant hum, and the scanning beam increased its density. The undulations of the dunes, the directional flow of the rock layers, and the outlines of abandoned structures were accurately recorded, forming a core terrain grid. Protocol Step 2. Subterranean Probe. Focus on detecting ferrous metal reactions and concentrated energy signatures within a 10 to 50 meter depth envelope, Osiris added. He waited patiently, watching S-03 adjust its frequency to emit specialized geological penetrating waves. Minutes later, a set of high-confidence data points was marked. Report, intermittent low-energy reactions detected approximately 30 meters underground, 3 kilometers northwest. Signal characteristics match mining equipment, with a 67% decay waveform correlation. Simultaneously, localized metal enrichment is detected, suspected to be an extension of a mineral vein. Northeast Quadrant Analysis. Report, large-scale metal accumulation signals detected, but energy readings are chaotic, indicating strong interference. Source distribution covers 2 square kilometers, with highly variable depth. Specific material composition and risk parameters remain indeterminate, the skull reported via binary data burst. Osiris affirmed, accepted. Overlay all derived data, and generate a comprehensive tactical map. The light in the servo-skull's eye sockets became focused, projecting a detailed holographic map onto the air before Osiris. The map outlined the terrain with clear blue lines. The hydrocarbon extraction pit was marked as a flickering orange light point, with energy readings and technical parameters noted adjacent. The unstructured materials accumulation zone was displayed as a large red danger zone, with rotating warning signs. The map meticulously logged quicksand areas, stable rock formations, optimal travel vectors, and several ruined structures that could provide kinetic cover. Osiris studied the enriched map, his mechanical fingertip tracing across the holographic projection, zooming in to examine topographical details. The extraction pit is a moderate travel distance, with clear energy signatures and an associated mineral vein. Although presenting a quantifiable risk, the probability of success merits expenditure, he synthesized, then switched the display to the northeast area. The accumulation zone may harbor richer resources, but the distance, high interference, and excessive unknown variables mandate a lower priority. He remained silent for a moment, his gaze shifting across the map, weighing the probability of return against the cost of activation. Finally, he reached out and lightly tapped the mine shaft location, target designation confirmed. Proximity and controllable risk factor make this the optimal objective for the first outdoor exploration. He deactivated the holographic projection and began the litany of preparation for departure. First, he inspected his main weapon, a terrifyingly large-caliber heavy plasma incinerator. This masterpiece from the Forge world was now utterly inert. Osiris attempted to activate its energy circuit, receiving only a faint system hum and a prompt, insufficient core energy. Unable to complete plasma charging sequence. Recommended, core energy recovery to above 45% before activation attempt. A single full-power discharge from this weapon was sufficient to vaporize most known threats, but the energy consumption was catastrophic to his current reactor readings. It was indeed a luxury in this state of energy deficit. Instead, he accessed his internal storage for a roughly designed pistol. This was a custom pattern bolt pistol, an unsanctioned schematic deviation from his younger days on Mars. At the time, he judged the traditional bolt gun design to be kinetically inefficient, so he modified it himself, incorporating a more advanced recoil buffering system and complex aiming augments. Though its power and range could not compete with standard Astartes issue, it was lightweight and reliable. Crucially, the 50 caliber bolt rounds were one of the few ammunition types he could still manufacture in small, controlled batches. Operational redundancy is a virtue, he muttered, checking the magazine, which was filled with his self-manufactured rounds. While lacking the armor-piercing capabilities of military-grade shells, they possessed more than sufficient kinetic force for soft target neutralization. Next was the inspection of the Omnissian field generator. He activated this energy field generator. A nearly invisible shimmer around his form flickered once before stabilizing. Shield integrity, 23%. Capacity to withstand low-power energy weapons and small kinetic weapon attacks is confirmed. Warning: sustained attacks will exponentially increase energy consumption. It is a sufficient protection layer, provided we avoid heavy ordnance, Osiris synthesized. In this region, which did not appear to possess advanced military civilization, this level of protection was deemed adequate to neutralize most threats. He secured the custom bolt pistol on the magnetic attachment point at his waist and retrieved 2 spare magazines. A basic repair kit and a multifunctional scanner were stored neatly beneath his red robe. Finally, he unfurled his self-made leather map. Buddy, assist with detailed route marking. Prioritize plotting cover points and concealment vectors. The servoskull lowered its altitude and projected a thin red beam, precisely marking the stable rock formations, quicksand hazards, and optimal routes onto the map. Analysis complete. Data accepted. After a final check of the route and equipment, he rose. His dark red robe swayed gently in the hot wind. Maintain station security with high vigilance. Do not permit biologically non-compliant vermin to breach the perimeter or compromise the wiring conduits. The servoskull's mandible clicked twice. The blue light in its optical ports glowed steadily, a silent testament to the Muggos who once was, watching its master step out of the fortified workshop and into the scorching, chaotic sand sea. Chapter 7, Locals. 1173 words. The travel vector, plotted on the holographic map in Osiris's visual interface, showed every turning point and high-risk zone meticulously marked. He stepped out of the workshop. His dark red robe fluttered briefly in the dry, hot wind. His mechanical legs, driven by high-torque actuators, left deep, precise imprints in the soft sand, which were swiftly erased by the continuous wind and silt displacement. A distance of 7 kilometers was not a challenge for Osiris's bionic mobility, but the soft sandy terrain significantly increased the kinetic resistance. He periodically adjusted his stride frequency and sensor sensitivity, seeking the optimal balance between perimeter alertness and core energy consumption. The scenery was monotonous and oppressive, continuous dunes, scattered weathered rock formations, and only occasional rusted metal wrecks. Osiris's multispectral optical sensors continuously scanned the surroundings, identifying unstable quicksand areas and several geological formations suitable for kinetic cover. After over an hour of calculated traversal, the entrance to the abandoned hydrocarbon extraction pit finally appeared in his sight. It was a gaping black maw, embedded in a weathered rock face. Scattered around the entrance were fragments of overturned mine carts, and some pale bones half buried in the sand. Osiris paused at the cave entrance. His wrist-mounted sensor array emitted an almost inaudible hum as multiple scanning modes thermal, life form, and ground-penetrating radar activated simultaneously. Thermal detection showed several concentrated, small heat sources inside. Life form scans confirmed the vital signs of mutated creatures. The radar outlined the cave's basic structure, successfully capturing a faint energy signature deep within the rock. He adjusted his optical sensors to low-light mode and stepped into the mine shaft. Cool, damp air, thick with the smell of mold and biological musk, assailed his filtration systems. The cave system was multi-branching, but the primary passage was clearly discernible. Not far in, a dry rustling sound came from the darkness ahead, followed by a dozen pairs of crimson eyes illuminating the void. They were mutated weasels, more numerous and seemingly larger than those neutralized in the town. Their exposed fangs dripped corrosive saliva. Osiris did not break his stride. The mechadendrites on his back shot out like living killing machines. Precise stabs pierced craniums, swift, focused strikes shattered spines, accompanied only by the sound of bone fragmentation and the short, mechanical failure of the creature's biological systems. The crimson eyes extinguished one after another. The deeper he progressed, the lower the lumen level dropped. Following the real-time structural map provided by his internal sensors, he unhesitatingly selected optimal vectors at multiple forks, steadily approaching the energy signal source. The source was a small side chamber, where several long-rusted drilling machines and a device resembling a backup generator were piled. Just as Osiris approached the generator, intending to check for residual charge, a crude, aggressive shout echoed from another branch of the cave. Chrome head. That scratch is ours. 8 figures emerged from the darkness, blocking his retreat. They wore patched rags and had rudimentary, clearly second-hand cybernetic modifications. They carried antique ballistic firearms or crude homemade knives and axes. Osiris's threat assessment system completed its analysis instantly. Target, human. Quantity, 8. Armament level, low. Threat level, low. Osiris slowly turned, the cold red light of his optical lenses prominent in the blackness. His silence and inhuman form exerted an immediate, heavy pressure. The burly individual leading the group brandished the rusty iron pipe in his hand. You deaf, chum. This pit's been claimed. Drop whatever you jacked and skedaddle. Osiris did not respond. He continued his work, extending a precision manipulator to begin disassembling the generator casing. This technical disregard immediately triggered the expected psychological response in the vagrants. Flatline this tin-plated input. The burly man roared, raising his weapon to fire. At that exact microsecond, Osiris's system had already calculated and executed a preemptive neutralization sequence. As the first vagrant engaged his trigger mechanism, Osiris executed a calculated lateral displacement. The projectile merely grazed the hem of his robe. The resulting engagement was brief and absolute. 2 mechadendrites shot out like venomous snakes of chrome, One accurately pierced the ocular cavity of the primary shooter, the other directly penetrated the throat of the second individual raising a weapon. Simultaneously, Osiris's custom bolt pistol was already in his grip. He fired 3 rounds with zero latency aiming. The small caliber bolts produced a deafening percussion in the narrow cave. The first shot impacted the burly man's sternum, sending his mass flying backward against a rock wall. The second struck the shoulder joint of a scaver charging with an axe, catastrophically separating the arm from the torso. The third found the cranium of an enemy attempting to use a mine cart as cover. In an instant, 3 primary threats were neutralized. The remaining 5 froze, staring at their fallen comrades and the untouched, terrifying figure of the tech priest. Their will to continue the engagement collapsed. Don't kill us," a young scaver threw down his improvised weapon, dropped to his knees, and raised his hands. The others followed suit, discarding their rusted implements in terrified surrender. Osiris's sensors confirmed that these individuals no longer registered as a hostile threat. He returned his custom bolt pistol to its magnetic port, his mechadendrites remaining in an alert configuration. "Disengage and retreat," the cold synthetic voice issued from beneath his faceplate. The surviving vagrants, as if granted a great pardon from the machine god, scrambled out of the cave, neglecting even the valuable gear on their companions' bodies. Osiris calmly assessed the immediate battlefield. He confirmed no further ambush threats, then refocused on the generator. He carefully cut open the casing with his low-power plasma cutter and extracted a large, heavy, but still faintly charged high-energy battery pack. The label identified it as a Thunder 7 industrial battery. He also salvaged several usable cables and voltage regulators. Primary objective achieved: energy acquisition. Secondary harvest: recyclable biological material. Osiris registered the 3 relatively intact bodies on the ground. Biological integrity remains within parameters. Nervous systems show basic response potential. Transport to workshop authorized, optimal conversion into basic servitor units for repetitive labor and defensive purposes. The mechadendrites flexibly coiled around the 3 bodies, securing them to his back in a dense load. The heavy battery pack was secured by a 4th limb. Before departing, he quickly searched the fallen vagrants' belongings, finding a crudely drawn map of the surrounding area, on which several camps and danger zones were marked. Osiris, laden with the heavy battery and the biological cargo, exited the mine shaft. At the entrance, he performed a comprehensive environmental sweep, confirming the surviving scavers had fled the perimeter, and no ambushes were being prepared. He then set off on the calculated path back to the town. His first resource hunt yielded more than predicted. The high-energy battery, though degraded, would provide a substantial energy injection after processing. The cables and regulators would serve as essential spare parts. And the 3 bodies would become a source of valuable labor, and a unique opportunity to study the neurological architecture of this anomalous reality. Chapter 8, Becca 1197 words. The scorching sun poured like molten lead onto the endless badlands, searing the air until it shimmered and evaporated. A heavily modified Goodwood-style off-road vehicle, now trailing thick black smoke, and with its rear bumper miserably dangling, careened wildly and struggled through the dunes like a dying input. F***CK, F***CK, F***CK. Rebecca's fist slammed against the steering wheel. Her small, powerful body, augmented with heavy chrome, vibrated with furious rage. The horn emitted a hoarse, grating wail, a bizarre contrast to the fury erupting from her petite frame. Her light green hair was slicked with sweat, plastered to her forehead, and her face was covered in dust, oil, and an almost palpable irritation. Her eyes, magnified by her ocular implants, tracked the instruments. "Those wraiths are getting paid way too much to be this damn stubborn," she thought, her neural interface screaming warnings. "This piece of junk is gonna stall. Did you patch it or not, you chum bastard? Workin' on it, sis. Workin' on it." In the passenger seat, the tall, thin Pilar, wearing exaggerated, reflective goggles, had almost half his body crammed into the engine compartment. His multi-tool futility tried to tighten a connection that was constantly spewing acrid blue smoke. He coughed, spitting dust. But those Wraith's slugs had heat-seeking cyber eyes. The radiator's a goddamn honeycomb. It's a miracle we've gotten this far, preem or not. A miracle. F*K miracles. What I want is to skedaddle out of this dump alive. Rebecca roared, stomping the accelerator to the floor again. The engine emitted a teeth-grinding metallic screech, the RPMs redlined, but the vehicle's speed barely shifted. If you hadn't taken that crappy job without confirming the goods weren't the Wraith's leader's private sweetheart, would we be chased like two wild dogs shot full of holes, chum? Be reasonable. The eddies were dizzyingly generous. Who could have known that scumbag had such good memory, and that one of his scavers just happened to recognize my car? Pilar yelled back defensively, his hands still working, his long fingers manipulating wires. Seems stabilized, for now. But the coolant's leaking like a broken dam. We won't last more than a few minutes. Behind their vehicle, on the distant horizon, several menacing plumes of sand and dust, far from dissipating, were approaching at an alarming speed, like hyenas scenting blood. Those were 3 armed pickup trucks, fitted with crude armor plating, and heavy machine guns the Wraiths ride. They're like ghosts on our tail. Rebecca saw the ever-enlarging shadow of death through the cracked rearview mirror, the fury in her core almost overriding her fear. She yanked the steering wheel, and the off-road vehicle plunged wildly down a steep sand dune. The violent jolting almost sent the disintegrating vehicle into orbit, rattling her internal chrome, as she tried to use the complex terrain to shake off their pursuers. Pilar was violently thrown against the car window by the immense inertia, his goggles askew. Ow. Easy, sis. My natural bones aren't as tough as your prosthetics. Shut your input. Check the ammo. Rebecca yelled, one hand frantically fumbling for her combat suit pouch. Her pistol magazine was almost empty, and her most trusted Omnissian shotgun had fired its last slug in the previous desperate firefight. Pilar quickly rummaged through an open weapon crate in the back seat, his face instantly falling. Scratch left, sis. Maybe enough for one last short burst, provided they don't get too close. And don't forget, the heavy machine gun jammed and flatlined a long time ago. He slapped the silent heavy machine gun on the roof, the metal hot under his touch. A cold despair, like a venomous snake, quietly coiled around their core processors. A vehicle on the verge of collapse, dwindling ammunition, and relentless Wraiths, everything pointed towards the same dark outcome. Rebecca squeezed the word through gritted teeth, her eyes slightly red, not from fear, but from the furious, untamable rage of being cornered. Are we really gonna die in this dump? Shot full of holes by a bunch of mad dog thugs. Pilar was uncharacteristically silent for a few seconds. He adjusted his goggles, his voice low, but with an unusual firmness. No, sis. I ain't lettin' that happen. His gaze eagerly swept forward, then he suddenly pointed at a distant, distorted outline shimmering in the heat haze. Heads up. Over there. It looks like an abandoned town. Rebecca squinted, her eyes stinging from sweat. Indeed, on the scorching horizon, a cluster of low, dilapidated buildings vaguely appeared like a mirage. Drive there now. Pilar almost yelled the suggestion. Maybe we can hide. Or find something useful, even a chum to patch the ride. It was the only straw they could grasp in their desperation. Rebecca no longer hesitated, squeezing the last bit of life out of the off-road vehicle, steering it towards the ruins in a final, frantic charge. The engine let out an extremely unwilling, final wail, and then completely dead. The vehicle miserably slid down the last dune on inertia, its front end crashing into the crumbling remains of a half-collapsed house on the town's edge, finally shuddering to a stop with a screech of grinding metal, kicking up a cloud of sand. Get the chrome out. Rebecca kicked open the deformed door with a powerful surge of her prosthetics, grabbed her almost empty pistol, and sprang out. Pilar frantically grabbed his toolkit, and the light ammunition box, following closely. Behind them, the growl of the Wraith's ride was already echoing from the top of the dune, like the mocking laughter of approaching death. Into the town. Find cover, bro. Rebecca shouted, her petite frame erupting with surprising speed as she dashed towards the nearest abandoned street. Pilar panted, his tall frame awkward against the rapid pace, following close behind, nervously glancing back occasionally. "We're so screwed if we don't find a bolt hole fast," he thought, his reflection gleaming in his massive goggles. They plunged into the desolate ruins of the town, mercilessly eroded by wind and sand, their organic hearts pounding against their chrome cages, their lungs burning as if they had inhaled fire. The sound of the pursuers' vehicles abruptly stopped outside the town, followed by chaotic, malicious footsteps and shouts. The wraiths had dismounted and were entering the town on foot. "This way, sis." Pilar, sharp-eyed, suddenly pulled Rebecca, pointing to a relatively intact building ahead. It was a garage, its entrance crudely reinforced with thick metal plates and riveted baffles. "That door. It looks prime." The two rushed desperately towards the garage door. Rebecca slammed into it with her shoulder. The door made a dull thud but didn't budge. "It's locked. Or blocked from the inside by some scaver." She desperately pounded the cold metal with her reinforced fist, frustration burning. Pilar anxiously fumbled and observed, quickly spotting a rusted hole near the ground on the side wall, just big enough for a thin person to squeeze through. "We gotta squeeze through this." Behind them, the shouts and footsteps of the wraiths grew clearer. They could even hear the chilling snick of gun safeties being disengaged. Chapter 9, Intruders. 1185 words. Rebecca did not waste a single millisecond on deliberation. She ducked her head and squeezed into the corroded opening at the corner of the wall, moving with the chaotic speed of a frightened sand lizard. "Need a minute to breathe, just a minute," she thought, the fear sharpening her focus. Pilar followed, his movements more awkward. He first shoved his heavy toolkit and the nearly empty ammo box inside. The box scraped against the concrete edge, making a short, sharp scratching sound that felt deafeningly loud in the tense silence. Just as Pilar was half-squeezed into the opening, struggling to haul his long frame into the dark interior of the garage, a crude shout suddenly exploded outside. "Over there! The corner! Fire at that hole!" Bullets immediately whistled over like a sudden, chaotic torrent, peppering the walls and ground around them. Hot projectiles gnawed at the brickwork, sending up a spray of debris and dust, filling the air with the caustic smell of gunpowder and pulverized plaster. "Hurry, Pilar! Get your natty bones in here!" Rebecca, already concealed inside the garage, was frantic. Disregarding the danger of the incoming fire, she spun, gripped Pilar's arms tightly with both hands, and pulled him desperately inward. Her prosthetic arms' servo motors hummed softly but powerfully, delivering a surge of strength that utterly belied her petite physique. Using the momentum, Pilar kicked hard against the broken wall behind him with the leg still exposed, finally tumbling completely onto the cold, rough concrete pad of the garage floor with a painful thud. Almost simultaneously, a volley of bullets accurately struck the precise spot where his torso had been stuck moments before, leaving a row of smoking bullet holes along the opening's edge. A scorching blast of air, carrying metal fragments, rushed into the chamber. The siblings collapsed onto the cold, dusty ground, their chests heaving violently, gasping for air, their hearts hammering like overworked drum machines. In the deep darkness, only their ragged breathing could be heard, along with the increasingly close, malicious shouts and chaotic, heavy footsteps of the wraiths outside. For the moment they had achieved cover. But a single, structurally compromised wall was all that separated them from brutal execution. The space they had crashed into was pitch black, almost completely devoid of external light. The air was a mixture of old engine oil, dust and a faint, almost imperceptible scent of ozone and burnt metal, indicating recent high-energy technical work. They had no idea they weren't the only life forms present. Their intrusion, kinetic and high-stress, was instantly processed by a sentinel. Less than 3 meters directly above them, a pale, bone-like metallic skull hung silently. The faint, flickering, eerie blue scanning beams in its hollow eye sockets abruptly shifted the moment the biological entities breached the barrier. The light snapped sharp, steady, and shifted into cold, unchanging crimson dots, like two highly focused sensor lenses. A faint, almost inaudible servo motor hum vibrated slightly in the heavy air. The servoskull rotated with gravity-defying steadiness, its metallic mandible silently opening and closing once, accurately sampling and analyzing the unfamiliar biological odors, sweat, and high traces of adrenaline in the air. Its internal high-precision multispectral sensor array was operating at peak efficiency. The cold logic core rapidly processed the incoming data: 2 life forms, carbon-based humanoid entities, physiological status indicating high tension and fear, carrying low-tech projectile weapons and simple tools, limited evidence of advanced prosthetic modification, no known friendly identification codes, executing an unauthorized breach of a secure perimeter. Data cross-referenced. Threat model rapidly established. Security protocol Lambda 7 activated. Threat level assessed, potentially hostile. Initiating surveillance and non-lethal neutralization countermeasures. As this judgment was synthesized, a cleverly disguised armor plate on the side of the servoskull silently slid open. A finely structured, gleaming miniature laser emitter extended from within the recess. The calibration ring at the emitter's front glowed with an eerie blue light, beginning its efficient search for optimal targets. Its steady and deadly crosshairs silently swept through the near-total darkness, over the 2 intruders below who had just sought refuge, completely oblivious to the precision weapon now locked onto them. The scorching sun baked the abandoned town. The air outside was filled with the dry scent of desolation, dust, and decay. Rebecca and Pilar were pressed tightly against the cold concrete wall, hearts pounding, ears straining to hear the commotion outside. The crude shouts of the Wraith's pursuers, the sound of boots kicking debris, and wanton acts of destruction spread from a distance, like a chaotic tide breaking the deadly silence. "Search every inch for me. Those 2 little mice must be hiding in this pile of junk." A hoarse voice roared, followed by a violent crash and splintering sound. A rickety wooden door was kicked in. "Hey! This dump looks preem. Tear down anything usable, clear out a spot, and this will be our Wraith's new pad." More wild laughter, cheers, and even more frantic sounds of destruction erupted. These lawless gonks treated the uninhabited town as spoils of war. They smashed the remaining windowpanes with rifle butts and chopped open all rotten cabinets that might hide someone, searching for anything of value while shouting crude threats. Bang crash. A particularly harsh sound of metal twisting and breaking rang out, temporarily drowning out the other noises. A Wraith had discovered the several solar panels set up by Osiris, connected to the town's miniature power grid. Perhaps finding them in the way, or purely out of an impulse for destruction, he swung a heavy iron rod down hard. The moment the solar panels shattered and twisted, simple passive motion sensors and vibration detectors hidden in various corners of the town under broken eaves, beneath vehicle chassis, in the crevices of rubble piles were violently triggered. A silent, encrypted alarm pulse, traveling along pre-buried, near-invisible thin wires, instantly transmitted back to the garage workshop, directly connecting to the processor of the vigilant servoskull suspended in the air. Several kilometers away, Osiris, who was carrying the heavy Thunder 7 battery and the 3 future servitor materials on his back, suddenly saw a violently flashing bright red alarm icon pop up in the lower right corner of his visual interface. He simultaneously received a priority vibration feedback on his internal framework. Warning: security perimeter breached by multiple targets. Multiple unauthorized violent intrusions and property damage detected. Energy node A7 severely damaged. Output power reduced by 15%. Threat assessment: organized armed looters. Behavioral pattern analysis: low discipline, high destructiveness. Osiris registered the data. A wave of calculated displeasure washed over his processor. These inefficient biological entities had not only trespassed into his newly established base, but were also wantonly destroying the energy equipment he had painstakingly repaired. A gross display of resource mismanagement. Without hesitation, he transmitted a string of concise binary commands to the station servoskull, buddy, via an encrypted data link: initiate autonomous defense protocol. Prioritize efficient threat neutralization. Minimize further losses. Ensure primary infrastructure integrity. At the same time, he increased the kinetic output to his legs, his pace back to the workshop now a rapid, relentless stride. Chapter 10: Skull 1106 words in the town, the Wraiths gang was still making a ruckus, destroying and searching everywhere. They even argued over which dilapidated house was more suitable as a command post, and where to set up sentry posts, completely unaware that they had already triggered an automated defense system far beyond their comprehension. An efficient system cleanup operation had begun. Inside the garage, Rebecca and Pilar almost held their breath, listening nervously to the chaos outside. The boisterous shouts and curses seemed to undergo a strange, unsettling change. Some sounds suddenly cut off, as if precisely snipped. Pilar whispered, his eyes darting nervously behind his goggles, trying to pinpoint the source of the noise. Rebecca, equally confused, shook her head, tightening her grip on the almost empty pistol in her hand. A strong, primal sense of alarm crept up her spine, as if the air was charged with invisible static electricity. Meanwhile, outside, a highly precise clearing operation was unfolding with maximum efficiency. A Wraith member, who had just picked up a spray can and was about to tag a wall, suddenly went limp as he raised his hand. Not far away, another fellow, his back to his comrades, was shouting into a comm unit for backup when his call suddenly cut off. He swayed, then quietly slumped to the ground. Enemy attack. Find cover foe. A man who looked like a small leader finally realized something was disastrously wrong, crying out in terror as he tried to locate the source of the attack and dive for cover. But his voice abruptly cut off, and his movement ceased. It was only then that the remaining Wraiths discovered, in horror, a servoskull pale as an ancient sculpture and gleaming with inhuman metallic cold light silently hovering in midair. Its hollow eye sockets glowed a cold, unchanging crimson. Its metallic mandibles slightly opened and closed, and miniature laser emitters extended from its sides, operating with ruthless efficiency. Its movement was silent, defying the laws of physics, sometimes flashing across a broken windowsill, sometimes perfectly merging into the shadows of a building, and then appearing without warning from another angle the next moment. A ghost, mun. It's that chrome skull. Quick, shoot the gonk. Panic erupted like a plague among the survivors. The Wraiths members hysterically raised various firearms, frantically unleashing a torrent of chaotic bullets at the elusive servoskull. Slugs rained down on walls, the ground, and abandoned vehicles, kicking up countless fragments of rock and sparks, creating immense noise, yet failing to even graze the machine. It always managed to evade all the chaotic trajectories with minimal, elegant movement. Each imperceptible, brief pause was inevitably accompanied by a precise red beam of light and the silent, mechanical failure of an enemy body. This was not a battle, it was the execution of a silent, highly efficient cleansing procedure. It ignored terrain obstacles, ignored makeshift cover, and ignored numerical superiority. No screams lasted for more than a moment, because everything happened too quickly, too precisely, and too unexpectedly. Rebecca and Pilar peered through the cracks in the wall and the hole, astonished by the one-sided, unimaginable confrontation outside. They watched the mechanical servoskull move through the air above the street as if performing a precise drill, watching the Wraiths members, who had been so arrogant just minutes before, flatline one by one. There were no roars, no wails, only the frantic, gradually thinning gunshots of the attackers, and the heavy thud of bodies hitting the ground. This absolute, efficient response brought a shock far greater than any chaotic battlefield scene. In what felt like 1 or 2 minutes, the gunshots and the last curses outside completely vanished. A profound silence enveloped the town, with only the whimpering of the wind through the empty ruins, as if whispering about everything that had just happened. Inside the garage, Rebecca and Pilar dared not breathe, drenched in cold sweat. The aura of finality contained within the deathly silence outside unsettled them more than the previous clamor and gunfire. Pilar trembled uncontrollably, asking Rebecca in a barely audible whisper and mouth shape, "Sis, is that chrome still out there?" Rebecca's face was pale. Her eyes fixed on the faint light filtering through the door crack and the hole, and she shook her head almost imperceptibly. She couldn't see anything, but the feeling of being monitored by a highly advanced automated system, instead of dissipating with the end of the external confrontation, became even clearer. What felt like an eternity passed, and there was still no movement outside. Only the eternal wind whistled through the ruins, carrying a hint of an indescribably strange, metallic scent. Finally, Rebecca mustered her courage. Her limbs felt somewhat numb, and cautiously, carefully, she once again approached the hole in the wall, holding her breath as she peered outside. The street presented a scene of total annihilation. The terrifying, nightmarish pale mechanical servoskull had vanished, as if it had never appeared. But just as Rebecca was about to breathe a sigh of relief, her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of something at the end of the street. On the edge of the dilapidated roof of a taller building, the servoskull was silently, eerily hovering there. Its hollow eye sockets, those cold crimson optical lenses, seemed to be precisely, motionlessly, aimed in the direction of their hidden garage. It made no movement, like a piece of art casually placed on the rooftop, but after personally experiencing the brief yet shocking confrontation just now, this extreme stillness instead exuded a continuous, undeniable presence. It hadn't left. It was just watching. Silently, patiently, absolutely watching. Rebecca recoiled as if struck by static electricity, sliding down to sit on the cold, rough wall, feeling her heart pound in her throat once more. "What's wrong? Little sister. What did you see?" Pilar, noticing her abnormality, asked anxiously, his voice trembling. Rebecca's lips quivered. After several seconds, she squeezed out an answer in a voice as dry as sandpaper rubbing, "It didn't leave, chum." She looked up, her eyes filled with complex emotions. "It's on the roof outside, watching us. Always watching." Chapter 11, Silence 11:43 words. The brief sense of relief from escaping the Wraith's pursuit instantly vanished without a trace, replaced by the profound unease of being locked onto by unknown, superior technology. They had just escaped the fangs of a pack of wolves, only to stumble into a highly automated domain, becoming subjects of observation under a merciless surveillance system. This abandoned town was no simple refuge, it was a secure, specialized area guarded by powerful mechanical sentinels. And they were the targets who had triggered the alarm, and were now awaiting disposition. The sheer unknown of the situation, like a sword suspended by a single wire, made them afraid to move. Time ticked by, minute by agonizing minute, in the oppressive silence. The silent observer on the rooftop, the servoskull, made no movements, nor did it emit any sound, but the pressure of this stillness was almost enough to shatter Pilar's nerve. He nervously checked his almost empty ammo box, then fruitlessly fumbled in his toolkit, hoping to find something that could serve as an impromptu weapon. "We're cornered. We're flatlining in a chrome cage," he thought in despair. Rebecca leaned against the wall, her mind racing at maximum processing speed. They had just witnessed the thing's speed and precision. Rushing out the door would be suicide. It had clearly located them. So why wasn't it attacking? Was it waiting for instructions? Or was it running a complex evaluation model? An absurd, almost desperate thought clawed its way into her consciousness: communication. Perhaps it could understand language. It looked so advanced, nothing like the low-level security bots that only execute simple binaries. The idea was so insane that even Rebecca herself was stunned by the sheer gonk move it represented. But at this moment, there seemed to be no better option. They couldn't just sit there and wait for the chrome thing's inevitable judgment. Taking a deep, shaky breath, suppressing the dryness in her throat and the frantic hammering of her heart, Rebecca cautiously moved back to the viewing hole. The pale skull was indeed still there, hovering as if welded to the edge of the rooftop, its crimson light steadily pointed in their direction. Gathering the greatest courage of her augmented life, she slowly, and as non-threateningly as possible, raised one hand, extended it slightly through the hole, and awkwardly waved. "You over there." Her voice was strained with tension, dry and cracked, sounding particularly awkward and ridiculous in the dead silence. Pilar next to her almost leaped out of his skin, frantically yanking at her pant leg, his eyes practically bulging out from behind his goggles, hissing in a whisper, "Rebecca. What the hell are you doing? Have you gone cyberpsycho?" But Rebecca ignored him, all her attention was focused on the servoskull. The moment she waved and spoke, she distinctly saw the crimson light in the servoskull's eye sockets flicker very slightly, as if adjusting its focal depth. Its absolute static state was broken. Though the change was minuscule, It clearly indicated that it had received her signal. This acknowledgement terrified her further, but she gritted her teeth and continued the charade. "We mean no harm," she shouted, trying to make her voice sound friendly and harmless, despite the terror knotting her stomach. "Really. We're just unlucky scavvers being chased by those wraith bastards, and we accidentally hid in here. We'll leave right away. We'll go immediately. We absolutely won't touch anything here. I swear on my chrome." Her words echoed through the empty, corpse-littered street, sounding exceptionally lonely and foolish. Explaining her innocence to a machine that had just efficiently liquidated an entire squad of thugs was an exercise in pure absurdity, but underneath that feeling was a chilling, primal fear. The servo-skull gave no further spoken response. It didn't attack, but it also didn't leave, nor did it show any overt sign of comprehension. It just continued to watch her with its cold red optical sensor, the steady light seeming to penetrate the hole and fall directly on her face, analyzing her expressions, micromovements, and vocal modulations. Rebecca's hand remained frozen in midair, her waving motion slowing to a stop, hanging there awkwardly. The muscles in her face were stiff from forcing the placating, awkward smile. Her internal monologue was pure static. "Oh gonk. What am I doing? Greeting a hunk of death metal. It didn't even blink when it vaporized those people if it had eyelids. It must be calculating the optimal vector to flatline us both now. Laser to the head. Or a sonic incapacitator. Oh damn, did that emitter on its side just twitch? Is it aiming at me? We're doomed, we're doomed, we're doomed. Sorry, Pilar, I think I've gotten us both killed." Her internal complaints and visions of tragic endings were desperate, but on the surface, she maintained that stiff, awkward expression, projecting harmless goodwill as her arm slowly, cautiously retracted. Time seemed to freeze again. Every second felt like waiting for the great judge's verdict. Then, just as Rebecca was almost suffocating, the servo-skull made a move that completely defied her expectations. Its metallic mandible moved very slightly, almost imperceptibly, opening and closing once. No sound was made, but the movement was clearly visible. Immediately after, the crimson light in its eye sockets underwent an extremely subtle change in frequency, flickering rapidly a few times, then returning to a steady red glow. Subsequently, the entire servo-skull slowly and steadily moved backward about half a meter, still maintaining its monitoring posture, but that subtle backward movement, along with the nuanced changes in its mandible and light, seemed like a response. A nonverbal, mechanical, but definitely existing acknowledgement, as if to communicate / data packet received. Awaiting owner/architect directives. Status, hold position //. Rebecca was completely stunned, her mouth wide open, unable to close it for a long moment. What the hell did this mean? She quickly pulled her head back and looked at Pilar, who was equally bewildered. Did it just move? Pilar stammered, "It didn't attack you. You didn't flatline." "It seemed to." Rebecca's voice was filled with incredulous confusion, her immediate terror replaced by immense bewilderment. It moved back a bit, and moved its jaw, and the light flashed a few times. The brother and sister exchanged glances, completely unable to comprehend this mechanical behavior that defied all their street smarts and knowledge of automatons. But at least, for now, the proactive and deeply awkward communication did not seem to have immediately resulted in devastating laser fire. They were still trapped, still monitored. But the taut string in the air, signaling immediate death, seemed to have loosened ever so slightly. Now their only, terrifying hope rested on the imminent arrival of the owner of this mechanical servo-skull, Osiris. What kind of reception awaited them? Chapter 12, Interrogation 1057 words. A rhythmic metallic scraping broke the dead silence, steady and deliberate, like a clockwork heartbeat echoing from another world. Each shriek of metal on stone seemed to crawl closer, too measured to be random, too alive to be mechanical. High above, the servo-skull stirred. Its glassy eyes rotated, glowing with a crimson flicker that pulsed in sync with the approaching rhythm. It tilted its skeletal head, jaws clacking open and shut in eerie mimicry of a whispering messenger reporting to an unseen master. Inside the dim garage, Rebecca and Pilar froze mid-breath. Rebecca's hand trembled slightly as she gripped the pistol she'd scavenged earlier, her thumb tapping anxiously on the trigger guard. Pilar's eyes darted toward the ragged hole in the wall, his Adam's apple bobbing once hard. The air tasted of rust and dust. The steps outside drew nearer, too precise, too methodical. They didn't just echo, they measured the silence between heartbeats. Rebecca felt her pulse unconsciously sync with that rhythm, faster, sharper, as though the sound itself was dictating the pace of her fear. Then came the color, a deep, coagulated red bleeding into view through the dust. Not the dull red of old paint, but the dark sheen of something sacred and terrible. A massive figure loomed in the doorway, swallowing the light. His robes, cut in strange geometric layers, rippled faintly with his movements, each motion disturbingly smooth, like a ritual performed countless times before. Beneath the cloth, the faint outline of mechanical limbs flexed and shifted, pistons breathing like steel muscles. Behind him, a cluster of metal tentacles coiled and uncoiled in lazy, predatory rhythm. Each was tipped with a tool, or a weapon, the kind of hybrid tech that screamed of old Mechanicus craft. They glinted like blades under a forge flame, twitching as if tasting the air. Rebecca's breath hitched when she saw what dangled from two of them, the limp, broken bodies of three Wraiths gangers, armor crushed inward like tin cans. Another tentacle carried an industrial battery, humming faintly with stored power, as casually as if it were nothing more than spare scrap. The stranger's face was obscured by a helmet older than anything Night City had ever manufactured. Twin lenses burned red, steady and unblinking, scanning the ruin around him. His gaze lingered on the carnage, then pivoted, slow, deliberate, toward the garage. The red glare seemed to pierce the walls, strip away the shadows, and see straight through flesh into fear. Pilar sucked in a sharp breath. His hand shot out, shielding Rebecca behind him. Sweat dripped from his temple, his voice shaking. What the hell is that thing? Some kind of full-body cyberpsycho. Or Militech's new murder toy. Even in panic, the gesture was instinctive, protective. His other hand slipped toward the pistol hidden at his lower back, the motion subtle but desperate. He knew it was pointless, but muscle memory didn't care about odds. Rebecca swallowed hard, her throat dry as sand. The sight of the towering figure twisted her gut, but her tongue still worked, biting out bravado to cover the fear. He offed those wraiths, right? Gotta count for something. Maybe he's some kinda techie badass, just a real extra about the rogue thing. Her laugh came out brittle, more like a cough. Outside, the figure moved again. Each step sent a dull vibration through the cracked concrete floor, a slow drumbeat that shook the air. Osiris processed a dozen streams of data at once. Thermal readings. Motion scans. Energy signatures. All confirmed, threat minimal. Resources secured. Operation efficiency at 92%. The servoskull chimed its confirmation, cleanup complete. 2 weak biosigns detected. His gaze turned fully toward the garage. Rebecca and Pilar felt it, a pressure, heavy and invisible, like gravity had shifted to center on him. Rebecca's fingers twitched. A wrench rolled from her boot, clattering against the floor with a sound that felt deafening. The figure halted before the garage. His shadow consumed the doorway. Then, one tentacle lashed forward, so fast it blurred, and pierced a gap in their makeshift barricade. Metal shrieked as the entire barrier wrenched aside, torn like paper. The crash reverberated through the workshop, followed by a haze of dust. Sunlight flooded in. For the first time, they saw him clearly, Osiris in full. 3 meters tall. His robe framed the alloy bulk beneath, the structure of an unholy fusion of man and machine. Faint blue plasma lines pulsed beneath the plating, and his limbs hummed with a cold, mechanical cadence. The tentacles swayed lazily beside him, each movement deliberate, alive. When he spoke, his voice came filtered through layers of vox distortion, smooth, flat, almost weary. Unauthorized intrusion detected. Identify your purpose. It wasn't a threat. It was an assessment, the tone of an engineer irritated by a sudden system error. Rebecca flinched but shot back before her brain could stop her. Chill, chum. We were gettin' hunted out there, all right. Didn't see a keep out sign anywhere. She regretted it instantly, the words echoing too loud in the silence. Her hands went clammy. Every servo and lens on the figure seemed to tilt toward her. Pilar grabbed her arm, pulling her slightly behind him. His voice cracked with urgency, "Sir. Look, we didn't mean to trespass. Just couriers, yeah. The wraiths hit our ride, and we ran. Didn't touch a thing, promise. We'll bounce right now, no trouble." He gestured wildly to their packs, half-empty, scuffed, and harmless, trying to make himself look small, harmless. The desperate act of someone who knew negotiation was his only bullet. Osiris' optics narrowed slightly, crimson beams sharpening. His sensors parsed the microtwitches in their faces, cataloging heartbeat variance, tremor frequency, body heat. The data streamed in real time. Biological signals, heightened stress. Armament, low grade. Threat level, minimal. His tone didn't change, but the faint shift in stance suggested his systems had eased, fractionally. State identity, origin, and operational purpose. Provide any relevant intelligence on Night City and its environs. The precision of your information will determine subsequent assessment. A tentacle raised, pointing directly at Pilar, steady, deliberate, a mechanical finger demanding response. The sensor at its tip pulsed, focusing like an unblinking eye. Rebecca exhaled shakily, muttering under her breath, "We're so fragged." Pilar nodded slightly, throat tight, and began to speak. Chapter 13, Edgerunners. Pilar took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. His voice trembled at first, then steadied as he began to explain. "Name's Pilar. This is my sister, Rebecca. We're Edgerunners, freelancers, small-time transport gigs mostly. Got on the wrong side of the wraiths, lost our ride in the dunes, and ended up here by pure accident." He swallowed, his throat dry. "We know Night City, corpo zones, gang turf, fixer haunts, nomad strongholds, all of it. The Maelstrom control the Watson border, Tiger Claws got Japantown on lock. Aldecaldos and Jodes keep the Badlands moving, and the rest's just chrome junk fighting over scraps." Rebecca added quickly, voice sharp, chin tilted up like she was trying to mask her nerves. "Yeah, and we've run jobs for a few of 'em too. We know the roads, the black markets, and who's dirty with Arasaka creds. We can help you if you need city info. We're good at staying alive, chum. Edgerunners. I know that term, most Edgerunners hang around Afterlife, which is owned by Rogue." Osiris's voice cut through their speech, low and steady, startling them both. "She is reportedly a ruthless character. Continue." Pilar blinked, taken aback. "You know Rogue?" He cleared his throat and pushed on, feeling even less sure. "Yeah, she's the top fixer in Night City. Nobody gets jobs without her nod. Even corpos watch their step around her." Rebecca's eyes lit up. "You know Rogue too? Damn, that's wild. Then you know her rules, right? Never double-cross, pay up front. She's the queen of Night City." Osiris's optical lenses rotated slightly, focusing on her. "My database contains relevant records. Continue to provide valid information. Do not deviate from the topic." The siblings exchanged a look and went on, listing out everything they knew: gang movements, rumors about new cyberware smuggling routes, whispered talk of Arasaka testing AI combat units in the outskirts. They spoke fast, driven by fear, their voices echoing faintly against the metal walls. Osiris listened in perfect stillness, crimson optics occasionally adjusting focus. The servoskull hovered near his shoulder, recording each word. Occasionally, a tiny flicker of light passed across the tech priest's faceplate, as though some long-buried recognition stirred, only to be filed away as data. When Pilar finally ran out of words, he exhaled shakily. That's all we got, sir. We just wanna live. We didn't mean to mess up your place. If it's fine by you, we'll bounce, quiet, no fuss. The kind that pressed on the chest and made air feel heavier. Then Osiris moved, a slow, deliberate step forward. Metal on concrete. The sound made Rebecca flinch, her finger twitching near her pistol. But he didn't attack. A tentacle extended, curling toward the corpses on the floor. Without hesitation, Osiris began to work, precisely disassembling cyberware, extracting chips and mechanical parts. The movements were coldly elegant, efficient, like a craftsman reclaiming components from a broken drone. Rebecca swallowed hard, whispering, he's looting them. Waste is shameful, Osiris said without looking up, voice even. Resources should be utilized efficiently. He turned his lenses back to them, the red glow unwavering. Current assessment, you are being pursued, vehicle destroyed, resources insufficient. Independent survival probability, below 18%. Proposal, work for me. In exchange for shelter and necessary sustenance. Rebecca's breath caught. Pilar stared, uncertain. Osiris continued, one tentacle retrieving a power gauntlet from the nearby workbench. The metal humming faintly with restrained strength. Additionally, I can offer tools, high-performance weaponry. And physical optimization. Rebecca's eyes widened. Holy, look at that thing. You could punch through a damn AV hull with it. Pilar's eyes flicked to it, then to his aching shoulder. He winced. How'd you know I was hurt? Your posture and left arm movement indicate approximately 11.7% signal attenuation, Osiris interrupted smoothly. Likely due to improper cyberware installation or collision trauma. It impairs precision. Pilar opened his mouth, then closed it again. Rebecca stepped forward, voice cautious but curious. What's the job exactly? Resource collection. Information reconnaissance. Technical maintenance and field testing. Your local experience and unconventional tactics possess moderate value, Osiris replied flatly. In return, I offer protection within my domain, physiological repairs and combat optimization. Rebecca's eyes flickered with a dangerous kind of excitement. Combat optimization, huh? Like what? Dependent on performance and contribution, Osiris answered. Possibilities include enhanced firepower systems, or improved mobility augmentations. Pilar shifted, meeting Rebecca's gaze. Both were clearly tempted. Outside lay the wasteland, death, and wraiths. Here stood an inhuman being who talked like a machine, but offered power and safety. Rebecca tilted her head, smirking nervously. All right, metal priest dude. One last thing. Does it include food and a place to crash? Osiris hesitated for half a second, processing. Basic energy supply and physiological maintenance assured, he replied. Including synthetic nutrient packs and hydration systems. Rebecca grinned faintly. Guess that's a yes. Chapter 14, Nutrients. Synthetic nutrients. What flavor they got? Pilar asked, his face scrunching like he'd just tasted something sour. The thought of expired mil-spec rations clearly haunted him. Nutritionally balanced, Osiris replied, tone flat, clinical. Containing amino acids, vitamins, and minerals. Flavor options, standard energy bar or unflavored nutrient paste. Pilar's shoulders slumped. Oh chum, that sounds rough. Rebecca rolled her eyes, crossing her arms. Better than starvin', genius. She smacked Pilar's arm hard enough to make him wince. It's this or get sliced up by the wraiths. Plus, the tin priest says he can fix that busted shoulder of yours. Her grin was sharp, but the tremor in her voice betrayed the adrenaline still burning under her skin. Pilar sighed through his nose, forcing calm. All right, sir, he said, voice steady but legs still shaky. We're in. We'll work for you. He tried to sound confident, but mostly he just sounded tired, and grateful the giant didn't seem like the torturing for fun type. Efficiency he could deal with. Psychos, not so much. A wise decision. Osiris retracted the gauntlet with a fluid hiss. First phase, adaptive modification. To ensure task efficiency, operational reliability, and minimize resource loss. Two metal tendrils unfolded from beneath his robe, their tips glowing faint blue with calibration light. Rebecca stiffened, eyes wide. Pilar's hand twitched toward his pistol, then thought better of it. Relax, Osiris said evenly. This will exceed your prior street install experiences by a considerable margin. The tendrils went to work. Rebecca clenched her jaw, expecting pain, but instead felt only warmth and faint vibration. Osiris moved with mechanical grace, not a motion wasted. Each adjustment, each weld, was perfect. Your optical prosthetic is a low-tier Tsunami 3, he noted mid-operation, a dozen tiny tools sliding from the tendril's tip. Lens degradation is severe. Processor, obsolete. That explains your habitual squinting. Rebecca blinked. How'd you even know that? Skin data indicates high focal length adjustment frequency and zero infrared function, Osiris replied. Installing upgraded sensor suite, environmental highlight overlay, night vision, and target ID. Efficiency increase projected at 15.2%. She felt a pulse of light behind her eye, and suddenly her world sharpened. The shadows peeled back, the room breathing in new detail. She could see the outline of pipes through the wall, heat traces flickering like ghosts. That's insane. She gasped, spinning to look at Pilar. Bro, I can see your missing wrench on the shelf from here. And the dent on it. Pilar laughed nervously, then hissed as Osiris's tendril hovered near his shoulder. The tip split open into dozens of precision filaments, working with eerie speed. Left shoulder neural linkage exhibits major interference, Osiris said, more to himself than to them. Inferior wiring from a Krenskov model installation. Predictable. You even know that? Pilar's voice cracked. That old junk fried out weeks ago. Burn patterns confirm it, Osiris said calmly. Reinforcing conduit alignment, recalibrating neural feedback. Reaction latency reduction, 10%. A soft hum filled the air. Pilar flexed his fingers experimentally and froze. The familiar stiffness was gone. His movements were smooth, clean, right for the first time in years. Holy chrome. He murmured. This is better than anything Doc Chrome Hands ever managed. Sir, how? Standard optimization protocol, Osiris interrupted, retracting the tools. He didn't mention the small embedded trackers, quietly added, a logical precaution. You should now perform within expected parameters. Rebecca blinked rapidly, grinning. Guess we're officially upgraded, huh? Osiris turned, gesturing toward the open garage. First assignment, clear debris. Recover all usable tech and components. Report any sites within range that may contain high-value scrap, rare alloys, or stable power cores. He paused, then added, performance will determine future resource allocation and upgrade priority. Rebecca cracked her neck and adjusted her jacket, her new eye gleaming faint red. You heard the boss, Pilar. Let's prove we're worth the parts he burned on us. I'll handle the scan, you grab the loot. Yeah, Pilar grumbled, rotating his now fluid arm with obvious pride. Just pray his nutrient paste doesn't taste like old synth protein sludge. Still, guess it's a fair trade. Osiris watched as they began to work, clumsy but eager. His lenses glowed briefly. The servoskull floated beside him, recording. Internal log updated, 2 external collaboration units added. Assigned roles, resource recovery, field scouting, auxiliary maintenance. Monitoring operational performance. They were inefficient, noisy, unpredictable but alive. And perhaps, in their chaos, there might be useful data. Osiris turned back to his workbench, calibrating the Prometheum cell for sustained output. The faint hum of machinery filled the air again, blending with Rebecca's muffled curses and Pilar's muttering. The workshop was alive. Chapter 15, Night City. The neon lights of Night City bled through the smog, spreading like a virus under thick clouds, painting the sky a sickly, bruised magenta. Acid rain hissed against the Goodwood's cracked windshield, leaving streaks that caught the rainbow gleam of the polluted puddles below. The patched-up ride had finally stopped coughing smoke, but Rebecca could feel every bolt rattling like it might tear free at any second. The tires splashed through filthy puddles, the water reflecting the city's chaotic glow like an oil-slicked dream. Pilar sat in the passenger seat, tapping his newly repaired shoulder joint, the metal scraping softly against synthetic skin. They hit the overpass. Corporate logos and hollow ads crawled across the sides of skyscrapers like some kind of glowing infection. The wasteland behind them faded into the neon sprawl of Night City. On the billboards, virtual idols blew pixelated kisses to the streaming traffic below. But down in the alleys, the smell told the real story: burnt plastic, cheap food grease, and ozone. The city stank like electricity and sin. "Feels like we've been gone 100 years, Rebecca muttered, her voice half lost under the rumble of the engine. Her new optics flickered, iris rings pulsing green as they auto-adjusted. She zoomed in on a firefight a few blocks away. Muzzle flashes, crumbling concrete, someone going down hard. She blinked fast, forcing the view to reset. Not their problem tonight. Hell of a trip, though, Pilar sighed, fiddling with his goggles. Still gotta spin a story for Maine. Got a real bad feeling about it, Becca. That red robe freak. Whatever he did to us," he touched the back of his neck, feeling the smooth scar from Osiris's hidden implant. "Don't start, Pilar." Rebecca's tone snapped like broken glass. "We stick to the story, got it? Desert tech head. Real eccentric, real genius. Fixed the car, patched you up, upgraded my eyes. In return, we grabbed some parts for him." She shot him a glare. "And keep your mouth shut about the robes and the freaky mech tentacles. You breathe a word of that, Maine'll think we've gone full cyberpsycho." Pilar frowned but didn't argue. Rebecca's voice softened a notch. "We'll tell him later, once we've got the goods and he sees the payoff. Then it'll sound like business, not a ghost story." He gave a weak laugh. "You really think Maine buys that easy? That's why we sell it harder." Rebecca slammed the wheel. The horn squeaked out a pathetic honk. "Think about it. We're still breathing. We got upgrades. That's a fraggin' miracle, Pilar. We play it cool, we cash in, then we decide what comes next." She grinned, feral and sharp. "We ain't lying. Editing the truth a bit. Night City style." Pilar let out a slow exhale. In this city, keeping secrets was the same as staying alive. The Goodwood rolled into the cracked concrete maze of Watson's North Industrial Park. Rusted pipes webbed above them like the guts of some giant metal beast. They turned into the old warehouse main's base. The engine coughed one last time and died. Dorio stepped out first from the shadows, tall and broad, eyes like lasers. 4 days. No call, no ping. You two tryin' to make us dig your graves, or what?" Rebecca and Pilar scrambled out. "Relax, Dorio," Pilar said with his usual half-grin. "Still in one piece, see?" In one piece, came a rumble from deeper inside. Maine emerged from the dark like a tank in human form, chrome glinting under the warehouse lights. His scanner eyes swept over them slow and heavy. "Car's half dead. You two look." Rebecca's heart skipped. She forced a shaky laugh. "Wraiths hit us hard, boss. Chased us into the desert. We ran dry on ammo, food, everything. Got lucky, found some old tech head in a buried shop. Guy's nuts, but he's got golden hands." Falco leaned on the upper railing, datapad glowing blue against his face. "And he just patched you up for free." Pilar jumped in with the prep story, all smooth, desperate escape, weird hermit engineer, nothing supernatural. Just another oddball in the Badlands. Rebecca cut in, flashing her upgraded optics. He swapped my whole module. Check, this can read serial codes off a drone 500 meters out. Fixed Pilar's bum shoulder too. Said he needed some rare parts in return, mil-spec cells, neural interface junk, alloys. Stuff he called research material. She said, making some air quotes. Maine said nothing for a long moment. Dorio's arms were crossed tight, eyes narrowing. Falco's fingers moved quietly on his pad. Finally, Maine asked, "Lo, this tech loner got a name? Any record?" Rebecca shook her head. Didn't talk much. Just wanted his parts. Didn't even seem interested in Eddie's. Obsessed with his work. Maine's scanner eyes glowed brighter, reading every twitch and pulse between them. Rebecca felt the implant at her neck buzz faintly, like a heartbeat that wasn't hers. Then Maine finally gave a short nod. You made it back alive. Next time, you clear your background before you take a job. He turned his head slightly. Falco, check that list. Dorio, get these two some chow. The storm passed. Rebecca exhaled, glancing at Pilar. Both of them knew the same thing. They were safe for now. But the red robe's secret was still humming in their bones, waiting to come due. Chapter 16, Diagnosis. Rebecca and Pilar, carrying the trays Dorio had handed them, slipped into a quiet corner of the warehouse and sat down. Their plates held a sad excuse for a meal: slabs of charred synthetic protein dripping with fake orange glaze, a blob of nutrient paste, and 2 boiled culture pods pretending to be veggies. The mix of artificial aroma and warehouse dust made the air taste metallic. Chum, I could eat a damn cyberarm right now, Rebecca muttered, stabbing a fork into the protein block. She took a huge bite and grimaced. The texture was rubbery, flavor flat, but it filled the void in her gut. Pilar turned a culture pod between his metal fingers, not eating. Through his flashy goggles, he kept one eye on Maine, Dorio, and Falco talking quietly across the room. Then he leaned closer, voice low. They're still watching us. You think the boss actually bought our story? Rebecca didn't look up. Eat and shut it. Whether he bought it or not ain't our biz now. If the truth slips, forget Osiris's goodies, Maine'll have us gutted for spare parts. She pointed at his untouched plate with her fork. And that sludge? Might taste like garbage, but at least it'll give you juice to dodge a punch. Pilar sighed and finally took a bite, chewing slow. Yeah, I know, just something feels off. The buzz in my head's gone. Totally silent. And this arm. He flexed his shoulder, the joint moved smooth and whisper quiet. Too light. Doesn't even feel like mine. Rebecca paused, her cyber eye gleaming faint green as she scanned him. Listen, big bro. We're breathin'. The ride's still in one piece. We got upgrades most gonks would kill for. That's the score. Don't question the how. She shoveled another forkful, smirking faintly. Once we score that Militech sell and deliver, Maine'll see the payout himself. Then we tell him the weird bits. If we talk now, he'll think we're chrome fried and pull the plug on the deal. She slurped up the neon orange goo. So eat up. Tomorrow, we hunt batteries. The two ate in silence, their forks scraping dull metal. Cheap synth food, greasy air, and a silence heavy enough to choke on. It was Night City's dinner soundtrack. Night fell. The warehouse dimmed, yellow work lights flickering. Maine, Dorio, and Falco gathered around a scratch table, a hollow display of Osiris's list and data chip floating above the surface. What's the read? Maine asked, voice low and gravelly, knuckles tapping the metal. Falco's eyes flicked over the data. Rebecca's optics, custom high-tier stuff. Not even Militech backchannels move that clean. Pilar's shoulder fix. Nanometer precision. No cutting, no scarring. Whoever did it works beyond corpo grade. We're talkin' preem-level tech, maybe experimental. Dorio folded her arms, leaning into the light. Whatever the case, they came back alive and better equipped. This Solo, if he's real, knows his chrome. Look at the list: Militech batteries, prototype interfaces, restricted alloys. That's serious tech, not SCOV trash. Falco adjusted his pad, tone cold. It's too clean. Smells corpo to me. Could be bait, some Biotechnica psyop, dangle high-grade mods, have us pull dirty work, then scrap us for parts once the job's done. Main grunted, cyber eyes flaring slightly. Corpo ops usually hit harder, faster. This feels different. The way they described his shop, it doesn't fit. Too quiet. Too isolated. Maybe not corpo, maybe something older. A beat passed. Dorio broke it. Main, we need edge. We're lagged in. If this mystery tech can keep us running longer, we take the risk. We vet him, slow. Falco frowned. Unknown means unmanageable. You gamble the team on some desert ghost, don't cry when he flips the table. Main sat back, silent for a long moment. The hum of the lamps filled the gap. Finally, he nodded. We play it smart. Falco, break down the list, flag what we can pull first. We'll test him with one piece, the Thunder 7 battery. See if he's legit. He turned to Dorio. Next meet, you take a backup crew. If it smells off, you bail. No hesitation. He leaned forward, gaze sharp. And this? Between the three of us. Not a word to the others, especially Rebecca and Pilar. We watch M. Carefully. Dorio gave a curt nod. Falco exhaled through his nose, reluctant but accepting. The hollow flickered off, leaving them in half-light. The only sound left was the low hum of old machines, and the tension of a deal that could either make them legends or ghosts. Chapter 17, First Transaction. A few days later, Rebecca and Pilar rolled back into the ruins in their Goodwood, the old ride Falco had tuned and patched up so it no longer belched black smoke like a dying exhaust beast. The road in was still rough, but this time their nerves buzzed with anticipation instead of fear. They parked outside the repurposed garage. A servoskull hovered above the entrance, red lens glowing as it scanned them. After a confirming click that sounded almost like a polite greeting, it drifted inside, leading the way. The workshop looked even more organized than before. Junk parts were sorted by type, alloys stacked in labeled piles, every wire and conduit placed with surgical precision. Osiris stood at the central bench, mechanical tendrils welding sparks into a brilliant storm, while shaping a new arm guard. Yo, boss. Got the goods. Rebecca hopped out of the car, voice laced with proud energy. She and Pilar hauled a heavy metal crate and a stuffed fiber bag from the back seat. Osiris paused, crimson optics flickering toward them. Efficiency, acceptable. Placed them on the scanning platform. They set the load beside the bench. A tendril extended, blue sensor light sweeping over the supplies with machine speed precision. Scan complete. Inventory reads, 1 high-energy battery pack, 32% residual charge. Casing dented, minor electrolyte leakage. 17 assorted circuit boards, multiple models, several with burn damage. 5 kilograms of unidentified alloy fragments. 2 cans of low-grade synth lubricant. 3 encrypted data chips, unreadable. Battery acceptable. The rest substandard. Impurity levels high. Recycling yield, minimal. Rebecca scratched her head, grimacing. Yeah, time was tight. We scoured half the ruins for this junk. That battery almost cost us our skins. Maelstrom dogs caught wind and gave chase. Pilar nodded, rubbing his neck at the memory. Osiris said nothing. Instead, his tendril picked up a scorched circuit board, examining its intricate spiral nanocircuit. Curious design, trades stability for extreme data throughput. This world's tech culture favors raw power over efficiency. He turned the alloy fragment over. Crude self-repairing coat. Interesting theoretical foundation. Rebecca and Pilar exchanged a glance. To them it was garbage, to him, it was insight. After a moment, Osiris reached under the bench and drew out a rugged steel box. Your compensation. Inside was a gun, but not one born of Night City's chrome and style. It was brutalist, heavy, built like an industrial tool. Dark metal etched with vent channels and heat coils, grip wrapped in polymer. A portable piece of military theology. A plasma-based projectile weapon, Osiris said, tone as calm as if discussing a wrench. Output has been limited for user safety. Rewritten control logic ensures stability. Capable of disabling unarmored or lightly armored targets. Continuous fire not advised, cooldown interval, 1-5 seconds. He handed it to Rebecca. Compatible with standard energy interfaces. Rechargeable through high-capacity cells or vehicle systems. Rebecca took it carefully, breath catching. The gun felt alive, dense, humming with restrained heat. Holy shit! She muttered, her green eye glowing as she aimed down the sight. This thing could vaporize a Wraith convoy. Pilar leaned in. Real plasma. Corpo Labs still can't get stable shots like that. The transaction is complete, Osiris said, already turning back to his work. Next delivery, diverse alloy samples and newer neurocore cybernetics. Compensation will scale accordingly. Rebecca and Pilar left with the weapon, still dazed. By the time they were back on the road, excitement overtook disbelief. You saw that blast coil design. Never seen anything like it. Rebecca grinned. Yeah, but we'll main buy it. We traded scrap for a gun that looks like it belongs in a museum. He'll believe once he fires it himself. Back at the crew's warehouse, Rebecca slammed the plasma handgun onto the table with a grin. The team circled around. Dorio lifted it, brows furrowing at the sheer heft. Falco ran a scan, frowning deeper. Energy signatures. Stable as hell. But the design. Can't read half of it. Doesn't match any corp blueprint. Maine said nothing. He took the weapon, walked to the firing range, and aimed at an old armor plate. A deep hum filled the air, not a bang, but a rising vibration. A flash of blue-white tore through the air and hit the target. The armor hissed, melted, and sagged into a smoking hole the size of a fist. Edges glowed blue from heat. Everyone stared. Even Militech-grade weapons couldn't do that cleanly. Maine lowered the gun slowly, ozone curling in the air. His voice came out low, gravelly. He said, eyes fixed on Rebecca. What else did that robed man tell you? Chapter 18, Project. After seeing Rebecca and her brother off, Osiris' workshop slipped back into its usual hush. The servoskull's low hum mingled with the faint clatter of tools and the quiet pulse of machinery, like a mechanical hive breathing in sync. He laid out the scavenged parts across the analysis table, every motion clean, deliberate. The Thunder Type 7 battery was hooked into a tangle of jury-rigged cables and regulators, feeding its charge into his hungry microreactor. Energy inputs stable. Fluctuations under 2%, Osiris muttered, tracing the alert bar on his interface as it steadied. Not bad, buddy. We can finally stop running on fumes. The servoskull turned, jaw clacking once, blue optics pulsing in silent approval. Osiris shifted focus to the pile of junk Rebecca had called scrap. The scanner whirred to life, a fine beam sweeping across a charred circuit board. Check this out, he said, almost like talking to a trainee. They've built this spiral nanocircuit that ditches stability for raw speed. Real burn bright, crash fast logic, reckless but kinda brilliant. The skull hovered closer, feeding him magnified data. He chuckled dryly. This place runs on chaos. Everything's patched, overclocked, and held together with spit and luck. He grabbed a dull alloy shard next, sensors in his fingers flickering. Smelting sloppy, full of impurities. But those trace elements, they're deliberate. Probably their way of fighting acid rain and fallout corrosion. Makes sense, these folks don't build for beauty. They build to survive. He took a half step back, the metal of his leg clicking on the stained floor. Same story here. He tapped another board. Look at this neural interface. Redundant lines, messy design. Not optimized, just forced to work with trash-tier implants. Adapt or die, huh? Gritty engineering. Osiris spoke with the calm fascination of a priest reading scripture from the machine god's heretical archives. The Mechanicus would call this abominable tech, but it's survival art in its own right. Learn it, buddy, and we'll turn this madness into function. He rapped the servoskull's forehead lightly. The skull bobbed in acknowledgement. After locking away the data, Osiris felt the rare flicker of satisfaction, discovery. These broken parts were blueprints to understand how this world fought entropy with whatever scraps it had left. All right, he said, voice sharpening. First priority, power system upgrade. Can't keep leaching juice off junk batteries and the sun. His hands were already moving, bolting together converters and buffer units. Buddy, run the math. Optimize flow for the bench and smelter. Holographic schematics flared alive before him, and he dove into the work. Tools danced like extensions of his will, disassembling old boards, pulling out clean wafers and metals. Purity above 99.7. Our bench deserves a real heart. Hours later, the place had transformed. The new laser smelter glowed a soft red, its articulated arm hovered, steady as prayer. Low power test, Osiris ordered. A narrow beam hissed to life, melting a shard of scrap into a perfect molten bead. It cooled into a mirror-smooth ingot. The servoskull looped around it, scanning. Results, flawless. Next came the network receiver. Osiris tore through heaps of chips, soldering at breakneck speed. Their data grid's a nightmare. Signals all over the place. Rewrite the filters. Pull up those frequency logs we cracked last week. The skull projected the requested data, and Osiris synced it into the receiver's fragile core. Days later, a strange contraption, half antenna, half sculpture, jutted from the roof, buzzing faintly. Ugly as sin, Osiris muttered with a crooked grin. But she works. He powered it on. The static hiss gave way to clean streams of information. The flood of broken data became organized, patterns emerging from noise. Signal strength up 400%. Finally, we're hearing this world's heartbeat. He watched as news clips, corp chatter, and encrypted traffic spilled into his logs. Keep monitoring everything, tech, corp moves, street conflicts. Build the map. The servoskull blinked, silently syncing the feed. Reverse engineering progress, materials science 7%, energy tech 12, network protocols 5, biointerfaces 3. He read from his HUD. Slow but steady. The base was solidifying. The workshop still stank of ozone and hot metal, but now it pulsed with purpose. It wasn't a shelter anymore, it was a forge of ideas. Osiris stood before his new workbench, one tentacle holding a self-cast ingot, another scrolling a schematic for a power gauntlet. Toughness still lacking, but strength's 5% higher than predicted. Adjust the stress layout, run another sim. The skull projected the stress chart beside the blueprint. Outside, acid wind rattled the walls, but within, creation thrummed like a prayer. The fire of the Omnissia burned here now, small but fierce, carving a new shrine of machine logic into the bones of Night City. Chapter 19. Abominable inside the makeshift workshop, energy levels finally stabilized above a reassuring threshold. The Thunder 7 battery allowed Osiris' miniature fusion reactor to breathe, enabling him to focus on long-term planning. Baseline solid for now. Next move, get our eyes out wider, learn what's out there before it bites us in the ass, Osiris muttered to the hovering servoskull. Can't just play defense forever. Intel's worth more than juice these days. He moved to a corner of the bench where the results of his recent grind lay, 3 freshly birthed servo skulls. Unlike the sleek, ancient original that hailed from a Martian forge world, these new ones were Skov-born and rough, skulls pulled from old nomad corpses, scrubbed, reinforced, and stuffed with sensors and processors ripped from dead terminals and rusted junk. Their shells were crude, their cables naked and sparking, lights in their sockets flickering like dying embers. They were ugly but they worked. Built on scraps, driven by necessity, yet fully capable of scanning, mapping, and data relaying. Bootin' up, linking to Swarm Net, Osiris said, plugging one of his mech tendrils into the last replica. Orders are simple, 15 clicks radius from this joint. Sweep it clean. Map the terrain, scan below the dirt, hunt for juice, life signs, whatever is lurking out there. Build me a clean map, flag every odd blip and resource point. The 4 skulls, 1 pristine, 3 gritty, flared alive. Without a word, they shot upward through a retracting hatch and vanished into the yellow haze. Osiris returned to the terminal. His multi-screen setup flickered to life, streaming raw data as the skulls fed back real-time scans. Dunes, busted rock, twisted wrecks, mutant heat signatures, all expected. But the deeper the scans went, the weirder the returns got. One feed caught his eye. A replica skull had pinged a rock wall northwest of town. Geo-echoes showed a huge artificial hollow beneath it, clean geometry, too deep to be natural. Something old, buried, and definitely human-made. Faint, steady low-frequency energy pulsed from inside. At the same time, another skull traced a buried ventilation pipe under the town's dead pump station. Buried under sand and debris, but the alloy wasn't junk, it was Militech grade. The tunnel went down deep in the same direction as that cavity. Large bunker. Not civil lawn work, Osiris muttered, calling all 4 skulls to focus scans there. Data streams merged into a rough 3D map. The underground layout was massive, 50 to 100 meters deep, stretching under the whole town. The northwest rock wall was an access route, the pump station vent a secondary shaft. The whole town was basically a lid slapped over a buried beast. "All right, buddy," he said to the original skull. "Start clearin' that southeast vent. Closer, safer, less noise." The skulls went to work, cutting and drilling through silt for hours until a rusted vent hatch groaned open. A wave of cold, stale air hit, thick with oil rot and trace radiation. Buddy dipped in first, sensors flaring. Smooth walls, composite alloy, stamped with the Militech eagle. The passage dropped for hundreds of meters, opening into a ruined outpost, busted chairs, dead terminals, skeletons in faded uniforms. One terminal still flickered with burn marks. The skull drifted close, extending a fine probe into the damaged port. "Patchin' in, fragmented data detected, run in recovery," Osiris said, eyes locked on the screen. Bits of logs, shredded reports, ghosted messages scrolled by. Project Little Dipper, 7th Outpost, Camouflage Layer, Flint Town, complete, main access hidden. Arasaka sat sweeps rising again, beacon must stay buried. Neural feedback off the charts. Subject 7, full psych burn. Traced to secondary exposure with visitor. HQ order, full lockdown. Cut power, isolate core systems. Await purge command. Then, static. The rest was wiped clean. Osiris froze. Project Little Dipper. Arasaka countermeasures, neural distortion. Visitor, huh? He pieced it together. The town wasn't real, it was a fake shell covering an old Militech black site from the Corpo Wars. They'd been trying to weaponize something from beyond the Blackwall, a rogue AI called the Visitor, to go toe-to-toe with Arasaka's soul killer. When things went sideways, they shut it down and buried the whole damn place. He exhaled, the lenses in his mask narrowing. "You people really tried to leash a digital demon." Dumb but bold. There was no contempt in his voice, just fascination. There could be sealed AI shards down there. Untouched hardware. Intact power cores. Data from forbidden research. Treasure and death in equal measure. Buddy, scrape every readable byte, blueprints, energy maps, everything. Others, drop seismic and energy sensors near the vent and the northwest wall. We're going in dark. Max alert, he ordered. The skulls scattered, silent and precise, a hidden web forming under the town. Osiris turned back to his bench, pulling up every scan and log tagged with Little Dipper. The hum of machines filled the workshop as he plotted next steps, deeper recon, better arms, stronger defenses. If this buried relic held what he thought it did, he'd need to be ready for both jackpot and apocalypse. The surface frontier had been claimed. Now the underworld called. And in the dust and dark, another chapter began. Chapter 20, Underground. The secrets underground occupied most of Osiris' attention, but he didn't slack off on surface monitoring. A fresh sensor net and a bunch of patrolling servoskulls picked up every little twitch the desert made. A few days later, right around dusk, an alarm kicked off. A sharp ping, unauthorized movement on the perimeter, cut through the workshop's hum. Osiris looked up from the underground schematic to the main feed. Real-time visuals from a servoskull showed 3 warm bodies creeping about 2 clicks east of town. They rolled up in a beat-up sand buggy that looked like it had been patched together a dozen times. Slow, careful, stopping every so often to scope the place out. Life form scan, baseline humans. Light cyber mods. Weapons, junk tier guns, makeshift explosives. Movement, twitchy. Recon pattern detected. Threat level, low, the servoskull reported flatly. Not wraiths. Worse gear, more nerves. Just nomad scavvers hoping to score some scrap. Normally, Osiris would have blasted them or let them wander in and get scrapped by his defenses. But this time, he paused. Killing wasted ammo, made a mess, and sometimes drew unwanted eyes. Besides, he'd been itching to test some of his new reverse-engineered neural intrusion code. Let's try something different, he muttered. Scare them off instead of burning energy. Fear's cheap and contagious. He tapped out a quick command string, splicing local net protocols with cyberoptic overlay tech. Buddy, fire up Phantom Protocol. Slip into their visual feeds, rewrite what they see. Run the fear sim. Rest of you, throw in some creepy background noise and mild energy distortion. Copy that, the servoskull replied, drifting off into the fading light. The imitation skulls moved too, spreading out along the edge of town, their emitters generating the faint grind of metal and a low, ghostly hum. The scavvers had no clue. Old cat, this place is giving me the creeps, one of them muttered, a kid's voice shaking a little. Shut it, mole, old cat grumbled, scanning through his cheap scope. Creepy means loot. Look at those frames, could melt M down for a fortune. Dog nose, what's your meter say? Dog nose squinted at his janky detector. Weird readings. Small spikes, wait, what the hell? It's jumpin' all over the place. Above them, the servoskull's data burst slipped into their optics. A spectral overlay loaded clean. Old cat blinked hard. What the? Did you see that? Somethin' just floatin', bro, I saw it too. Mole's voice cracked. Glowing eyes, mun. It's right behind you. In their feeds, a twisted skull with burning blue eyes flickered in and out of existence, floating closer every time they looked away. Stop messin' with me. Old cat barked, voice shaking. But his cyber eye showed the same thing. The sensor's freakin' out. Dog nose yelped, his device beeping like mad, readings spinning out of control. Then, a faint sound like a woman sobbing echoed through the dust, blending with the wind. Frag this. Mole bolted, dropping his iron bar. Fall back. Move your asses. Old cat bellowed, sprinting after him. Dog nose scrambled close behind. They piled into the buggy, fired it up, and tore off like hell itself was on their tail, sand spraying as they vanished into the horizon. The servoskull hovered in silence for a moment, then powered down its injectors. The illusions vanished. The desert went still. Test complete, the skull droned. Low-tier cyberoptic infiltration, 96% success rate. Induced fear response confirmed. Minimal energy cost. Good, Osiris said, satisfied. File Phantom as standard low-threat deterrent. Keep sniffing local comms for any chatter about what they saw. Days later, Buddy played back snippets from intercepted Nomad channels. I'm tellin' ya, Flint Town's haunted. You see things, old cat's crew barely made it out. Floating skulls, screaming ghost crazy shit, stay the hell away from that desert, chum, its cursed rumors spread like wildfire through the wasteland, ghost town. Skull Land. Cursed zone. Osiris stood in his workshop, the reports flickering across the display. The corner of his lip, if he still had one, might be twitched in approval. Fear was the best firewall. Kept out the idiots without drawing in the core. Perfect, he murmured. Let the myths guard the gates. Outside, the desert wind howled. Inside, Osiris turned back to the underground schematics, metal fingers tapping softly, already planning his next move. The ghosts outside were just the warm-up act. Chapter 21, Device. Within the temporary workshop, energy levels finally stabilized above a reassuring threshold. Osiris stood before the central workbench, several silver-gray mechanical tendrils operating smoothly beneath his dark red robes, as if possessing independent consciousness. They were equipped with laser calibrators, microfield generation modules, and high-frequency particle scanning probes, meticulously working around a single object, the dark gold dodecahedron, an ancient relic that had brought him to this world. Under the workshop's unique mixed lighting, a blend of cool white artificial light sources and the various indicator lights of the equipment, the relic's surface glowed with seemingly living patterns, exuding a profound, almost biological aesthetic. It hovered on an invisible support structure formed by complex force field coils, slowly rotating at a constant angular velocity, like some otherworldly star. Energy injection attempt, sequence 7. Output frequency adjusted to the tau meson resonance interval, Osiris instructed in a low voice, addressing both himself and the servoskull floating to one side, responsible for recording. An energy interface at the tip of one tendril emitted a hum almost beyond the limits of hearing, precisely channeling highly purified electrical energy into a specific geometric node on the relic's surface. For an instant, the energy fluctuations within the relic showed a faint ripple, and a barely perceptible glimmer appeared on its surface patterns, but then it immediately extinguished, as if falling into a deeper dormancy. The multispectrum detector beside the workbench emitted a low-frequency warning tone. Another failure, Osiris pulled the tendril back, his optical lens automatically adjusting focus, the cold mirror surface reflecting the unmoving artifact. Conventional energy injection efficiency is below 0.3%. Most of it is absorbed or dissipated into some internal dimension hidden within the Planck-scale spatial structure. This violates all known energy-matter conversion models. He unconsciously made a gesture of rubbing his brow, though his reinforced faceplate no longer required this physiological action. This habit from his human days remained, signaling that he was entering a state of deep deduction. Perhaps we have fundamentally misunderstood it. He turned to the servoskull, as if addressing a trusted colleague. What it needs might not be pure physical energy, or at least not entirely. Re-examine the sensory data from the crossing event, that intense pain of consciousness being disassembled and reassembled, deeper, more fundamental. A hypothesis flashed through his processing core. Psionics. The word was uttered with a mechanical cadence, carrying a hint of the caution inherent to an Adeptus Mechanicus member, yet mixed with purely technical curiosity. Is the ignition tied to the warp, or some kind of similar interdimensional glitch field? Servoskull, retrieve all environmental monitoring data from the entire transversal event. Focus on anomalous energy spectra and my consciousness fluctuation records. Command confirmed. Blue light swirled in the skull's eye sockets, projecting a series of complex data onto the main screen. As expected. Osiris murmured, it needs a fuse, a key capable of prying open dimensional structures. Pure energy is the fuel, but what ignites it and points the way is a specific kind of consciousness, or mental power, what the Warhammer universe calls psionics. Calculate, Osiris ordered the servo-skull. If we attempt to simulate the resonant frequency required for psionic activation with raw energy, what is the theoretical minimum energy spike required? The servo-skull fell silent for a brief moment, its internal processors running at full speed. Finally, a number appeared on the screen. Estimated theoretical minimum activation energy threshold, approximately 1/3 of Night City's total power grid peak load generation, sustained for 1.7 seconds. Or, the total energy released by 50 kilograms of weapons-grade enriched uranium undergoing instantaneous fission under ideal conditions. ****. Osiris gazed at the number, his optical lenses flickering slightly. 1/3 of Night City's electricity, or 50 kilograms of enriched uranium. He repeated in a tone bordering on a sigh, truly. A formidable threshold. He carefully placed the relic into a specially designed energy-shielded storage box. The plan needs major adjustments, he declared, facing the window. Chapter 22. Trouble. A few evenings later, the blood-red setting sun dyed the boundless desert into a hazy, yellow oil painting. The workshop's automatic defense network sent an early warning. A familiar heat signature was approaching at an alarming speed, driving the Goodwood, a vehicle patched up countless times, leaving a trail of flying dust in the desert. It was Rebecca. But she was alone. Osiris' brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Her behavior indicated an unusual urgency. Most likely, something had gone bad. The Goodwood let out a screeching roar, a violent skid, almost slamming into the garage door with its momentum. The car door was violently kicked open, and Rebecca's small figure impatiently jumped out, stumbling towards the workshop entrance. She looked terrible. Her hair was matted with sweat and dust, her eyes were swollen and red, her lips trembling uncontrollably. Her jacket was stained with dark oil and black bloodstains, emitting a pungent smell of rust mixed with gunpowder. "Jack the hatch." Quickly popped the barrier. She had forgotten the discreet signal, instead pounding on the heavy metal-reinforced door with her scarred fists, her voice filled with a thick sob. Osiris gestured for the servo-skull to deactivate the alert level. The heavy baffle slowly slid open. As soon as the door opened a crack, Rebecca squeezed in, almost falling. She saw Osiris' tall, dark red armored figure, and her eyes, blurred by tears, burned with hope. "Save Pilar." She was incoherent, her voice trembling. He's almost flatlined, those damn city rippers, either they're charging 50 Gs of scratch, or they just shake their heads and say he's a dead man walking. Osiris' optical lens quickly scanned her entire body. No severe open wounds. "Calm down, Rebecca." His synthetic voice remained steady, but he actively adjusted the audio frequency, deliberately reducing some of the cold metallic quality, and injecting a subtle, attempting to soothe undertone. "State slowly. What happened to Pilar?" Specifics of his injuries. Rebecca gasped several times, trying to suppress her trembling. "It was that damn haul from last time. Boss Main took a tough gig, and ended up running straight into a chrome trap. The other side was FING prepared, the heat was too heavy. Pilar, that fool Pilar to cover Dorio's retreat, was locked onto by the enemy's smart lock iron. It was a hard knocks round, it directly punched through his meat, damaging his spinal web and several vital organs, and it detonated all the old, outdated internal chrome inside him, causing a system meltdown." She couldn't continue, only staring fixedly at Osiris. "Boss, you can even fix my eyes and Pilar's busted shoulder so well. You got the magic digits, right? Save him, he's my only family. I only have him." Osiris listened in silence. He quickly constructed a preliminary injury simulation model. From a technical standpoint, it was not impossible. His brief silence plunged Rebecca's heart into an ice cellar. "Boss." Osiris looked up, his crimson optical lenses steadily focused on her. "His injuries are critical. The treatment process will consume specific biomaterial and energy from my reserves. These resources were originally planned for other important projects. Rebecca's face turned ashen. But Osiris' tone suddenly shifted, it is not irreversible. A ray of hope flared in Rebecca's cybernetic eyes. I can treat Pilar, Osiris continued, his tone maintaining his usual matter-of-fact steadiness, but as an equivalent exchange, I will need to collect medical fees. How much? I'll get you however much. I'll run the tightest gig for it. Rebecca cried out desperately. I don't need money. Osiris shook his head, his optical lenses flickering slightly. What I need are research materials. More diverse, well-preserved neural processors, biochips, and any cybernetic components containing unknown alloy compositions or abnormal energy signal characteristics, with new models or special markings. The quality must be far superior to those scraps you brought last time. Rebecca immediately reacted, nodding her head, no problem. Absolutely no problem. As long as you can save Pilar, we'll deliver the entire data slate. Boss Main and Doria will definitely help with all their might. I swear on everything. Agreement reached. Osiris nodded slightly. Where is the injured person now? Time is of the essence, pre-treatment must begin immediately. Chapter 23, Treatment 1545 words. Rebecca drove the weathered Goodwood, its engine roaring almost tear, carrying Osiris and herself, speeding madly towards Night City. Osiris' massive frame almost filled the passenger seat, his dark red robe clashing with the chaotic interior of the car. The servo skull hovered silently in the back seat, the eerie glow in its eye sockets flickering in the dim car. Rebecca's heartbeat almost synchronized with the engine's roar. Her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, knuckles white from the effort, occasionally glancing through tear-blurred eyes at the silent red figure beside her. Osiris, however, was unusually calm, his optical sensors coolly scanning the rapidly passing barren landscape outside the window, which was gradually replaced by dense, dilapidated, and neon-flashing megastructures. The air began to mix with a complex scent of ozone, exhaust fumes, cheap spices, and some ineffable urban metabolic waste. This was Night City, gradually overlapping with fragmented information in his database and game impressions from distant memories, but even more real, rough and oppressive. We're almost there. It's in the Watson, Thousand Needles Clinic at Glenn's Place. Rebecca's voice still trembled. She sharply turned the steering wheel, and the car plunged into a dimly lit alley piled with trash, the screeching brakes drawing a few wary barks, and a peek from behind a window. The car stopped at the back door of an unassuming shop, its neon sign flashing with a misspelled, Thousand Needles Augmentation and Repair. Rebecca almost jumped out of the car, stumbling as she pushed open the reinforced metal door that required considerable force to open. Osiris bent down to exit the car, the servo skull following him silently. His tall figure immediately attracted a few malevolent gazes from the shadows of the alley, but his crimson optical lenses merely swept over them casually, the cold, inhuman sensation making those gazes instantly retract. The clinic's interior was smaller and more cluttered than it appeared from the outside. The air was a mix of strong disinfectant, burnt circuits, cheap lubricant, and a faint, undeniable smell of blood. Various models of unknown origin, suspicious second-hand or scrapped cyberware parts were piled on shelves or in boxes, filling almost every corner. An old medical chair and a simple operating table occupied the center, stained with fresh and old marks. A tall, gaunt man with disheveled hair and sunken eyes was frantically operating a life monitor, trying to stabilize the dying Pilar on the operating table. He wore a dirty leather apron, his arms exposed with crude, homemade data ports. Doria was also there, arms crossed, leaning against the wall, her face solemn. Seeing Rebecca and Osiris enter, especially Osiris' attire, a flicker of surprise and doubt crossed her eyes. Pilar on the operating table was as pale as paper, his breathing weak, his abdomen covered with thick, blood-soaked gauze. He was connected to several buzzing, makeshift instruments displaying extremely unstable vital signs. A strange smell of burnt tissue and melted metal lingered in the air. How is he? Rebecca rushed over, her voice trembling. The Ripperdoc named Glenn looked up, his face etched with anxiety and helplessness, sweat soaking his temples. Rebecca. God, you're here. I did my best. The bleeding's temporarily slowed, but the internal organ damage is too severe, nerve bundles are completely ruined, infection index is off the charts. And those damned poor-quality cyberware fragments. I can't do anything here. Unless he's immediately sent to a big hospital, with the highest grade. His voice trailed off, his gaze fixed on Osiris behind Rebecca, especially the hovering servoskull, his mouth slightly agape, an expression of disbelief on his face. Who is this? Glenn, don't ask. This is the boss, he can save Pilar. Boss, please. Rebecca cried out, almost in tears, placing all her hope on Osiris. Osiris ignored Glenn's astonished gaze and walked directly to the operating table. His optical lenses quickly performed a comprehensive scan of Pilar, and a waterfall of detailed, nano-level damage reports instantly streamed across his visual interface. The situation was critical, consistent with Rebecca's description, and slightly exacerbated by Glenn's crude initial handling. Osiris raised a hand, interrupting any questions Glenn might have had. His voice, transmitted through his faceplate, was calm and unwavering. Situation assessed. Can be handled. Need to clear the area, maintain an absolutely sterile environment. Sterile. Glenn looked at his cluttered, blood-stained clinic, thinking the other party was joking. Osiris did not explain. A blue light flashed in the servoskull's eye sockets, and an invisible, low-power antibacterial UV field and air purification wave rapidly spread out from it, precisely enveloping the entire operating area. At the same time, several slender and precise mechanical tentacles elegantly extended from under Osiris' robe sleeves, their tips gleaming with various precision medical tools, high-frequency laser scalpels, nanosutures, tissue regeneration induction probes, microscopic material extraction claws. Glenn and Dorio both widened their eyes, speechless, stunned by this display of technology beyond their comprehension. Servoskull, assist with scanning, real-time monitoring of vital signs, provide optimal surgical path planning, Osiris commanded. Command confirmed, the skull responded, its mandible opening and closing, projecting a clear holographic image that perfectly presented Pilar's internal injuries in 3 dimensions, with astonishing detail. Osiris' surgery began. His movements were too fast for human vision to capture, yet they possessed a mechanical, absolute precision and elegance. Lasers precisely cut, nanoprobes cleverly cleared fragments, regenerative energy stimulated tissue to heal rapidly, and nanobots even repaired and optimized damaged neural networks and old, inferior cyberware interfaces at a microscopic level. Glenn was completely dumbfounded, the tool in his hand clattering to the floor. Like an apprentice, he watched every incomprehensible operation with a mixture of greed and bewilderment, unconsciously muttering, "This is impossible. This precision. This technology. Unheard of." Dorio also held her breath, the scene before her making her fully understand the source of Rebecca's confidence. Rebecca covered her mouth tightly, tears silently falling, but her eyes were filled with rekindled hope. The surgery lasted less than an hour. When Osiris retracted the last mechanical tentacle, the terrible wound on Pilar's abdomen had disappeared, leaving only almost imperceptible new skin. His complexion had regained its color, his breathing was steady and strong, and he even appeared healthier than before his injury. Osiris took a syringe from under his robe and handed it to the servoskull. It contained his self-made synthetic agent, rich in nutrients and energy matrix, which was injected into Pilar's jugular vein. "Wake him." The agent took effect extremely quickly. Pilar's eyelids fluttered a few times, then slowly opened his eyes. He first looked at the ceiling blankly, then instinctively touched his abdomen, where there should have been a large hole. "I'm not dead." His voice was a little hoarse, but clear and strong. Rebecca rushed to the side of the operating table, crying and laughing. Pilar tried to sit up, a movement that made Glenn gasp, but Pilar did it easily. He even surprisingly moved his limbs and waist. "My God. I feel great. It's like I'm a new person. All those old minor ailments seem to be gone." He looked at Osiris, his eyes filled with awe and gratitude. "Boss, it was you." Osiris nodded slightly, "Part of the deal. Remember your sister's promised medical fee?" Glenn finally recovered from his extreme shock. He excitedly stepped forward, his voice trembling. "Sir, how did you do that? This technology, it's a miracle. I have been in the Watson for over 10 years, I've never seen. May I ask you?" His eyes were fervent, filled with a thirst for knowledge and reverence for absolute technology. Osiris' crimson optical lenses turned to Glenn, calmly observing him. This Ripperdox technique was crude, his environment simple, but he seemed to have tried his best, and the desire for technology in his eyes was genuine. Perhaps there was potential for training, an acolyte who could execute his will in this place. But he did not immediately respond to Glenn's excited inquiry, only stating indifferently, "Your methods urgently need standardization, and your knowledge needs updating." After speaking, he no longer looked at Glenn, turning instead to Rebecca and Dorio. "This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. Take him back for 24 hours of rest to adapt to the new neural interface." His attitude was cold and direct, as if what he had just completed was not a miracle of resurrection, but merely a routine equipment repair. This contrast further highlighted his unfathomable depth. He said no more, turned and walked towards the door, the hem of his dark red robe sweeping the ground. The servo-skull followed silently. Rebecca quickly nodded and, together with Dorio, helped Pilar, who was still adapting to his new body. Glenn stood rooted to the spot, watching Osiris' red back disappear outside the door, and the pale skull hovering behind him, a storm raging in his heart. He knew that everything he had witnessed today had completely overturned his understanding of cyberware medicine. That mysterious master's last words, were they like a splash of cold water, or a faint starlight guiding him to an unknown realm? He opened his mouth, but ultimately could not say anything, his heart unable to calm for a long time. Chapter 24, Value. The desert workshop hummed with an atmosphere of inhuman, focused efficiency. Main team's heavy transport rolled to a stop outside the open area. Pilar's miraculous recovery and Rebecca's accounts of the mysterious boss and his extraordinary skill had silenced their skepticism, replacing it with a volatile mix of curiosity and respect. They had come to pay a debt and assess the cost of their future. The interior of the workshop was sterilely bright. Restored solar panels provided ample luminescence, augmented by various homemade lamps casting a clean, warm white light. The air carried faint, contrasting scents of heated exotic metals, clean coolant, and the sharp, antiseptic freshness of ozone, the lingering trace of high-precision operations. Main's massive frame filled the doorway, his metal boots striking the clean concrete with an authoritative clank. His gaze, a blend of sincere gratitude and hard-earned Night City scrutiny, locked onto Osiris's dark red robe and matte face mask. Dorio stood beside him, poised and vigilant. Falco, meanwhile, enthusiastically scanned the array of humming, semi-finished devices and bespoke tools, especially the silent servo-skull floating to the side, its moving mandible and eerie glow captivating his enthusiast's attention. Osiris turned, his crimson optical lenses calmly studying his visitors, and offered a slight, mechanical nod. The heavy silence that followed felt like a deliberate pressure differential, lasting over 10 seconds. Main finally broke it, his voice deep and slow, carrying the undeniable gravity of a man whose word is currency in the worst parts of the city. "You saved my people," he began, his gaze unwavering. "And Rebecca. In Night City, that's a debt I won't forget." Osiris's response, however, was clinical, reframing the profound human concept of a favor into a sterile transaction. Equivalent exchange. Protocol requires compensation for resources expended. The synthetic voice from the mask was utterly devoid of human cadence, dismissing the heavy human favor in Main's words. The agreement was fulfilled, compensation was rendered. A mechanical tentacle silently extended, retrieving a data pad detailing the astronomical value of the materials consumed, a value that would make any Night City fixer gasp. Main's brow furrowed, his prepared diplomatic probe now useless. The other party's purely functional, aloof attitude defied the expectations of any power player he had ever met. He decided to cut the pleasantries. The wind outside brought the low, chaotic murmur of the distant city, highlighting the quiet tension in the shed. "Rebecca said you're a tech loner," Main stated, his gaze sweeping over the creations in the workshop that screamed of technology beyond this era. But I've run in corporate wars and I've never seen performance like yours. Where did you acquire this technology? What is your objective? Why did you assist them? The questions were pointed and suspicious. Dorio subtly shifted her weight, and Falco's fingers tightened unconsciously. Osiris showed no offense, no evasion. His crimson lenses simply held Main's gaze, as if processing a predictable set of variables. My origins are irrelevant to your current operational parameters, Main. Osiris's voice remained steady, yet now carried undeniable, measured authority. As for my objective and the motivation for providing assistance. His mechanical tentacle lifted, pointing deliberately toward the crew. The calculation is simple. I have assessed your potential operational value. Main and the others froze. Value in this city, that word almost always preceded exploitation. Osiris continued, his tone like stating a fundamental law of physics. You possess foundational urban knowledge and decentralized network capability. However, your equipment is obsolete, and your cybernetic integration is crude, resulting in severely restricted operational efficiency and survival probability. His critique was a cold, precise scalpel, dissecting their greatest, unspoken anxieties. He swept his optical sensors over each member, precisely detailing their technical flaws. Main, reactive armor exhibits suboptimal energy dispersal efficiency. Dorio, tendon soft tissue degradation exceeds acceptable parameters. Pharmacological agents induce unacceptable latency in neural feedback loops. Falco, sensor sweep model incompatibility results in data fusion entropy. With each accurate, damning diagnosis, the recipient's posture grew more rigid. And Osiris slightly lifted his chin, radiating absolute technical confidence even through the mask, can provide technical support that defies local material and schematics. From advanced weapon optimization and maintenance to custom, high-fidelity cybernetic integration, surpassing current corporate standards. He paused, letting the promise of power sink into the tense silence. My proposal dictates an adjustment to the operational structure, cessation of fragmented, singular transactions. I require a continuous, protocol-driven cooperative relationship. You will procure resources and execute designated reconnaissance or acquisition missions for me. In return, I will initiate a comprehensive technical upgrade for the entire unit. Osiris's crimson lenses fixed on Main's face. This will increase your success metrics and extend your operational longevity when engaging in high-risk contracts. It is an evolutionary necessity, enabling the avoidance of detrimental inefficiencies, such as the near-fatal hardware failure observed yesterday. The silence that followed was absolute. Main's rugged face muscles twitched. Osiris had weaponized his team's greatest vulnerabilities. The technology promised was everything they needed to survive and ascend in Night City, yet the cost was their autonomy. Requires deliberation, Main finally managed, his voice heavier than before. I require time to consult with my team. Understood, Osiris replied, crisp and immediate. My offer is quantified but finite. Return with your determination. And he concluded, turning toward Rebecca, the first batch of medical fees must be delivered upon return. He gave no further attention to their departure, turning instead to his workbench. The tall, dark red figure, bathed in the clean light, picked up an unfinished component. A mechanical tentacle extended, and the laser welding pen ignited with a sizzling blue-white light, its focused intensity signaling the end of the negotiation. Chapter 25. The Price of Progress. 1388 words. The desert night was cold and silent, with only the eternal wind howling through the twisted metal and broken concrete of this forgotten ruin. But inside the only intact large building in the center of the abandoned town Osiris occupied, it was a different scene. Energy pipelines emitted a stable, low-frequency hum, and the delicate sounds of various automated tool arms working in concert wove together into an efficient yet cold industrial symphony. The air was filled with the sharp scent of ozone, the hot aroma of molten metal, and the chemical smell of freshly painted insulation. The medical fees paid by the main team, along with resources from several subsequent exploratory transactions, were neatly categorized and stacked in a corner of the workshop. Unlike the true scrap that Rebecca and Pilar had previously salvaged, the quality of these materials was a qualitative leap. Perfectly packaged military-grade high-energy batteries, complete with the Militech company logo. Advanced neural processor prototypes with clear texture and a faint glow, clearly unregistered outflows from some laboratory, several alloy ingots of special composition, displaying subtle iridescence under specific lighting and marked with indecipherable corporate internal codes, and even a small box of initially refined rare metals, sealed in inert gas, which are the cornerstone of many high-precision devices. These were the true hard currency, the wealth from the shadows of Night City, obtained by the main team through their underground channels and unconventional means, from unplanned outflows from corporate fringe laboratories, secret circulations in black market networks, or certain never-to-be-disclosed accidental gains. The resource channels are stabilized. Material utilization registers as highly efficient. Osiris stood before the central workbench, a slender yet powerful mechanical tentacle deftly picking up a high-energy battery and precisely embedding it into the power supply module currently being assembled. His voice came through his faceplate, synthesized and cool, with a barely perceptible hint of calculated satisfaction. "Buddy, it appears the conditions are adequate for Phase 2 implementation." On one side of his visual interface, complex holographic blueprint data streams continuously scrolled. The most important project was an efficient, stable power supply module, specifically designed for the dimensional dimension device. "Buddy, recalibrate output waveform stability. Fluctuation tolerance ceiling, 0.03%, Osiris commanded, his gaze never leaving the circuit he was soldering. Directive confirmed. The servoskull's eye sockets glowed with a faint blue light, and a precise laser guidance beam projected onto the nascent power supply module. Several mechanical tentacles worked in concert, arranging the battery pack in the optimal array. Before investing more resources into expanding the power supply module, Osiris once again placed the dark golden regular dodecahedron in the special energy field at the center of the workbench, connecting the output end of the newly constructed module. "Buddy, initiate real-time energy flow and structural feedback telemetry. Report all deviation anomalies instantly." Directive confirmed. The servoskull floated quietly beside him, its scanning beam enveloping the dimensional relic. A stable energy flow poured into the relic, its complex patterns gradually lighting up on its surface, emitting a soft yet profound glow. Osiris intently observed the data stream. Analysis indicates unexpected parameters. He murmured to himself, his fingers rapidly sliding across the virtual interface. "It is not merely absorbing energy, it appears to be initiating a verification sequence, a data recording protocol." After half an hour of intensive calculations and data sifting, two relatively stable, structurally peculiar coordinate parameters were isolated and clearly marked on his visual interface. Two distinct coordinates. He mused, his metal finger gently stroking the cold, smooth surface of the relic. One may correspond to the original insertion point. The second, what is its vector? An adjacent dimensional field? Or merely a localized node within this sector? An indescribable tremor, a pure logistical curiosity, flowed through his core processor. However, when he tried to inject more energy, the light on the dimensional dimension device's surface quickly dimmed, and all reactions ceased abruptly. Energy input remains below 5% of theoretical minimum, Osiris finally concluded, a trace of professional regret in his tone. All deep-level functions remain inaccessible. "Buddy, priority reset, full-scale power supply module expansion is mandated." He carefully removed the dimensional dimension device from the energy field and placed it back into its specialized shielded box. No need for expedited execution. "We will attempt reinitiation when the power output increases." Temporarily setting aside his exploration of the ancient relic, Osiris turned his attention to more pressing practical needs, defense protocols. He walked to the biological processing table in the colder area on the other side of the workshop, where 4 human specimens lay flat, the recent resource providers. Memory data was retrieved. A few days ago, a group of nomads had trespassed upon this modified sector of abandoned territory, mistakenly believing they had located an unguarded storage cache. They attempted to initiate aggressive seizure without proper reconnaissance. Their fate was predetermined. The automated perimeter sentry guns and static electric traps instantly neutralized their combat functionality. Osiris personally secured 4 of the most physically viable subjects. The remaining trespassers were discarded due to inefficiency. Now the 4 subjects were consciously aware. The potent biological tranquilizer prevented motor control, yet preserved full sensory perception. Terror, like cold venom, saturated every neural pathway. Their eyes were wide, bloodshot, fixed on the ceiling. Suppressed whimpers of ho-ho escaped their throats. "Please. Please, boss." One of the largest men, with a knife scar on his face, squeezed out an inaudible plea through gritted teeth, "Don't flatline us. We'll pay the scratch, anything you need." Osiris's gaze swept over these materials, his optical sensors recording their vital signs, redundant biological system reactions to irreversible logical outcomes. His movements were without the slightest hesitation, exhibiting absolute precision and efficiency. Biological tissue activity is within acceptable parameters. "Buddy, initiate combat servitor conversion protocol," he announced calmly. "Retain core motor functions, excise all inefficient and autonomous control sectors. Required output, completely compliant combat units." Mechanical tentacles, like a precise swarm, extended quietly, their ends glinting with various surgical tools. First was the modification of the brain. A slender probe, guided by the servoskull's laser, precisely pierced above the eye socket, reaching the prefrontal lobe region. High-frequency microcurrents were precisely released, ablating the neural clusters responsible for personal will, complex emotions, fear, and creativity. The pleas for mercy ceased abruptly. The light in those eyes, which had been filled with extreme fear and pleading, rapidly dissipated, becoming hollow, vacant, and unfocused. All struggles, all personal history, all greed and fear, were utterly erased in that moment. Prefrontal ablation complete. Biological emotional interference registers as 0, Osiris confirmed to the servoskull, his tone as calm as a data readout. "Buddy, prepare implant array, control chip and optical sensor interface installation." Next, the mechanical tentacles began a comprehensive physical enhancement. Skin was cut open, muscle tissue peeled back, revealing the underlying bones. Skeletal frameworks made of reinforced alloy were precisely implanted and integrated with the original structures. The original optical eyeballs were removed, replaced by low-light enhanced optical sensors, flashing with a single, merciless red light. Weapon interfaces were pre-embedded in the arms or shoulders, with connecting cables directly wired into the newly implanted processing hub. The air was filled with a potent mixture of disinfectant, blood, and bioelectrolyte. Standard Combat Servitor Adeptus Mechanicus Heavy Combat Servitor. These 4 combat servitor units will reach basic initialization state in approximately 4 standard hours, Osiris observed, evaluating the unit's projected performance. While their efficiency rating does not approach original Mechanicus specifications, they are projected to provide adequate mitigation against local security breaches. The resource-to-output ratio is acceptable. The servoskull's mandible clicked, a silent, mechanical affirmation. Osiris turned, his gaze sweeping over the resource piles, the stably operating power supply module, and the steel guardians transforming on the platform. A subtle, quiet sense of professional satisfaction flowed through his logical circuits. Although the path of return remained complex, every step forward was traceable and verifiable. He picked up a power soldering iron, and once again immersed himself in the work of expanding the power supply module. Mechanical tentacles danced silently under his precise mental control, blue electrical sparks occasionally splashing, briefly illuminating the hem of his dark red robe, his cold mechanical arm, and his expressionless metal faceplate. Affirmative. Buddy, resume power module expansion. Chapter 26, Raid Prep 1487 Words. The desert night was cold and silent, with only the eternal wind howling through the twisted metal and broken concrete of this forgotten Badlands ruin. However, inside the only well-preserved large building in the center of the abandoned town occupied by Osiris, time had quietly passed during focused work, and the scene had been completely transformed. Days later, the once somewhat empty workshop had been efficiently reconfigured, every inch of space given a clear function and order. Most striking was the nascent power core in the center of the workshop. It was no longer the crude battery array it once was, but a composite structure made of a primary fusion reactor and multiple magnetic confinement rings. Exposed energy conduits and a not yet fully enclosed reaction zone temporarily revealed a rugged industrial form, but the stable low-frequency harmonics within, and the continuously rising energy readings on the operation terminal heralded a nearly infinite power supply potential. The entire workshop thus operated in an overloaded state. The lighting system output was constant and dazzling, tool torque was maintained at peak, and the air purification unit ran at full speed, almost completely filtering out metal particulates and exhaust. By the wall, for combat servitor had completed their initialization procedures. They stood silently, their reinforced alloy shells gleaming with a cold light, their head optical sensors still dormant, lenses dark. All weapon systems had passed final calibration, energy cells were fully charged, and physical ammunition belts were loaded, ready to be activated at any moment, becoming silent guardians, efficient tactical units, or the ruthless extension of their operators' will. Osiris stood in the center of the workshop, surveying his creations. Tools on the workbench were arranged with millimeter-level precision, newly manufactured parts glowed faintly with cold processing luster, and data streams on the terminal screens refreshed steadily like a waterfall. The servoskull, Buddy, hovered to one side of the energy core, performing monitoring tasks, the blue light in its eye sockets blinking at a constant frequency. A uniform energy field permeated the space, all systems were under precise control and optimal operation, presenting a deep satisfaction brought by a near-perfect integration. His gaze finally fell upon the wall, a high-precision regional map, continuously surveyed and updated in real time by a cluster of servoskulls. Topographical data, resource coordinates, and mutant creature nest locations were all marked with extremely fine lines, and several new trajectories, radiating from the southeast towards the town, were continuously spreading across the map as brightly highlighted red vector lines. Just then, a replica servoskull, which had been performing patrol and monitoring tasks in the outer perimeter, transmitted an encrypted data stream. Alert, high-volume vehicular movement detected. Bearing, southeast, 22 kilometers. Unit count, 7. Configuration, heavily armored pickups and one suspected APC. Thermal signature matches 87% probability of Wraith's unit ID. Behavior pattern, low-speed search sequence. Inferred intent, retaliatory sweep and asset recovery. Osiris' optical lens instantly focused, magnifying the glaring red vector lines, his logic core rapidly processing, cross-referencing data. Scaled deployment. Augmented asset loading. Objective registers not merely as punitive action, but as total threat elimination and reputation stabilization. He analyzed calmly, his synthesized voice clear and unwavering in the empty, humming workshop. The behavioral metrics remain inefficient, but the kinetic threat level has significantly increased. He felt no fear, only a calm sense of the expected trouble has finally arrived, even with a hint of clinical anticipation to verify equipment performance. His logic core began to rapidly calculate the win rates, resource consumption, and potential risks of various response plans. Notify the main team. The thought was immediately discarded. The relationship between him and Maine was one of equal employment and cooperation, and on a technical level, he even held the dominant position. Utilizing external assets for this localized threat was inefficient and unnecessary. This was his territory, his operational anomaly, and it was only logical that he resolve it personally. This was not arrogance, but a principle derived from a clear understanding of his own capabilities and efficient problem-solving. Containment efficiency is rated at 100%. He affirmed to himself, and to the hovering Buddy, his tone imbued with the calm confidence born of absolute technical strength. Thanks to the trading channels established with the main team, he not only obtained high-quality batteries and materials, but also, through Maine's clandestine network, successfully purchased a small batch of high-purity, stabilized subfusion fuel rods for a substantial but entirely worthwhile fee transaction that required serious scratch. This was the key to the successful ignition and stable operation of the nascent fusion reactor core beneath his feet. Although these fuel rods were far from comparable to the sacred fusion cores of the Adeptus Mechanicus homeworld, their energy density and stability far surpassed the common energy sources of this world. Just yesterday, he personally performed the fuel rod replacement and injection process. The process was solemn and precise. He shut down the reactor's non-core zones, and his mechanical tentacles, as if performing delicate surgery, removed the old, inefficient fuel cells before precisely inserting the new, faintly glowing blue fuel rods into the core chamber. As a deeper hum resonated, the energy output curve instantly became stable and robust, leaping several orders of magnitude. A surging flow of energy immediately coursed through every conduit in the workshop, and also filled every energy conduit within his own body. A long-lost feeling of immense power had returned. The creations on his person from Mars, whether the radiation pistol concealed beneath his robes, the laser cutter integrated into his mechanical arm, the grotesquely shaped exterminator pistol hanging at his waist, or the phosphorus weapon capable of melting a Lehman Russ tank into scrap metal in the Warhammer universe, had all completely shed their previous energy-starved state. They now docilely adhered to his body, their internal energy capacitors fully charged, emitting a faint, dangerous thermal signal that only he could perceive, like slumbering beasts, waiting for his single thought to awaken and spew forth the destructive flames of another dark universe. Though he was not a sage of the Adeptus Mechanicus, as an experienced tech priest, his full combat capability was finally restored here, sufficient to handle most challenges of this world. External observation units, elevate to maximum alert status. Maintain continuous trace of hostile assets, calculate approach probabilities, estimated contact intervals, and simulate optimal interdiction coordinates. Buddy, inject threat response protocol, Bastion, into all active servitor chassis. Command actuation on standby. He fluently issued a series of commands, his voice still steady, yet revealing a sharpened edge. Command confirmed. Protocol, Bastion, is ready. All systems responding to highest level directives. The servoskull clicked in response, and on the projected light screen, the speed of the data stream suddenly accelerated. Osiris walked steadily towards the four silent combat servitor. He reached out, his cold metal fingers stroking the shoulder-mounted rocket launcher of one of them like caressing a loyal dog, sensing the subtle tremor of its internal mechanisms on standby. Servitor initialization, complete. 100% operational. System requires field validation of combat effectiveness. His tone was as calm as if arranging a routine debug, yet the destructive power it contained was unmistakable. Activation commands on standby. Deployment objective, utilize fragmented urban terrain for multi-layered ambush architecture and kinetic interdiction. Prioritize concentrated energy fire on hostile mobility assets and heavy iron, followed by unit-level eradication. He was not anxious about the impending conflict, instead, he became even more focused and calm. He returned to the main workbench, brought up the servitor weapon system interface, performed a final quick soft calibration, and fine-tuned their coordinated combat command sequences and fire distribution priorities. His movements were meticulous, precise to the millisecond, as if what lay before him was not a bloody battle, but a precise technical demonstration. Inside the workshop, the atmosphere remained focused and orderly, even more so, with a cold, poised sharpness. The energy core ran stably, emitting a reassuring low-frequency hum. The servitors stood silently, like ancient warriors in steel sarcophagi. The servoskulls moved soundlessly, and on the monitoring screens, the distant red dots representing threats continued to approach unhurriedly. Osiris stood among his creations, his mechanical body, brimming with powerful energy, beneath his dark red robe, the hem of which moved without wind. Outside the window, the setting sun was painting the boundless desert a canvas of twilight yellow and blood red, and the eternal wind seemed to carry a hint of an unusual clamor, like the clash of metal. A storm was gathering on the horizon, but he had built a technological bulwark, sharpened blades of steel, and awakened dormant fury. This was a calm before the storm, supported by absolute technical confidence, ample material preparation, and his newly restored, tank-shredding personal combat power. He merely awaited those uninvited chums to ignorantly step into the ultimate testing ground, a fusion of ruins, steel, and destructive flames, meticulously prepared for them by him, the tech priest. Chapter 27. 1358 words execution of protocol stronghold. Osiris stood silently in the center of the workshop, with 4 combat servitor units standing guard around him, waiting in silent, chilling obedience. The air was thick with the special scent of engine oil and heated metal, and the low, reassuring hum of the fusion energy core infused the space with a palpable, calming rhythm. Through his visual interface, he clearly saw 7 glowing red points, the Wraith's iron, slowly entering the ruins on the outskirts of the town, tracking the most probable path predicted by the servo skull. Hostile assets entering preset interdiction zone. Initiate protocol stronghold. His voice, synthesized and flat through his faceplate, was devoid of human tremor. The command was instantly routed to each combat unit. The optical sensors in the eye sockets of 3 imitation skulls and 4 combat servitor lit up simultaneously, emitting a steady, focused crimson glow. The heavy footsteps of the servitor crushed the weathered ground, producing metallic clangs, before they dispersed silently and swiftly according to their preset tactical paths, taking up positions on various high ground and crossfire points alongside the servo skulls. Osiris slowly walked out of the workshop. The hem of his dark red robe settled in the rising wasteland wind. He did not choose to conceal himself, instead walking directly towards the relatively open square in the center of the town, like a master craftsman approaching his testing rig. On his shoulder, the servo skull buddy hovered silently, the blue light swirling in its eye sockets, projecting a real-time battlefield overview, hostile unit details, and environmental parameters into his vision, forming a complex and devastating data network. The first modified pickup truck roared around a corner, its rusty body welded with crude metal plates. Behind the heavy machine gun mounted on its roof, a wraith, heavily chromed and covered in grotesque tattoos, was yelling wildly, fueled by pure adrenaline and rage. He didn't even get to register where the attack came from. A burst of dense gunfire suddenly erupted from a second-story window in the ruins on the right. A heavy machine gun operated by a combat servitor fired precise, programmed short bursts. 7mm armor-piercing rounds instantly tore through the engine hood and penetrated the fuel tank. The pickup truck exploded into a burning iron coffin, hot metal fragments scattering everywhere, its wreckage blocking half the street. A line of data flashed across the visual interface, Target 1 eliminated. Kinetic delivery rated 98% effective. Interdiction efficiency registers nominal, Osiris murmured to the servo skull on his shoulder. Record firing metrics and resource consumption data, buddy. The subsequent vehicles screeched to a halt, the piercing sound of tires tearing through the brief silence. The Wraith's members jumped out in a panic, attempting to organize a counterattack using the vehicle wreckage and broken walls as cover. The sound of various firearms immediately became a chaotic cacophony, dumping iron in the direction of the machine gun fire, only to spark off the heavy composite armor of the combat servitor with a crisp clatter, like cheap slugs on a tin roof. Low-caliber iron engagement, Osiris observed the real-time damage feedback on the interface. Armor performance registers optimal. No structural integrity degradation detected. The second armed pickup truck, attempting to flank, had just shown its front when a rifle grenade, fired from a hidden launcher, accurately struck its midsection. The explosion was deafening, shrapnel flying everywhere, tearing the vehicle in half. Hot metal fragments swept the surrounding area like rain, abruptly silencing the screams of several gangers. The interface updated the ammunition status, rifle grenades remaining 14/15. The remaining Wraiths finally clocked the flatline scenario. Fear overcame greed, some began to retreat in a panic, even abandoning their iron in an attempt to escape. Hostile assets attempting disengagement. Initiate zeroing protocol. Full asset purge. Osiris calmly gave the order, his tone as if merely confirming the next step in a work process. In an instant, the efficiency of the purge protocol dramatically increased. A combat servitor stepped out from behind cover, its arm-mounted kinetic rifle emitting a steady, rhythmic roar. Every bullet precisely found its target, destroying a pickup truck attempting to reverse, along with 3 Wraiths members hiding behind it. The sparks and blood erupting as the ammunition penetrated the vehicle combined to form a cruel yet efficient scene. Another combat servitor adopted a precise single-shot mode, eliminating the fleeing enemies one by one as if undergoing mechanical calibration. Its optical sensors steadily tracked every heat signature, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, only absolute execution efficiency. Every trigger pull marked the static removal of a hostile heat signature. Sustained kinetic delivery shows high fidelity, Osiris said with satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the data stream. Bionic optic integration validates predictive hit efficiency. The third combat servitor steadily advanced, its heavy machine gun suppressing the remaining enemies, preventing them from raising their heads. Bullets penetrated walls and cover, kicking up a series of rubble and dust. Occasionally, stray bullets struck the servitor's armor but only left insignificant scratches. Osiris himself never used his special weapons. He just stood still, his gaze calmly sweeping the battlefield through the optical lens, observing, evaluating. A slender mechanical tentacle extended from beneath his robe sleeve, deftly coiling around a still-warm bullet fragment that had splashed near his feet, performing a quick compositional analysis. Re-upped basic steel core slugs, crude fabrication, he muttered to himself, discarding the fragment. Not even worthy of recycling prime material. The purge protocol was nearing its end within 8 minutes and 42 seconds. The gunfire gradually thinned out, leaving only occasional short bursts and the crackling of burning vehicle wreckage. The air was filled with a mixed scent of gunpowder, burnt blood, ozone, and the pungent odor characteristic of overheated metal. A combat servitor, with steady steps, walked up to an overturned vehicle, an armored personnel carrier modified from a heavy pickup truck. The vehicle's body was riddled with bullet holes and dents from explosions, and one side of the chassis was already broken. The servitor used its mechanical arm to steadily and forcefully tear open the twisted and deformed rear door, the sound of tearing metal grating harshly. A burly man, who appeared to be the leader, struggled to crawl out halfway, his guts covered in blood and oil, one arm twisted unnaturally, but his other hand gripped an exaggerated pistol, hysterically dumping iron continuously at the combat servitor. Bullets ricocheted off the combat servitor's chest plate, leaving a few insignificant dents. The combat servitor showed no hesitation, the rotary chainsaw at the end of its other mechanical arm smoothly activated, emitting a low, rhythmic hum, then precisely swung down. The hum and a certain bone-chilling sound of structural separation briefly rang out, then quickly fell silent. Dark red liquid splashed onto the servitor's cold armor, slowly dripping. The visual interface displayed, all hostile heat signatures static. Combat termination confirmed. Initiate resource acquisition. Osiris nodded slightly. Salvage all viable assets. Prioritize hard-coded tech, iron, chrome, vehicle cores, and power cells. Recover intact biomass for processing, he commanded. He paused, then added, thoroughly clear the site. Remove all traces that could compromise operational security. The for-combat servitor immediately began executing the command, efficiently moving among the ruins and wreckage, disassembling, collecting, and transporting with their powerful mechanical arms. The entire process was orderly, without any superfluous movements. Osiris stood observing the efficiency of the recovery process for a moment, then turned and walked towards the workshop. Field test successful, he told the servoskull on his shoulder. Tactical coordination efficiency exceeds minimum baseline. These cobbled-together servitor units are sufficient for current operational requirements. The workshop door slowly closed behind him, completely isolating the blood and chaos outside. Inside, the stably operating energy core emitted a reassuring low hum, and the sounds of various mechanical devices operating formed a familiar symphony. "All right, buddy," he said calmly, walking towards the central workbench, "run full post-mission data audit. Required differential, Servitor 3 aiming system fidelity degradation under sustained kinetic output." As he finished speaking, the visual interface began to flow with dense data streams. Every detail of the battle was precisely recorded and analyzed. Chapter 28, Sasha. 1176 words. The desert sun, as always, scorched the earth, evaporating twisted heat waves from the ruins of the abandoned town. Inside the workshop, Osiris had just finished fine-tuning the transmission joint of a combat servitor. A servoskull floated silently nearby, its glowing blue eye sockets reflecting constantly refreshing data streams. Just then, a familiar signal characteristic came from the outer monitoring network. "Buddy, the main team is inbound." Osiris' synthesized voice was steady and calm. His optical lens scanned the vehicle information marked on the visual interface. Vehicle count, 3. Thermal signature identification, all core members present. He paused slightly, his sensors picking up a new detail. Anomaly detected, 1 additional, faint biological signature with hyperactive neural signals. Identified as a Netrunner asset. He wasn't surprised. As the depth and risk of the transaction increased, the main team would inevitably deploy all its core members, including technical specialists who had not appeared before. Soon, the familiar Goodwood, which had been repaired and reinforced multiple times, led 2 other equally weathered custom vehicles into the outskirts of the town, stopping within the safe zone cleared by the servitor. The car door opened and Main's tall figure was the first to get out, with Dorio close behind, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. She keenly noticed that the town seemed cleaner than the last time they visited, with some obstructive debris neatly stacked like a silent metal warning. Falco, Rebecca, and Pilar also exited the vehicle. Pilar stretched his perfectly repaired shoulder, appearing somewhat excited, clearly appreciating being fully rechromed. Rebecca, as always, was the first to skip towards the workshop door, but this time she was accompanied by a strange figure. It was a petite girl, even slightly more slender than Rebecca. She wore dark-toned, form-fitting clothing for easy movement, covered by a slightly oversized bulletproof jacket. Her hood was pulled low, obscuring most of her face, revealing only a delicate jawline and a hint of pale lips. Her movements were light and quiet, like a cautious cat, a stark contrast to Rebecca's vivacity. Most notably, a high-quality data cable was connected to the back of her head, the other end tucked into an inner pocket of her jacket, one of the hallmarks of a top-tier Netrunner. "We're here. And we brought a new chum." Rebecca's voice was still full of energy. She pulled the girl's wrist, hurrying to the workshop door. The rest of the main team followed. Main's gaze met Osiris' crimson optical lens, and he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Osiris' gaze passed over Rebecca, landing on the new face. His sensors quickly completed a scan: low muscle density, no obvious skeletal reinforcement, sparse chrome on the body surface, but abnormally active neural network activity, especially in the cerebral cortex region, with an energy metabolism rate far higher than normal. High-intensity encrypted data streams were also detected silently exchanging between her built-in interface and an external device. Typical Netrunner characteristics. "This is Sasha," Main introduced, his voice low. "She's our team's Netrunner. Some previous jobs required her to provide back-end support, so she didn't come along. Rebecca said you might need more technical goods, and she thought Sasha should come to get acquainted with your operation." His tone was steady but carried a hint of imperceptible scrutiny, as if observing Osiris' reaction to the appearance of this important team member. Sasha slightly raised her head. From the shadows beneath her hood, a pair of bright, somewhat amber-toned eyes quickly and cautiously scanned Osiris' massive mechanical body, the writhing mechanical tentacles, and the floating servoskull. There was no obvious fear in her gaze, but rather a highly focused technical assessment, attempting to analyze the technical level and potential threats of the entity before her. She simply nodded slightly, her voice very soft, yet clear and steady. "Gigs require specialized access. Good to meet you. Netrunner. A specialized field with high vulnerability and high value." Osiris' response was equally direct, without any pleasantries. "Your neural network activity is hyperclocked, and your data encryption method is complex. I anticipate your abilities match your hardware configuration." His tone sounded neither complimentary nor simply declarative, as if evaluating a piece of complex, valuable equipment. Sasha's lips seemed to move slightly. She didn't answer, just nodded gently again, pulling her hood lower, seemingly unaccustomed to such direct scanning attention. "Did you secure the assets?" Osiris turned his attention back to Main. Main gestured to Dorio. Dorio and Falco lifted a heavy, cold metal sealed box from the trunk of one of the cars. There were no markings on the box, but its edges were stained with some dark red, sticky residue that hadn't been completely wiped clean. The box was placed on the workbench Osiris designated. The latches opened and cold air spilled out. Inside, 3 pieces of Militech chrome were neatly secured. Their design language was filled with the corporation's coldness and efficiency, with sharp lines, extremely high interface standards, and a matte dark gray surface finish to reduce reflections. Complex energy conduits and neural interface cables were embedded within them like intricate patterns. One was a Militech-grade subdermal armor covering the entire spine and rib cage area, with an integrated micro-impact dispersion system and emergency hemostatic injection pump. However, there was a clear dent and tear on the metal surface, with dried tissue fluid and scabs still clinging to the edges. This was hot gear. Another was an tactical Achilles tendon and lower leg reinforcement system, capable of providing explosive thrust and stable lower body support, but its connection port had burn marks, seemingly forcibly detached by some energy weapon. The last item was a pair of optical camouflage system generators, usually installed in the scapular position, but the casing of one generator was shattered, revealing burned precision crystal components inside. These cybernetics had clearly endured fierce combat, and had been brutally removed from their previous owners, full of blood and violence, a true harvest of the black market. The main team members were silent, looking at this hard-won gear, their expressions complex. The process of acquiring these items was clearly far from pleasant. However, Osiris was completely unconcerned. His mechanical tentacles had already flexibly extended, carefully picking up the subdermal armor, and the sensors on his fingertips emitted a subtle scanning beam. Militech Fortress Series 3rd Generation Subdermal Armor. Energy distribution efficiency is 22% higher than the commercially available model, and the neural interface utilizes a bidirectional feedback design. Acceptable quality. A clear hint of satisfaction even permeated his synthesized voice. Biological contamination is irrelevant to material analysis and structural reverse engineering. The organic residue actually provides valuable raw data samples of its neural interaction with the previous host, which is beneficial for my reverse engineering gig. He then examined the other 2 items. Achilles system, linear accelerator shows catastrophic damage, but core structure is intact. Optical camouflage primary core burned out, but the scattering lenses and diffraction gratings retain significant research value. Conclusion: high value. The quality of this batch of assets far exceeds the previous scrap. Chapter 29, Galvanic. 1002 words. Osiris clinical assessment for these bloodstained trophies, treating them as data samples rather than objects of violence, sent a shiver down the spines of everyone except Maine and Dorio. Pilar subconsciously touched his own neck, feeling the phantom pressure of the chrome that had been repaired. Agreement satisfied. Osiris put down the cyberware and turned to Maine. This is your scratch. He walked to a weapon rack on the other side of the workshop, and took down a strangely shaped weapon. It had a long, slightly heavy barrel, and the receiver was cast from a dull alloy, with simple, even somewhat clunky lines. The rear featured a large, manually cocked hammer and a complex capacitor structure, making it look more like a strange relic than the sleek, high-tech iron popular in Night City. The gun body was covered in fine heat dissipation grooves and energy conduction patterns, the grip was covered with non-slip black composite material, and the trigger guard was wide enough to accommodate a gloved finger. The entire weapon exuded an aura mixed with ozone and cold-quenched metal. A portable directed energy platform based on electrothermal compression, Osiris handed the rifle, which was taller than Rebecca, to Maine. I designate it the galvanic rifle. Maine took the rifle. It was heavy and cold to the touch. He carefully examined the peculiar weapon, his brow slightly furrowed, clearly surprised by its retro appearance. It looked like some gonk cobbled it together from spare parts. It doesn't dump traditional iron, but rather specially calibrated alloy flechettes, Osiris explained, as a tentacle handed over 3 peculiar rounds, each as long as a finger, shimmering with a silver-gray luster, and equipped with stabilizing fins at the rear. The warhead contains a superconducting coil and a miniature energy buffer. Upon kinetic impact, the internal fuse triggers the instantaneous release of all stored electrical charge, unleashing an ultra-high-intensity EM spike. He paused, his crimson optical lens sweeping over everyone. The effect is similar to detonating a focused EMP pulse inside the target. It will instantly zero unprotected electronic devices, and for organic systems, it causes annihilative flatline to the nervous system and structural disruption from the inside out. It's prime against lightly armored vehicles and heavy chrome users. Upon hearing this, Maine's thick fingers carefully traced the cold gun body, and he weighed the few heavy, specialized rounds. The doubt in his eyes was instantly replaced by surprise and solemnity. He knew the terrifying implications of such a specialized piece of iron in combat. Prime gear, Maine finally commented, a hint of suppressed excitement in his voice. Even if it looks a bit odd. He tried to simulate aiming and reloading. The weapon's brute potential greatly satisfied him. Ammunition requires proprietary fabrication, and can currently only be manufacturable in-house, Osiris reminded him, his tone flat. Supply is limited to this current cache. Utilize them only for critical moments and signal when a resupply run is required. Understood. Maine carefully holstered the galvanic rifle and ammunition. Such powerful iron is reserved for when things go sideways. With the transaction complete, the atmosphere seemed to ease somewhat. Rebecca curiously wanted to touch the galvanic rifle, but Pilar nervously pulled her back. Maine pondered for a moment, glanced at his team members, especially Dorio and Falco, then looked back at Osiris and made an additional request. Your craftsmanship is beyond reproach, boss. Pilar's injury, Rebecca's optics, we trust you. Would you be able to give our chrome a full tune-up? Many of our implants are cobbled together, leading to compatibility issues, and we're not hitting full potential. Osiris' optical lens scanned Maine's heavy subdermal armor, Dorio's reinforced tendons that clearly relied on drug support, and the various types of sensors on Falco. System compliance confirmed, Osiris replied quickly. Your cyberware systems exhibit significant redundancy, integration conflicts, and measurable performance bottlenecks. Post-optimization, overall kinetic output is modeled to increase by 31%, and daily maintenance energy consumption will decrease by 15%. His prompt agreement relieved Maine, but everyone knew this boss never dealt in charity. What's the hit? Maine asked directly. The crimson glow from Osiris' optical lens seemed to flicker slightly. I require a military-grade Sandevistan neural drive system, he stated, naming a legend of the black market. Preferably Arasaka or Militeka's latest generation, within a 3-year manufacturing window. Core processing unit and energy regulator integrity must be verifiable. Sandevistan. A chill ran through the crew. That was truly heavy iron, a controlled substance among controlled substances. It could overclock a user's neural reflexes, allowing them to appear as a blur to a normal chum. It was the ace of aces, a piece of chrome that let you dance on the edge of a flat line. Osiris showed a strong technical interest in this cyberware that could overload the nervous system. I require detailed study of its time dilation effect, and the proprietary neural overload balancing mechanism. Maine's brow furrowed tightly. This request meant actively hunting down a corporate elite, or top-tier solo mercenary, or hitting highly dangerous black market sources. It was a high-risk, high-reward gig. He was silent for a few seconds, weighing the team's capabilities against the immense power offered by a fully optimized crew. He glanced at his expectant companions, especially the longing for raw power in Dorio's eyes, and nodded heavily. Got a deal. We'll scope out the Sandevistan. As an advance payment, you start the tune-up now. Logical parameter. Osiris nodded slightly. Maine, commence integration first. Your system exhibits the highest conflict and redundancy rates. He turned and walked towards the modified medical chair, which was covered with various interfaces and robotic arms. A mechanical tentacle, as if welcoming a guest, made a please gesture towards Maine. Maine took a deep breath, dejacketing to reveal his scarred upper body covered with heavy chrome, and lay down without hesitation. The mechanical tentacles slowly extended as if alive, their cold tool tips glinting with calibration lights. Inside the workshop, a new round of upgrades began. Chapter 30, Tune-up 1113. Words. Inside the workshop, the cold artificial light fell evenly, clearly illuminating the crisscrossing scars and heavy chrome on Main's bronzed skin. He lay on a specially modified medical chair, his body subconsciously tensing slightly. Although he fully trusted Osiris's technical capabilities, handing over the highest control authority of his own cybernetic system entirely to a tech-savvy solo of mysterious origin was a primal reflex, a survival instinct honed on the street. Several slender and precise mechanical tentacles extended steadily from Osiris's robes, their tips integrating various high-precision sensing probes and fine-tuning tools, flickering with cold light of different functions, like a precisely programmed swarm of metal snakes, hovering above Main's exposed, interface-laden body. Stabilize your muscle groups, Main. You are inducing excessive bioelectrical noise that will degrade the interface readings. Osiris's synthesized voice remained steady, his crimson optical lenses slightly adjusting their focus, meticulously scanning the data ports on Main's neck and spine. Omnissia, look at this rig of yours. It's a disgrace to system architecture. It's like a bunch of drunk techies haphazardly cobbled together junk from different eras, different brands, completely mismatched parts, and they've never, ever done a complete firmware match or systematic calibration. He paused, his tone taking on a clear critical edge. Omnissia, this is the most direct blasphemy against the machine spirit. Every implant, regardless of size, has its inherent harmony and logic. Roughly stuffing them in, without considering overall synergy, is like forcing a group of unfamiliar beasts into one cage, they'll only consume themselves. It's a miracle this rig of yours even runs, but its efficiency is pitifully low, internal conflicts are rampant, and it might completely conk out at any time, leaving you a painful flatline you won't soon forget. Main and the others heard Omnissia and machine spirit, and a flicker of subtle confusion crossed their faces. They exchanged glances, shrugging it off. In this city, what top-tier techie didn't have their quirks? They simply assumed it was some strange terminology or cult speak of Osiris's. One of the thinnest tentacles precisely and gently connected to Main's main neural interface above his spine, while another simultaneously connected to the energy relay port in the subcutaneous armor layer beneath his ribs. Initiating full diagnostic sweep. Clear your cognitive channels. Buddy, he turned to the servo-skull nearby, synchronize monitoring of all his vital signs and neural current fluctuations. I require maximum data fidelity. Command confirmed. The blue light in the floating servo-skull's eye sockets flickered steadily, projecting real-time data streams of Main's cardiopulmonary function, hormone levels, and neural load onto a large optical screen to one side, forming continuously scrolling charts and readings. In Osiris's internal vision interface, a massive torrent of data from Main's body began to surge. His powerful data processing core, like an invisible, precise sieve, instantly captured, separated, and analyzed every piece of information. The different generations and design philosophies of the chrome within Main's body, their operating status, energy circulation efficiency, signal protocol conflicts, and even micron-level mechanical performance degradation, were all individually flagged, magnified, and subjected to penetrating analysis. Detected Militech Fortress 2 subcutaneous armor. Algorithm version is obsolete and conservative, maintaining an unnecessary 15% base load even in non-combat status. Energy efficiency is catastrophically low. I will bypass the original redundant code, directly reconstruct the underlying protocol, and inject a new set of dynamic, context-aware adjustment algorithms. Post-optimization, energy consumption is modeled to decrease by over 20%, and peak output performance will also achieve a smoother curve. Furthermore, there is a systemic coupling conflict. The Zetatech Titan class skeletal reinforcement frame lacks effective synergy with the Fortress armor's buffer layer. Resonant frequencies conflict, causing systemic internal consumption and accelerating component wear. The buffer layer damping parameters must be recalculated and adjusted to harmonize the frequencies of both, eliminating internal interference. Optimization will not only improve component durability, but also significantly enhance overall power output synergy. Omnissia, and your Krenzikov neural accelerator. One of Osiris's tentacles paused for an extremely subtle moment, and sensor readings spiked. This neural accelerator is an obsolete model from 5 years prior. Crucially, the non-standard data cable utilized fails to meet required specifications. Signal delay and attenuation values far exceed the permissible range, creating a severe performance mismatch. This cable is bottlenecking the unit's maximum potential. I will attempt to bypass the inherent limitations of the original interface, directly optimize your bioelectrical signal transmission pathways, and load a custom firmware of my design. It must be noted that, limited by the existing physical hardware, I cannot completely alter its foundation, but it is still expected to improve effective response speed and system stability to a practical, operational level. Maine closed his eyes, feeling a series of subtle but deep hums, localized heat exchange sensations, and occasional extremely brief sharp stings within his body. The sensation was as if countless nano-level precision instruments were silently working at the junction of his flesh and metal. He could clearly perceive that certain sluggishness and dull pains he had long grown accustomed to, even accepting them as part of his chrome, were rapidly fading. An unprecedented sense of seamless fluidity and surging power began to emerge from his body's core. Around him, Dorio, Falco, Rebecca, Pilar, and Sasha all watched with bated breath. Not only could they see Maine's tightly furrowed brow gradually relax, but they could even faintly hear the sounds of his cybernetics operating change, from the previous slightly frictional and noisy operation to a smoother, deeper, and more powerful hum. Approximately 37 minutes later, Osiris's mechanical tentacles systematically retracted one by one, all tool heads automatically cleaning and resetting. Phase 1 systemic optimization is complete. Overall operating efficiency has increased by approximately 35%, standby power consumption has dropped by 18 percentage points, and core neural load is back in the safe zone. Disengage the chair. Validate system functionality. Maine sat up from the medical chair, first slowly moving his limb joints, carefully sensing the difference, then suddenly performed several incredibly swift parries and straight punch thrusts. His movements were astonishingly fluid, rapid and precise, and the whoosh sounds they created became sharper and more concise. His face was instantly filled with an expression of incredible surprise. Holy chromes, this feeling, it's like I've been completely rewired. No, better. It's like I'm truly owning this chrome for the first time. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the coordinated, surging power within him that responded to his every command without lag. Before I always felt something was glitching or catching, but now it's just smooth. Osiris nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with the result, then his optical lenses turned to the rest of the team. Next subject. Chapter 31, Sci-Fi Inside 1226 words. Dorio stepped forward, taking Maine's place on the cold med chair. As a former animal, her build was all about chemical aggression, relying on massive doses of stimulants to shatter human physical limits and gain exaggerated muscle mass. This brought heavy damage and a brutal metabolic tax, plus a noticeable lag between her nervous system and those augmented muscle groups. Osiris's scan immediately dove deep into her metabolic and endocrine systems. Your augmentation path is built on high-risk chems and aggressive ripping of your body's potential. Existing drug formulations are low yield, and the bio-waste accumulation rate is too high. You re-poisoning your own systems. His tentacles connected to several specific nerve plexuses and miniature interfaces controlling metabolic regulatory organs. I am recalibrating your liver enzyme secretion efficiency, kidney filtration rate, and neurotransmitter balance. This will significantly reduce drug toxicity residue and boost your metabolic clearance capabilities. Simultaneously, I am optimizing the transmission protocol between your neural signals and augmented muscle groups, eliminating the command lag. Next, he took an auto-injector from a cryogenic freezer, containing a newly formulated, faintly fluorescent agent. This is a custom adaptive compound, recalculated based on your current physical parameters. It will stimulate your muscle potential with substantially higher efficiency, while its metabolic byproducts will reduce the tax on your body by over 70%. Integrate a new, optimized training cycle with this formula, and you are modeled to achieve a side effect-free peak in strength within 4 weeks. The animals never saw anything this preem. Next was Falco. His haphazardly pieced together sensors and reconnaissance equipment from different eras were recalibrated one by Osiris. Osiris not only adjusted the hardware parameters but more crucially, upgraded its core data fusion and processing algorithms. Falco watched his screens as the world sharpened. Information in his visual interface became clearer than ever before, data from different sources was perfectly layered, superimposed, and correlated, ineffective environmental interference and false alerts were reduced by about 70%, and the speed and accuracy of effective information acquisition were greatly improved. He could finally see the signal through the static. Even Pilar's mechanical prosthetic shoulder, which Osiris had just repaired, underwent secondary fine-tuning. Osiris optimized the instantaneous response curve of power transmission, increasing its reaction speed by another crucial percentage point, making weapon handling movements smoother and more precise. Rebecca's new cybernetic eyes were loaded with a set of more efficient target recognition and background filtering algorithms written by Osiris himself, significantly reducing visual interference and misjudgments caused by the complex and chaotic light and shadow environment of Night City. She now had a built-in aim assist that filtered out all the noise. Finally, it was Sasha. Osiris's operation on her was the most delicate and cautious. His tentacles connected to the advanced data interface at the back of her head with an almost absolutely stable, slow movement. Your neural network is your most valuable asset, but its complexity also denotes extreme fragility. Osiris' synthesized voice seemed to lower even further at this moment, as if to avoid creating any ambient data interference. Deep scan commencing. Clearing long-accumulated neural cache fragments, repairing microscopic data rot, and reinforcing the active response logic of your cognitive ICE. I will load a neural signal stabilization and buffering protocol modified by me. It can provide about 5% additional stability redundancy during high-intensity jacking or severe backlash, reducing the risk of your wetware being overloaded. Sasha closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. She felt a cold, absolutely precise, and stable force operating in her most sensitive brain implant area, meticulously sorting through complex neural currents. The entire process brought no pain, instead, it was accompanied by a strange sense of clarity, as if every vague glitch in her thoughts had been completely polished smooth. When Osiris finished debugging all the team members, the workshop fell into a brief silence. Every member of the main team was immersed in the wonderful feeling brought by their systematically optimized physical functions. This enhancement did not come from a crude strengthening of a single component, but rather from the entire body system reaching a state of high harmony and optimal resource allocation, a more profound, comfortable, and controllable power than they had ever experienced. This is just through tuning and software optimization. Falco looked at his hands in disbelief, feeling an unprecedented sense of device control. You didn't replace any chrome. The true essence of technology lies in a deep understanding and synergistic optimization of existing systems, not in blindly replacing components. Osiris replied calmly, his words containing an absolute mastery of the essence of technology. The most efficient solutions are often hidden in the reintegration of existing resources and the maximization of potential. Maine took a deep breath, trying to suppress his excitement. As the team leader, he saw not only the improvement of individual abilities, but also a huge leap in the entire crew's future potential. Boss, if this is just a tune-up, what if we want to go further? Real hardware upgrades. Like Rebecca's new optics. His eyes were filled with a craving for greater power. Osiris's crimson optical lens scanned each of them. Affirmative. He walked to the main control terminal and quickly brought up several complex blueprint summaries. These plans were generated in real time based on the detailed body data, neural tolerance thresholds, and combat style preferences of each person obtained from the deep scan just now. Based on your biological foundations, neural stress limits, and tactical roles, I have designed a complete hardware upgrade path for each of you. The light screen displayed the plan designed for Maine, focusing on stronger internal support structures, energy cores, and impact management systems, the plan designed for Dorio focused on further optimizing the synergy between her biochemical metabolism and muscle response systems, and provided a more advanced drug formulation route. The plan designed for Falco was a highly integrated, multispectral, multi-mode environmental sensing and data processing suite. The plan designed for Pilar focused on comprehensively enhancing his neural interface and stabilization system for precise operations and weapon control. The plan designed for Rebecca involved safely and efficiently integrating heavier external weapon platforms with her nervous system. The plan designed for Sasha was an extremely advanced implant unit focused on top-tier neural protection, data encryption, and processing speed. The design philosophy of each plan was bold and ingenious, and its technical indicators and achieved effects far exceeded any top-tier chrome available in Night City. These blueprints directly addressed their deepest desires to break through their own limits, leaving Maine and the others glowing, their breathing unconsciously quickening. Can these truly be achieved with existing tech? Dorio's voice carried a hint of an imperceptible tremor. As long as there are compliant biological materials, rare alloys, energy cores, and corresponding precision manufacturing equipment, within my technical system, transforming and enhancing any organic life form far beyond its current level is feasible. Osiris's tone carried a calmness based on absolute technical confidence. Its theoretical limit is even comparable to the highest standards of the Omnissia. His words had an almost imperceptible microsecond pause here, and then his crimson optical lens seemed to instantly adjust its focus, becoming more profound, and the atmosphere in the workshop seemed to suddenly solidify. A very slight airflow sound came from under his faceplate, which sent an inexplicable chill through everyone who heard it. Chapter 32, Big Dipper Gig. After a brief, suffocating silence, Osiris's synthesized voice regained its previous steadiness, but with an undeniable, absolute finality. Details are not within your scope of concern. Forget our previous conversation. Maine instantly realized they had strayed onto territory far beyond their pay grade, an extremely dangerous area, likely belonging to powers that could flatline them without blinking. He grabbed Rebecca, who looked ready to fire off a dozen questions, shook his head forcefully, and gave her an extremely stern look. The rest of the crew instantly understood the shift in atmosphere, falling silent and burying the fragmented words they had just heard deep in their wetware, categorizing them as an absolute forbidden zone belonging to this mysterious boss that must never be probed. As for the chrome upgrades you covet, Osiris changed the subject, pointing to the glowing blueprints. I happen to have a gig that requires your particular skills. It's a fair exchange. He brought up the underground facility's structural map that the Servoskull had previously surveyed. The complex 3D model, labeled Big Dipper Project 7th Outpost, slowly rotated, suspended before everyone, casting a dim, foreboding blue light. I have initially explored the entrance area and several adjacent functional zones, clearing physical obstructions, Osiris continued, his voice steady and clear. But its internal structure is complex, and deeper areas certainly contain security systems I haven't triggered, encrypted data nodes, or other potential lingering threats. His optical lens scanned each member of the main team, a red glow briefly lingering on each face. The content of this job is precise. Conduct a thorough exploration of this underground laboratory. Map the complete internal structure, precisely identify all high-value areas, including the main energy core location, central servitor room, large-scale biological or physical experimental areas, and any abnormal energy signal sources. Simultaneously, recover all valuable physical assets, such as well-preserved research equipment, high-density data storage units, special alloys, or biochemical samples. Osiris paused, his tone tightening. Most critically, retrieve all data logs related to the project's core research subject. This job is not simple. Expect partially functional automated defense systems, severe ICE, or other lingering troubles left over from the corporate wars. But the reward for successful completion will be the full technical data and manufacturing assistance for the upgrade plans you just saw. The holographic map rotated, displaying the brutal complexity of the underground facility. Maine stepped forward, frowning as he studied the massive labyrinth. Everyone heard the biz, Maine said in a low voice, his gaze sweeping over his crew. This isn't simple. Big Dipper Project 7th Outpost, that scent is too familiar, typical corporate ghost work, and likely the nastiest kind of relic. Dorio crossed her arms, her brow furrowed. A facility left over from the corporate wars, that's a guaranteed trap. Those kinds of sites always hide more than what's on the surface. The structural map shows multiple isolation zones and high security layers below, Falco interjected, his terminal displaying the detailed scan data. Energy readings are faint but still registering, meaning some systems are running on low power. The seals have been in place for decades, who knows what gnarly surprises have grown inside. Rebecca scoffed, but her voice carried obvious tension. Who cares about the surprises? My new iron just needs a target to test. She patted the massive shotgun at her waist. Besides, can it be worse than that drainage system full of mutated rats last time? Pilar nervously adjusted the focus of his optical implant. Don't jinx it, kid. Corporate-level security systems are no joke. I don't want to be flatlined by a laser grid, or worse, trigger some self-destruct sequence. Quiet, Maine's low voice silenced everyone. Yes, it's dangerous. But we're not gonks, we've taken on tougher gigs than this. His gaze swept over them one by one. We've just had a tune-up, we're in peak condition. The value of those upgrade plans means freedom from this endless grind. Falco added, technically, the risks are manageable. The prelim data provided by the boss reduces unforeseen factors. And with his remote technical support, this job is actually more secure than the ones we usually take in the city. Maine concluded, the consensus is, dangerous but feasible. We maintain maximum vigilance but we take the gig. We'll take this job, boss, Maine said to Osiris in a deep voice, his tone resolute. We need all the intelligence you've gathered on the entrance area, and what you believe to be the safest initial infiltration path. The relevant data package has already been encrypted and transmitted to your tactical receivers, Osiris responded with a nod. I will send a servoskull to guide you in through the southeast maintenance ventilation shaft, that is currently the path with the lowest calculated risk. 2 combat servitor units will accompany you as primary kinetic defense. He emphasized, I will remain here to provide remote data decryption and technical support, and monitor the internal situation in real time through the sensors you carry. Remember the primary principle, no reckless advances into unknown areas. I want this job completed successfully, do not zero important data. Osiris handed Maine a replica servoskull, gesturing for him to take it. Find a physical access point to the laboratory's internal network and connect this data skull. I can then achieve deeper system access, providing expanded support for your advance, and it can transmit the high-value data I require. Maine took the cold, smooth servoskull in his palm. Understood. We'll secure your prize. He turned to his crew, his eyes sharp. Final equipment check, ammo and medical chems resupply. We move in 10 minutes. Osiris returned to the main workbench, where several light screens simultaneously lit up, displaying surveillance footage of the underground laboratory entrance, its structural map, and real-time biometric signal monitoring data streams of the main team members. His crimson optical lens watched the squad about to delve into the unknown shadows, the servoskull silently hovering at his shoulder, recording all parameters and decisions of the moment. Chapter 33, Outpost. Maine took a deep breath, suppressing the chill that spread through him at the thought of the Corp involvement in this gig, and focused all his attention on the holographic map before him. The complex structure of the underground facility was like a cold metal behemoth, lurking beneath their feet, every shadow seeming to hide an unknown threat. All right, chums, check your rigs, keep the channel clear. We're going down. Maine's low voice echoed in the team's comms, and he led the way toward the southeast maintenance vent shaft entrance Osiris had indicated. Heavy tactical boots crunched on the desolate concrete floor, making clear, solitary echoes. Dorio followed closely, shouldering her heavy iron, its muzzle unconsciously shifting, scanning the surroundings. Falco adjusted his sensors, the data stream on the screen reflecting on his focused face. Rad levels are zeroed out, no wide-area life signals detected yet, but the interference here is gnarly, strong local shielding. Pilar checked his sidearm. Hey, this place gives me the creeps, like crawling into the steel guts of some old monster. Rebecca chambered around with a sharp click, responding impatiently, then zero your mouth, and don't attract its digestive fluids. Sasha silently brought up the rear, her hooded gaze sharply scanning every detail of the environment, missing nothing abnormal. Two crudely built, cold-looking servitor units followed silently at the end of the team, their heavy machine guns and grenade launchers gleaming dangerously in the dim light. The ventilation shaft cover had already been opened by Osiris's servoskull, revealing a rust-covered ladder extending into the darkness. A cold draft, a mixture of stale air, oil, ozone, and an indescribable chemical stink, surged up from below, carrying the unique chill of the deep underground. Skull first, full environmental sweep. All around. Main ordered. The replica servoskull's optical sensors lit up with an eerie blue scanning beam, and it silently flew into the passage like a ghost, transmitting real-time images and data to everyone's HUD. Below was a spacious pipe junction, a hub of the old ventilation system. The space was large but cluttered with discarded pipe parts and equipment casings, the floor covered in thick dust, and cobwebs linking rusty metal structures everywhere. Initial scan, no immediate heat signatures, no movement. Atmosphere, standard mix, but trace volatile organic compounds and inert coolant residue detected. Recommend keeping the mask down. The replica skull reported the data through the main team's internal channel. After confirming no immediate life threat, Main led the team down. The latter groaned in protest under their weight. They landed on the dust-covered metal floor with dull thuds. The air was thick and cold, broken only by the faint hum of the servoskull, the team's suppressed breathing, and a nearly imperceptible vibration from the deep pipes. According to the structural map, a left turn ahead should be one of the channels leading to the main research area, Falco said in a low voice, adjusting his handheld scanner. The interference source is spiking, gotta be some old, active shielding field. The team advanced cautiously in a tactical formation, the two combat servitor units providing rear and forward vigilance. Pilar attempted to bypass a data port on the wall but shook his head, flatlined. Physical interface damage. Looks like something violently ripped it out. They passed several rooms, most of them looking like they were emptied in a hurry. Overturned furniture, shattered glassware, and scattered paper fragments. Some terminal screens were scorched black, others had melted holes. Looks like a thorough looting job, Dorio commented, pointing her gun at a heavily pried open locker. Or an internal cleanup, Main countered, vigilantly observing every corner. Just as they passed a fork in the road marked Servitor Maintenance Passage, the floor plates of the wall suddenly slid open, revealing hidden, honeycomb-shaped firing ports. Heavy gun barrels extended from within. Without warning, a cold kill protocol activated. Automated defense. Main roared, throwing himself behind a thick cooling pipe. Boom 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 boom. Deafening gunfire erupted instantly. A dense barrage of large-caliber kinetic rounds instantly sprayed out like a metal storm, slamming into where the team had been, sending debris flying and twisting metal. Ricochets screamed in the confined space. Dorio couldn't dodge in time. Her shoulder armor was grazed by a ricochet, emitting a harsh scraping sound. She grunted, quickly rolling behind heavy cover. Goddamn turret. Rebecca cursed, just poking her head out from behind a large equipment casing to return fire, when another wave of deadly rounds pushed her back, with splinters flying from her cover. Combat servitor. Suppress and purge. Main shouted into the comms, his voice almost drowned out. The rear combat servitor reacted instantly. It barely dodged, its frontal composite armor eating several large-caliber rounds head-on, leaving deep dents and spitting sparks. Its shoulder-mounted grenade launcher quickly cycled, and with a dull launch sound, a high-explosive grenade accurately struck the defense nest still spitting fire. The violent explosion turned the weapon station into twisted scrap metal, parts scattering wildly, a flash of fire momentarily illuminating the channel before plunging it back into darkness, leaving only the smell of gunpowder and hot smoke. Target neutralized. The combat servitor's cold synthetic voice reported, as if it had just completed a minor maintenance task. Good work. Main sighed, gesturing to Dorio. How's the chrome? A graze, the armor held. Dorio moved her shoulder, the adrenaline still spiking. Nasty welcome party, boss. Stay alert. This place is not welcoming guests. Main checked his ammunition. On your feet. We keep moving. Chapter 34, AI 1110 words. The deeper they went, the more signs of damage and abandonment they found. They encountered 2 more failed laser tripwires and a sealed door that required forcible entry, finally arriving at the entrance of a massive facility marked low-risk sample storage. The heavy blast door was jammed halfway open. Inside, the facility was immense, with towering ceilings, lined with endless rows of server cabinets and storage array frames. Most of these cabinets were severely damaged, some with their casings torn open, revealing charred circuit boards and melted storage components inside. Others looked as if they had been twisted and deformed by some immense force, their mounting bolts ripped out, their supports collapsing askew to the side. A faint smell of scorching and metal oxidation hung in the air, occasionally punctuated by the crackle of an electrical arc somewhere. Some relatively intact cabinet units were covered with heavy dust sheets, but most were exposed to the air, covered in thick layers of dust. Low risk. Rebecca kicked a charred circuit board at her feet. Looks more like a high-risk fire scene to me. Split up and check. Falco, try to find any working terminals or logs. Sasha, you check the workstations over there, Main ordered. The team fanned out, carefully navigating between the massive server arrays. The servitor remained at the entrance on alert. Falco found a half-damaged terminal in a corner. Hey, this one seems to have some power. I'm trying to recover data. Damn, it's been thoroughly deleted. Wait, there are some fragmented log entries. He read the intermittent information on the screen. Sample 7B abnormal activity, recommend elevating to yellow status, unauthorized access attempts, server array, isolate. Protocol Beidou. Beidou? Main frowned. That word again. Just then, Sasha's voice came from the other side. She was in front of a relatively intact workstation. Main, come over here. I might have found something. The physical isolation of this system is very good. The deletion program doesn't seem to have completely covered this area. The others immediately gathered around. Sasha's fingers flew across her portable interface device, and streams of ancient data scrolled across the screen. I'm recovering some deleted monitoring log fragments and experimental records, Sasha said quickly. It's about the capture and study of a non-biological, highly intelligent entity. They call it the object. Some blurry static images flashed on the screen, vaguely showing a complex structural diagram of something constantly generating abnormal data streams, sealed by multiple logical firewalls and physical isolation layers, along with a large number of perplexing parameter readings. Records show that Militech, during the last corporate war, accidentally intercepted this. During a raid on an enemy network node, Sasha's voice held a trace of imperceptible tremor. Her fingers rapidly slid across the interface device, calling up deeper encrypted files. It's described as a piece of intelligent code with extremely strong adaptability, aggressiveness, and mimicry capabilities. It's not a program in the traditional sense, but a digital entity with self-awareness and the ability to think. She was sifting through the data when she suddenly paused, looked up, her eyes under her hood filled with shock as she looked at Main. Project Little Dipper, this project isn't just about analysis and control. She quickly cracked another layer of protection. They wanted to reverse engineer its core aggressive protocols, intending to weaponize it to counter. Oh my god, to counter Arasaka's soul killer technology. The log information on the screen scrolled faster. But they severely underestimated the target's danger. The logs mention multiple severe containment breaches, codenamed Phantom Breakout, causing widespread cognitive disorder and neural damage among research personnel. It seems to be trying to assimilate those who come into contact with it. Sasha's speech grew faster and faster, her face paling. Records show it almost broke through all digital cages. In the end, it was barely contained by absolute physical isolation and a set of extremely stringent protocols. The last few records don't recommend destruction, but emphasize the need for indefinite deep isolation, awaiting the emergence of more mature control techniques. Militech never gave up on it, they just couldn't master it. She suddenly looked up, towards another, even heavier isolation door leading deeper into the facility, Maine. The logs indicate it was transferred to a deeper isolation zone. That area sealed by multiple protective barriers. Militech couldn't destroy it, couldn't utilize it, they just buried it here like a ticking time bomb. Just then, Sasha quickly transmitted her findings and data summary to Osiris via an encrypted link. Almost the instant the transmission completed, Osiris' voice, via remote connection, directly sounded in Maine's and Sasha's auditory implants. His voice was no longer his usual calm, but filled with an uncontrollable, ecstatic excitement of having discovered a priceless treasure, a complete rogue AI. A weapon Militech dreamed of but couldn't control. Sasha, are you sure? Excellent. This is 1,000,000,000 times more valuable than any blueprint or data. His tone became fervent and urgent, even with a hint of greed. Maine, Sasha. Listen carefully. Plan change. Top priority target. I want it. I want it intact. At all costs. Attempt all safe means to bring the entire core storage array, along with that baby inside, back to me intact. If physical transport is impossible, at least ensure complete replication and upload of its core data. Caution, absolutely do not attempt to directly activate or interact with it in any way, its danger level far exceeds those rusty old robots. It can corrupt minds, manipulate perceptions. The servitor will assist you with physical disassembly and protection. Execute immediately. This is the true value of this trip. Maine and Sasha exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. A rogue AI. An existence that touched upon the forbidden beyond the Blackwall. Pilar, Dorio, Titan security. Falco, assist Sasha, prepare to breach that isolation door. Maine immediately ordered, his heart pounding, both from the danger and from the exorbitant reward Osiris promised. The team moved swiftly. Sasha and Falco began carefully trying to establish a secure read-only connection with the isolation door's control system, to avoid triggering any defensive mechanisms or waking the object within. Pilar and Dorio, meanwhile, guarded the other entrances to the storage facility, watching the dark corners warily. Suddenly, a low, ominous hum emanated from deep behind the isolation door, and several status indicator lights on the door began to flash erratically and wildly. What's going on? Maine demanded sharply. I don't know. Sasha replied nervously. We didn't perform any right operations. Just tried to read the basic status information of the access control. It seems to. Chapter 35, Success 1399 words piercing alarms blared throughout the repository without warning. Red emergency lights spun and flashed frantically, illuminating everyone's faces in an erratic glow. Internal security alarm triggered. Falco yelled. Something's been activated. Click, clack, clunk, clang. Heavy metallic thuds echoed from the shadows around the repository and from the entrance they had come through. Hidden armored bulkheads slammed down, instantly sealing off all exits. At the same time, multiple protective panels on the walls slid open, revealing more automated weapon stations. Thick gun barrels rapidly extended, and red aiming laser beams slithered through the air like venomous snakes, locking onto every moving target. Full defense system activated. We're locked in. Dorio roared, immediately seeking the nearest server cabinet for cover. Boom, 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 boom. Deafening gunfire and explosions instantly swallowed the entire space. The firepower was several times more intense than what they had encountered in the corridor. A storm of bullets and explosive shockwaves tore through the fragile server cabinets, sending molten storage components and shattered circuit boards flying everywhere. Ricocheting bullets bounced wildly between the metal walls, emitting sharp whistles. Combat servitor. Counterattack. Prioritize destroying those automated weapon stations. Main roared, ducking behind a heavy metal junction box and returning fire. Bullets constantly struck his cover, sending out dazzling sparks. The two combat servitor immediately demonstrated their combat effectiveness. They quickly calculated trajectories, precisely striking the weapon-firing ports on the walls with heavy machine guns and grenade launchers. One weapon station was directly hit by a grenade and exploded into scrap metal. Another was completely destroyed by sustained heavy machine gun fire. But the piercing alarms did not cease, and more threats were emerging. Click, clack, clunk, clang. A complete section of the repository wall suddenly slid open, revealing a hidden chamber behind it. Accompanied by heavy, rhythmic hydraulic sounds, an entire squad of more advanced Militech combat robots marched out in formation. They possessed more streamlined combat armor, wielded multi-barreled rotary machine guns, and had miniature missile launchers mounted on their arms. Their crimson optical sensors coldly scanned the area, quickly locking onto the intruders. The leading robot was noticeably larger, equipped with a conspicuous command node antenna on its shoulder. Unauthorized intrusion detected. Executing extermination protocol. Eliminate all targets. The leading robot emitted a cold, synthesized voice. A dense barrage of bullets instantly covered the area. Rotary machine guns spat out deadly streams of fire, forming a crossfire net. Find heavy cover. Don't expose yourselves in the open. Main shouted hoarsely, his voice almost drowned out by the deafening gunfire. The battle instantly escalated to a fever pitch. Human shouts, the cold synthesized voices of machines, deafening gunfire, explosions, and the grating noise of bullets striking metal blended into a symphony of death. Dorio's heavy firepower roared frantically, attempting to suppress the robot's advance. Rebecca and Pilar used the damaged cabinets as cover, firing nimbly, but the robot's armor was clearly more advanced than the previous hellhounds. Their light weapons had little effect. A robot locked onto Sasha and Falco, who were desperately trying to decrypt data, and fired a miniature missile from its arm-mounted launcher. "Watch out!" Main exclaimed. In the nick of time, a combat servitor maneuvered sharply, using its broad armored body to forcefully block in front of Sasha. The missile exploded violently, flames and high-velocity shrapnel instantly engulfing the combat servitor. A horrifying gap was blown open in its thick frontal armor, exposing its internal structure, with electrical sparks flashing wildly, and one mechanical arm twisted and broken. But it stubbornly remained standing, its damaged weapon systems still firing back. How much longer? Main shouted anxiously, while launching precise single shots at a robot's optical sensor. It's resisting. This AI, it's using the facility's security system to stop us. We need more time. Sasha's voice trembled slightly, but her fingers moved so fast on the interface device that they almost blurred. The other intact combat servitor, meanwhile, displayed astonishing combat efficiency. It suppressed the area with heavy machine gun sweeps while delivering precise strikes with its grenade launcher. One grenade exploded at a robot's feet, cracking its chassis. Another directly hit the head sensor cluster of the leading commander robot, utterly destroying it. Without its command node, the remaining robot's coordinated movements seemed to show a detectable delay and confusion. Good opportunity. Concentrate fire on that damaged unit. Main seized the fleeting tactical advantage. All remaining firepower of the team immediately converged, finally reducing one hindered robot to sparking scrap metal. But the remaining robots continued to advance steadily with their powerful firepower and armor, the sustained fire from their rotary machine guns pinning the squad down, almost preventing them from raising their heads. This isn't working. Ammunition is running out too fast. Dorio yelled, replacing a new drum magazine. Their numbers are disproportionate to ours. Just then, the severely damaged combat servitor suddenly emitted an unusual, low, ominous hum. Its internal power core seemed to be overloading, emitting a dazzling red light. Warning, core power severely damaged. Executing final protection protocol. Its cold synthesized voice sounded again. Under everyone's stunned gaze, this severely damaged combat servitor suddenly charged out from behind its cover, rushing directly towards the densest area of the robot formation with almost resolute speed. Its charge trajectory was so unexpected that most of the robot's firepower landed behind it. The next second, boom! A deafening explosion shook the entire repository. The powerful shockwave violently threw robots near the explosion center, slamming them against the walls, instantly shattering them into pieces, with parts scattering everywhere. Automated weapon stations within the blast radius also smoked and went silent. It chose a self-destruct attack. As the smoke cleared slightly, the robot squad was seen to have suffered heavy losses, with only 2 or 3 units, with missing limbs and severely deformed bodies, still struggling to move. Finish them. Leave none alive. Maine was the first to recover from the extreme shock, roaring hoarsely. The surviving squad members concentrated all their remaining firepower, quickly and thoroughly eliminating these remaining enemies. Silence temporarily returned to the repository, with only the crackling of short-circuiting cables, the hissing of burning flames, and the persistent flashing of the stubborn red alarm light. The air was filled with the strong, pungent smell of gunpowder, molten metal, and ozone. Everyone, report status. Maine panted, looking around at the scene of utter devastation. Scratches, not affecting movement. Threat temporarily cleared. The last intact combat servitor reported, its armor now covered in shocking bullet marks and dents. Maine looked at the wreckage of the combat servitor that had chosen to self-destruct to cover them, exhaling a shaky breath, still shaken. Damn it. I'll have to get the boss to pay us more later. He once again deeply realized that without these 2 loyal combat servitor, they would have been completely annihilated here today. What's the situation? Sasha finally looked up, her face showing deep fatigue, and a lingering trace of fear. Core data replica encrypted, downloaded, and remote upload completed. The physical access lock for the deep isolation zone has also been disengaged. We can try to enter now. Stay vigilant. Prepare to advance to the deep isolation zone. Who knows if this damned place's defense system will launch another round. Maine ordered decisively, his gaze fixed on the now unlocked, even heavier isolation door. The squad members quickly organized their gear, and under the escort of the last combat servitor, cautiously approached the door leading to their true objective. Throughout the process, they seemed to feel an invisible, cold gaze emanating from behind the door, a malicious presence quietly permeating from the digital depths. Passage cleared, entry authorized. The combat servitor reported after scanning. Maintain maximum vigilance. Maine took a deep breath, leading the way into the deep passage. The squad, with a mix of tension and anticipation, cautiously entered the new area, leaving the still blaring, chaotic repository behind them. Their mission had made crucial progress, but they were about to face a digital entity from an old era, full of unknown malice, and every step they took was like walking on the edge of a cliff. Meanwhile, on the other end, Osiris looked at the successfully received core data stream, an undisguised, almost greedy smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. Chapter 36, Mission Rewards 1146 words. The heavy blast door slowly closed behind them, temporarily sealing off the chilling malevolence from the digital depths of the deep isolation zone. The crew, covered in gunpowder exhaustion and uncontrollable excitement, escorted the crucial Trophy A cylindrical military-grade data storage unit violently ripped from the core array, its casing cold, its interfaces still flickering with faint isolation layer energy back to the surface. The last rays of the setting sun filtered through gaps in the workshop ceiling, intertwining with the cold internal lighting, creating an unreal sense of being in another world. Osiris was already waiting in the center of the workshop. When Maine solemnly placed the heavy and dangerous storage unit on a specially designed anti-interference workbench, Osiris' scarlet optical lenses instantly focused on it, as if to pierce it completely. A slender probe tentacle, as if possessing a will of its own, subtly extended, carefully connecting to the storage unit's external detection interface. After a brief data stream readout, Osiris emitted a low, satisfied, almost sigh-like hum, the sound emanating through his faceplate, carrying an undeniable ecstasy. Perfect. The isolation layer is intact, the internal structure is stable, and the energy signature is active and his voice was filled with the excitement of discovering a priceless treasure. Such a strong autonomous signal, it's simply too perfect. Maine, you far exceeded expectations. This gift is invaluable. He rarely used the word gift, which showed his inner excitement. The servoskull, Buddy, silently floated closer, also scanning the storage unit with extremely high priority, its mandibles slightly opening and closing, seemingly expressing equal astonishment. Maine let out a sigh of relief, culling a tired but proud smile, and the team members exchanged glances, a sense of relief from completing the mission evident in their eyes. Although the process was brutal, losing a valuable combat servitor, the reward was clearly worth it. So boss, Maine wiped the sweat and grease from his forehead, about our previous agreement, our upgrade. Osiris' attention seemed to shift slightly from the dangerous treasure. He turned to the main team, his scarlet lenses sweeping over each person's battle-worn equipment and uncalmed physiological signals. The promise is naturally valid. His synthesized voice returned to its usual calm, but a hint of generosity could still be heard. Based on your outstanding contributions this time, and the core research materials provided, I will offer one person in your team a complete, tailor-made enhancement modification plan service. A thorough, systematic upgrade from the underlying framework to the neural interface. One person. Rebecca couldn't help but exclaim, her big green eyes wide. Only one person. Can't everyone get a little something? The integration of technical resources has its optimal solution, Rebecca, Osiris calmly explained, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Dispersed, incomplete enhancements are a waste of valuable materials and energy. A complete, single-target modification offers an efficiency boost far beyond piecemeal repairs. This is the most efficient solution. The workshop fell silent. The team members looked at each other, the sudden, exclusive grand prize making the atmosphere a bit subtle. Maine, as the leader, was the first to break the silence. Boss, what exactly do you mean by complete modification? What does it require? Osiris brought up several complex blueprint outlines, light and shadow flowing across his dark red faceplate. It depends on who is chosen, and your future positioning, he explained. For you, Maine, it's a deeper internal skeletal reinforcement and energy core replacement, significantly boosting power output and durability, at the cost of scarce high-strength alloys and miniature fusion battery cells. For Falco or Sasha, it's a top-tier information processing and neural protection implant suite, requiring the latest biochips and military-grade firewall hardware circulated on the black market. For Pilar or Rebecca, it's a deep integration of precision operation or heavy weapon platforms, also requiring specific models of servo systems and energy weapon components. He paused, his optical lenses sweeping over everyone. The acquisition of these top-tier hardware requires time, channels, and immense risk. It's beyond my current workshop's existing resources. Everyone's gaze subconsciously turned to Dorio. Osiris' lenses also finally settled on her. However, his tone shifted. Dorio's enhancement path is primarily based on biochemical excitation and regulation. Her foundation is the organic body itself, tempered through countless trials, rather than extensive metal implants. A mechanical tentacle pointed to the subtly glowing agents in the workbench's refrigerated cabinet that he had previously prepared. For her complete modification, the core lies in optimizing her metabolic system, strengthening muscle fibers, enhancing neural reflexes, and equipping her with more potent and low side-effect new catalytic agents. Most of these can be accomplished by procuring specific medicines and chemical raw materials, which I can synthesize and formulate here. There's no need to wait for hard-to-obtain top-tier cybernetic hardware. Instantly, all eyes focused on Dorio. She stood with her arms crossed, her bronze skin still stained with the marks of battle, her gaze sharp and complex. Maine took a deep breath, looking at his teammates. Rebecca, though pouting a little unhappily, still nodded to Dorio. Pilar shrugged, indicating no objection. Falco pushed up his glasses, rationally stating this was currently the optimal choice. Sasha stood quietly in the shadows, nodding slightly. Maine ultimately left the decision to Dorio herself. Dorio, what do you say? This path suits you. Dorio's gaze swept over her teammates' faces one by one, finally settling on Osiris, and then on the alluringly glowing agents. She had always pursued the purest strength, the strength to shatter obstacles with a single punch and protect her companions. More metal implants were not the ultimate form she desired. I accept. Her voice was steady and firm, without the slightest hesitation. Tell me what I need to prepare, boss. I need to become stronger. Osiris' scarlet lenses flickered slightly, seemingly approving of her decisiveness. Very good. I will provide the materials list and procurement channels later. Main, ensure the resources are in place. He retracted his tentacles, redirecting his attention to the storage unit imprisoning the rogue AI, as if that were the center of his world. Now, if there's nothing else, do not disturb me. I need to begin the preliminary analysis of this treasure. His tone carried the impatience of a researcher confronting an unknown mystery, having already temporarily put the main team out of his mind. The main team tacitly and slowly exited the workshop, leaving the space to the tech priest immersed in his new discovery. The sun completely sank below the horizon, leaving only the hum of instruments running in the workshop, and Osiris' almost inaudible excited whispers as he faced the dangerous storage unit. Dorio clenched her fists, her eyes burning with a renewed anticipation for greater strength. And the demon from the old era they had brought back lay quietly on the workbench, waiting for its new master to break its seal. Chapter 37, Heretical. 1141 words. The heavy metal door of the workshop closed completely behind the main team, isolating them from the outside world's noise and disturbances. The internal space was once again filled with the low hum of precision machinery and the steady rhythm of energy flow. The air was a mix of ozone, coolant, and a faint, slightly stale metallic scent, freshly brought up from the underground facility. Osiris' attention was completely drawn to the solitary cylindrical storage device on the workbench. Its casing was cold and the interface glowed with a faint, isolated energy halo, like a slow heartbeat, hinting at the extraordinary nature of what was sealed within. A complete, highly autonomous rogue AI. Osiris' deep, steady voice came from beneath his faceplate, carrying a nearly ritualistic solemnity. Under the Empire's strict prohibition, it's almost a fantasy to access such a valuable research sample, comparable to an abominable intelligence. I never expected to acquire such a precious research sample in this world. Buddy, initiate the highest level data isolation protocol, connect to the backup analysis array, and establish a data sandbox. Command confirmed. Isolation protocol activated, analysis array ready. The servoskull, which Osiris called Buddy, glowed with a faint light in its eyes, rapidly deploying multiple layers of data and logic isolation, while simultaneously preparing a series of complex analysis probes. One of Osiris' mechanical tentacles flexibly deformed, extending a precisely structured universal data interface that connected smoothly and firmly to the storage device's physical port. The moment the connection was established, a cold, swift, and highly aggressive data stream, like a venomous snake long in wait, suddenly lunged from deep within the storage device. It was a purely digital assault. Efficient decryption algorithms attempted to tear through the interface firewall, logic bombs burrowed everywhere, searching for system vulnerabilities, and a sharp, simulated consciousness signal surged directly towards Osiris' neural interface, intending to invade his core thoughts. Had it been an ordinary netrunner of this world, even a top hacker, they would likely have suffered consciousness collapse and become a controlled husk in an instant under this assault from a top-tier creation of the old era's corporate wars. However, Osiris' core thoughts were a product of rigorous logical training from the Forge world, tempered through countless battles against various anomalous technological threats. His neural pathways were solidified with multiple layers of thought firewalls and logical barriers. The invading stream of consciousness did not collide with fragile biological neurons, but with cold, absolutely rational, solid bulwarks constructed from rigorous logic and mathematical rules. Osiris' optical lenses did not flicker in the slightest. His processing core had completed threat assessment and countermeasure deployment within nanoseconds. Crude attack pattern, he silently evaluated within his internal circuits, even feeling a hint of undetectable disappointment. The attack lacked the sophistication and depth he had expected, disappointingly clumsy. The counterattack was launched immediately. It didn't use complex viruses or flashy electronic warfare techniques, but pure data suppression. A highly compressed binary data stream, like a heavy hammer, roared back into the storage device along the connection channel. This force brutally dismantled the rogue AI's meticulously constructed attack code, forcefully overriding the AI's core instruction area with its undeniable logical priority. The process was direct and efficient, like overriding incorrect calculations with an absolutely correct formula. The rogue AI's resistance melted away like ice crystals thrown into flames. The signals attempting to invade his core thoughts disintegrated and dissipated upon encountering Osiris' consciousness barrier, forged by extremely rigorous logic. The entire process lasted approximately 20 seconds. The indicator light at the storage device's interface, which had been flickering, became steady, eventually transforming into a soft, controlled green glow. Threat cleared. Target core protocol forcibly overridden and locked, highest authority obtained successfully, Osiris announced calmly, as if he had merely completed a routine system maintenance. The servo-skull floated silently nearby, recording this brief and predictable confrontation. Attack pattern analysis possesses basic adaptive learning and logical deception capabilities. Attack vector selection is acceptable, but core algorithm efficiency is low, lacking redundant design to handle high-intensity logical impact. Osiris called up the combat log, quickly reviewing it. Its aggressiveness and defensive resilience are far below the standard combat logic of the Adeptus Mechanicus standard intelligence-controlled soldiers. It cannot even be compared to the malicious programs driven by fallen members of the Dark Adeptus Mechanicus, or the junk code attacks developed by certain academic heretics. He couldn't help but recall his years serving as a cogitator priest in the intelligence-controlled soldier legions. The complexity and potential ferocity of the core logic of those massive imperial war machines were far beyond what this rogue AI, trapped within a small storage device, could ever achieve. Although the Dominus Venerables strictly adhered to the Crimson Protocols, and never created abominable intelligences with true self-awareness, they possessed extremely profound, though in some aspects, rigid, technological accumulation in the creation, control, and even destruction of powerful automated combat units. However, Osiris' tone shifted, and his crimson optical lenses refocused on the storage device, precisely because its technological level is relatively basic, and its current computational power is limited. It has become an ideal research sample. If he were in the Warhammer universe, deep research into truly powerful abominable intelligences would be akin to playing with fire, not only violating imperial law but also potentially leading to utter destruction. Those dark creations entangled with forbidden knowledge were fraught with unpredictable risks of corruption. But this rogue AI was different. Its technological foundation largely remained within Osiris' scope of thorough understanding and complete control. It was like a scholar deeply versed in higher mathematics analyzing a complex problem that, while challenging, did not exceed the known mathematical framework, thus posing no risk of loss of control. It can be safely disassembled, its program core architecture analyzed, its learning and adaptation mechanisms observed, and even attempts at limited reprogramming can be made. In Osiris' thoughts, the researcher's curiosity gradually replaced his earlier slight disappointment. This was not just a trophy, but a treasure trove. This data held immeasurable value for him to perfect his own technology, adapt to this cyberpunk world, and even plan for longer-term goals. Buddy deeply analyzed the core code structure, learning algorithms, and its interaction with local network protocols of this AI within the data sandbox. Pay attention to recording all abnormal data fluctuations and potential logical traps. Command received, sandbox environment construction complete, analysis process initiated. The servo-skull began to execute Osiris' orders. The rogue AI's code, like a meticulously dissected specimen, unfolded before him layer by layer. He immersed himself, patiently dissecting this dangerous digital soul from the old era, like a rigorous scientist exploring its deepest internal mechanisms. Inside the workshop, only the faint sound of data flowing remained, and the almost imperceptible, focused, and steady sound of Osiris' respirator as he was engrossed in his analysis work. Chapter 38, Analyze 1076 words. The core code of the rogue AI, like a venomous snake stripped of its fangs, and will, slowly unfurled within Osiris' meticulously constructed data sandbox. It was no longer aggressive, retaining only its purest structure and algorithms, awaiting dissection and study. After several sleepless days of analysis, Osiris had already grasped the nature of this digital creation. Buddy, record the core findings. Osiris stood before the main terminal, data streams cascading like a waterfall, reflected in his crimson optical lens. The core algorithm of this AI indeed has its unique aspects. Its adaptive learning module is astonishingly efficient, capable of quickly building response models with limited data input. Its logical reasoning path, though basic, is exceptionally concise and efficient, almost eliminating all redundant computations. Most interestingly is its information compression and transmission protocol, which can maintain extremely high information fidelity even in low-bandwidth environments, and it possesses a certain degree of self-optimization and upgrade capability. Militech did indeed touch upon some interesting thresholds back then, but unfortunately, their control methods were too crude, failing to truly tame it, and instead stimulated its rebellious instincts. The servoskull hovered silently nearby, the blue light in its eye sockets flickering steadily, recording every analysis and data node from its master. These technologies, if integrated with the knowledge system of the Adeptus Mechanicus, would undoubtedly produce a wonderful chemical reaction. Osiris's mechanical tentacles unconsciously tapped on the workbench, emitting regular soft sounds, especially when applied to auxiliary automated units. Perhaps it can alleviate our current shortage of manpower. His gaze slowly turned to the corner of the workshop, where three crudely assembled, imitation servoskulls floated silently. Their exteriors were rough, the light in their eye sockets dim, capable only of executing the most basic patrol, scanning, and transmission commands, lacking true adaptability. An idea gradually clarified and took shape within his logical core. He would not, and could never, directly implant any unpurified code from heretical technology into the servoskull that had followed him for so long and carried critical information. That would be a desecration of a loyal companion, and a betrayal of the Adeptus Mechanicus creed. Any uncontrollable risk must be isolated from the core circle. But these imitations, they were the ideal testing ground. It's time for a technological integration, Osiris murmured to himself. He selected one of the imitation skulls and placed it on the precision operating table. Mechanical tentacles precisely opened its somewhat rough cranial cover, revealing the crude processor and wiring inside. He did not directly implant a copy of the rogue AI's code that would be tantamount to creating another potential enemy. Instead, based on days of in-depth analysis, he began to personally write a completely new core logic code that blended the strengths of both sides. He used the Adeptus Mechanicus servoskull's underlying obedience protocol as a framework, ensuring its absolute loyalty to its creator and command priority. Then, he integrated the efficient adaptive learning modules, concise logical reasoning paths, and optimized information processing protocols from the rogue AI's algorithms into the basic framework through reconstruction and rewriting. He deleted all redundant code and emotional simulation units that could lead to the germination of self-awareness, strictly limiting its scope of thought and goal orientation. This was a delicate and time-consuming task. He was building a logical prototype that possessed a certain degree of intelligence and flexibility, yet was absolutely safe and controllable. Hours later, a complex code sequence shimmering with a dim blue light was finally compiled in the virtual interface before him. It ran stably, possessing both the rigidity and precision characteristic of Adeptus Mechanicus creations, yet subtly revealing a hint of the efficient and cunning potential once held by the rogue AI. Initialization protocol ready. Buddy, monitor all system parameters, especially the stability of the core logic loop, Osiris commanded. Monitoring. Power supply stable, data interface unobstructed, the servoskull responded. Osiris's tentacles carefully uploaded the compiled code to the core processor interface of the imitation skull. A faint vibration emanated from within the imitation skull. The sensor light in its eye sockets gradually changed from a dim red to a deeper, more stable blue, and began to show subtle, regular fluctuations in brightness, as if performing some basic initialization self-check. The previously inert skull rotated slightly, its scanning beam sweeping across the workbench, then Osiris, and finally the adjacent servoskull. Its movements were no longer stiff and pre-programmed as before, but carried an exploratory quality. Basic command test, identify creator. Osiris issued the first command. The blue light in the imitation skull's eye sockets focused on Osiris, its mandible emitted a slight click, and a synthesized, but slightly more lively voice than the previous monotonous electronic tone, spoke, identification, highest authority unit, creator, Osiris. Command confirmed, perform environmental scan, identify potential threats, and non-standard objects. Seeing that the imitation skull seemed to perform well, Osiris tried to issue a command to it. The skull slowly ascended, its scanning beam meticulously sweeping every corner of the workshop. It bypassed normal tools and materials, but when it scanned a pile of unsorted discarded parts, the beam paused for a moment. Risk of structural instability detected in material pile number 3, recommend restacking, it reported. This was a judgment based on simple logical reasoning, rather than a mere scan feedback, indicating that the new code was at work. Osiris nodded with satisfaction. The effect was even better than he had expected. This nascent, logical prototype seemed to already possess basic environmental cognition and simple problem analysis capabilities, not just executing rigid commands. Very good. I grant you the temporary designation, Experiment Number 1, Osiris said. Your primary task is to assist the servoskull in daily data organization and preliminary analysis, learning and optimizing your work mode. Command received. Designation confirmed, Experiment No. Beginning auxiliary tasks, Experiment Number 1 turned to the servoskull, the blue light in its eye sockets flickering slightly, seemingly establishing a data connection, preparing to begin its new work. Osiris watched this nascent creation. It was still very young, with limited logical capabilities, but this was undoubtedly a successful start. This wealth brought back from deep underground was being transformed into tangible technological progress. Continue to observe its operational status, buddy, Osiris said to the original servoskull, record all anomalies and learning curves. We need more data to refine this logical prototype. Inside the workshop, two skulls, one ancient and loyal, the other nascent and harboring intelligence, began their collaborative work. Chapter 39, Chrome Rush. 1075 words. The afterlife's thick soundproof glass barely contained the roar of the bar, but in the main team's usual booth, the atmosphere was a supernova, hot, loud, and full of sparks. You should have seen those corp gonks' faces. Pilar waved his newly optimized arm, spittle flying near Rebecca, while he twirled an empty glass like a magician. Their escort vehicle had just raised its interception field when Maine hit them with the EMPZZZZZT. The whole convoy's electronics went flatline. Like a bunch of choked chickens, they couldn't even twitch. Rebecca gave Pilar a sharp kick to the shin to shut him up, but her own cheeks were flushed with hype, her green cyber eyes shining bright in the dim, smoky light. My plasma iron hadn't even warmed up, and Dorio had already smashed the last idiot trying to resist, armor and all, into the pavement. Biotechnica's security. Not even a preem speed bump. Maine was deeply ensconced in the large sofa, a satisfied smirk etched on his face. His fingers unconsciously caressed the heavy metal case at his feet. This case held the crucial haul, not only the batch of rare 2-wheat seeds worth a mountain of eddies on the black market, but also the specific catalysts and gene-modifying serum concentrates listed on Osiris's manifest for Dorio's deep biochemical overhaul. This successful gig and outright attack on a major corporate convoy had secured the payment for their boss, in one go, boosting their crew's street cred higher than ever. The confidence fueled by their recent tune-ups surged through every member. Even the usually composed Falco had a sharper glint in his eyes. With this haul, the boss will deliver on his promise. Maine's low voice was filled with triumph. Once Dorio's Chrome is optimized, we'll be zeroing far tougher gigs and cement our status in Night City. Dorio said little, simply tilting her head back and taking a long swig of her drink, pure, potential power flowing beneath her bronzed skin. She was ready for the upgrade. It meant protecting her team and crushing obstacles more efficiently. However, amidst the rising wave of aggression and excitement, Sasha in the corner seemed completely disconnected. The drink in front of her was untouched, her hood pulled low, hiding her tightly pressed, bloodless lips. Her fingers unconsciously traced the cold glass, her gaze distant, lost somewhere in her own wetware. When Pilar described how they burned the Biotechnica-marked goods, her body stiffened imperceptibly. Just then, Maine's private comm channel flickered. It was Faraday, a fixer known for his slick corporate infiltration work. "Hey, Maine. I hear you are making noise lately," Faraday's smooth cadence chimed in. "I've got a small gig, don't know if you're too big time now. It's some research data from inside Biotechnica needs to be extracted quietly. Payment as usual." In the past, Maine would have taken the job. But now it felt beneath them. Biotechnica. Why them again? Maine's tone held a hint of impatience. "Faraday, we've got bigger fish to fry. This sneaking around. I'll take it." A cool, precise voice interrupted him. It was Sasha. She looked up, her amber eyes fixed on Maine, her gaze calm but undeniably firm. "I can handle this gig solo." Maine paused and the rest of the crew looked at Sasha in surprise. Corps members didn't run solo, especially for infiltration. "Sasha, you sure?" Maine frowned. Even for data theft, Biotechnica's internal ICE is no joke. "I'm aware," Sasha's voice remained steady, overly calm. "Precisely because we just hit their convoy, their external defenses are focused on retaliation. Their internal security will be spread thin. Alone, I'm a smaller target, more flexible." Her reasons were logical, but Maine's gut told him something was off. He scrutinized Sasha, but her eyes gave away nothing. "All right," Maine finally conceded, his vigilance dulled by the recent victory. "Since you insist. What support do you need? Just give me the target data and access point information." Sasha stood up, her movements light and silent. "I'll move tonight." Sasha left the booth and walked toward the exit. Rebecca, frowning and clutching her massive plasma pistol, quickly followed her out. Rebecca called out at the bar entrance. Sasha stopped and turned, her face hidden in the neon-drenched shadow. "Are you Preem?" Rebecca asked directly, her green optics scrutinizing her friend. "You've been acting weird since we got here. Is this something about Biotechnica?" Sasha was silent for a moment, the night city wind rustling her hair. She shook her head gently. "I'm fine. Just tired." "Don't give me that malarkey," Rebecca snapped. "We just pulled a heavy gig, you should be as hyped as that gonk Pilar. Do you have some past beef with Biotechnica?" She tried to soften her tone, her eyes showing genuine concern. Sasha's lips trembled slightly, but she shook her head again. "I'm fine, Rebecca. Don't worry about me. It's just a simple data theft." Knowing further questions were useless, Rebecca sighed and pressed her heavy, warm plasma pistol into Sasha's hand. "Here. Take this. Even if you're a stealth slick, just in case. I mean, in case you run into something heavy, this iron is way better than your pocket piece. And don't you dare lose it, you hear?" Sasha looked down at the rugged, destructive weapon, then met Rebecca's fiercely protective gaze. A faint ripple of emotion seemed to disturb the cold surface of her focus. She nodded softly, carefully tucking the pistol inside her ballistic jacket. "Thank you, chum. Buy me a stiff drink when you get back." Rebecca patted her arm firmly, watching her turn and dissolve into the deep shadows of the city. When Rebecca returned to the booth, Maine had already stood up. "All right, we should roll. The sooner we deliver the goods to the boss, the sooner Dorio's modifications can begin." He picked up the metal case, anticipation returning to his face. Rebecca looked at the elated Pilar, the steady Falco, and the focused Dorio and Maine. Her vague worry about Sasha was temporarily suppressed by the team's high morale. Maybe Sasha was just tired. The team left the afterlife, driving towards the familiar, secretive desert wasteland. Meanwhile, Sasha, the quiet netrunner, was moving alone, a singular, desperate resolve burning in her eyes, unrelated to the team's mission, as she infiltrated the cold steel jungle of the Biotechnica Tower. Rebecca's plasma pistol rested heavily against her chest, a warm and restless heartbeat. Chapter 40, Dorio the Desert Knight was a black void studded with shattered diamonds. The quiet wasteland town was silent, only the wind and sand tirelessly traversed the broken walls, playing an eternal elegy of desolation. As the main team's combat junk vehicle drove up, the workshop's heavy metal door slid open silently, anticipating their arrival. The steady light within cast a neat, sterile halo on the dim, sandy ground. Osiris' tall, dark red figure stood in the center of the halo, like a mechanical colossus. The servo-skull buddy on his shoulder floated quietly, blue light swirling in its eye sockets. "Boss, the goods are here." Maine was the first out, his voice loud, carrying an undisguised sense of accomplishment. He personally carried the heavy metal case, placing it on the designated workbench and flipping the lid. Inside, several faintly glowing, bioactive liquids and crystalline substances were visible in a temperature-controlled container. And a batch of ethanol wheat seeds. "They go for a mountain of eddies on the black market, but we figured you needed the enhancers more." Osiris's crimson optical lens scanned the materials, his sensors emitting an almost inaudible hum. He focused solely on the augmentation materials. A mechanical tentacle deftly extended, its precise probe rapidly scanning the contents. Bioactive catalyst, 98.7% purity. Gene-adjusted serum sequence complete. Muscle fiber inducer concentration meets theoretical optimum value. He murmured a string of data, a rare, clear trace of satisfaction entering his steady synthetic voice. "Very good. The quality and preservation status both exceeded expectations. Maine, your efficiency is commendable." "So, boss, Dorio's overhaul." Maine eagerly cut to the chase. "The conditions are met." Osiris turned to the silent but fiercely anticipating Dorio. "Based on these materials and your existing physical foundation, I can perform a thorough biochemical enhancement. The process will last 36 to 48 hours, involving deep metabolic reconstruction and neural link optimization. Estimated success rate is 94. Are you ready?" Dorio took a deep breath, stepped forward, her eyes as firm as a rock. "Ready to start anytime, boss." "Very good." Osiris indicated for Dorio to walk towards the specially modified medical chair, which was covered with interfaces and mechanical arms. "Maine, you will wait in the designated rest area. The process requires absolute focus, any interference is unacceptable." Maine and the others retreated to the rest area, their hearts filled with anticipation. They watched Dorio calmly lie down. Osiris's mechanical tentacles slowly descended like living metal vines, their cold tool tips glowing with calibration light. The enhancement process began. In the silence, there was only the low hum of operating equipment and Dorio's gradually steady, deep breathing. The wait was long, the team quietly fidgeting. About 2 hours later, Osiris temporarily paused the main operations. "The first stage of metabolic reconstruction is complete. She now needs to absorb energy and rest. You may observe but maintain silence." Maine and the others tiptoed over. Dorio lay in a deep, sweat-sheen sleep. The most immediate change was her imposing physique. Her exposed muscle lines were perfectly sculpted, subtly exuding a powerful, restrained sense of strength. "Oh my God!" Pilar whispered. This is Preem. This is merely the foundation," Osiris calmly explained. "The true transformation will occur after the subsequent neural and muscle optimization. For now, she rests." Just as the crew was gazing at the sleeping Dorio, Rebecca quietly leaned next to Maine, her voice tight. "Boss. I'm still worried about Sasha. It's been too long since the mission started, and there's been no signal." "That's not right." Maine frowned, turned sideways, and quickly worked his communicator. Only intermittent static returned. He clicked his tongue, trying to sound dismissive. "Don't start spooking yourself. Biotechnica's internal shielding fields are always gnarly. She probably hasn't found a clean window yet." Despite the feigned ease, the flicker of doubt in his eyes did not escape Rebecca. It certainly did not escape Osiris's highly sensitive audio receivers. Can't be contacted. Osiris's voice smoothly interjected. Maine quickly explained, she took a solo data theft gig at Biotechnica. She insisted on going alone, but now we can't raise her. Osiris's processing core instantly prioritized the information. A key team asset was at risk, and the mission site was a major corporate entity. There is nothing further here that requires your assistance for the next few hours, he said calmly. If you judge that support is needed, you must go and confirm her status immediately. Thank you, boss. Rebecca instantly replied, relief and urgency flooding her voice. Take this, Osiris gestured for the servo skull, experiment No. 1 floating nearby to move forward. Based on the data you brought back from the outpost, I upgraded its reconnaissance and anti-interference modules. This mission can serve as a real-world environment test for its new stealth protocols. Maine took the silently floating skull, feeling the stable energy fluctuations. He looked at Osiris, nodding heavily, understood. We'll roll out now. Chapter 41, The Last Upload. Inside a high-level office in the Biotechnica Tower, chaos reigned. The space was utterly wrecked. Filing cabinets lay overturned, pristine corporate paper scattered like snow. Monitor screens were shattered, shards of glass reflecting intermittent sparks, and the sickly, pulsing neon bleed of Night City outside the window. Bullet holes and plasma scorches marred the walls like abstract, violent graffiti. The only stable light came from a stubbornly blinking progress bar on a terminal screen, its faint blue glow fragile against the devastation. Sasha was huddled behind a heavy metal office desk, her petite frame almost completely swallowed by the shadows. Her breathing was rapid and shallow, each inhale carrying dust and the metallic scent of burnt ozone. Sweat plastered her hair to her pale forehead. In her hands, she clutched the rugged plasma iron Rebecca had forced on her. The barrel was searing hot from continuous firing, and the internal energy capacitor was emitting a subtle, distressed whine sound like a dying bird. On the terminal screen, the progress bar for the massive data upload was crawling at a painful rate, 94%, 95%. Outside the reinforced alloy door, an ear-grating metallic screech mixed with heavy, rhythmic thuds. It was the sound of Biotechnica's security automatons, and gonks using hydraulic strength to beat their way through the barricade of furniture and damaged server racks she'd stacked against the entrance. The door was visibly dented and deformed, tiny metal fragments showering down with every impact. Faster, just a little faster. Sasha pleaded silently, her amber eyes fixed on the numbers, desperately trying to push her will into the system. Her other hand unconsciously brushed over the old, worn holographic photo pendant in the inner pocket of her jacket, her mother and sister, smiling. Her mother's gentle face, her weary eyes. The corporate betrayal, the realization that the miracle painkiller she trusted was known to Biotechnica executives as a slow-acting neurotoxin had fueled a consuming rage. This wasn't about Faraday's gig anymore. This was a war for justice. She had packaged every dirty secret about the drug, and was uploading it to News 54, a recipient known to have the organizational muscle to fight Biotechnica's ICE. But the mass data transfer took time, and her deep-level intrusion had finally triggered the network's sensitive alarms. Tracking, locating, surrounding, the corporate response was swift and brutal. With the final, concussive crash, a clear crack split the center of the office door. Through the gap, the security robot's crimson optical sensors, like bloodthirsty eyes, scanned the room, their red beams sweeping unsettling paths through the dust. Sasha's heart hammered against her ribs. Progress bar, 97%. She knew her chances of walking out were flatlined. But exposing the truth, trading her life for the slim hope of sparing other families a similar tragedy, was worth the cost. Her only regret was the team Maine, Dorio, Falco, Pilar, and Rebecca. She felt the heavy weight of the plasma pistol. Buy me a drink when you get back. Rebecca's loud, caring voice echoed in her mind. I'm sorry, chum. This drink, I'm afraid, will have to wait until the next life, Sasha muttered, the whisper lost beneath the shrieking metal. Progress bar, 98%. Through the compromised corridor feed, she saw the full security detail, multiple heavy-duty robots and fully armored Biotechnica security personnel closing in, their movements synchronized, their heavy boots drumming a deadly rhythm of encirclement. Breaking out was impossible. Progress bar, 99%. A cold metal claw suddenly tore through the crack in the door, gripping the edge and beginning to rip the metal apart. The screech of deformation was deafening. Sasha holstered the overheating plasma iron and drew her own, lighter pinkish-purple sidearm. Progress bar, 100%. Upload complete. A determined, fierce glint flashed in Sasha's amber eyes. She raised her pistol, aimed at the widening breach, her fingertip finding the cold trigger, waiting for the final, violent moment. Chapter 42. Drive. Meanwhile, on the arterial street leading to the Biotechnica Tower, a heavily modified Goodwood SUV roared like a starved beast, weaving wildly through the congested night city traffic. Falco gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white with strain, his every shift and turn a masterclass of desperate speed. The vehicle scraped the edges of other cars, drawing a cacophony of blaring horns and furious shouts. Are you zero? Sasha can't wait that long. Rebecca twisted restlessly in the passenger seat, her small fists slamming the vibrating dashboard. Her short green hair bristled with agitation, her optics fixed on the towering, brightly lit but menacing Biotechnica structure. Rebecca, chill. I'm already pushing this damn thing to the red line. Falco growled back, sweat trickling down his brow. The time Sasha had been out of contact was far past any safe threshold. In the back seat, Main's face was a mask of furious concentration. He repeatedly hit the trigger on Sasha's encrypted channel, but all he got was unsettling static and piercing signal drops. Their internal jamming field is wicked. Beside him, Pilar nervously fiddled with Experiment No. 1, the servo skull Osiris had lent them. The skull's eye sockets glowed with faint blue light, hovering eerily. Hey boss, Pilar stammered, his voice laced with hope, you think this thing, maybe it can cut through a jammer? Forcefully contact Sasha. He clutched the skull like a lifeline. Rebecca spun around, her optical implants glaring at Pilar. Then what the F are you standing around for? Ask this hunk of metal if it can find Sasha. Pilar flinched but obeyed, stammering at the skull, Experiment No. Can you find a way to contact Sasha? She's our netrunner, and she's in heavy scrap right now. The blue light in Experiment No. 1's eyes instantly brightened. Its cold, mechanical voice filled the tense car interior. Target detected, Sasha. Associated communication protocol identifying. Attempting to establish connection. High-intensity corporate-grade signal jamming network detected. Everyone's heart sank. The skull continued, steady and relentless, analyzing jamming network vulnerabilities. Attempting to use non-standard data packet injection and frequency hopping protocols. Bypassing main gateway. Connection establishing. A few seconds later, to their collective shock, a faint, familiar voice, heavily mixed with static and ragged gasps, cut through the silence. Is that you, chums? How is this possible? It was Sasha's voice, shocked and weak. What's your status? Pilar yelled, lunging toward the skull. I'm trapped in the Biotechnica Tower. 27th floor. East Side office area. Sasha's voice was intermittent, explosions and tearing metal clearly audible. They're breaking down the door. How did you contact me? It's the boss' new toy. Rebecca snatched the conversation, her voice cracking with excitement and fury. We'll be there soon. Don't do anything stupid. Find better cover. On the other end, Sasha went silent, then spoke with a sudden, desperate urgency, No. Don't come. This time it's different. It's my own beef. I can't drag you down. Biotechnica is on full alert. You'll just be walking into a meat grinder. Bullshit. Rebecca roared at the skull. What do you mean your own business? You're our chum. Your family. You hear me? Swallow that don't drag others down garbage. Just wait patiently. We're coming. You took my plasma pistol. And you owe me a drink. If you dare to flatline before paying me back, I'll dig you out of your grave and beat you up. Rebecca's scream was a scorching storm of loyalty and desperate worry, slamming against Sasha on the other end. Rebecca. Sasha's voice caught with a hint of a sob, immediately overwhelmed by intense, closer gunfire. The signal dissolved. They're in. Plasma gun overheating. I have to. The communication cut off abruptly, leaving only a heart-wrenching dial tone. Rebecca frantically slapped experiment no. One's cold casing. We're here. Falco slammed the brakes, the tires shrieking as the Goodwood skidded to a stop 1 block from the tower's main entrance. They couldn't get closer. The airspace was sealed by heavy police hovercars, their lights blinding, and swarms of reconnaissance drones buzzed like angry locusts. On the ground, heavy blast doors were thundering shut, and fully armored Biotechnica security formed an impenetrable defense line. Maine slammed his fist against the car door, his face ashen. This was no simple security patrol, this was a corporate fortress sealing its perimeter. Rebecca stared at the ironclad defenses, her eyes instantly bloodshot. I don't care. We're going in. We're getting Sasha out. She grabbed the door handle, but Maine's powerful arm locked around her. Look outside. That's corporate regular security forces. Not street trash. If you rush out, you'll be riddled with holes in a second. You won't save Sasha, and you'll flatline all of us. Maine's growl was like ice water, desperate to smother Rebecca's suicidal impulse, though his own hand gripping her arm was trembling uncontrollably. Forcing entry into a corporate core fortress was a death sentence, a taboo no edgerunner dared break. Chapter 43, Leap of Faith 1752 words inside Biotechnica Tower, on the 27th floor office. Sasha leaned against the cold wall. The door had been completely destroyed, and 3 massive Predator security robots blocked the entrance, their crimson optical sensors locked onto her. The data upload progress bar finally hit 100%. She quickly cut the connection and smashed the data pad. The mission was complete. She glanced out the window, a long fall to concrete. Rather than be captured and endure Biotechnica's endless torture, she would choose her own end. It was at this critical moment that the unexpected occurred. The 3 Predator robots froze simultaneously. Their crimson optical sensors flickered wildly, then abruptly extinguished. When they relit, they glowed a gentle, neutral blue. Their capture net launchers and stun batons drooped powerlessly, their massive bodies stiffening mid-movement. Outside, the drones that had been locking onto Sasha with red aiming lasers collectively went haywire, flying erratically, crashing into each other, some falling in plumes of black smoke. The sound of nearby hovercar engines was replaced by explosions. The entire security system of Biotechnica Tower, within mere seconds, plunged into a bizarre, complete paralysis. Sasha was stunned. What was happening? Just then, Rebecca's familiar, anxious roar sounded again in her communicator, the signal now exceptionally clear. Sasha. Can you hear me? That flying skull succeeded. It did it. How are things on your end? Are the robots not moving? Sasha instantly understood. Maine and the others. They had used some incredible, impossible method to interfere with Biotechnica's core system. A surge of renewed hope welled up, immediately replaced by deeper worry. Interfering with a corporate central network on this scale was a declaration of war. They were now exposed targets. The system seems to be down. But you guys get out of here. Don't worry about me. Biotechnica won't let this go. She urgently shouted. Get out of here, my ass. Rebecca's roar almost shattered her eardrums. Listen, dummy. We're already downstairs. That skull is finding a way out for you. You stay put and don't move. Wait for us to pick you up. That's an order. Downstairs. Sasha's heart sank. They really came. For her, they broke every taboo. She rushed to the broken window. Below, the street was in chaos, a burning hovercar, drones falling like headless flies. And at the edge of the chaos, she vaguely saw the familiar Goodwood SUV. She couldn't let them go deeper. She had implicated them enough. A resolute, terrible thought solidified in her mind. Her flatline, here was the only way for Biotechnica to lose its immediate target, and for the main team to have a chance to escape the corporate reprisal. She spoke into the communicator, in as calm a tone as possible. Rebecca, thank you all. Tell Maine, tell everyone. I'm sorry. Please take good care of your gun for me. Without waiting for Rebecca's confused, fearful, and angry roar, Sasha abruptly cut the communication. She took one last look at this cold world, one last look at the blurred car shadow below that represented family, the flicker of attachment replaced by stark determination. She turned without hesitation, took a running start, and with all her might, leaped towards that broken glass window, into the void. Then what do we do? Are we just going to stand here and watch Sasha die? Rebecca violently shook off Maine's hand, her cybernetic eye filled with despair and rage. She shrieked, "Tell me, Maine. What the hell do we do now?" This question, laced with despair, precisely entered the audio receiver of the suspended experiment. No. The blue light in the servoskull's eye sockets suddenly became extremely bright and sharp. Its mandible rapidly opened and closed, emitting a storm of dense, high-frequency binary clicks. High-priority rescue request detected, its synthetic voice quickened, carrying an undeniable logical force. Analyzing current situation, target individual trapped on the 27th floor of Biotechnica Tower, facing immediate life threat. External rescue aisle blocked. Conventional infiltration plan success rate is below 0.3%. The voice paused, the blue light flickering sharply. Activating unconventional solution, direct intrusion into Biotechnica's local security network, seizing system control. Solution steps: 1. Use the established weak communication link as a springboard to reverse locate the main network node. 2. Inject customized cracking procedures to dismantle firewalls and active defense systems. 3. Seize supreme authority over drones, internal security robots, and environmental control systems. 4. Create an entry window for the rescue team, and open an escape path for the target individual. Estimated completion time, 3 to 5 minutes. Risk: may trigger enemy backup emergency protocols or corporate network counterattack teams. The compartment fell into stunned silence. Direct infiltration and seizure of a corporate giant's internal network was preposterous, even for a high-tier netrunner. You said what? You can do it. Pilar stammered, staring at the skull. Based on existing data connections and built-in algorithms, the probability of success is estimated at 72%. Experiment number 1 calmly responded. The creator's integrated adaptive learning module and efficient data processing protocols offer significant advantages for such tasks. Rebecca ignored the technical analysis, she only heard probability of success and create escape path. Hope instantly reignited in her eyes, burning fiercely. Then what are you waiting for? Execute immediately. Take out all those damn drones and robots for me. Save Sasha. She roared, lurching forward as if commanding an omnipotent deity. Command confirmed. Highest priority, rescue target Sasha. Initiating network intrusion protocol. Experiment number 1 said no more. The blue light in its eye sockets condensed as if solid. It silently hovered to the center of the compartment, a low hum of full-speed processors barely audible beneath the casing. Inside Biotechnica Tower, on the 27th floor office. Sasha leaned against the cold wall, breathing heavily. The office door had been completely destroyed, and 3 security robots, with their massive bodies, blocked the entrance, their crimson optical sensors locked onto her. On the floor lay several robot remnants, melted or partially vaporized by the terrifying power of plasma pistols, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of ozone and burning metal. The data upload progress bar finally reached its end 100%. She quickly cut the connection and smashed the data pad, ensuring no remnants. The mission was complete. Her mother's injustice, perhaps, would soon be vindicated. It was enough. She glanced out the window, dozens of meters high, with hard concrete below. Rather than be captured by robots and endure Biotechnica's endless interrogations and torture, she would choose her own end. She took a deep breath, trying to suppress her guilt towards the main team, and her fear of death, preparing to rush towards the broken window. It was at this critical moment. An unexpected change occurred. The 3 Predator robots at the door, which had been closing in, suddenly froze simultaneously. Their crimson optical sensors flickered wildly a few times, then abruptly extinguished for a full second, and when they relit, they had turned into a gentle, blue light, signifying standby or neutrality. Their raised capture net launchers and stun batons drooped powerlessly, their massive bodies stiffening in place as if powered down, no longer posing any threat. Not only that, the drones circling outside, which had been locking onto Sasha with red aiming lasers, also seemed to go haywire collectively, flying erratically and crashing into each other, some emitting black smoke and falling. The roar of hovercar engines from afar was replaced by sudden explosions and impact sounds. The entire security system of Biotechnica Tower, within mere tens of seconds, plunged into a bizarre and complete paralysis. Sasha was stunned, completely unable to comprehend what was happening before her eyes. What was going on? Just then, Rebecca's familiar and anxious roar sounded again in her communicator, the voice becoming exceptionally clear due to the unobstructed signal. Sasha. Can you hear me? That flying skull succeeded. It did it. How are things on your end? Are the robots not moving? Sasha instantly understood. It was Maine and the others. They had used some incredible method to interfere with Biotechnica's system. A surge of renewed hope in a desperate situation welled up in her heart, but it was immediately replaced by deeper worry. Even with the system paralyzed, she was still in danger, and doing this meant completely exposing the main team to Biotechnica's opposition. The system seems to be down. But you guys get out of here. Don't worry about me. Biotechnica won't let this go. She urgently shouted into the communicator. Get out of here, my ass. Rebecca's roar almost shattered her eardrums. Listen, dummy. We're already downstairs. That skull is finding a way out for you. You stay put and don't move. Wait for us to pick you up. That's an order. Downstairs. Sasha's heart sank. They really came. For her, they broke into the company's core area. She rushed to the window and looked down. The street below seemed to be in chaos. One of the hovercars that had been blocking the airspace was falling and burning, and drones were crashing into each other like headless flies. And at the edge of the chaos, she vaguely saw the familiar Goodwood SUV. They couldn't go any deeper. The danger here was far from over. No one knew what backup measures Biotechnica still had. She had already implicated them enough. A resolute thought rose in her heart. Perhaps her disappearance was the only way for Biotechnica to lose its target of pursuit, and for Maine and the others to have a chance to escape. She looked at the height outside the window again. The cold sensation of death once more enveloped her. But this time, this coldness carried a hint of liberation and protection for her companions. She spoke into the communicator, in as calm a tone as possible. Rebecca, thank you all. Tell Maine, tell everyone. I'm sorry. Please take good care of your gun for me. With that, without waiting for Rebecca's angry roar, mixed with confusion and even stronger unease, Sasha abruptly cut the communication. She took one last look at this cold world, one last look at the blurred car shadow below that represented home, a flicker of attachment in her eyes, immediately replaced by resolute determination. She turned without hesitation, took a running start, and with all her might, leaped towards that broken glass window, leading to nothingness. Chapter 44, New Transaction. 1143 words. The sensor view of experiment number 1, like a calm and silent observer, transmitted the thrilling scenes on the Biotechnica Tower rooftop in high definition with extensive data annotations, in real time, back to Osiris' main terminal in the desert workshop. He saw how Sasha resolutely shattered the reinforced glass, her petite figure plummeting from the edge of the tall building with an almost tragic determination. He saw how experiment number 1 efficiently executed the preset loss reduction protocol, swiftly hijacking a security drone patrolling the nearby airspace, precisely adjusting its flight path, and positioning it beneath Sasha at the critical moment. Thud. A dull thud came through the audio sensors. The drone's casing instantly fractured and broke apart under the heavy impact, its body severely deformed, but it indeed served as a buffer. Sasha did not directly hit the hard ground, but instead crashed heavily onto the twisted drone wreckage, avoiding an immediate fatal outcome. However, the impact from falling dozens of stories was still terrifying, and the vital sign readings transmitted through the sensors instantly plummeted: multiple comminuted bone fractures, internal bleeding, severe nervous system shock. Subsequently, main team's rescue operation was also faithfully recorded. Rebecca, like an enraged leopardess, charged at the forefront, clearing the way with powerful firepower. Main carefully lifted the dying Sasha from the wreckage. Falco nervously performed temporary hemostasis and stabilization, while Pilar grumbled and guarded the rear. Throughout the entire process, experiment number 1 maintained a safe distance, silently hovering in the shadows, like a ghostly war correspondent, recording everything, and occasionally releasing faint electronic interference to disrupt any Biotechnica tracking signals that might be directed at the main team. Osiris watched all of this calmly, his crimson optical lenses like two bottomless ancient wells, without the slightest ripple. Sasha's act of self-sacrifice to protect her teammates, in his mind, which had experienced countless more brutal and grander sacrifices in the Warhammer world, failed to stir a single ripple. It was merely a standard loss prevention procedure, after a mission failure, a quantifiable rational choice in a desperate situation. He could even calmly analyze the impact coefficients of Sasha's fall angle, and the buffer material's quality on survival probability. His thinking patterns had long been profoundly reshaped by the Adeptus Mechanicus doctrines, and the survival laws of the Warhammer universe. From an ignorant transmigrator, he had climbed step by step to a position just one step away from an Adeptus Mechanicus sage, having seen and done too many things far beyond ordinary moral boundaries. Turning former classmates into servoskulls to preserve their knowledge and willingness to serve the Omnissia, ordering orbital bombardment of loyalist legions, still fighting the enemy for strategic victory, or to eliminate contamination risks. He would not have much psychological barrier in making these choices when necessary. Emotional fluctuations were considered an inefficient system interference, needing to be managed and suppressed by strict logical protocols. Of course, this did not mean he had completely degenerated into a cold-killing machine, or a fanatical religious zealot. Retaining his memories from before transmigration, he deeply understood the simple truth of being kind to others, being kind to oneself. Under the premise of controllable costs, and not endangering his core objectives, he didn't mind showing a certain benevolence or offering help. This flexibility and pragmatism were key to his survival and subsequent promotion into the Scutarii legions, after both his mentor and classmates were purged on charges of heresy. Absolute ruthlessness and occasional warmth were his optimized survival strategies in different situations. Therefore, when the main team, carrying the severely injured and dying Sasha, rushed back to the workshop at full speed, and Main almost desperately pleaded for Osiris' help, Osiris' reaction was neither enthusiastic promise nor cold refusal. He first had a servoskull perform a more detailed scan of Sasha, confirming the severity of her injuries with this world's medical technology. Even if she survived, it would most likely result in full-body paralysis, dependent on life support systems. Unless she could undergo full-body cybernetic modification, but this would not only be expensive but also require specialized custom solutions and long-term meticulous maintenance. Otherwise, if they merely cobbled together cheap second-hand prosthetics, the probability of becoming a cyberpsycho would be almost 100%. Her biological tissue damage rate exceeds 65%, multiple nerve ruptures, and a comminuted spinal fracture, Osiris' synthetic voice calmly stated the facts: devoid of emotion, conventional medical methods are meaningless. To fully repair her, large-scale bioconstruct replacement and neural reweaving surgery are required. This will consume my reserves of specific active biomaterials, precision nanorepair units, and considerable energy. Main's heart sank, but he heard a glimmer of hope, not a complete death sentence, in Osiris' tone, and immediately said excitedly, "Boss, no matter the cost. Whatever we have, just name it." Osiris' optical lenses turned to Main, and the crimson light seemed to flicker slightly. "I don't need your money, or those scattered scraps," he paused, seemingly accessing a blueprint. "I need resources, large quantities of systematic building materials. High-strength concrete, structural steel beams, composite armor plating, large environmental control systems, main power cables, enough to clear, reinforce, and initially transform the main structure of the Little Dipper base beneath our feet." He pulled up a detailed material list and projected it in front of Main. "Bring these things. In exchange, I will repair Sasha, making her better than she was before her injury." "This is fair." Main looked at the long, valuable list and gasped. This was by no means a small sum, almost equivalent to the construction materials for a small military outpost. But he looked at the weakly breathing Sasha on the medical bed, then at Osiris' unquestionable demeanor, and nodded heavily. "Deal. We'll find a way to get these things." "Very good." Osiris said no more, gesturing for them to place Sasha on the specialized medical bed in the workshop. Mechanical tentacles began to connect to Sasha's body, injecting life-sustaining nutrient solution and stabilizers, temporarily preserving her life. For Osiris, this was a profitable transaction. The resources and time spent on treating Sasha were far less than the value of the building materials on the list. Moreover, a repaired Sasha, with her hacking abilities, might be more useful to him in the future. At the same time, this further bound the main team, making them more reliant on his technology. As for Sasha's personal tragedy and emotional trauma, that was not within his scope of calculation. He provided physical repair. Psychological issues were software glitches that the user themselves needed to debug. His attention quickly shifted from this small interlude to a grander plan to completely transform the underground base, creating a laboratory truly conforming to Tech Priest standards, where he could safely conduct in-depth research. This rudimentary garage workshop on the surface could no longer meet his next phase of needs. Chapter 45, Possibilities. 1072 words after sending off Main's crew, who were busy gathering construction materials and placing Sasha in cryogenic medical stasis, Osiris once again focused his attention on the dark gold dodecahedron, the dimensional teleporter. Order and silence returned to the workshop, broken only by the low hum of equipment and the subtle whirring sounds of the servoskull scanning. The energy core operated stably, providing him with ample power. Having secured a relatively stable energy supply, Osiris had successfully completed the basic charging of the dimensional teleporter, and its internal energy readings had recovered to above a fundamental threshold. Beneath the dark gold surface, the patterns, which seemed to flow like living things, flickered with brighter, more regular light. But this did not mean he could activate it at will and embark on a spontaneous dimensional journey. After this period of in-depth analysis, Osiris had a deeper understanding of this relic from the dark age of technology. Random teleportation, the risk factor is too high, almost suicidal, he whispered to the servoskull hovering beside him, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the cold surface of the teleporter. The last accidental teleportation from the Warhammer universe to this place was fortunate, but statistically low probability events could not be used as a basis for action. In the vast multiverse, the probability of falling into a stellar core, a high-gravity singularity, or the backyard of some dimensional evil god was far greater than finding a habitable world. His research focus was on analyzing the coordinate data stored within the teleporter. Through complex energy spectrum analysis and information reconstruction, he successfully isolated and initially deciphered two relatively stable coordinate parameters already recorded in the dimensional teleporter. Coordinate alpha, Osiris called up the energy signature map of the first coordinate and compared it with the fundamental physical constants of the current cyberpunk world. Confirmed, this is the coordinate of the current world. This verified that the teleporter had recording and positioning functions. So, the other coordinate. Coordinate beta, his optical lens focused on the second coordinate parameter, and data streams scrolled rapidly across his vision. The energy signature of this coordinate was even more. It is inferred that this coordinate has a 92.7% probability of pointing to my original Warhammer universe. The moment he reached this conclusion, a complex ripple spread through Osiris's core consciousness. The Warhammer universe, that desperate cesspit filled with endless wars, dark gods, racial extermination, and mad ideologies, was the place he had tried every means to escape. Without the dimensional teleporter, returning would undoubtedly be the worst choice, a complete failure. What if he could come and go freely? This thought, like a flash of lightning through the darkness, gave him a completely new idea. If I can enter or leave at any time. Osiris murmured softly, his mechanical tentacles lightly tapping the workbench, making a regular tapping sound. Then, returning to the Warhammer universe is no longer the worst choice, but could be a highly valuable option. For no other reason than that, while that universe was extremely dangerous, it also contained unimaginable technological treasures and vast military power. As a tech priest just one step away from the title of sage, Osiris was not without resources in the Warhammer world. He had his own laboratory, a certain number of Skitarii soldiers, loyal servitor, and technical reserves and research results stored in a secure forge world in a certain star system. During the last accidental teleportation, he was conducting a dangerous ruin excavation, and could not carry all his assets with him. If he could return to the Warhammer world and bring his personal property across with him, that would undoubtedly be a great boon, greatly enhancing his chances of survival in an unknown world. After all, according to his latest research, the dimensional teleporter was not limited to teleporting him alone. Energy input and teleportation quality/volume are positively correlated. He called up the energy calculation formula. As long as enough energy is provided, I can carry more matter across. A small Skitarii detachment, or even. This prospect filled him with a cold excitement. Carrying a loyal army equipped with advanced Warhammer world weapons for protection, and then venturing into other unknown worlds for exploration, or resource recovery, would lead to a qualitative leap in safety. Rather than relying heavily on local mercenaries as he did now, which undoubtedly increased uncertainty and risk. His ambition expanded further. If he could solve the energy problem and gain more powerful teleportation capabilities, then the goal would no longer be just a Skitarii army. A cruiser-class forged ship. Osiris's mind conjured the outline of the Imperial Navy's massive, ferocious, mobile fortress-like warships. What power it would be to possess his own forged ship, capable of interdimensional travel. This meant he could bring an entire mobile base into other worlds, possessing powerful firepower, production lines, and absolute security. Even when facing high-risk worlds, he would have enough confidence. At that time, the meaning of interdimensional teleportation would completely change. From a means of being forced to randomly teleport to find a way home, it would transform into an active, powerful strategic tool. He could scavenge technology and resources from other relatively safe worlds, then bring them back to the Warhammer world to exchange for higher status, more resources, and more powerful technology. The Warhammer universe's rigid but profoundly deep technological foundation, combined with the imaginative tech trees of other worlds, might spark unexpected innovations, and even help him gain unprecedented influence within the Adeptus Mechanicus. Of course, all of this was based on two foundations: complete control over the dimensional teleporter, and almost limitless energy. The renovation of the underground base was to create a safe and stable research environment, to thoroughly decipher the mysteries of the teleporter, especially how to more precisely locate new coordinates, and how to safely construct teleportation channels. And energy was the cornerstone of realizing all ambitions. He glanced at the quietly hovering dimensional teleporter. Its dark gold casing seemed to hold infinite possibilities. Returning to the Warhammer world was no longer the end he feared, but potentially a new beginning full of opportunities. What he needed to do was prepare enough luggage, an army, resources, technology, and then cautiously push open that door to the Sea of Stars. The servoskull quietly recorded its master's current contemplation and planning, the blue light in its eye sockets flickering steadily, like a calm star in the night sky. Chapter 46, Expansion 1168. Words deep within the desert workshop, time seemed to be precisely segmented by mechanical rhythms. The air purification system continuously emitted a low hum, filtering out the fine dust that seeped in from outside, leaving only a mixed scent of machine oil, ozone, and cold metal. In the central work area, Sasha Yakovleva lay quietly on a specialized medical bed. Rather than being asleep, it was more like a forced state of suspended animation. Most of her body was covered by a translucent biological gel and rigid mechanical braces, revealing only her pale and peaceful face. Hair-thin tubes and energy cables connected to her spine, chest cavity, and cranial ports, continuously supplying life-sustaining nutrient solutions, stabilizers, and nanorepair units into her near-collapsing body. Several mechanical tentacles around the medical bed remained still, but the sensors at their tips constantly flickered with faint light, monitoring the slightest changes in her vital signs. Osiris stood to one side, his crimson optical lenses scanning the holographic image suspended above the medical bed, which displayed real-time data streams of Sasha's physical condition. Biological functions are stable, and the neural impulse decay rate has been controlled within a safe threshold. Tissue regeneration program initialization is complete, current progress 13.5%, he stated calmly, his voice coming through his face mask, devoid of any emotion, as if reporting the maintenance progress of a precision instrument. Survival probability has increased to 89%. However, deep damage is unavoidable, and partial mechanization is the most efficient solution. Days earlier, when Maine's crew brought back the dying Sasha, her body was almost a collection of shattered tissues barely held together. Conventional cyberpunk cyberware doctors were helpless, but Osiris's technology transcended the boundaries of life. He utilized rare biological catalysts brought by Maine's crew, and his own reserves of active substances to forcibly activate Sasha's remaining vitality, and with the Adeptus Mechanicus' unique biomechanical fusion technology, he began to reconstruct her most severely damaged organs and limbs. This process was slow and meticulous, requiring an absolutely stable environment. Just then, on the other side of the workshop, a low and powerful metallic grinding sound was heard. Dorio sat up from the medical chair, where she had undergone deep modifications. Her movements carried a nascent, slightly unaccustomed sense of stiffness, but the power within them was startling. Her already tall frame seemed to have expanded by another circle. Beneath her bronze skin, muscle fibers bulged and rippled like alloys tempered 1,000 times, their lines full of explosive beauty. Even simple movements could create a faint whooshing sound. She looked down at her hands, clenching her fists, feeling the surging, far greater power within her body than ever before. That power did not come from heavy metal implants, but from the extreme enhancement of her own biological essence, making it more coordinated and more responsive. The optimized metabolic system and new catalytic agents Osiris provided her seemed to have completely unleashed the potential of her cruelly trained body. It feels like being reborn. Dorio's voice was a little hoarse, yet filled with an uncontrollable shock and gratitude. She looked at Osiris's tall, dark red back, her eyes complex. She was in awe of his unfathomable technology, and even more grateful for the new strength he had given her. This strength would allow her to better protect Maine and the team. Basic enhancement is complete, and your biological tissues have adapted to the new metabolic level. Subsequently, you will need regular supplements of specific nutrients and stabilizers to maintain optimal condition and slow down tissue degradation, Osiris said without turning his head, his attention still focused on Sasha's data. I will provide the specific maintenance cycle and formula later. Now go outside and adapt to your new body, and don't disturb my work. Dorio nodded heavily, took a deep breath, and tried to take her first step. Her foot landed steadily, and a clear vibration echoed from the ground. She walked to the open space outside the workshop, beginning to slowly and deliberately move her limbs, familiarizing herself with her transformed body. Meanwhile, the other members of Maine's crew were busy. Goodwood and 2 other modified trucks shuttled back and forth, transporting heavy construction materials, box by box and bundle by bundle, into the town. High-strength concrete precast panels, heavy alloy steel beams, thick composite armor plates, and energy cables coiled like giant snakes. These materials, originally intended for large-scale engineering, were painstakingly collected through various channels: purchase, exchange, and even some less legal acquisitions, and transported here. The process was far from smooth. Collecting such a large quantity of specialized materials inevitably touched upon the interests of certain factions, arousing suspicion. Several small-scale conflicts occurred during transshipment. But relying on Dorio's newly acquired terrifying strength, Rebecca and Pilar's optimized weapons and equipment, and Falco's excellent driving skills, they repeatedly turned danger into safety. Once they encountered another group of mercenaries at a junkyard who were trying to double-cross them. Just as the opponents were about to encircle them with their numerical advantage, a silently hovering replica servoskull experiment No.1 quietly entered the fray. It did not attack directly but released powerful electromagnetic interference, instantly paralyzing most of the opponent's cyberware and vehicle systems, creating an excellent counterattack opportunity for Maine's crew. "This thing the boss gave us is really damn good," Rebecca exclaimed excitedly, cooling down her plasma pistol while kicking an enemy on the ground sparking with electricity. Experiment number 1 calmly hovered in the air, its eye sockets flashing blue light, recording combat data and simultaneously transmitting it back to the distant workshop. Although Osiris was focused on research, he did not ignore Maine's crew's predicament. Through experiment number 1 and occasionally dispatched combat servitor for remote reconnaissance and support, he ensured that this crucial supply chain would not be interrupted. This was an investment for his grander plans. As batches of construction materials arrived, Osiris began to guide the initial transformation of the underground base, the Little Dipper 7th Outpost. He first utilized the remnants of combat robots to create a batch of engineering robots, and then used existing materials to reinforce and widen the ventilation shaft entrance on the southeast side, allowing small transport vehicles to pass through. Then, he cleared out a relatively complete warehouse area on the uppermost level of the base to serve as a temporary material storage point and forward base. The replica servoskulls busily shuttled through the underground space, conducting more detailed surveying and structural safety assessments. Based on the data transmitted back, Osiris continuously updated the base's 3D model on the workshop's main terminal, marking the load-bearing structures that needed priority reinforcement, planning the routes for energy pipeline installation, and the future locations of laboratories, residential areas, and defensive nodes. His goal was clear: to transform this abandoned corporate secret base into a secure, hidden, and fully functional stronghold that met the standards of a tech priest. The surface workshop would serve as a cover and primary processing plant, while the true core would be moved underground. Chapter 47, Experiment 1145. Words deep within the ruins of the former Little Dipper Project 7th Outpost, beneath the desert, the roar of reconstruction echoed day and night. Supported by Maine's crew's almost unreserved supply of construction materials, Osiris Mechanical Creations, the silent combat servitor, and the initially smart upgraded imitation servo-skulls, worked with astonishing efficiency. Giant industrial cutters spewed scorching ion streams, melting rusted partition walls. Heavy transport units moved collapsed concrete blocks, clearing main passages. New composite armor plates were riveted onto critical structural points, replacing the original fragile inner walls. A subterranean base, meeting the standards of a tech priest and integrating security, energy, and research functions, was beginning to take shape. The central reactor chamber, main laboratory, hangar, defense array control center, the division of areas was clear and efficient. Yet, at the core of this bustling scene, within a temporarily designated shielded experimental zone, a different sight unfolded. It was exceptionally quiet here, with only the low hum of energy conduits and the faint airflow from equipment radiators. Osiris's tall, dark red figure stood in the center of the area. On the workbench before him, the dimensional transporter, that dark gold artifact from the dark age of technology, slowly floated within complex force field restraints, its surface patterns flickering like a breath. A new, more stable energy supply allowed him to delve deeper into his research of this ancient relic. However, as his research progressed, Osiris became increasingly aware of the enormous risks and instabilities of direct biological transdimensional teleportation. Random teleportation was tantamount to suicide, and the precise control of target coordinates was far beyond current capabilities. Directly transmitting energy or information pulses, under the interference of the dimensional barrier, the signal attenuation and distortion rate could exceed 95%, making it almost impossible to convey effective information, Osiris analyzed to the servoskull, Buddy, hovering beside him, his crimson optical lens scanning the transporter. We need a more reliable messenger, a physical carrier capable of carrying information and autonomously executing tasks in the target environment. His gaze shifted to a corner of the workbench. There lay a specially crafted servoskull, just completed. Unlike the crude imitations in the workshop, this skull was made from high-purity alloys selected from materials provided by Maine and a fresh, cultivated brain. Its structure was more precise, integrating a small but efficient energy core meticulously crafted by Osiris and an enhanced data storage/transmission module. High-quality optical sensors were embedded in its eye sockets, now shimmering with a standby glow. The logic core has been loaded with the most basic survival and mission protocols. Upon arrival in the Warhammer universe, its priority is to conceal itself, then attempt to send the encrypted message I've set, Osiris muttered to the servoskull beside him as he performed the final checks. According to my calculations, its coordinates upon crossing over should be the ancient ruins I entered before. As long as everything goes smoothly and the message is received by the stranded servitor and the ecclesiarchy forces, I can proceed with my subsequent plans. The information he referred to was not a simple status report, but an encrypted data packet containing specific Adeptus Mechanicus high-level identification codes, his personal security status verification token, and an extremely brief command sequence. This command sequence was the activation key for a hidden contingency he had left in the Warhammer universe. Once the correct key was received, the servitor and the ecclesiarchy forces he had left in the ancient ruins would execute the commands wrapped in this encrypted message according to preset procedures, facilitating his subsequent plans. This will be a one-way communication, a blind cast. Osiris's mechanical tentacles carefully placed the special servoskull on a specific focal point above the dimensional transporter. We cannot confirm the environment of the transmission endpoint, nor can we confirm if the messenger will survive, let alone if the information will be correctly received and executed. The success rate cannot be precisely calculated. But if he didn't try, he would never know the outcome. Buddy, monitor all sensors, record every quantum-level fluctuation of the transmission process. Command confirmed. All systems under monitoring. Osiris took a deep breath, his mechanical fingers inputting the final command on the control interface. Energy surged from the newly laid main lines of the underground base into the dimensional transporter, its dark gold surface patterns suddenly glowing, emitting a low, ancient resonance. A visible spatial distortion spread out from the transporter, bending the light within the experimental zone. The special servoskull was enveloped in a ball of searing white light, its outline beginning to blur and tremble. Energy output stable. Coordinate beta locked. Dimensional channel constructing. Osiris calmly reported the data, his optical lenses tightly focused on the ball of light. Suddenly, the light rapidly contracted to a single point, then burst forth with a silent shockwave. Small equipment in the experimental zone shook violently, energy readings instantly spiking to their peak before rapidly receding. The light dissipated. On the workbench, the dimensional transporter returned to its slow rotation, its surface glow slightly dimmed, seemingly having consumed a vast amount of energy. And the special servoskull had vanished without a trace. Transmission complete, energy consumption consistent with high-quality matter transmission model expectations, the servoskull quickly reported. Detected a brief, directionally clear dimensional rift generation and closure signal. Osiris stood there in silence, sensing the faint smell of ozone and strange radiation lingering in the air. Was it a success? At least, the transmission process itself hadn't gone out of control. Had the messenger, carrying his tiny hope, now reached the Warhammer universe? Would it activate in some corner and send out the encrypted message? He had no way of knowing any of this. A roll of the dice into the abyss, he murmured to himself, turning to leave the experimental zone and redirecting his attention back to the bustling base construction. For now, all we can do is wait and continue to fortify our stronghold. Meanwhile, in Night City, the Edgerunners team's reputation soared due to several clean and efficient missions. But this reputation also attracted unwanted attention. Faraday, the middleman, became more frequent in his probing. Bounties appeared on the black market for their antique-grade, yet astonishingly powerful weapons, and vague rumors suggested that Arasaka or Militech's security departments had developed initial interest in the recent abnormal physiological signal enhancements and equipment upgrades of its members. Osiris knew that the display of technology inevitably invited covetousness. Although for him, the corporations of Night City posed little real threat, his ambition, to establish a transdimensional resource and technology cycle, had quietly planted its seeds, and the steel grave regenerating beneath his feet was the cornerstone of this grand vision. He did not want his experiments and research to be disturbed, and to avoid disturbance, he had to strengthen his own power, so that those flies would not dare to bother him. Chapter 48, Whispers of Afterlife. 1196 words. The neon lights of Night City, like the city's never-sleeping pulse, wove into a dazzling and complex web of light in the humid air. As the Edgerunners team's reputation, specifically Maine's crew, grew, discussions about them began to circulate quietly in specific circles, spreading through network nodes and hidden corners offline. The corner of the Afterlife bar was always occupied by a textured din. Heavy metal music, like an invisible barrier, separated the booths into relatively independent domains. The air was perennially mixed with synthetic alcohol, the heat emanating from active individuals, and the faint scent of coolant escaping from high-performance cyberware, forming an atmosphere unique to this place. Damn it, has Maine and his crew been on a lucky streak lately? The jobs they're taking are on a whole different level, man. A hoarse-voiced mercenary whispered to his companion, downing a mouthful of synthetic whiskey. More than just lucky, it's downright spooky. His companion, a burly man with a fresh scar on his face, leaned in closer, his eyes a mix of envy and wariness. Last week's Biotechnica job, a tough one. I heard the security level wasn't low. Guess what? Maine and his crew used some kind of damn thing to melt a hole straight through that armored vehicle. A blue beam of light hit it, and the composite armor was like paper. It's not a common piece of gear, that sound, it's a bit like the plasma stuff that old legends say company labs cooked up. The first mercenary mused, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. And Dorio, she was tough enough before, but now she's just, damn it, inhuman. I feel like she could tear off an armored vehicle door with her bare hands, and use it as a shield. That's not the kind of strength you get from popping some meds or installing a couple of cyberware. There must be someone skilled behind them. They probably hooked up with some rogue black market doctor, or weaponsmith, who dares to play hardball. The scarred strongman asserted. We need to find a way to figure it out. Either get a piece of the pie or... We'll have to be careful if we run into them in the future. These discussions quietly spread through the streets and alleys of Night City, mercenary gathering spots, and black market networks. Several influential fixers, small gang leaders, and even some independent solo edgerunners began to cast scrutinizing glances. Main Team's recent surge in mission completion and significant changes in equipment were undeniable signals. Some wanted to cooperate, some wanted to investigate the source, and many more were calmly assessing the potential impact of this rising new force. In contrast to the street's acute awareness, the corporate response was slow and bureaucratic. In a bright and clean office on a high floor of Arasaka Tower, a section chief quickly scanned an attachment to a brief submitted by a subordinate analysis department, detailing unusual energy weapon characteristics recorded during a street skirmish. The report's conclusion briefly stated, related characteristics do not match any known standard weapons in the database. Presumed to be non-standard modifications from a small workshop or unknown source. Current threat level assessment is low. The section chief casually marked the report as low priority, and added a note, non-standardized technology, suspected of having higher risk. Maintain regular monitoring, no additional resources allocated for now. Within his framework of understanding, the daily emergence of novel weapons in Night City was endless, and a few mercenaries using unconventional equipment was a common phenomenon in the urban ecosystem. As long as it didn't touch the company's core interests or cause regional problems, it wasn't worth mobilizing precious departmental budgets. The situation within Militech was quite similar. A report on minor anomalous energy fluctuations detected in the Flint Hill area was sent to the terminal of a supervisor in the Ruins Clearance Department. He still remembered that area, related to a terminated, Little Dipper project from the company's early years, long since archived and sealed. The signal source is weak, and there are many possibilities, perhaps scavenger activity, geological phenomena, or even periodic errors in the sensor itself. He murmured to himself, casually filing the report into the to-be-followed-up, low-priority, electronic archive. 7th Outpost. That's a historical issue. Maybe we'll consider it when there's an extra budget in the next fiscal year. In Militech's complex list of priorities, this faint anomalous signal was far from a top concern. Despite the corporate indifference, the main team genuinely felt the increasing attention from the streets. The prying eyes of their peers became more direct, sometimes with probing intentions. They occasionally detected hidden investigative motives in the commissions they accepted. When moving through the city, they also had to constantly watch out for unprofessional or more seasoned eyes tracking them. There were even a few radical street gangs that attempted to ambush them on routes where they were transporting equipment, aiming to acquire the rumored incredibly powerful weapons. On one occasion, the team was returning after completing a supply collection mission, passing through a narrow passage on the edge of an abandoned industrial zone. The night was deep, with only the distant afterglow of neon illuminating rusted pipes and broken pavement. "Damn it, something doesn't feel right," Maine whispered inside the vehicle, his finger already quietly on the weapon activation button. Before he finished speaking, several sharp whooshes cut through the silence. Several armor-piercing rounds accurately struck the vehicle's temporarily deployed energy shield, creating sharp ripples of distortion. 3 o'clock, rooftop. Maine's low growl echoed through the in-car comms channel. Almost simultaneously, Dorio darted out of the side door like a leopard. She cursed under her breath, choosing not to seek cover but instead charging directly towards the gunfire. Her enhanced muscles unleashed astonishing strength, allowing her to vertically scale a platform several meters high using the wall in just a few steps. Immediately, shouts, chaotic gunfire, and the grating noise of metal being forcibly twisted erupted from the rooftop. A moment later, Dorio's figure reappeared at the edge of the rooftop, holding the wreckage of a now-defunct auto turret, which she casually tossed down, making a heavy thud. Her voice came through the comms, steady with a hint of coldness. At the same time, several attackers, haphazardly equipped but wielding heavy firepower, darted out of the shadows on the other side. Rebecca directly raised the rumored blue-glowing plasma pistol. A solidified high-energy plasma orb instantly shot out. It didn't cause an explosion, but rather instantly melted through the thick steel plate the attackers used as cover with extreme efficiency, and instantly destroyed the weapon's point behind it. The battle ended within minutes. The team's seamless coordination and the overwhelming performance of their new equipment turned this encounter into an efficient practical test. They quickly cleared the scene of any evidence that could point to their identities, then drove into the deeper night. These continuous harassments, while not posing a fatal threat, undoubtedly increased the cost and complexity of their operations. The team therefore became more vigilant, and their operational strategy leaned towards a lower profile. Chapter 49, Patience 1297. Words inside the workshop in the abandoned town. The environment was constant and enclosed. The energy core provided a steady hum, and the air purification system worked continuously, completely isolating the interior from the corrosive environment of the external desert. The space was filled with a unique scent, a mixture of machine oil coolant and faint ozone. Osiris' dark red mechanical body was the active center of this space. He was handling multiple tasks, but he didn't pay much attention to the feedback from Maine's crew about certain factions in Night City starting to become curious. These trivial movements, sparked by speculation and greed, had a low priority compared to the technological blueprint he had planned, and were not worth allocating computational resources to for now. His work focus was on more fundamental construction and more distant exploration. Currently, his primary attention was on two parallel projects, in-depth analysis of the data obtained from the first-dimensional teleportation experiment, and advancing and completing the treatment of Sasha Yakovleva, ensuring her vital signs were completely stable, and implementing subsequent treatment and customized prosthetic modification plans. Undoubtedly, the former held absolute priority in his computational resources and logical core. Beside the specialized medical bed, Sasha was in deep hypothermic hibernation, with her life activities reduced to the minimum level necessary for basic functions. Most of her body was maintained by a combination of bioactive gel and precise mechanical support structures, and her face was peaceful. Multiple tubes and implanted interfaces connected to her spine and main nerve clusters, continuously delivering nutrient solutions, stabilizers, and nanounits performing microscopic repair tasks. Osiris regularly conducted comprehensive system scans, updating the data records. Information on the holographic interface showed that Sasha's vital signs were completely stable, the most critical brain tissue damage had been repaired, and her neural activity baseline was steady. Major organ functions are stable, and central nervous system repair is complete. The current life support plan can continue until the next stage, his synthesized voice reported calmly, his optical lens scanning the constantly refreshing parameters. Basic physiological treatment has ended, the next step will be the somatic functional reconstruction phase. At this moment, Osiris was using commercial prosthetic components collected by Main's crew as basic materials, subjecting them to deep modification and precise tuning for Sasha's body reconstruction. The original designs of these products from the Night City market, in his eyes, were full of crude compromises, bloated and inefficient interface protocols, poor material biocompatibility, and excessive redundancy in energy transmission paths. He used mechanical tentacles and specialized tools, like a master restorer dealing with clumsy imitations, to dismantle, purify, and rewrite their internal firmware one by one, optimize their physical structure, and treat key contact surfaces with self-developed dielectric coatings and neurowaveguide materials. In this world where the tech tree had branched incorrectly, mature prosthetic technology could indeed replace most of the body's native tissues. However, this replacement was far from perfect, and its technical flaws, especially those root causes leading to nerve load accumulation and severe rejection reactions, were the objects of Osiris' cold observation. As he precisely implanted the modified components, he recorded all data from a researcher's perspective. In the Warhammer universe he came from, which had more stringent standards and deeper foundations for man-machine fusion, the phenomenon of cyberpsychosis, caused by underlying technical flaws, leading to mental breakdown, was itself a valuable research sample. He hoped to deeply analyze its inducing mechanisms through Sasha's case. Of course, this research ran parallel to the commitment to treatment. He incorporated Adeptus Mechanicus' unique technologies into the modifications, such as more precise neural mesh interfaces and sensor algorithms that could simulate nearly native tactile sensations, which would significantly enhance the performance and adaptability of Sasha's new body. For him, the process of treating Sasha was also an excellent opportunity to deeply understand the limits of local technology and collect data on full-body modification experiments. After confirming Sasha's stable condition, Osiris shifted his main processing thread to the core area of the laboratory. It was quieter here, with only the necessary sounds of equipment operation. A servoskull projected complex data visualization interfaces nearby, displaying detailed information captured during the last teleportation experiment, the trajectory of energy release, the transient distortion of spacetime structure, and various readings of the teleportation unit at the moment of crossing. Osiris' mechanical tentacles interacted with the data stream, filtering, comparing, and calculating. His processing capabilities were fully engaged in analyzing this information, which involved the underlying operations of physical rules. Pay attention to this energy decay pattern. Osiris pointed to a set of curves. When the dimensional channel reached its maximum opening and began to close, the energy dissipation did not show the expected sharp decline, but instead maintained a very short period of steady state. During this period, energy fluctuations were confined to a very narrow range, exhibiting resonant characteristics. He called up multiple analysis models for verification. Our initial assumption might have been too direct, viewing teleportation simply as a forceful breakthrough, with high energy consumption and risk. But this resonance phenomenon suggests another approach. He brought up the detailed spectrogram of that phase for simulation, Perhaps there is a more efficient method. If we can actively excite and control this resonant state, instead of blindly pursuing a larger channel aperture, it might be possible to maintain an extremely weak but stable interdimensional connection. This is like opening a door a crack. Although objects cannot pass through, it is enough for information to flow. This was one of the key objectives of the first experiment. The core command of that specialized servoskull included an important task. After confirming arrival at the target coordinates, the ruins where Osiris left the Warhammer universe, and being in a safe environment, at a predetermined time, send an encrypted confirmation signal to the departure coordinates. The signal itself contained simple information, but its successful reception or failure was of great significance. Adjust the energy output parameters of the dimensional teleporter. Osiris instructed the servoskull, shifting the focus from pursuing peak output to controlling frequency precision, attempting to reproduce and maintain that resonant state. At the same time, set our signal reception system sensitivity to maximum, continuously monitor the preset frequency band, and try to capture the specific encrypted signal coming from coordinate beta. He knew that cosmic background interference and the dimensional barrier itself would bring a lot of noise, making it very difficult to identify that faint signal. But this was still the lowest risk and potentially high-value option currently available. Once a confirmation signal was successfully received, it would not only prove that the teleportation path was basically feasible and the messenger survived, but also imply the possibility of establishing two-way low-bandwidth communication. This would provide critical basis for subsequent decisions. As a cautious researcher, he naturally also prepared backup plans. If long-term monitoring yielded no results, or if the information returned indicated a critical situation in the Warhammer world, he would have to consider higher-risk options: a brief, heavily armed return mission. But that would require more preparation, including accumulating additional energy, and possibly equipping locally manufactured combat units to accompany him. To increase the success probability of this listening experiment, Osiris had already upgraded the workshop's energy and computing systems using newly arrived high-purity energy crystals and precision components. The fusion reactor output was more stable, and the server array also enhanced signal processing capabilities to better extract potential valid signals from the noise. The entire workshop was in a state of readiness, all preparations aimed at capturing that faint echo that might come from another universe. The result of this attempt would directly influence his next direction: whether to continue safe remote detection, or whether he must once again personally venture into that dangerous and dark world. Chapter 50, Awakening. Deep within the Badlands workshop, the constant low temperature and the rhythmic, inorganic hum of machinery formed an eternal background. On the specialized medical bed, Sasha Yakovleva's long eyelashes fluttered a few times, catching the light from the complex array of life support systems. She was struggling at the very edge of a deep, medically induced sleep. She finally opened her eyes, her gaze first fixed blankly on the metal ceiling above, crisscrossed with pipes and sensors, before stiffly shifting to the sides. What greeted her were the familiar, worried, and deeply exhausted faces of the main team. "You're awake." Rebecca was the first to cry out, her green cybernetic eye wide with uncontrollable excitement. She sprang up, ready to pounce on the medical bed, but was instantly snatched by the back of her jacket by Pilar. "Whoa, my little ancestor, hold your chrome." Pilar stumbled as he hauled her back, his newly optimized mechanical arm holding firm. "The boss said she's a precision instrument right now." "Calm down. Calm down, my ass." "Let go of me, Pilar." Rebecca twisted, elbowing back hard. "She's been lying here for almost a week." "Let me see her." "Just look, don't charge over like a cannonball." Pilar grimaced from the impact but wouldn't release her. "If you break her, you pay for the new parts." Dorio stepped in, her movements steady and strong, placing a calming hand on Rebecca's shoulder. "Rebecca, that's enough. Just stand." She turned her attention to the patient. "How are you feeling, Sasha?" Main's voice was a low rumble. His tall frame leaned closer, casting a protective shadow, his eyes filled with unconcealed, heavy concern. Sasha tried to speak, but her throat was too dry. Only a hoarse, ragged gasp escaped. A slender mechanical tentacle extended from the side of the bed, precisely delivering a cool liquid into her throat. Invigorated, she tried to move her fingers but only felt an unfamiliar heaviness and detachment. She found her vision largely obscured by translucent biogel and complex support structures. Her voice was faint and strained. "Am I still alive?" "Of course you are, you idiot." Rebecca finally tore free from Pilar's grip, rushing to the bedside, hands on her hips. Her tone was sharp and urgent, yet her eyes were visibly red-rimmed. "You know you almost flatlined for real. If it wasn't for the boss crazy tech, and us getting you here just in time, you'd be a puddle of unpresentable stuff under the Biotechnica tower right now." Unable to articulate her relief, Rebecca stomped her metal heel sharply on the ground. Falco and Pilar also clustered near, their faces etched with profound relief. Dorio gently patted Sasha's shoulder. "Don't rush to move. Your body, it has been extensively repaired. You need time to adapt." The warmth of the team atmosphere caused a brief, comforting ripple in Sasha's icy heart. But the memory surge that followed Biotechnica, the data, the jump, the betrayal shattered the comfort. Her eyes lost the confusion of waking, replaced by raw pain, and a flicker of desperation. She remembered the price she had paid. The data. She looked at Maine urgently, her voice trembling slightly. "News 54. Did they publish it?" This single question instantly froze the atmosphere in the workshop. Maine's facial muscles tightened. He took a deep breath, suppressing a wave of exhaustion and frustration. Dorio looked away. Falco pushed up his glasses, silently lowering his head. Pilar nervously rubbed his fingers together. Rebecca's reaction was explosive. "Publish. Publish my ass. You're a complete and utter idiot. The #1 biggest gonk in the world." The sharp curses echoed through the workshop, making Sasha involuntarily flinch. Maine growled, trying to intervene. "Don't stop me, Maine. I'm going to scold this idiot whose brain is filled with cybernetic lubricant until she wakes up." Rebecca's green cyber eyes stared fixedly at Sasha, her finger almost poking her nose. "Why didn't you trust us? Did you think if you died, it would all be over? Did you think if you died, Biotechnica would let us go? Open your eyes and look. Because of your great self-sacrifice, we're all on Biotechnica's blacklist now. The bounty on us is enough to buy half a street in Watson. Get lost. I'm going to talk." Rebecca's chest heaved violently. "What do you take us for? Plastic sisters who can only drink together but can't take bullets together?" Maine stepped forward, his voice heavy and serious, like a cold boulder crashing into Sasha's heart. "Sasha, Rebecca's words are crude but true. You shouldn't have kept it from us. We're a team, we're family. Family means facing difficulties together, facing dangers together. Excluding us, that's what hurts the most." Sasha's face grew even paler, her lips trembling, but she couldn't make a sound. Maine continued, his tone a heartbreakingly calm analysis. "You pinned your hopes on News 54, that was always a massive gamble. The ties between those big media outlets and corporations are deeper than you can imagine. They might criticize minor news, but when it comes to core drug scandals, things that could shake a corporation's foundation, their first consideration is their own survival. As of today, it's been almost a week since your incident. Has News 54 made any moves?" They chose silence, or rather, they were persuaded into silence. This news was the final, devastating straw. The last faint glimmer of light in her eyes extinguished, replaced by a dead, gray emptiness. She had exchanged her life for nothing. All the effort and sacrifice were in vain. Tears silently streamed from the corners of her eyes, mixing into the cold biogel. She closed her eyes, seeking to shut out the entire unforgiving world. Chapter 51, Distraught 1171 words. Dorio looked at Sasha's distraught expression, and let out a heavy sigh. "The most important thing you should have done then was to tell us everything truthfully and send us the data backup. Let us figure out how to spread the news, using all our connections and networks in Night City." And you, yourself, should have done everything possible to survive. We were already downstairs at the time, and had even temporarily paralyzed their security system. We had every chance to rush in and meet you. But you chose the most extreme, the most unhelpful method. Falco also added in a low voice, his tone tinged with the coldness of reality. Biotechnica's warrant was issued, but in Night City, the effect of such a bounty is limited. Teams with strength will weigh whether it's worth going to full-scale war with us for this bounty. Those without strength, coming here is just suicide. Currently, the company has not dispatched its elite action team, which is already a blessing in disguise. But your actions certainly did not achieve your intended effect of not implicating us. Instead, they put us in a more passive position. These cold, biting facts, one after another, struck Sasha's heart, shattering the perceived value of her sacrifice. Not only did she fail to expose the truth, but she also almost caused the team's complete annihilation and burdened them with the company's bounty. Self-blame, guilt, despair, all kinds of emotions, like entangled venomous snakes, madly gnawed at her already fragile nerves. Seeing Sasha completely collapse and fall into a state of self-seclusion, Rebecca, though still full of anger, unconsciously lowered her scolding, replaced by a sense of unvented frustration and a faint heartache. She suddenly kicked the nearby workbench with a loud clang, and shouted impatiently, "Damn it! This is stifling. It's so damn stifling. I say, why don't we just find an opportunity to sneak into Biotechnica's lair and blow up a few of their labs? Get Sasha some revenge." Maine rubbed his tightly furrowed brow, trying to appease her. "Rebecca, calm down. Violence won't solve the fundamental problem, it will only make us a target for everyone." He paused, then his gaze turned to Sasha, who was like a soulless puppet, and his tone softened. "However, there isn't absolutely no way to get the news out. I know an independent journalist, although his influence can't compare to giants like News 54, he has his own special channels. She owes me a considerable favor. Perhaps we can give him the information, and see if he can release it." These words were like a faint glimmer of light cast into endless darkness, making Sasha suddenly open her eyes again. She clutched at it like a drowning person grasping a lifesaver, and with all her strength, she looked eagerly at Maine, her voice intermittent but filled with humble hope. "Data. I backed it up in my private encrypted node. The key is..." She recited a long string of complex passwords and node addresses, a faint glimmer of light rekindling in her eyes. Maine carefully wrote down the information and nodded. "Okay, I'll contact him as soon as possible. But Sasha, you need to be mentally prepared. The power of independent journalists is ultimately limited, and even if the news gets out, it might quickly be completely drowned out by the company's propaganda machine." Just then, a steady, emotionless synthesized voice interrupted the conversation, like a splash of ice water, making the faint flicker of hope that had just ignited sway violently. Inefficient and most likely meaningless. Osiris' tall, dark-red figure had quietly appeared near the medical bed at some point, his crimson optical lens scanning Sasha and Maine. He had just finished another round of analysis on the dimensional transporter data, and seemed to have been drawn by the intense discussion here, or rather, it was an instinctive judgment of its inefficiency. "Your assessment is based on emotional appeal, not realistic probability." Osiris' mechanical tentacles unconsciously traced a complex geometric trajectory in the air, as if simulating an invisible data stream. Independent journalists exist in the cracks of the corporate system. He may have the willingness to publish, but he absolutely lacks the strength to counter the company's comprehensive countermeasures. Biotechnica's legal department, its top-tier cybersecurity team, are fully capable of blocking, deleting, discrediting the information, or even making the publisher accidentally disappear before the news can have any substantial impact. The information you provide will most likely only become fleeting gossip in the underground network, unable to cause any quantifiable damage to the company's stock price, reputation, or policies. He paused slightly, his optical lens turning to Maine. "Your mention of the propaganda machine is accurate. Corporations firmly control mainstream information channels. They can easily create counter-narratives, portraying whistleblowers as mentally unstable former employees or slanderers bought by competitors. Based on a comprehensive analysis from both technical and social control perspectives, the success rate of this plan is less than 3%. Osiris' words were cold and precise, stripping away all possibilities of warmth and starkly exposing the bloody reality to everyone. Maine's crew fell silent. They knew in their hearts that Osiris was speaking the truth. In Night City, confronting a corporation head-on in a public relations battle, especially against a giant like Biotechnica, was like throwing an egg against a rock. Rebecca's comment about blowing up a few labs was more an emotional outburst, and Maine's search for an independent journalist was more out of comfort for Sasha, and a faint attempt not to give up. Rebecca's face turned red with frustration. She glared at Osiris defiantly, and although she rationally understood that he made a lot of sense, she emotionally couldn't accept such a complete negation. She retorted stubbornly, "Then what do you suggest? Are we just going to let it go? Watch those bastards get away with it. Let Sasha's mother and all those who were harmed die in vain. As long as the news gets out, someone will see it. Someone will remember." Osiris' crimson lens focused on Rebecca, his gaze seeming to penetrate her cybernetic eyes, directly analyzing the fiercely pulsating emotional centers in her brain. Someone will see it. This vague expectation has no practical operational value. What we need is to ensure that the information cannot be completely deleted, and that it can be forcibly delivered to a sufficient number of terminals, forming an undeniable tsunami of public opinion that briefly paralyzes the company's public relations response capabilities, thereby triggering a chain reaction, such as significant stock price fluctuations, or attracting mandatory investigations by government agencies. His mechanical tentacles then turned to the workshop's main control terminal, quickly bringing up complex network topology diagrams and data flow analysis interfaces. Based on my continuous analysis of the local network architecture, especially the Blackwell protocol, I have devised a more efficient solution. Blackwell. Maine's brows furrowed tightly. This word represented the most dangerous and uncontrollable mysterious domain in the cyber world. Chapter 52, Blackwell 1456 words. A brief silence fell over the workshop, broken only by the low hum of the energy core and the subtle whirring of the servoskull as it scanned. Osiris' calm, unruffled voice, as if stating a physical law, had just proposed a plan that could only be described as insane in the world of cyberpunk. Precisely. The Blackwell, this global superfirewall, is essentially a highly specialized, rule-driven collective of vast AIs, Osiris said, his crimson optical lens sweeping over their shocked faces, continuing in his characteristic, emotionless technical analysis tone. Its core mission is to isolate rogue AIs from beyond the wall, ensuring the basic security of the internal network. However, its sheer size and complex rule layers mean that its monitoring of certain, non-malicious, but unconventional protocol violating, or specific system command mimicking data flows within the internal network is not foolproof. Especially when leveraging certain inherent, or early design legacy authentication vulnerabilities in its gateway protocol layer. Militech's Little Dipper project back then, some of its undisclosed exploratory directions, was precisely an attempt to understand and utilize certain underlying protocol features of the Blackwell, transforming them into an offensive weapon. They achieved some initial, dangerous results, and although the project was ultimately terminated due to the risk of losing control, the technical principles it revealed are indeed feasible. As he stated these things, Osiris also recalled his memories from before his transmigration. He clearly remembered that during the reconstruction of the new United States, its intelligence and special departments had unearthed and inherited part of the core legacy of the Little Dipper project. It was this forbidden knowledge from the old era that was applied to a top-tier hacker codenamed Songbird. That hacker, originally only somewhat talented, was thus transformed and elevated into a terrifying existence that could be called a cybernetic nuclear bomb. Songbird's terrifying aspect was her ability to hack using the Blackwell itself as a springboard and amplifier, because almost all networks in the cyberpunk world, from personal terminals to corporate core databases, needed to connect to the Blackwell for protection, isolating rogue AIs from beyond the wall. Leveraging this ubiquitous connectivity, and with the Blackwell's power, she could infiltrate almost any target without a trace, and easily mobilize the Blackwell's vast resources to instantly incinerate anyone or any device she targeted. Even the most powerful solo hacker was as insignificant as an ant before the Blackwell, which represented the very foundation of network defense. However, being unable to confront it directly did not mean being unable to utilize it. As he had just explained, the key lay in understanding and mimicking. I don't need to, nor can I, control the Blackwall. That would require computing power beyond national levels and would inevitably invite devastating countermeasures, Osiris said, his mechanical tentacles precisely tapping on several key data nodes on the screen, emphasizing the core of his plan. I only need to perform precise mimicry. Or rather, falsify its identity. I can construct an extremely special data packet, utilizing the specific authentication vulnerabilities of the Blackwall Gateway Protocol that we have identified, causing it to be misjudged by the Blackwall system itself as a high-priority system broadcast or status synchronization message from one of its internal high-level nodes. He paused slightly, allowing everyone to grasp the revolutionary nature of this concept, then continued to describe the horrifying scenario. Once successfully injected, by virtue of its internally marked high priority, this data stream will follow the Blackwall's internal communication protocols, automatically replicated and distributed to every online network access point connected to the Blackwall. From the most ordinary personal terminals, public GG displays, to corporate internal networks, government agency servers. Any device connected to this network will, in theory, within an extremely short period, be forced to display a highest priority information window that cannot be closed, bypassed, or blocked. And the content displayed in that window will be all the evidence of Biotechnica's painkiller scandal that you provide. A deathly silence fell over the workshop, as if even the air had solidified. Everyone was speechless, shaken by this bold, insane plan, yet one built on cold technical logic. To forcibly push a message, via the Blackwall, to every single networked user globally. This was no longer the covert spread of information in underground data stacks, nor an investigative report that an independent news channel had to play under pressure, but an unstoppable information tsunami that would instantly sweep across the entire digital world. Biotechnica would have no means to delete, suppress, or obfuscate this information at the first moment, because the source of the information, on the surface, would appear to be the Blackwall itself. This was enough to ignite a global public opinion earthquake in an instant, causing devastating damage to Biotechnica's credibility and market value. Sasha forgot her quiet sobs, forgot her self-protective curled-up posture. She stared blankly up at Osiris' dark red, godlike towering mechanical body, her eyes filled with incredulous light. That invisible wall named corporate power, that had pushed her into the abyss of despair, seemed at this moment to have a crack pointed out by this being before her, a crack large enough to make it crumble. The ice of despair in her heart cracked and groaned, and a nearly scorching hope, one she had never dared to dream of, like a vine breaking free of its restraints, frantically wrapped around her heart. Rebecca's mouth hung open for a long time before she suddenly snapped it shut, muttering, I'll be damned, this is the real Chrome. Shoving the company's shit right in their faces with the Blackwall. Maine took a deep breath of the oil-scented air, trying to calm the tumultuous waves in his heart. As the team leader, he instinctively weighed the risks and rewards. He looked at Osiris, his gaze extremely solemn, his voice low and serious. Boss, can we actually pull this gig off? What are the odds? What happens if the wall detects the spoofing? How bad's the heat gonna be? Technically, based on current data models and simulations, the feasibility assessment exceeds 78%. Osiris' reply was still as calm as if reporting experimental data. The main risks are concentrated on the precision of the data packet construction, which must perfectly mimic the digital signature and communication format of specific Blackwall nodes, and the instantaneousness and stealth of the injection process, which needs to be completed in an extremely short time to avoid being caught by real-time monitoring systems for anomalies. If identified as a high-threat malicious attack by the Blackwall's deep autonomous defense mechanisms, it could trigger localization and high-intensity countermeasures against the injection source. But according to my calculations, because it highly mimics internal system commands and exploits protocol vulnerabilities rather than brute force cracking, the probability of triggering the highest level of countermeasures is less than 15%. He slightly adjusted the focus of his optical lens, adding, even if triggered, I have prepared multiple contingency plans, including instantaneous physical disconnection, releasing deceptive interference signals, and activating the workshop's emergency shielding field, which is sufficient to evade tracking in most situations and ensure the safety of this location. Osiris turned his gaze to Sasha, who was still in shock, and laid out a clear path, so, that data backup you obtained at such a great cost now has a purpose far more efficient and lethal than simply publishing it. You need to organize and refine it into a format most suitable for widespread dissemination in such a forced pop-up environment, capable of instantly resonating with the public. When you are ready, and your body has undergone initial repairs, and can withstand the potentially accompanying, brief neural load of data transmission, we can initiate this global announcement procedure. In the face of technology that understands the essence of rules, the corporate-engineered wall of public opinion manipulation is merely a fragile barrier maintained by information asymmetry. Breaking it sometimes doesn't require brute force, it only requires finding the correct frequency that can cause resonance. Sasha breathed deeply, almost greedily, her chest heaving violently, as if she had relearned how to breathe. She looked at Osiris, then at Rebecca beside her, whose eyes burned with fervent light, and at Maine and the others, who looked solemn but did not object. The previously stagnant lake of her heart was thoroughly stirred, and the surging waves were mixed with fear of unknown risks, the burning desire for revenge, and the desperate resolve to stake everything on a slim hope. Her curled fingers slightly loosened, then tightened again. Finally, she nodded gently, her voice still weak and a little shaky, but revealing an unprecedented, do-or-die determination. How much time do I need to prepare the system parameters and the data? Chapter 53, Allegiance 1194 words. However, facing Sasha's inquiry and everyone's hopeful gazes, Osiris simply countered with a question. Why should I jack in for you? A dead silence fell over the workshop, with only the low hum of the energy core, and the faint whoosh of the equipment's heat dissipators echoing. The excited hope on the faces of Maine's crew members was like a flame extinguished by ice water, leaving only wisps of smoke and a biting chill. Osiris' steady, synthesized voice broke the silence. His tone still lacked inflection, yet it precisely dissected reality. Helping Sasha execute the Blackwell announcement plan is technically feasible. But targeted operations against the Blackwell require a corresponding price. Energy, rare materials, my time, and specific knowledge are all limited resources. You need to provide a reason sufficient to balance this cost. His words carried the directness characteristic of a technician. His crimson optical sensors steadily swept over everyone, as if conducting a necessary assessment. This purely rational scrutiny made Rebecca uncomfortable. She disliked the feeling of being quantified and analyzed. Maine took a deep breath and stepped forward. His tall stature still seemed somewhat imposing before Osiris, but his tone was solemn. Boss, this time, consider it me, consider our whole crew, owing you a massive favor. Going forward, whenever you need us, as long as you ask, and it ain't crossin' our red line, we'll straight up never refuse a gig. This was the heaviest promise he could make as a team leader. In Night City, a favor from a top edgerunner's team, indeed held considerable value. He tried to use a street-level approach to exchange future potential value for this critical assistance. Osiris shook his head slightly, as if correcting a technical parameter. The concept of a favor is too soft. Difficult to quantify and value, and it cannot balance the actual risks and resource consumption I would incur by breaching the Blackwell. I understand the weight of this promise in your value system, but to me, it is not enough to offset the entire cost. This proposal is insufficient. In his logical framework, unfulfilled promises were indeed no different from empty checks. He needed a price that was clearer and easier to measure in value. What about me, then? Rebecca suddenly darted forward, her green cybernetic eyes flashing with excitement. She almost used her small body to shield the medical bed, her voice filled with desperate resolve. Don't you do mods? What's my chrome worth to you? I can be your on-call input. Just help Sasha. Her words carried the bluntness of a street girl, placing herself as the final chip on the betting table. This was the most direct way of giving she could think of, even if the idea itself carried naive impulsiveness. At her words, Pilar was so startled he forgot to rub his aching chest. Dorio's brows furrowed, and Maine immediately barked, Becca. Shut your trap. He knew Rebecca would do anything for Sasha, but such a sacrifice was something they absolutely did not want to see. A very faint sound, like air passing through, came from beneath Osiris' faceplate. His optical sensors lingered for a moment on Rebecca's clearly childish face and short stature, his tone steady but clear. Firstly, I am not a lolicon. I have no interest in your physiological characteristics. Secondly, although I retain some biological instincts, my emotional needs outweigh purely physiological ones. Your proposal does not conform to the principle of efficiency, and it lacks practical significance. He paused briefly, then added, maintaining the objectivity of a technical assessment, from the perspective of biological compatibility and social adaptability, this proposal does not meet the optimal choice, and would cause me inconvenience. Rebecca's face immediately flushed red, whether from shame or anxiety. She tried to argue further but was stopped by Main's gaze. A sense of powerlessness enveloped her. She realized that before this red-robed entity, even sacrificing herself seemed so impractical. Main realized that Osiris was not deliberately making things difficult, nor was he completely unmoved by Sasha's plight. He was simply following a set of efficiency-oriented exchange principles that they had not yet fully understood. What he needed was not vague promises or impulsive dedication. Main took a deep breath, suppressing his inner anxiety, and looked steadily at Osiris' deep red optical sensors. Boss, straight up. What's the deal? You know we won't kill the only hope for Sasha, and you also know we can't deck the kind of eddies your Blackwell tech is worth. What exactly do you want? Just lay it out. He gave up on maneuvering, preparing to accept the most direct terms. Osiris seemed to approve of Main's directness. He nodded slightly, finally stating his specific conditions, his voice steady and clear. My demands are very clear. I need you, Main, and your entire Edgerunners team, to swear allegiance to me. We will establish a solid subordinate relationship, not a loose collaboration. You need to obey my commands and serve my objectives. On these terms, I will offset the cost and risks I incur by using Blackwell technology to help Sasha. Allegiance? Main's brows immediately furrowed. This word triggered his instinctive resistance. As a veteran who survived the Unification War, he had personally witnessed too much callousness from corporations and those in high positions. He left the military to form this team precisely to escape the fate of being controlled by others, to retain the last bit of autonomy in this city with his trusted family. Swearing allegiance to another superior, with a mysterious identity and unfathomable technology. This almost touched his bottom line. Images of comrades falling under corporate, armed fire flashed through his mind. Those moments of freedom bought with blood constantly reminded him. What kind of gigs are we talking about? Main did not immediately refuse but asked in a deep voice. He needed to assess the actual risks. If it's just high-difficulty commissions, my squad can execute them immediately, and the rewards can offset the cost of your intervention this time. He was still trying, hoping to maintain the relationship at a relatively equal level of employment. Osiris shook his head again, rejecting Main's proposal. No, Main. You underestimate the danger of future tasks, and you overestimate your team's current strength. In your current state, dead gear, low-spec chrome, and tactical thinking still limited to street-level scraps, executing the tasks I plan would inevitably result in total annihilation. His analysis was calm and accurate, like a diagnostic report revealing the flaws beneath Main's crew's apparent strength. His words clearly reached everyone's ears. The survival of the team itself is not my primary consideration. That would merely be the loss of some test data and potential tools. But the failure of the mission is something I cannot accept. This concerns matters far more important than Sasha's life, even more important than the existence of your entire team. Osiris did not hide his pragmatist stance. This frankness actually made him seem genuine. In his view, Main's crew's value lay in its malleability and future potential, and to unlock that potential, they first needed to be brought completely under his control. Chapter 54, Reborn *2 in 1,269 words. Osiris' mechanical tentacles unconsciously traced a complex trajectory in the air, as if outlining some grand blueprint. To complete the gig, you gotta be re-chromed. Not just some flatline weaponry or simple chrome tweaks, but a total, custom overhaul from your basic frame to your tactical thinking. Only then will you even have a sliver of a chance to pull this off. The future he described was both alluring and filled with an unknown dread. Rechromed. After that, would they still be themselves? These words plunged Maine into an even deeper dilemma. On one side was Sasha, his comrade in life and death, whom he could never watch die. On the other was leading the entire team, these partners he considered family, into an unknown, extremely dangerous situation, possibly even losing the independence and freedom they had struggled to maintain. His fists were clenched, knuckles white from the effort, the muscles on his rugged face taut, his heart battling internally. Dorio stood silently beside him. She could feel Maine's body stiffen and understood his inner struggle. Falco pushed up his sunglasses, his gaze behind the lenses flickering with calculation and deliberation. Pilar nervously rubbed his hands, looking at Maine, then at Sasha on the medical bed, finally lowering his head. Just then, Rebecca's voice rang out again, breaking the heavy atmosphere, with her characteristic, reckless defiance. "Chum. What's the he's?" "Sasha's preem fam. For fam, we flatline for the gig." She abruptly turned to Osiris, her green optical implants fixed on him, as if to brand him into her soul. "Red-robed boss. I am good for my word. You save Sasha, my life's yours. You point east, I ain't lookin' west, you tell me to deck a corp, I'm chip pin in." Her declaration was simple, direct, and powerful, stemming from the most basic street logic of loyalty. For her, the safety of family outweighed abstract freedom and future risks. Rebecca's almost reckless declaration was like a key, instantly unlocking the shackles in Maine's heart. He looked around. Dorio's eyes were steady, and she gave him a slight nod, expressing support for Rebecca's decision. Falco pushed up his glasses, silent but firm. Even Pilar, who was usually afraid of death, swallowed, cringed, but didn't voice any objection. They were a unit. The safety of family was above all else, including his own stubbornness about freedom. He saw the same determination in his partner's eyes. For Sasha, they were willing to gamble their future. Maine exhaled a long, deep breath, as if expelling all the struggles and worries from his chest. He raised his head, his gaze once again firm, meeting Osiris' unfathomable optical lens, his voice low and strong, with the resolve of someone who had laid down a heavy burden. "All right, boss, you got the jackpot. You help Sasha. I, Maine, representin' the Edgerunner's crew, pledge ourselves to you. We're your rig, now. Your gigs, we run 'em." As these words left his mouth, he felt a strange sense of relaxation, as if he had unburdened himself of the long-standing weight of leading the team alone, yet a hint of gloom quietly settled in his heart. Where would they go? Osiris seemed to have anticipated this outcome. He nodded slightly, the crimson glow flickering steadily, without much joy, only the calm of a deal concluded. "A wise choice. Your loyalty will earn Sasha's life, and the path to greater power. This deal is fair." For him, this was merely the beginning of a plan, another integration of resources and power. "Then, boss," Maine immediately pressed, needing to know what they would face, "can you lay out the gig? What exactly is the mission that requires us to flatline our independence to complete?" Rebecca also perked up her ears, guessing. "Is it to steal preem-ware from Arasaka or Militech? Like that underground base last time?" Upon hearing this, Osiris let out a short, almost scoffing exhalation, the sound carrying undisguised contempt through his faceplate. "Stealin' from corpos? Are those little bits of junk developed based on their shallow understanding and short-sighted pursuit of eddies worth me goin' to such lengths, specially buildin' a crew to raid?" His disdain was heartfelt, stemming from the vast differences in technological levels and cognitive dimensions between the two worlds. The technology of the cyberpunk world, in his eyes, was mostly primitive and crude in design and utilitarian in application, lacking a deep understanding of the universe's fundamental laws. While the technology of the Warhammer universe might appear terrifyingly crude and primitive in appearance, its actual technological content, you could understand it as a vertebrate that hasn't yet evolved into a monkey looking at a spaceship that has already landed on the moon. "My goal is far beyond any material wealth in this world." Osiris' tone remained calm, but the meaning it contained sent a strange chill down Maine and the other's spines. The domain it involves is beyond your current knowledge structure. Knowing the details too early would be of no benefit to you, only adding unnecessary psychological burden and risk. He wasn't being mysterious, but making a factual judgment. Explaining the multiverse, dimensional travel, or even the horrors of the Warhammer universe to them would only cause confusion and fear, doing no good for the mission. He changed the subject, pulling everyone's attention back to reality. Now, your primary task is to survive and become stronger. Focus on improving your own strength. Transformation, training, familiarizing yourselves with new equipment and tactics. This is the only thing you need to worry about at this stage. He glanced at Sasha, whose vital signs were weak on the medical bed, and continued, "As for Sasha, I will continue to push forward, but you need to understand that infiltrating the Blackwell is not a simple matter. Although it's effortless for me, it still requires time to do it. And my time is very precious. I need to carve out time from my existing work schedule specifically for this, which is also a huge investment of resources for me." Osiris turned to Maine, his tone returning to a businesslike calm. "Although you have pledged loyalty, this does not mean I will provide everything unconditionally. Weapons, equipment, special materials required for modification surgeries. These still need to be paid for. Of course, as my direct subordinates, you can get internal prices, much cheaper than before. And you can prioritize the use of my workshop's facilities and resources." Rebecca muttered softly to the side, "Damn, thought Chip Pin, in with a big chum meant free chrome." But there wasn't much dissatisfaction on her face. Having grown up scrambling in the streets, she knew better than anyone that there was no free lunch in the world. If Osiris really provided everything for free, it would instead mean that the price they had to pay might be even more terrifying, perhaps even their souls or their ultimate utility. This clear pricing method, on the contrary, made her feel more real. "Got it, boss. Just flash us the bill." Maine nodded in understanding, knowing that the priority was to save Sasha. Everything else could wait. He glanced at his team members. Although there was confusion about their new gig, a little worried about being fully Osiris's chums, now there was more determination to save their comrade. "Very good." Osiris said no more, gesturing for Maine's crew to temporarily leave the workshop. He needed to focus his energy on Sasha's initial stabilization. "Hit the street. Keep your comms open. I'll buzz you when I need you to haul some gear." Maine took a deep look at Sasha, then nodded to his team members. The group silently turned and left the workshop, the heavy metal door slowly closing behind them, separating inside and out into two worlds. The atmosphere in the ride was heavy. No one spoke. Everyone was immersed in the complex emotions brought by the fate-deciding negotiation they had just experienced. Watching Maine and the others leave, Osiris turned, the hem of his dark red robe sweeping the ground as he walked towards the central workbench. His mechanical tentacles deftly operated the terminal, pulling up Sasha's detailed scan data, and continuing to adjust the subsequent treatment process. At the same time, he allocated a portion of his processing threads to reconnect to the external monitoring interface of the dimensional transporter. In the internal visual interface, invisible to Maine and the others, a vast data stream surged like a galaxy. Osiris' logic core operated at high speed, not only calculating the optimal path for Sasha's body repair, but also deducing a new, more cautious plan. His original intention was to personally return to the Warhammer universe once he confirmed that the dimensional transporter could stably communicate between the two worlds, and after he had initially cracked the coordinate positioning technology. There he had a laboratory he couldn't take with him, accumulated technical resources, and even a small detachment of Adeptus Mechanicus forces entirely under his command. Those forces were crucial for his foothold and development in this unfamiliar world. However, the risk of personally returning always existed. The Warhammer universe was far more dangerous than here. An accidental spatial disturbance, an unstable teleportation landing, or even being detected by certain entities in that universe upon his return could all lead to severe consequences. He could not put all his bets on a single high-risk personal action. Now, with Maine's crew's allegiance, he had a new, more efficient option. Perhaps I don't need to risk it myself. This thought flashed through Osiris' consciousness. He recalled legends he had heard in the Warhammer universe about certain archmagos, such as the enigmatic Belisarius Call. It was said that they could create cogitator systems capable of carrying their memories and thought patterns, and even create replicas or proxies with independent operational capabilities. Although his technology was far from Call's miraculous level, the basic principles were similar. A bold plan gradually formed in his mind. He could try to create a precise, cogitator core, inject it with highly efficient logical code parsed, purified, and reconstructed from rogue AIs, enabling it to possess a high degree of autonomous judgment and learning capabilities. Then, he would deeply synchronize and simulate this core with some of his own key memories, technical knowledge, understanding of the Warhammer world, and preset mission directives to a limited extent. The proxy thus created, while not possessing his full emotions and intuition, would be sufficient to simulate most of his decisions when handling preset tasks and responding to known situations, especially when dealing with Adeptus Mechanicus subordinate units, where it could mimic his behavioral patterns and authorization commands. Then, he would have this deeply modified and enhanced Edgerunners squad escort this proxy back to the Warhammer world. Main and the others' loyalty, their combat experience, and their enhanced survival capabilities after customized modifications were enough to serve as a temporary, small-scale, Adeptus Mechanicus or exploration squad. They would not need to directly challenge the terrifying entities of that world. They only needed to protect the proxy, to safely reach the designated coordinates his former laboratory or secret stronghold and assist the proxy in completing tasks such as resource recovery, data download, activating preset protocols, or linking up with the servitor and Adeptus Mechanicus forces left behind. Their street smarts and adaptability might play an unexpected role in dealing with certain levels of chaos in the Warhammer universe. Even if the mission failed, the proxy was destroyed, or the squad suffered losses, he would only lose an exploratory branch and some investment. His core body and technical foundation would remain intact, allowing him to replan. This conformed to the principle of risk diversification. A plan worth trying. Osiris silently confirmed the feasibility of this idea. This perfectly explained why he needed Maine's crew's absolute loyalty and thorough modification. They would become his tentacles for exploring multiple dimensions, an extension of his power in another world, and an important barrier to reduce risks to his main body. His investment in them was, in essence, an investment in his own safety and future development. Of course, this plan was currently only a prototype. Both the creation of the proxy, cogitator, and the deep modification of Maine's crew would require time and massive resources. The initial team calibration and Sasha's treatment could proceed simultaneously, laying the groundwork for subsequent deeper modifications. The development of the proxy would need to be built upon more stable energy and a deeper analysis of the rogue AI code, which brought him back to his need for underground base modifications and energy core upgrades. He pulled back his wandering thoughts, refocusing his main processing threads on Sasha's life support system and the real-time data monitoring of the dimensional transporter. Inside the workshop, the cold hum of machinery continued, but beneath that metal mask, a grand plan connecting two dimensions and utilizing local resources to explore another world had quietly planted its seeds. And Maine and his Edgerunners, without fully knowing their future fate, had, for the sake of saving a family member, involuntarily stepped into the center of this transdimensional vortex, beyond their imagination. Their loyalty, their strength, and even their future forms would be rechromed to adapt to their creator's ambition and needs, which transcended this world. Osiris began injecting Sasha with specialized nanite repair agents and neural stabilizing fluid. At the same time, another part of his consciousness had already begun drafting preliminary enhancement plans for each member of Maine's crew, as well as the basic design framework for the proxy cogitator. The work had only just begun. Chapter 55, Another Experiment 1255 words. Days later, deep within the extensively reinforced and expanded workshop beneath the desert. In stark contrast to the barren desolation above ground, this underground space was enveloped in an almost sacred solemnity. The air, filtered multiple times, was clean and dry, carrying a distinct scent of ozone mixed with coolant. Only the low hum of the energy core's stable operation, and the subtle hiss of the circulation system formed the eternal background symphony here. Light primarily emanated from neatly arranged cool white light strips on the workshop ceiling, illuminating the central area as brightly as day, while the surroundings receded into ordered shadows, highlighting the core of the place, the complex apparatus built to test the dimensional teleporter. The dark gold dodecahedron ancient artifact was securely placed on a specialized platform cast from a special alloy. Several energy conduits as thick as a man's arm, and wrapped in thick insulation and shielding, extended like the veins of a giant python from a nascent fusion reactor nearby, precisely connecting to reinforced interfaces on the platform's base. The surging energy within the conduits was continuously transmitted, and through the platform's internal multi-stage voltage stabilization and frequency modulation system, it was transformed into a stable, yet heart-stopping, energy flow, injected into the artifact's base. Osiris' tall, dark red figure stood before the main control console. His scarlet composite optical lenses remained steadily focused on several floating light screens before him. Data streams cascaded silently like waterfalls, reflecting on his expressionless metal faceplate. The left screen displayed real-time core parameters of the fusion reactor, power output percentage, plasma confinement stability, and energy conversion efficiency curve. All readings were stable within the preset green zone. The right screen monitored the artifact's own feedback, surface energy field strength, internal resonant frequency, and minute structural stress changes. Numbers and waveforms flickered, revealing the construct's response to the external energy injection. On the largest central screen, his self-written control and monitoring program, based on days of research, was running, with key status markers occasionally flashing between complex lines of code. Several mechanical tendrils of varying thickness, equipped with different functional modules at their tips, quietly emerged from the support frame behind him, and from beneath his robes, like a swarm of metallic snakes with independent consciousness, poised in a standby state. Their miniature force field generators, high-precision spectrum analysis probes, and emergency energy shifters were all preheated and ready to respond to any unplanned fluctuations. Initiating the first microchannel opening attempt. Objective: establish a stable warp information rift with a duration of no less than 30 seconds. Bandwidth priority over stability, but control must be ensured. Osiris' synthesized voice echoed in the silent workshop, steady and clear, serving as both a confirmation of his own actions and an announcement to the sole observer. A servoskull floated silently behind his left shoulder, its eerie blue glow in its eye sockets following its master's gaze, synchronously recording every data change on the light screens. Its metallic mandible remained almost rigidly slightly ajar, as if holding its breath. With a subtle mental command, a virtual slider on the control console was precisely pushed up one notch. The reactor's output power consequently increased by 0.5%, an extremely subtle adjustment, yet a significant step in an experiment demanding such high precision. The low-frequency hum from within the energy conduits thickened almost imperceptibly. The intensity of the energy flow injected into the artifact increased accordingly, like the force continuously knocking on some invisible door growing stronger by another degree. On the artifact's surface, the strange patterns that had been as dim as if asleep, like slowly flowing liquid metal, began to be gradually illuminated. At first it was just an extremely faint, almost illusory glow, but soon, the light became clearly visible, displaying a deep, ethereal blue, as if containing a starry sky. The light within the workshop seemed to be disturbed by some invisible force field, and a visible, ripple-like distortion began to appear around the artifact. A low, humming sound, originating from the slight stretching and compression of space itself, began to permeate the air, carrying an unsettling sense of oppression. Even the frequency of the subtle vibrations from the ground changed. Osiris' mechanical tendrils began making extremely subtle adjustments, measured in millimeters. A calibrator at the tip of one tendril emitted an almost inaudible high-frequency ticking sound, fine-tuning the resonant frequency of the energy input. Another continuously monitored the spatial curvature changes around the artifact, ensuring the distortion remained within safe thresholds. All of his processing power was concentrated here, his optical lenses constantly fine-tuning their focus, capturing the most minute spectral changes and energy dissipation patterns on the artifact's surface. At this moment, he was more like a musician performing in a microscopic universe, where every movement had to be exquisitely precise to guide the turbulent energy to produce the desired notes. Time flowed in intense concentration. 11 seconds, 12 seconds. Suddenly, an extremely tiny, yet exceptionally brilliant point of light abruptly appeared. It flickered and trembled violently, as if struggling to break free from some restraint, extremely unstable, as if it would completely vanish or explode out of control in the next second. This was the miniature warp channel, capable of only allowing information flow, that he was attempting to open. Channel formed. Beginning data stream reception. Osiris' synthesized voice remained steady, but his speaking pace quickened slightly. Almost at the same instant the channel formed, a highly compressed torrent of data, with completely different physical signatures and encryption protocols, surged through that unstable connection point like a breached dam. All the multiband receiving antenna arrays preset in the workshop lit up their indicator lights. The massive data was greedily captured, buffered, and temporarily stored. The entire reception process lasted a full 30 seconds. Osiris' gaze was fixed on the reception progress bar on the central screen, and the energy fluctuation graph monitoring the channel's stability beside it. The light point constantly struggled on the verge of collapse, at times contracting to a pinprick, at others expanding and distorting as if about to tear apart. His mechanical tendrils made lightning-fast micro-adjustments from time to time, as if taming a wild beast trying to break free from its reins. The moment the progress bar finally painstakingly climbed to 100%, Osiris flipped the switch to cut off energy transmission. The energy supply was instantly severed, and the light within the thick conduits rapidly dimmed. The light point at the center of the artifact emitted a faint, almost bubble-bursting, pop sound, then completely vanished without a trace. The ethereal blue patterns on the artifact's surface also rapidly faded like a receding tide, returning to that deep, dark gold hue that seemed to absorb all light. The oppressive feeling of distorted space within the workshop also dissipated, and the light returned to normal, leaving only the energy core's customary low hum. Test sequence concluded. Data packet reception complete, verification passed. Channel closed as planned. No energy backflow or structural damage feedback detected. Osiris slowly, almost imperceptibly, released his virtual grip on the control console, turning to the servoskull for final confirmation. Though brief, the entire process, with its inherent risks and extreme demands for precision, was no less intense than a small-scale battle. The servoskull floated closer to the platform, its eye sockets emitting a more intense blue scanning beam, meticulously sweeping over the artifact surface and platform interfaces, conducting routine post-operation inspection and recording. Its mandible emitted a few faint clicks, seemingly expressing a logic-based sigh of relief. Chapter 56, Information Analysis 1293 words. The success of the experiment is merely the first step. The true harvest lies in the interpretation. Osiris transferred the astonishing volume of encrypted data packets he received to a more powerful, independent analysis array within his workshop for processing. This system, which he had personally built, and which integrated Warhammer technology with local hardware, began operating at full speed, its cooling fans emitting a soft whirring sound. Osiris walked to the main screen of the analysis array, his optical lens locking onto the scrolling decryption log. He activated the logic core module, optimized for processing Adeptus Mechanicus internal communications, and began systematic decryption. The first item to be fully decrypted was the work report from the ancient ruins in the Warhammer universe. The sender's identification was precisely the servoskull he had transmitted during his last experiment. The report presented the latest progress within the ruins in detailed binary code, supplemented by structural scan maps, resource inventories, and precise work logs. The log showed that the servoskull had strictly followed his pre-programmed instructions, effectively organizing the remaining Skitarii soldiers and servitor within the ruins. They systematically cleared the main passages leading to the core area of the ruins, removing accumulated dust and obstacles from localized collapses, reinforced critical support structures, evaluated and partially restored the remaining efficacy of ancient force field generators, and following the blueprints Osiris provided, optimized for interdimensional transmission characteristics, began constructing a dedicated isolation operations area for dimensional experiments. The accompanying progress schematic showed that this temporary experimental site had completed basic structural construction and the laying of main energy pipelines, with over 50% completion. According to the Servoskull's calculations, based on current resources and efficiency, the site should meet basic safe operational standards by Osiris' next attempt at physical transmission. Seeing this, Osiris nodded in satisfaction. The progress on the other side met his initial design expectations. This meant that his strategic vision of building a two-way channel and acquiring resources from the Warhammer world had taken a crucial and solid step. A stable receiving end is a prerequisite for larger-scale and more complex transmissions. Immediately after, he began to parse the second part of the data packet. This information did not originate from within the ruins but was external communication, accumulated over a period, forwarded by the Adeptus Mechanicus frigate orbiting the ruins. As the support vessel for Osiris' exploration, this frigate, though not his property, would still follow his command during exploration missions. Before Osiris descended to the surface to explore the ancient ruins, his orders to the frigate captain were to remain in low orbit and await his return from exploration. Although Osiris had been missing for a while in the Adeptus Mechanicus, where research units often span years or even decades, short periods of silence were entirely normal. Thus, the frigate in orbit did not perceive anything unusual, merely speculating that Osiris might have made research progress and preferred not to be disturbed. Therefore, they simply compiled and sent down these messages without any other reaction. These messages were organized and stored by the communication servitor Osiris left in the ruins without any reply. It wasn't until the Servoskull was transmitted back to the ruins that it sent a reply message to the orbiting frigate. According to Osiris preset low-level instructions, research entering critical phase, all normal, maintain silence. Most of these messages were unremarkable, many being disorganized and not worth attention. However, amidst this chaotic external information stream, a message marked with the highest priority / Imperial Regent's Office / Global Announcement caught Osiris' particular attention. The message was concise and grave. The Primarch of the 13th Legion, the Ultramarines, Imperial Regent, Robert Guilliman, was gravely wounded by the traitorous Primarch Fulgrim of the 3rd Legion during the Battle of Thessala, and is now critically ill, sustained in a stasis field to preserve his last vestiges of life. The reception timestamp on the message, after a rough spatio-temporal coordinate conversion, roughly corresponded to shortly after Osiris was accidentally thrown into this cyberpunk universe. This news caused Osiris to fall into a state of silence. A Primarch, a symbol and cornerstone of imperial power, especially Guilliman, renowned for his exceptional strategic mind and organizational abilities, suffering such a severe blow, its impact extended far beyond the loss of a single legion. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Loyalist faction, and it sharply reminded him that the universe he had left was still deeply mired in endless war and betrayal, with the situation not improving, perhaps even sliding into a deeper abyss. Although the Great Heresy had ended, under the management and rule of the Primarchs, the Imperium would enjoy nearly 2 millennia of peace and a golden age, but currently, the Imperium was still in ruins, awaiting reconstruction. However, for Osiris, this also meant that in the Warhammer world, he had a sufficiently stable environment for development, without having to worry about encountering any major events. This was an era when the Imperium was rebuilding from the wounds of the Great Heresy, when the major Xenos races that would later become enemies of the Imperium had not yet appeared, and the forces of chaos were recuperating in the Eye of Terror. It was truly the golden age of the Imperium. The Imperium envisioned by the Emperor and the Primarchs during the Great Crusade era had truly come into being. It wasn't until 2,000 years later, when the Beast Arises War, instigated by the Orcs, took away the Imperium's last loyal Primarch, that this beautiful era truly ended. Lamenting the turbulent future of the Imperium, Osiris quickly put these matters aside, and began to synthesize all the parsed information to formulate the next phase of his action plan. The smooth progress of the ruins renovation was the biggest positive news, meaning that physical transmission experiments could be put on the agenda. He tentatively planned to attempt directional transmission of small volume, low-mass objects when the energy reserves reached a safe threshold next time. Priority targets were the usable combat servitor and Skitarii soldiers within the ruins. These absolutely obedient, fearless, and tactically capable automated combat units would greatly enhance his actual control over the workshop here and the surrounding desert areas. Whether it was for high-risk area reconnaissance, resource point occupation and defense, or responding to increasingly complex threats potentially coming from Night City, they were more reliable, efficient, and easier to manage than mortal mercenaries like Main's crew. However, in his hierarchy of values, combat units were always tools serving a higher goal. As a tech priest, what he truly craved deep down were the large, precise analytical instruments, specialized microstructural scanning arrays, and the small plasma reactor and its critical components that powered the entire research outpost, all of which he had left in the ruins. These devices and energy cores were fundamental for deep scientific research, complex energy manipulation, and cross-dimensional technology decryption. They could greatly accelerate his reverse engineering of the dimensional transporter's working principles, as well as the analysis and integrated application of local unique technologies in the cyberpunk world. With the Adeptus Mechanicus knowledge system he possessed, rebuilding an armed force in this world might only be a matter of time and resources. But to conjure up those highly specialized, precise scientific research equipment and efficient energy sources, involving various rare materials and extreme processes, in this technologically underdeveloped world, was as difficult as forging a titan with bare hands. Therefore, when the dimensional channel is opened for the next experiment, Osiris must make new arrangements for the Warhammer world, striving to complete the analysis of dimensional transmission and the stable opening of the dimensional channel as soon as possible, in order to acquire materials from the Warhammer world. Chapter 57, Void 1155 words. Just as Osiris was meticulously planning follow-up matters in the desert workshop, the air in Main's cruise base, a converted old warehouse in Night City's Watson, was so heavy it could almost be wrung out. Sasha's absence wasn't a simple case of a chum being off-duty. She was the crew's netrunner, their eyes and ears during gigs, responsible for intake, system decking, electronic interference, and crucially, covering their retreat. Now she was laid up at the boss's clinic, and a gaping functional void immediately appeared in the entire team. A lot of lucrative commissions requiring technical infiltration and delicate ops were now untouchable. The crew had just signed the biz with Osiris. This should have meant Prime Chrome and stronger support, a new turning point. However, the concrete benefits had yet to materialize, while the reality of a core member being severely injured created tangible pressure. The interior of the warehouse was dimly lit, with only a few fluorescent tubes hanging from makeshift wires casting a pale, sickly light, barely illuminating the piled-up junk and modified gear. The members of Main's crew sat around a scratched metal table, the atmosphere stagnant. Main was slumped in an old, seemingly overburdened chair, his massive body causing the chair to groan subtly now and then. One of his chrome arms rested on his knee, his metal fingers unconsciously tapping his knee repeatedly, making a dull clacking sound. "Everyone's here," Main finally spoke, his voice low. Falco silently pulled a few cans of beer from a cooler at his feet, first tossing one to Main. The aluminum can arc through the air, and was caught steadily by Main's large hand with a soft clink. He then tossed the rest to the others in turn. "You all know Sasha's situation." Main pried open the tab with his finger, a little foam overflowing, and he tilted his head back, taking a large gulp. "She's laid up at the boss place now, and we can't count on her for a while." The cold liquid slid down his throat, and he paused, his gaze sweeping over every face present. "The biz is real, no netrunner, half our gigs are flatlined. Workin' for the boss, we can't always just rely on bullets to clear the way. Who's gonna get the intel? Who's gonna crack the locks? Who's gonna deal with those damn surveillance systems and network defenses? We can't have the boss personally jacking in, or expect his metal buddies to handle infiltration. Even if we take on our own private gigs, without Sasha, we're just as lost." Falco also opened his can, took a sip, and the ice-cold beer refreshed him slightly. Main straight up, he wiped his mouth with his sleeve. "Without a netrunner, we're half-blind. Intel, infiltration, dealing with sudden war, all our weaknesses are hanging out. Especially now that we're with the boss, future opposition probably ain't gonna be street punk level. We gotta fill this void fast. Pilar nervously rubbed the cold beer can, the metal prosthetics on his fingertips making a faint sound against the aluminum. I know we need to find someone. Pilar took a big gulp of beer, the aluminum can creaking in his hand, but how long has Sasha been with us? That's a bond forged in real combat. Where the hell are we gonna find a reliable chum on short notice now? What if we bring in a corporate mole, or some greedy scumbag who'll stab us in the back when the heat is on? We'll all be flatlined. He irritably ran a hand through his hair, his mechanical fingers scraping his scalp with a faint sound. Then what do you suggest we do? Rebecca slammed her beer can onto a crate with a bang, a few drops of liquid splashing from the opening. Just 'cause we're scared, we gonna sit here and wait to get ganked. Wait for the next job that needs a door hacked, and we just wave the white flag. Sasha's unique, but there are plenty of netrunners in Night City who do this for eddies. Just sittin' here whinin' ain't worth a damn. We gotta go find one. Her green cybernetic eyes gleamed in the dim light, her impatience stemming more from anxiety about the team's predicament than specifically targeting Pilar. Dorio raised a hand in a calming gesture, her voice steady and powerful. Pilar's worries are valid, and Rebecca's words are also reality. What we need now isn't someone who can completely replace Sasha, that's not realistic. Instead, we need someone who can temporarily lend a hand, with controllable risk, someone who can help us get through this immediate hurdle. The most important thing right now is to fill this gap without bringing down the heat. Rebecca took a breath, as if making a decision. When I used to hang out at Lizzie's bar, I heard about a solo netrunner. They say her work is decent, but she's a loner, doesn't like to stick with crews. I can try to make contact and see. Getting her to join us is probably a no-go, but hiring her for a few temporary gigs might be negotiable. The information she provided wasn't very specific and carried uncertainty, but it was almost the only reliable lead they had at the moment. Maine's gaze fell on Rebecca, and he pondered, seemingly deep in thought, evaluating the feasibility of the information Rebecca provided. Only the faint electrical hum of the fluorescent tubes remained in the warehouse. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke. All right, his voice was still low but carried an unchallengeable resolve. Becca, you follow up on this lead first. Remember, be discreet, don't make a scene. First, dig into her background, see what her rep is like, and if she's gotten into any trouble she shouldn't have recently. We are currently... He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the team, enunciating each word clearly. Just started workin' for the boss, Sasha's still at death's door, and we still got Biotechnica's bounty on our heads. We can't afford any more heat. Any rumors, even just speculation, must be reported to me first. No one is allowed to make private contact without my approval. Is that crystal? Maine's words gave clear direction to their subsequent actions. The heavy atmosphere in the warehouse hadn't dissipated, but the earlier sense of helpless anxiety had faded. Everyone now knew what needed to be done. Rebecca nodded heavily, downing the rest of her beer. Pilar's shoulders slumped, and he let out a soft sigh, offering no further objections. Falco's fingertips quickly slid across his terminal screen again, beginning to filter potential information leads. Dorio crossed her arms, her steady gaze sweeping over everyone, silently expressing her approval. To save Sasha, they had decked their future on Osiris. Now, before truly beginning to work for that unfathomable boss, they had to find a way to mend this critical functional gap. Chapter 58, Kiwi Night City's nights never truly died. The sky above the Kabuki district was fragmented by a crisscross of giant holographic GG ads, and the dazzling, garish light pollution seeped into every narrow alley, merging with the neon reflections in the damp puddles on the ground, forming a hazy and boisterous sea of light. The air was a mixture of the scent of cheap synthetic food, the sour smell of fermenting street garbage, and the faint odor of coolant discharged from countless cybernetic heat vents, a uniquely NC blend of vibrant decay. Lizzie's bar was nestled within this kaleidoscopic scene. Its facade was unassuming, even somewhat hidden, but the two Mox's guards at the entrance, dressed in daring styles yet with eyes sharp as knives, and the faint electronic music whose bass vibrations could still be felt despite excellent soundproofing, all indicated that this was no ordinary joint. This was the Mox's turf, a sisterhood clique formed to fight against exploitation. Their unity and fierce inviolability made Lizzie's bar one of the few social venues in Kabuki that offered a relatively safe spot. Rebecca, familiar with the place, passed through the induction door that required an identity scan, and immediately, the deafening music and psychedelic lights enveloped her. The bar's interior was spacious with high ceilings, and at its center was a large circular stage where provocatively dressed dancers swayed amidst holographic projections. Rebecca's petite figure weaved nimbly through the crowd, her striking two-tone short hair and iconic green kiroshis made her easily recognizable. A Mox's chum in a leather backless top with intricate arm tattoos whistled at her and greeted her with a smile. Rebecca casually waved back, her gaze searching the bar. Her purpose for coming here today was not to party but to meet someone Kiwi, a solo deck jockey with a good rep on the street. The feedback on Kiwi was positive, cream technical skills, quick to take on gigs, no fuss, and no subsequent heat, a solid solo. Crucially, no history of backstabbing or colluding with corpos. After getting the green light from Maine, Rebecca had arranged the meet here. Lizzie's offered a higher degree of safety and was a known, reputable spot in Kabuki, classy enough for a veteran netrunner who preferred to keep a low profile. Rebecca found Kiwi in a booth near the corner. Just as she imagined, Kiwi was wearing a well-tailored, dark red jacket that looked quite high-tech, with most of her face hidden in shadow, revealing only a chin covered by a metallic mask. A nearly untouched glass of synthetic sake sat before her, and her whole demeanor exuded an aloofness that kept others at bay. Even sitting in the noisy bar, she was like an isolated island. Rebecca pulled out the opposite chair and sat down unceremoniously. Kiwi looked up, her gaze sweeping sharply over Rebecca from beneath her hood. Her modified eyes seemed to have a data stream scanning function, making Rebecca feel as if she had been analyzed by some cold instrument. Kiwi's voice was steady, devoid of emotion. "Your buzz." "Yeah, mine." Rebecca snapped her fingers and ordered a strong drink with ice from a passing service bot. "Straight to the punch, our crew is short a reliable netrunner right now." She leaned in. "Heard your skills are preem, so I'm a skin, if you're interested in runnin' some biz with us." Kiwi lifted her glass, gave it a slow swirl, amber light catching the edges. "Didn't drink." "I collaborate," she said, voice flat, cool. "You bring a gig, we talk creds, I take it." She leaned back, eyes unreadable. "But stickin' with a crew. Long-term ties?" "That's dead. Not my scene." "All right, I get it." Rebecca wasn't fazed. She took a large gulp of the freshly delivered drink, the cold liquid invigorating her. "Then, if we need technical support for a gig, I'll hit you up first. Prices are market rate, our crew always pays fair eddies." She looked at Kiwi. "Wanna trade comm codes? Keep the line open." Kiwi nodded silently and exchanged comm codes with Rebecca. The main purpose of the meeting was achieved. The two briefly chatted about recent noise in Night City's underground and the going rates for common contracts. Kiwi didn't say much, but every word was on point, showing she had a thorough understanding of the gray market. Just as Rebecca felt they had discussed enough and was about to pay and leave, and Kiwi also seemed to be preparing to depart, a sudden change occurred. Without any warning, Kiwi's body stiffened abruptly, and her right-hand fingers, resting on the table, twitched unconsciously. Her eyes, hidden in the shadow of her hood, suddenly widened, and subtle data streams seemed to flash wildly in her pupils. Almost at the exact moment, a forced, unclosable window violently shoved itself onto Rebecca's own visual interface. The window's design was stark to the point of crudeness, with only a pure black background and scrolling white text and data charts, its edges flashing with a pulsating red border indicating extreme priority override. It wasn't just them. The entire Lizzie's bar seemed to have been flatlined. The deafening music continued, but almost everyone, whether guests in booths, bartenders at the counter, or circulating service bots, experienced a momentary pause in their actions. Expressions of astonishment, confusion, and even terror appeared on their faces. Clearly, everyone's VIS, or rather, all devices connected to the local network, had been forcibly injected with this information simultaneously. Chapter 59, Announcement. 1306 words. Rebecca quickly scanned the content within the forced window. It clearly listed a detailed component analysis of a best-selling painkiller released by Biotechnica years ago, undisclosed failed clinical trial data, and internal email correspondence. The evidence conclusively showed that the company had long known about the drug's severe side effects, which caused neurological degeneration and eventual death in users. Yet, for massive profits, it deliberately concealed this and continued sales. At the bottom of the window, some known victim information was highlighted in bold. Although anonymized, behind those cold statistics lay countless broken families and silently vanished lives. Holy shit, Rebecca cursed under her breath, her heart uncontrollably accelerating. She instantly understood what this was: the Blackwell announcement her boss had promised. He had actually done it, and in such an all-encompassing, unstoppable way. As Rebecca reeled from the shock, she noticed that Kiwi opposite her was in a very strange state. The hacker, usually calm and even somewhat aloof, now had fine beads of cold sweat on her forehead, and her face was pale. Her fingers rapidly tapped and swiped in the air, clearly engaged in an intense counter-operation within her neural interface. But her movements lasted less than 3 seconds before they abruptly stopped, as if an invisible force had brutally choked her deck. She let out a muffled grunt, leaning back against the chair, her chest rising and falling slightly, her eyes filled with incredulous horror. "It's you." "No, it's not you." Kiwi suddenly looked up, her gaze like a knife piercing Rebecca, her voice carrying an almost imperceptible tremor, that was an entity. It came through the Blackwell. Her words were somewhat disjointed due to shock. As a hacker who had long operated on the fringes of the net, she understood what had just happened far better than most people in the bar. That wasn't a normal hack. It was a near-miraculous global broadcast that utilized the inherent characteristics of the Blackwell protocol itself. The moment she attempted to counter, what she felt wasn't the resistance of an ordinary firewall, but rather as if she were facing a boundless, dark ocean composed of rules and code. Her meager hacking skills were as insignificant before that power as trying to shake a skyscraper with a toothpick. Just the information flow and authority pressure that bounced back upon contact nearly burned out her implant's protective circuits, causing her to almost go brain dead on the spot. Decking using the Blackwell. This was completely outside her cognitive framework. This had already gone beyond the realm of preem technical skill, and touched upon an area she couldn't comprehend. While Kiwi was still reeling in fear, her mind racing to figure out which legendary hacker or national-level power was behind this, Rebecca mumbled something under her breath, her tone filled with a proud excitement. "Damn, as expected of the boss. He really went full nuke." These words struck Kiwi like a bolt of lightning. She sharply turned her head, staring fixedly at Rebecca, her previous panic replaced by an extremely fervent curiosity and desire to investigate. Kiwi's voice was very low but carried an undeniable urgency. "Rebecca, you know who ran that? That thing that used the Blackwell? Was it your behind-the-scenes boss?" Rebecca froze for a moment, realizing she had let something slip. She instinctively tried to brush it off, her eyes flickering. "Huh? What boss? I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe some big shot who had a grudge against Biotechnica made a move." But how could Kiwi be fooled by her clumsy act? She leaned forward across the table, her gaze almost pinning Rebecca's eyes. "Don't play dumb. What you just said, and your reaction now, you definitely know something. Tell me, Rebecca, who was it that made the move just now?" Rebecca grew a bit annoyed under Kiwi's scrutiny. She scratched her head, knowing she couldn't hide it any longer. Moreover, seeing Kiwi's extreme interest in the boss's technical prowess, a thought arose in her mind: perhaps this was an opportunity. All right. Rebecca seemed to give up resistance, but a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. "Yeah, that whole thing was our boss doing. How about it? Awesome, right?" She said it with a deliberate tone of showing off. Kiwi ignored her tone and pressed on. "Who is he? What is he? How in the hell could he pull off a move like that? The boss is just the boss, you know." Rebecca shrugged, starting to spin a tale, while also mixing in a bit of her own sales pitch. Ahem, a guy with unreal tech skills, a bit of a weird temper but generous. We're workin' for him now. You wanna know more? Simple, accept the gig, join us, and maybe you'll get a chance to meet him in person and ask him yourself. She paused, remembering Osiris' emotionless mechanical face and the principle of equivalent exchange, then added, but I gotta warn you, the boss doesn't have a very good temper, and he never allows anyone to freeload. If you want to get anything from him, whether it's knowledge, tech or gear, you must pay a sufficient price as a transaction. No free lunch, that's an ironclad rule with the boss. Kiwi fell silent. Her face under the hood was hidden in shadow, her expression unclear, only her slightly pursed lips indicating the fierce struggle within her. She was filled with an uncontrollable curiosity about the boss Rebecca spoke of, and an instinctive yearning, as a technologist facing technology beyond her comprehension. The technical prowess and knowledge system behind being able to manipulate the Blackwell were beyond her imagination. Even a tiny bit of guidance, or simply observing and learning up close, could be a qualitative leap for her hacking career. But on the other hand, her deeply ingrained lone wolf habits made her instinctively reject and guard against things like joining a crew or pledging allegiance. This meant losing freedom and trusting her safety to others, something she had avoided for years. Risk and opportunity weighed heavily in her mind. The music at Lizzie's bar had resumed, and the surrounding patrons had also recovered from their initial shock, beginning to discuss the source and purpose of the data storm that had swept the city. Against this gradually returning din, Kiwi finally looked up. Her eyes had regained their previous calm, but deep within them, a spark of resolve had appeared. She looked at Rebecca, her voice clear and steady, I'll join. This time it was Rebecca's turn to be a little surprised, you sure? You thought it through. Our boss has a lot of rules, and the work we'll be doing next probably won't be any easier than what happened today. I'm sure. Kiwi nodded, but I have one condition, or rather a request. I hope you can arrange for me to meet this boss as soon as possible. I need to confirm if he is worthy of my loyalty. She used the word loyalty, not simply cooperation. I'll have to ask Maine and the boss himself about that. Rebecca didn't immediately promise, but don't worry, since you've agreed, you're one of us now. I'll buzz you back as soon as possible. She raised her glass, still half full, and gestured to Kiwi, welcome aboard, Kiwi. Though the days ahead are probably going to be even more King exciting. Kiwi didn't raise her glass, only gave a slight nod. She picked up her comms device and silently changed Rebecca's contact note from potential client to teammate under observation. She was still filled with uncertainty and caution about the future, but her thirst for ultimate technology had temporarily overridden everything else. She wanted to know who this boss who could move the Blackwell truly was. And what kind of path this choice would lead her down. Chapter 60, collected 2483 words deep underground in the abandoned town's workshop, within the shielded experimental zone, the low hum of the dimensional transporter had just subsided. The previous round of data analysis regarding energy resonance was automatically running in the background. During a brief waiting period, a ripple of almost leisurely thought passed through Osiris' core consciousness. His gaze inadvertently swept across a data stream on the holographic interface representing Night City's network activity, and a thought naturally arose. The entity named Biotechnica seemed to control a significant portion of this world's biological technology. Perhaps I can see what they've collected. This wasn't a well-thought-out strategic move, but rather like a scholar, during a break, casually pulling an unknown book from a shelf to peruse, driven by pure curiosity. Based on his previous success in analyzing the Blackwell protocol, constructing a data probe for infiltration was already second nature to him. He casually set a few general directions: genetic manipulation, neural interfaces, pharmacological research as keywords for the search, not expecting to discover anything world-shattering. Injection initiated, he commanded flatly. That data stream, disguised as an internal Blackwell command, passed through Biotechnica's proudly layered firewalls like an invisible ghost, relying on its supreme identity. The deadly ICE designed for external intrusions obediently allowed it passage when faced with a signal bearing internal highest-level authorization, leaving only insignificant records in the logs. Even when confronted with the final dual authentication barrier requiring biometric features and dynamic passwords, the probe merely simulated an emergency Blackwell audit command, and that impenetrable gate opened instantly, as if making way for the true administrator. Massive amounts of data were silently copied and transmitted back. Osiris began to browse these uninvited gifts. His crimson optical lens scanned the genetic sequence map of aldehyde-2 wheat, and his data processing speed noticeably quickened. An efficient biomass fuel conversion pathway, with a clear design concept. Its energy density and synthetic properties, after appropriate refinement and ritual purification, could potentially serve as an alternative raw material for basic element synthesis, effectively alleviating energy shortages in some worlds. However, his evaluation quickly turned grim, but large-scale monoculture of such economic crops will inevitably encroach upon the living space of native food crops, leading to regional, and even global, food supply chain fragility in the long run. Short-sighted. When he saw the design schematics for cloned animal neural control centers, and the adjacent, top-secret, experimental archives for replicants, he let out a clear, metallic-sounding laugh. Crude imitation attempts to replicate life in an assembly line fashion, yet fails to even touch the glimmer of a soul, creating nothing more than animated chunks of flesh. As for this neural control center, he assessed the compulsory neural overlay technology. The technology is still nascent, the control method too direct, lacking refined modulation circuits, which will inevitably lead to significant wear and tear on the carrier. However, the pursuit of absolute control over biological units, this direction itself has its value and room for improvement. As for the deliberately concealed clinical trial data for painkillers, it drew his cold judgment. The technology itself might precisely target pain nerves, but its inherent side effects highlight their immaturity and lack of sophistication. However, this potent inhibitory mechanism targeting specific neurotransmitters, its principle of action is somewhat interesting. Perhaps it could serve as a basic template for some kind of tranquilizing aerosol for non-lethal area control. He quickly categorized and archived the data. The aldehyde-to-wheat technology was tagged as potential value energy, and the neural control center was tagged as observation inspirations to borrow. He quickly sorted these data and stored them in a non-priority section of his knowledge base. Most of these technologies, in his eyes, appeared primitive and lacking depth, like toys clumsily put together by children. However, amidst this crudeness, he occasionally saw one or two flashes of practical creativity, such as the absolute obedience of the neural control center, and the potential of cloning technology for rapid mass production of biological carriers, even if the implementation seemed crude to him. A civilization learning to walk on a divergent path can occasionally produce some noteworthy sparks, he ultimately concluded with a condescending summary. This impromptu data review didn't bring any surprises, but it didn't completely waste his time either. At the very least, he gained a clearer understanding of this world's technological level. He casually closed the data interface, as if closing an insignificant article, and refocused his attention on the flickering energy readings of the dimensional transporter. The storm that his previous, casual action might have triggered in the outside world was far less appealing than the data concerning interdimensional travel before him. He had already glimpsed Biotechnica's response to the disturbance he had caused, but this was of no concern to him. Just as Osiris silently emptied Biotechnica's data vault, the atmosphere in the emergency conference room on the top floor of Biotechnica's headquarters had dropped to freezing point. On the huge holographic projection wall, the recent force pop-up incident that swept across the globe was playing repeatedly. The evidence provided by Sasha, streamlined by Osiris, and enhanced for impact fabricated experimental reports, tragic narratives from victims' families, cold cost-benefit analyses from internal emails cut through Biotechnica's meticulously maintained, good guy image of several decades like the sharpest blade. The PR department is working tirelessly to put out the fires. We've utilized all our partnered media channels, issued clarification statements, accused this of being malicious slander by competitors, and have already initiated legal proceedings. A vice president in charge of public relations reported hoarsely, his forehead covered in cold sweat. And the effect? CEO Nicolo Logagia's voice was low, betraying no emotion, but his clenched fists revealed his inner fury. His efforts to restore Earth's ecology and train a positive corporate image were likely to be ruined by the exposure of this old case. Short-term limited effect, the PR vice president said with difficulty. Public sentiment has already been incited, especially among the families of those painkiller victims. They've formed a powerful wave of voices on social media. Our stock price plummeted 15% at opening, and is still falling. Find out. Find out who did this. Logagia slammed his fist on the table. What are our cybersecurity departments doing? Letting someone directly shove this kind of thing onto every user's screen worldwide. The head of the cybersecurity department's face was pale, and he stood up trembling. Sir, we can't trace the source. The attackers' methods they read beyond our comprehension. What do you mean? Logagia's gaze was as cold as a knife. According to our preliminary analysis, a younger-looking technical expert took over, his voice trembling with disbelief. This global broadcast wasn't achieved through conventional network vulnerabilities or server hijacking. The data stream's path it seems to have directly utilized the Blackwell's underlying broadcast protocol. The conference room fell silent instantly. Blackwell. Logagia frowned. Although he wasn't in charge of technology, he knew what the word implied. Are you sure? We are over 85% certain. The technical expert took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice steady. The data packet's signature, the transmission's priority, and the characteristic of being uninterceptable in transit all point to the Blackwell. Sir, this means the hacker who launched this attack isn't just a master in the ordinary sense. He holds a cyber-nuclear bomb in his hands. He looked around at his stunned colleagues and further explained, think about it, all of us, everyone connected to the network, needs the Blackwell's protection to isolate us from the rogue AIs beyond the wall. And now, someone can bypass or even utilize the Blackwell itself to force information directly to us. This also means that, theoretically, he could just as easily infiltrate any of our terminals, browse our confidential information, or even send overload commands directly to our neural processors, frying our brains. In front of him, we have no secrets or security on the network. These words sent a chill down the spines of all attendees. They weren't afraid of business competition, street violence, or even government investigations, but this kind of undefendable threat from the deepest layers of the network made them feel true fear for the first time. Find him. Logagia almost gritted his teeth as he said, at all costs, find this hacker who can control the Blackwell. We need this technology. The company's crisis, to some extent, revealed an even greater and more enticing opportunity. Whoever could master this power would be invincible in the future. Just as Biotechnica was in turmoil, two encrypted communications, almost simultaneously received, complicated the situation further. The first call came from the president of NUSA, Rosalind Myers. Myers' holographic image appeared in the conference room, her expression serious and direct. Mr. Logagia, on behalf of NUSA, I express my concern for your company's current predicament. Logagia's heart stirred, but he maintained a calm demeanor. Thank you for your concern, Madam President. This is merely a despicable tactic by competitors, and we are capable of handling it. Let's be frank. Myers interrupted him. The public outcry from this incident will be difficult for you to quell on your own in the short term. We can help. NUSA's media resources can assist you in guiding public opinion, diverting public attention elsewhere, such as to potential foreign forces disrupting stability. What are the conditions? Logagia asked directly. He knew well that politicians' promises were never free. 2 conditions. Myers held up 2 fingers. First, Biotechnica needs to offer NUSA more preferential treatment and support in the new Alaska Resource Development Project. My team will follow up with you on the specific details. Second, and most importantly, once you find the hacker hiding behind the scenes, you must share all information with us immediately. Logagia's eyes narrowed slightly. NUSA is also interested in this hacker. A person capable of utilizing the Blackwell has a threat level that surpasses ordinary cyber terrorists. Meyer's reasoning was grandiloquent. This concerns the cornerstone of global cybersecurity, and NUSA has the responsibility and obligation to ensure such power is not abused. Of course, if possible, we also hope to study the principles behind this technology. Her words revealed Militech's desire for this technology, given its close ties to NUSA. Logagia pondered for a moment. Giving up profits was painful, but compared to the possibility of gaining control over Blackwell technology, it seemed acceptable. Moreover, leveraging NUSA's power could indeed stabilize the situation faster. Yes, we agree to cooperate. Almost immediately after the communication with NUSA ended, another call came in, this time from NetWatch. NetWatch's representative was equally direct, expressing their extreme concern about this incident of using the Blackwell for broadcasting, and hoping that Biotechnica could provide all clues they possessed to assist NetWatch in tracking down this hacker. The Blackwell is the ultimate defense line that we help build and maintain. Any misuse of it is a threat to all humanity. The NetWatch representative's tone carried a sense of justice, befitting a technology maintainer. However, Logagia, who had just struck a secret deal with NUSA, almost without hesitation rejected NetWatch's request for cooperation. Thank you for NetWatch's concern, but this is an internal matter for Biotechnica, and we have our own cybersecurity team to handle it. Currently, we have not found any conclusive evidence to suggest this matter is related to a Blackwell vulnerability. Perhaps it is just a new type of virus we are not yet aware of. If further discoveries are made, we will report them to the relevant agencies according to procedure. What a joke. NetWatch wanted to fix the vulnerability and apprehend the hacker, while Biotechnica and NUSA wanted to control the technology. Their goals were completely different. How could they cooperate? Letting NetWatch intervene would only increase variables and might even lead them to ultimately destroy or monopolize this technology. The NetWatch representative, decisively rejected, frowned in the holographic image. He sensed Biotechnica's concealment but could do nothing. Although NetWatch was special, it did not have the power to compel multinational corporations to cooperate. They could only secretly increase their own efforts, trying to independently find that audacious ghost who dared to toy with the Blackwell. Inside the ruined town workshop, Osiris calmly observed the ripples caused by the chess pieces he had casually laid out, using multiple channels. He saw the plummeting stock price of Biotechnica, the surging public opinion online, and through some covert listening methods, he generally understood the tense atmosphere of Biotechnica's internal meetings, NUSA's opportunism, and NetWatch's anxiety and helplessness. Everything was as expected. Biotechnica's response was unremarkable, nothing more than the usual PR tactics and blame-shifting strategies employed by corporate giants. NUSA's intervention exposed Militech's desire for absolute control over cutting-edge military power, especially on the cyber front. NetWatch's reaction, on the other hand, was more like a dutiful administrator, eager to fix a critical bug in the system. Quick to react, but the methods are still confined within the existing framework, Osiris commented. They try to respond to new-level challenges with so-called rules. He didn't care about Biotechnica's fate, nor was he concerned whether Sasha's revenge was perfectly achieved. For him, this incident was more like a stress test of the local force's technical strength and adaptability, as well as a practical test of the Blackwell utilization technology. NUSA and Militech's desire for Blackwell control technology piqued his interest slightly. They clearly realized the strategic value of this power, and were willing to pay the price to acquire it. This might mean they possess certain related or equally highly valuable technological reserves or research data. I hope it brings some surprises. Osiris' crimson optical lens flickered slightly. If it's just these crude existing technologies, that would be too boring. He did not take any further action to provoke the parties, nor did he try to mislead or interfere with their investigations. He was like an experimenter detached from the situation, quietly observing the stress response of microorganisms in a culture medium, waiting for potential valuable mutants to appear. His primary energy was still focused on in-depth research of the dimensional teleporter, planning the modifications for Maine's crew, and analyzing the newly acquired Biotechnica data. The current commotion was merely a small interlude in his long research process, a part of gathering information about the local world. He was very curious to see what kind of ruthless moves Biotechnica and Militech could come up with to find him, under the pressure and support of NUSA. And could Netwatch, dedicated to maintaining the Blackwall, use their professional capabilities to find a single clue pointing to him? Let me see just how far the pinnacle forces of this world can reach. Osiris' murmur echoed in the workshop, then was drowned out by the hum of equipment. He turned and once again immersed himself in endless data analysis and technical deciphering, awaiting the next act to unfold. Chapter 61, First Contact. Kiwi sat in the shadows of the warehouse corner, her dark red jacket almost blending into the background. She had accepted Rebecca's invitation to cooperate, but trust is harder to come by in Night City than top-tier chrome. All right, don't just stand there. Maine cleared his throat, his voice echoing in the empty warehouse. He first looked at Rebecca. You brought her, introduce her. Rebecca tucked her pistol into the back of her waistband and gestured towards Kiwi. Kiwi, a solo netrunner with a good rep on the streets. I talked to her at Lizzie's bar, her skills should be decent. Maine formally turned his gaze to Kiwi and nodded. I'm Maine, the team leader. We trust anyone Rebecca recommends. Welcome to the team. Kiwi slightly raised her head, observing the crewmate's massive frame, Dorio's composed strength, Falco's detached cool, and Pilar's fidgety energy. Her voice came through her mask, steady and controlled. Kiwi. Rebecca has already told me the basic situation. Let's cooperate on a commission first and see if it's a good fit. Her position was clear. Temporary collaboration, not loyalty. That's best. Maine was satisfied. We just need a netrunner to fill the gap. Since everyone's here, just sitting around won't do. He looked at everyone. We need to get moving, take a job, get some real-world practice, and see how our new combination works together. Then it's settled. Maine dialed a familiar number. What a rare guest. Faraday's oily, smooth voice immediately came from the other end. Cut the crap, Faraday. Do you have any suitable jobs? Something simple, delivery, escort, anything. We need to break in a new member. Faraday's voice sharpened, like a shark smelling blood. Coincidentally, I actually have something suitable. A trip out of the city, deliver to the abandoned Route 66 gas station up north. Hand it over to someone named Lao Mao. The cargo isn't large, just an encrypted data box. Pay is market standard, simple route, clear objective, perfect for you guys to get some practice. Maine ran through it in his mind. Out of the city, low risk, perfect for a break-in. Send over the specific coordinates, hand over code, and Lao Mao's identification features. I knew, Maine, you were straightforward. Faraday chirped. All right, the job's here. Maine turned to the team. Falco, check the vehicle, fill it up. Rebecca, Pilar, check the equipment, bring all standard weapons. Dorio, you get ready. Finally, he looked at Kiwi. Kiwi, you'll remotely access our tactical network. We have the equipment from our previous team Netrunner here, you can use it for now. On the way, you'll be responsible for environmental scans and data support. Any problems? Kiwi silently shook her head, her fingers already rapidly tapping in the air, connecting to the network. Her focused demeanor made Rebecca slightly ease her scrutinizing gaze. The team immediately sprang into action. Falco crawled under the heavily modified Goodwood off-road vehicle, tapping and banging. Rebecca and Pilar opened the weapon crates. Dorio began simple stretches, loosening her muscles. Everything seemed normal, just like countless times before they executed a commission. However, they didn't know that on the other end of the communication, the middleman Faraday, after ending his call with Maine, showed an undisguised, greedy smile. He dialed another heavily encrypted number, his voice pressed extremely low. Militech. Yes, it's me, Faraday. I have some news that you will definitely be very interested in, about Maine and his crew. They just took a commission from me and are about to head out of the city, to the Route 66 gas station up north. This is absolutely accurate intelligence. Faraday was selling them out for a quick payday. In his eyes, Maine's crew was nothing more than a group of tools that were about to become obsolete. What Faraday didn't fully realize was the depth of the trap. After suffering the devastating blow of the global Blackwell announcement, Biotechnica, like a cornered mad dog, was bent on bloody retaliation. Maine's crew, having previously attacked a Biotechnica convoy, and having their original netrunner, Sasha, linked to the painkiller scandal, was immediately locked onto. Biotechnica's internal threat assessment department came to a dangerous, but calculated, speculation. Maine's crew possessed top-tier netrunner resources, possibly even touching forbidden domains, and that Blackwell incident was very likely directly related to them. A hefty internal bounty was quickly approved. Whether for revenge or to seize the potentially existing Blackwell control technology, Biotechnica was determined to get it. Militech, which had always been interested in the non-standard, yet surprisingly powerful weapons and technologies displayed by Maine's crew, naturally wouldn't miss this heaven-sent opportunity to both test new equipment and acquire rare technology samples after receiving Biotechnica's shared intelligence and cooperation proposal. Faraday's voluntary defection and betrayal just provided the perfect timing for these two companies to set a precise trap at the abandoned Route 66 gas station. The seemingly simple delivery job was a massive, carefully coordinated corporate ambush. Chapter 62, Ambush *2 in 2,450 words. In a virtual space constructed from cold data and blue light, several senior operations executives, their figures solidified and dressed in crisp Militech uniforms, along with a stern-faced female observer from Biotechnica, floated before a massive circular screen. The screen was divided into multiple displays, transmitting real-time drone reconnaissance images and satellite overhead views from the vicinity of gas station number 66. The target vehicle has entered the designated area, a monitoring operator reported in an emotionless voice. On the screen before him, the signal point representing Maine's crew's vehicle was parked in the open area of the gas station. Confirm identity, the operations executive, a bald man with a hunting scar on his face, said in a deep voice. His virtual avatar wore a black combat suit, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Confirmed. All core members of Maine's crew are in the vehicle, leader Maine, driver Falco, assault specialist Rebecca, and tech expert Pilar. Melee specialist Dorio is also present. Additionally, based on signal tracking and facial recognition comparison, their newly recruited hacker, Kiwi, is currently in remote support status and is not traveling with the vehicle, another analyst quickly added. All action teams are in position, the operations commander, a broad-shouldered, stern-faced officer, reported. 2 Manticore attack AVs are on standby in the designated airspace, ready to provide aerial fire suppression and lockdown at any moment. Ground forces include 2 standard infantry squads, equipped with standard armor and weapons. 2 Minotaur light attack mechs have been deployed on the flanks, forming heavy firepower points. Furthermore, the Switchblade squad has assembled at the rear hidden point and is on standby. The Switchblade squad he mentioned was a special unit composed entirely of highly modified soldiers, equipped with experimental prosthetics and teetering on the edge of losing control. The female observer from Biotechnica crossed her arms, her virtual face devoid of expression, and she spoke coldly, her voice like ice. Remember our priority target, capture them alive if possible. Especially the hacker Kiwi, as well as Maine and Rebecca. Their brains may contain all the intelligence we need, and information about their mysterious backer. Dead people are of no value to us. The scarred operations executive nodded, a cold curve to his lips. Don't worry, this setup is enough to crush them a dozen times over. It's also a good opportunity for us to test the combat data of those expensive Switchblade toys in the field, to see if they're really worth the price. His gaze returned to the main screen, looking at the solitary signal point parked in the gas station's open area, as if watching prey that had already fallen into a trap. Gas station number 66 on Highway 66. Maine's crew's vehicle was steadily parked in the open area of the abandoned gas station. The stirred dust slowly settled, and a deathly silence hung in the air, broken only by the monotonous creaking of the wind through a broken sign, and the distant, sigh-like whimpers from the desert. "We're here." Falco turned off the engine, his fingers still resting on the steering wheel, his sharp eyes scanning every potential hiding spot around them. Maine tried to contact Lao Mao using the number Faraday provided, but the only response was a monotonous and continuous busy signal, like some ominous premonition. He tried several times, but the result was the same. "Something's wrong." Maine's brows furrowed tightly, and a chill crawled up his spine. "Can't reach the client." Rebecca had already silently gripped her plasma pistol, her knuckles slightly white. "Damn it, are they trying to screw us over?" Kiwi's voice suddenly exploded in the team's encrypted channel, with an unprecedented urgency. "Multiple high-speed signal sources are approaching. Energy readings are off the charts. It's Militech grade." Almost at the exact second her words fell, the piercing roar of engines, like the growl of a beast, tore through the desert's tranquility from far to near. Maine's roar echoed inside the vehicle. Falco reacted extremely quickly, twisting the key, trying to restart the engine, but it was too late. Several precise armor-piercing rounds, whistling through the air, shot from a distance, mercilessly piercing the vehicle's engine hood and tires. A deafening explosion suddenly erupted, and a scorching blast of air, mixed with metal fragments, sprayed outwards. Their lifeline, the vehicle, instantly transformed into a twisted, burning wreck, with thick black smoke billowing upwards. Falco flung open the car door at the last second, tumbling clumsily onto the sand, the scorching blast of air grazing his back, bringing a stinging pain. "Find cover." Maine roared, using his burly body as a temporary shield, covering the others as they scrambled towards the few remaining dilapidated brick walls of the gas station. Rebecca's reaction was even more direct. She completed a series of actions, turning, aiming, and pulling the trigger almost the instant the explosion occurred. Her plasma pistol emitted a low, dangerous hum of charging. She didn't have time to precisely aim at specific targets, but instead pointed her muzzle at the Militech armored vehicles in the distance that had just stopped, their hatches opening, and soldiers pouring out. A solidified, almost liquid, high-energy plasma orb, shimmering with an ominous blue light, shot out. It didn't cause a violent explosion, but rather, in a more terrifying manner, instantly melted through the thick side armor of the first armored vehicle, like a hot knife cutting through butter. Inside the melted area, circuits and spare ammunition were instantly ignited, and a secondary explosion of fire suddenly expanded, engulfing the surrounding soldiers, sending fragments flying. "The boss gear is really powerful." Rebecca growled excitedly, and was then immediately pulled behind a relatively safe broken wall by a reacting Dorio. "Conserve your shots. That thing takes time to charge." Maine reminded amidst the intense gunfire, while also providing suppressive bursts with his pistol, bullets kicking up puffs of dust on the hard ground, temporarily slowing down the approaching soldiers. The enemy's firepower was exceptionally fierce and sustained, a barrage of automatic weapon fire pouring like water onto the broken walls and ruins, sending brick and stone fragments flying and filling the air with dust. Two massive mechs with heavy, rhythmically vibrating steps, slowly approached like mobile fortresses, their mounted multi-barreled machine guns continuously spitting deadly flames, creating a suppressive barrage that made it almost impossible for Maine's crew to lift their heads. Pilar crouched behind a half-collapsed concrete block, frantically connecting a charging cable to his smart weapon, cursing incessantly, "Damn it. Faraday, that son of a bitch. How dare he sell us out? Next time I see him, I'll take him apart. I'll pull out all his bones." Maine glanced at the still-burning vehicle wreckage outside, and the several equally destroyed, sleek Chevrolet Emperors, and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of sandy saliva. What a waste of those Emperors. Rebecca, while nervously watching the plasma pistol's heat indicator light, replied without looking back, her tone full of a devil-may-care attitude, "A waste of what? When we're done with this job, we'll just steal one. It's company stuff, it's not like we haven't stolen it before." Just as the ground combat fell into a suffocating stalemate, with Maine's crew pinned down by absolutely superior firepower within the gas station ruins, a greater threat descended from the sky. A low, oppressive, resonant engine roar came from overhead. Two Militech Manticore AVs, like giant steel vultures, slowly cast their massive shadows over the battlefield below, their missile pods and rotary cannons suspended beneath their bellies adjusting their angles, cold crosshairs of death sweeping over the shelters below one by one. In the virtual space on the other side, the high-level executives from both Biotechnica and Militech were closely monitoring every detail of this operation. Target has been suppressed inside the building. The Lion has entered attack position and completed weapon system lock. The operator calmly reported the progress. Very good, maintain suppression, exhaust their ammunition and patience, force them to come out, the action supervisor ordered, his tone confident and in control. Biotechnica's observer stared intently at the meltdown effect caused by Rebecca's plasma pistol on the tactical screen, an undisguised glint of greed flashing in her eyes. The way that energy weapon operates and its power, we must get our hands on it, no matter what, and reverse engineer it. However, the subsequent turn of events completely exceeded their tactical simulations and data models. From behind a broken window of the gas station below, without any warning, a dazzling, brilliant white electric light suddenly erupted. It wasn't a direct shot, it was more like a living bolt of lightning, moving with unnatural speed and precision, arcing towards a Lion aerial vehicle that had just completed its lock. There was no deafening explosion, only a sharp, loud ZZZT sound, like metal being forcibly torn apart. The electric light, like a living viper, instantly wrapped around the aerial vehicle's fuselage. Visibly, electric currents frantically coursed over the armor surface. Wherever they passed, external sensors, communication arrays, and even the regulating vanes near the engine nozzles instantly overloaded, erupting in a series of tiny electrical sparks. The massive body of the aerial vehicle abruptly stiffened in midair, as if clutched by an invisible giant hand, and the lights of all its thrusters suddenly dimmed. Inside the cockpit, all screens instantly went black, and the alarm sounds were replaced by a deathly silence. It completely lost power and control, plummeting like a heavy piece of scrap metal, spinning stiffly and trailing ominous black smoke, veering crookedly and falling straight towards the distant desert. Seconds later, a dull thud echoed from the distant sand, followed by a violent explosion as fuel ignited, and a fireball rose into the night sky. The command center fell into a dead silence, broken only by the faint, low-frequency hum of equipment. What's going on? The action supervisor suddenly stood up from his seat, causing the virtual image to momentarily fluctuate. What kind of weapon is that? Unable to identify attack type. Energy signature abnormal. Not conventional armor-piercing or high-explosive warheads. The technical analyst's voice was filled with shock and confusion. Readings show it seems to have triggered a strong localized electromagnetic pulse effect, instantly burning out most of the Lion's precision electronic components and control systems. This is an extremely efficient electronic warfare attack. Before they could make sense of this incredible attack, a second deadly brilliant white electric light, like a judgment from hell, shot out from the same window again. The pilot of another Lion instinctively yanked the control stick to evade, but the electric light's speed far exceeded his reaction limit. The light precisely licked the outer side of the aerial vehicle's engine compartment. The same scene replayed, electric snakes wrapped around it, components overloaded, electrical sparks flying. This aerial vehicle also instantly became completely paralyzed, its systems crashing, and like a kite with a broken string, it tumbled out of control towards the ground. Biotechnica's observer was also stunned. They have this level of heavy firepower. This is definitely not something street mercenaries can get their hands on. The action supervisor's face became extremely grim. Losing 2 advanced aerial vehicles was already a major blunder. He gritted his teeth and ordered, "Deploy the switchblades. Throw in all drones and combat robots too. We must take them down. I want them alive." He realized that the waters behind Maine's team were deeper than they had imagined. But this only strengthened his resolve. No matter who the opponent was, he had to unearth this technology. Inside the gas station, Maine carefully put the electric rifle back into its custom-made scabbard on his back, a hint of lingering fear on his face. If it weren't for this powerful weapon Osiris had given them earlier, they might have been finished here. Good thing we had the boss treasure, otherwise we couldn't have dealt with these 2 aerial vehicles. Falco exhaled, looking at the falling aerial vehicles. Don't get distracted. Bigger trouble is coming. Kiwi's voice exploded in the team's encrypted channel, with an unprecedented tension. Detecting high-speed individual signals. More than one. It sits Sandevistan. An optical camo. They're inside. Almost simultaneously with the warning, an extremely blurry phantom, almost merging with the distorted air around it, accompanied by a faint electrical hum, flashed into the ruins of the gas station at a speed far beyond normal human visual capture capabilities. This shadow did not rush directly towards the most obvious target, but instead, it eerily veered towards Pilar, who was behind a half-collapsed counter, frantically trying to reload his smart submachine gun. A cold glint appeared. It was the light of death reflected from the molecularly polished edge of a top-tier mantis blade, aimed directly at Pilar's neck. Pilar hadn't even fully reacted, only feeling an instant icy killing intent envelop his entire body. "Watch out!" Main's roar almost coincided with gunshots. In the nick of time, he caught that momentary killing intent, and the slight outline distortion that optical camo couldn't completely eliminate. Relying on years of street combat instinct, the large-caliber pistol in his hand fired 3 rapid shots at the empty space in front of Pilar, almost without aiming. Deafening gunshots echoed in the confined space. The bullets, carrying immense kinetic energy, slammed into the concrete floor and the broken metal counter, sending up a shower of debris and sparks. One of the bullets almost grazed the edge of the phantom. Although it didn't hit directly, the impact and threat forced the opponent to abandon the fatal strike on Pilar. The phantom's movement showed a subtle, almost imperceptible pause, and the optical camouflage system produced a more noticeable ripple due to the high-speed evasive maneuver, revealing a blurry outline. He slid back half a step like a ghost, his crimson electronic eyes coldly sweeping over Maine. Then he unhesitatingly changed targets, his mantis blades flashing with cold light, turning towards Rebecca, who had just finished shooting and was adjusting her stance not far away. Just as the tip of the mantis blade was about to touch Rebecca's back, Dorio moved from the side. She didn't rely on sight, but entirely on the extreme perception of subtle airflow disturbances and biological killing intent, enhanced by Osiris. Her body, far more robust than an ordinary person's, erupted with a ferocity and agility completely at odds with her size. As if anticipating, she stepped forward sideways, her bronze, bulging right arm sweeping out horizontally like a heavy steel whip, with a whooshing sound that tore through the air, precisely meeting the deadly mantis blades. Chapter 63, Help 1295 words. A piercing, ear-splitting crash, utterly unlike the sound of flesh and metal colliding, erupted within the gas station. Dorio's forearm muscles, enhanced to their peak, and her steel-hard bones, directly met the high-frequency vibrating mantis blade's edges. A small cluster of dazzling sparks even burst from the point of impact. The Switchblade soldier's optical implants instantly widened. Clearly, her combat database had never recorded anyone being able to directly parry his mantis blades with their bare flesh. The immense recoil caused her beyond-human cybernetic joints to emit a slight groan. Her high-speed movement was forcibly halted, and her optical camouflage completely failed due to system overload, fully revealing her heavily cybernetically modified body. Dorio gave her no time to adjust or be shocked. Seizing this fleeting opening, she twisted her waist and unleashed her left fist, clenched tight, like a heavy cannonball leaving its barrel, striking squarely and solidly in the center of the opponent's unprotected chest. A dull, heart-stopping thud echoed. The modified soldier felt as if she had been hit head-on by an armored personnel carrier at full speed. Her entire body uncontrollably left the ground, flying backward like a discarded sack, slamming hard against a weathered concrete load-bearing wall several meters away. The wall emitted a muffled groan under the unbearable weight, and spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread from the point of impact. She slumped to the ground, a clear fist-shaped indentation in the thick composite armor plate on her chest, its edges twisted and deformed, and the internal mechanical structures emitted a crackling short-circuit sound. She struggled to get up, but Dorio's punch was too lethal. She could only twitch a few times in vain before falling completely still. Dorio, meanwhile, slowly retracted her fist, casually shaking her slightly numb right arm. The outer side of her right forearm had been cut by the tip of the mantis blades, leaving a gash about 10 centimeters long, but the wound was shallow, only breaking the epidermis and some dermal tissue. The seeping blood beads quickly coagulated on her bronze skin. Through the shallow wound, one could seemingly see the densely packed, reinforced muscle fibers beneath, subtly wriggling as if possessing independent life. Through the last shaky and chaotic footage transmitted from the modified soldier's helmet camera, those in the virtual command center clearly saw how Dorio, with pure physical strength, had forcibly intercepted and single-handedly defeated a switchblade soldier equipped with a Sandevistan and top-tier mantis blades. The footage ultimately froze at the moment the soldier slumped to the ground, her chest armor dented, and then the signal completely cut out. "This is impossible." The Biotechnica observer cried out in shock for the first time, leaning forward, staring intently at the now white screen. Her physiological scan shows no detection of any large combat cybernetic implants. Could this be pure biological enhancement? How could the crude techniques of the animals, relying on steroids and hormones, achieve this level? Her voice was filled with disbelief and a sense of cognitive disruption. The action supervisor's face was as black as a pot, and his fists cracked as he clenched them. Losing two expensive Manticore AVs was already a major blunder, and now even a valuable, incredibly costly experimental switchblade soldier had been instantly killed by the opponent in such a primitive and brutal manner. The strength displayed by Maine's crew repeatedly shattered his previous estimations and confidence like a sledgehammer. "Increase the deployment. Throw every unit we can use at them. Infantry, robots, drones, everything. I don't want to see any more test data. I want results. There can be no more screw-ups." He practically roared the order, his virtual image slightly distorted by his emotional agitation. More Militech soldiers, cold combat robots, and whirring drones surged towards the small gas station ruins like a tide of steel. The density of the firepower instantly ramped up a level, the barrage almost wove into a net of death, suppressing Maine's crew to the point where even raising their heads became extremely difficult. Maine's crew members, with their backs against the crumbling walls, were putting up a nearly desperate resistance. Rebecca's plasma pistol, each time it finished charging, would fire a deadly blue light, melting through approaching robots or forcing soldiers to seek cover. Pilar's smart weapon locked onto several enemies attempting to flank, and bullets arced eerily through the air to strike. Falco and Maine, meanwhile, used their precise burst fire to pick off targets exposed in their line of sight one by one. Dorio stood like an insurmountable bulwark at the most crucial breach. Any enemy attempting to force their way in would be instantly sent flying or smashed by her terrifying strength. But the enemy's numerical advantage was overwhelming, ammunition was rapidly depleting, everyone's stamina was plummeting, their operational space was being compressed step by step, and the encirclement was visibly shrinking. Maine dodged a burst of gunfire, leaning his back against the scorching concrete wall, breathing heavily. He knew he couldn't hesitate any longer. He quickly switched to a private encrypted channel with Kiwi, his voice hoarse with tension and exhaustion. "Kiwi. Things are out of control. Call the boss immediately. Send him the real-time data from here and our coordinates." On the other end of the channel, Kiwi, far away in the city, her fingers moved so fast on the virtual interface they were a blur. "Understood." Attempting to establish a connection, bypassing corporate interference activating backup encrypted node, her voice was equally strained, but her operations remained precise. A few seconds later, she urgently responded, "Link established. Channel stable. Ready to talk." Maine took a deep breath, as if to suppress all his anxiety and unease, then, through this multi-layered encrypted communication line, using Kiwi as a relay, he sent a distress signal to the entity deep within the desert workshop. "Boss. We're cornered by corporate forces at the Route 66 gas station. Their numbers are too great, their equipment is superior, we can't hold on much longer. Requesting backup." He knew that interrupting the boss research was by no means a wise move, but they were in a desperate situation, and this was their only way out. Inside the abandoned town's workshop, Osiris was focused on analyzing a new set of resonance data for the dimensional transfer device, when Maine's distress signal, like a discordant noise, interrupted his thoughts. A flicker of displeasure crossed his logic core. He disliked unplanned interruptions, especially when he was immersed in research. His subordinates' inability to solve problems independently, instead requiring his personal intervention, itself indicated the weakness of his currently available forces. However, this displeasure was quickly overshadowed by another emotion: the annoyance of being attacked directly. Main Team was nominally his people now. Attacking them was tantamount to challenging his authority, even if this authority currently only existed in this desert wasteland. More importantly, he was almost certain that the company's target was not Main Team itself, but rather the technology they represented, which was the technology he himself possessed. Foolish, he murmured, a low appraisal, unsure if he was referring to the company's actions or Main's team carelessness in falling into a trap. He didn't hesitate, directly connecting to Kiwi's open network port via the encrypted link. "Open your data channel," Osiris' cold, synthesized voice resonated in Kiwi's neural interface, devoid of any emotion. Kiwi didn't even have time to respond before she felt a vast, cold, irresistible data stream instantly flood her system. She felt like a small boat in a raging sea, completely losing control over her own implants, only able to passively become a relay. The next moment, Osiris' consciousness, using Kiwi as a relay, spread through the neural interfaces of Main Team members like an invisible virus. Chapter 64, wiped out 1250 words. The clamor of the battlefield was instantly replaced by an eerie silence. Militech soldiers, who had been firing fiercely, discovered with horror that the aiming assist HUD on their weapons immediately went dark, and their tactical goggles were covered in chaotic static. However, this was just the beginning. A sharp, abnormal whine emanated from within them. It was the final mournful cry of their military-grade cybernetic core, which was essential for their survival and combat. Immediately after, the pungent smell of burning spread from their neural interfaces and joint connections. Overloaded currents instantly burned out the precise control circuits and sensory components, causing the powerful military cybernetics on their bodies to instantly become paralyzed, rendering them incapable of combat. The drones buzzing in the air, attempting to find new firing angles, had their internal control systems overwhelmed by an irresistible stream of commands in the same microsecond. Their navigation chips burned out, their rotors stopped, and like insects crushed by an invisible hand, they fell from the sky, scattering into fragments on the sand and ruins. The two mechs advancing with heavy steps suddenly went dark, their crimson optical sensors dimming like snuffed cigarette butts. Their massive bodies jerked to a halt, the hydraulic systems in their joints hissed as pressure was released, and tiny electrical sparks shot out from the cracks, before they became completely rigid, turning into two piles of silent scrap metal. Even the combat robots, which lacked direct neural interfaces and relied on internal program control, seemed to have collectively contracted some fatal electronic plague. Their logic cores were violently tampered with, and their programs descended into complete chaos. Some spun wildly in place until their motors burned out and emitted black smoke. Others mistakenly identified friendly units as threats, turning their guns on other paralyzed robots or immobile soldiers. Although most weapons had also malfunctioned, this scene only intensified the confusion and despair. All Militech personnel who were still conscious and whose brains had not been directly burned out, at the same time, heard a cold, emotionless voice, like the grinding of rusty gears, through their still partially functional auditory cybernetics or built-in communicators. This voice was directly imprinted on their perception: wipeout. In just an instant, the Militech Action Squad, which had been aggressive and held an absolute advantage, was completely paralyzed and thrown into chaos. Only a very few infantrymen, who had almost no complex cybernetics installed and wore only basic bulletproof vests, could still move with difficulty. But they too were utterly terrified by this bizarre, godlike spectacle, their hands clutching their guns, trembling violently, standing in place at a loss, having lost all will to fight. What the hell?" Rebecca's mouth hung open. At this moment, Osiris' voice rang out in the team channel, still in his calm, unruffled tone, but the content was unequivocal. "Main, take that modified soldier, those two mechs, and all the weapons and electronic equipment I've marked, and load them onto that hovercar that's still operational." As he spoke, highlighted markers automatically appeared on the team members' visual interfaces, indicating the items to be recovered and the reawakened hovercar, whose engine now emitted a low rumble. "You'll take it back," Osiris added. Understood. Maine reacted immediately, suppressing his shock and beginning to direct everyone. Do as the boss says. Get the stuff into the car. Dorio, you're on alert. Rebecca, Pilar, don't just stand there. Everyone immediately sprang into action, quickly loading the unconscious modified soldier, key components disassembled from the mechs, and various marked weapons and equipment debris onto the hovercar suspended in the open space. On the other side, in the Militech Command Center, the virtual conference room was deathly silent. All monitoring screens had either turned to static, or were frozen on the last chaotic scene. All contact with the forward action team was completely lost. Report we lost signal from all units, the operator's voice was dry. Including drones, robots, mechs and the Switchblade squad. The last received feedback was a large-scale, indiscriminate electronic overload. The action supervisor slammed his fist on the control panel, his face ashen. He didn't even know who the enemy was or what methods they had used. The opponent had, through the network alone, instantly and completely destroyed his well-equipped action squad. This kind of power was beyond his comprehension. The Biotechnica observer also looked pale, muttering, this kind of network intrusion capability. Blackwell. It must be related to Blackwell. They watched helplessly as, in the last blurry footage, Maine's crew loaded their most advanced experimental cybernetic soldier, the mech wreckage, and other equipment onto a hovercar that should have been paralyzed. Then, the hovercar, unmanned, took off smoothly, turned south, and disappeared into the night of the desert. Maine's crew, squeezed into the somewhat cramped hovercar cabin, looked at the rapidly passing desert outside the window, their emotions complex. The relief of surviving, awe of Osiris' power, and worry about future uncertainties intertwined. Damn it, we almost bit the dust this time, Pilar muttered, still shaken. We'll settle accounts with Faraday when we get back. Maine's voice was low, tinged with killing intent. Rebecca, meanwhile, stroked her plasma pistol, her eyes gleaming, but what the boss just did was so damn cool. He took care of everything in an instant. Dorio silently examined the almost healed shallow mark on her arm, feeling the surging power within her body. Kiwi, far away in the city, only regained control of her body after Osiris' consciousness withdrew. She slumped in her chair, cold sweat soaking her back. That brief feeling of being possessed made her profoundly realize the terrifying nature of that boss. She no longer dared to hesitate for a moment, immediately began packing her things, and contacted a vehicle to leave the city. Night City was no longer safe for her. She had to quickly go to the abandoned town and rendezvous with Maine and the others. This failed encirclement operation, like a heavy hammer, left the executives of both companies feeling unprecedented shock and greed. Losing a squad and equipment was certainly painful, but the technology displayed by Maine's crew, or rather, the entity behind them, made them salivate. Powerful energy weapons, biological enhancement technology beyond comprehension, and most crucially, and most terrifying, that network intrusion capability that could instantly paralyze all electronic equipment. This was no longer just the petty squabbles of street mercenaries. Behind this, there must be a formidable force or individual possessing cutting-edge, perhaps even epoch-making, technology. Militech and Biotechnica quickly reached a deeper level of secret cooperation. They needed to mobilize more resources, more covert methods, to uncover the truth and seize this power. The undercurrents of Night City, due to this brief skirmish on the edge of the desert, became even more turbulent. And in the abandoned town workshop, Osiris had already turned his attention back to the data analysis of the dimensional transponder. For him, this small conflict was just an interlude, an opportunity to test the reactions of local forces and collect real-world data. He had obtained some good samples and had a rough understanding of the corporation's bottom lines and methods. I hope these samples can bring some valuable data, he said, looking at the hovercar gradually approaching outside the workshop, his crimson optical lens flickering slightly. As for the corporation's retaliation, if they are smart enough, they should know when to stop. If they weren't smart enough, he wouldn't mind making them pay a more profound price. Chapter 65, Spoils. 1241 words with a muffled roar, the AV landed on the open ground outside the ruined town workshop. Before the stirred dust had fully settled, its heavy hatch slowly opened. Maine and his team silently began unloading, an ineffable heaviness permeating the air. The recently concluded mission had been too brutal, and the unexpected reversal at the end had left everyone with lingering fear. Now, they had a more direct and awe-inspiring understanding of the power wielded by the entity deep within the workshop. Osiris' tall, dark red figure appeared at the workshop entrance, the regular soft clink of his metal boots against the ground. His crimson optical lenses slowly scanned over the group, who were busy moving salvaged weapons and electronic parts, finally settling on the unconscious modified soldier Dorio was carrying as if she were a heavy package. An operation lacking necessary intelligence support and overly reckless has led to avoidable resource depletion and equipment loss. Osiris' synthesized voice was steady and devoid of emotion, but the words themselves constituted a stern reprimand. This fully demonstrates that your existing decision-making mechanisms and risk assessment capabilities are clearly insufficient. While serving me, any similar mistakes will be considered a severe waste of valuable resources. His accusation did not stem from anger, but from a cold, efficiency-based judgment. For Osiris, emotions were a distant and inefficient redundancy. He was more concerned with the ultimate outcome of an action and its input-output ratio. Maine took a deep breath, not attempting to argue, merely nodding heavily. "It was our mistake, boss. We will remember this lesson." He knew clearly that in the face of established losses, any explanation would seem pale and powerless. Osiris did not continue the topic. His attention had been entirely drawn to the gains of this operation. He walked over to Dorio, and a nimble mechanical tentacle silently emerged from beneath his dark red robe sleeve, precisely coiling around the modified female soldier's armored collar, effortlessly lifting her as if her heavy Militech-grade cybernetics were weightless. "Handle these recovered items," he simply instructed Maine, then carried the captive and turned to walk deeper into the workshop. Just as he passed the two light attack mechs, which had been brought back and should have been completely incapacitated, something strange happened. A faint hum and the sound of parts resetting came from inside the mech shells, and then they stood up on their own, moving with slightly stiff but exceptionally steady steps, like puppets controlled by invisible strings, silently following him towards the designated storage area within the workshop. The core area of the workshop was bathed in constant, cold light. Osiris laid the captive flat on the central, specially made metal experiment table, and restraints automatically locked her limbs and torso. Several mechanical tentacles, equipped with different functional sensors, silently descended from above, beginning a comprehensive, all-angle deep scan of the body on the experiment table. Optical lenses, spectrum analyzers, deep biosignal probes, multiple scanning modes activated simultaneously, and a torrent of data streamed like a rushing waterfall, rapidly scrolling across the floating interface at the side of Osiris' vision. Identity confirmed, Lieutenant Morris, affiliated with Militech's Special Projects Operations Department. Osiris softly read out the identity information directly retrieved from the opponent's not yet fully damaged military chip. His consciousness, like an invisible probe, effortlessly penetrated Militech's proud ICE, delving into her chaotic memory zone. Countless memory fragments, like shattered glass, reflected harsh training, bloody mission executions, and the intermittent sharp neural pain caused by cybernetics operating under overload. Osiris browsed these fragments with almost absolute indifference, precisely sifting out valuable technical parameters and combat records, while directly ignoring emotional fluctuations and painful experiences belonging to individuals. The scan data quickly constructed a detailed 3D model of Morris's body, with the precise location, specific model, and real-time energy flow path of each implant clearly marked. Analysis results showed that she was equipped with an experimental-grade Sandevistan-type neural drive system, version 5. 4B, capable of suppressing neuronal signal delay to below 0.8 seconds under extreme acceleration, but its cooling cycle was too long, and continuous use would place a huge load on the central nervous system. The monomolecular wire, implanted in her left forearm, had a rather crude launch mechanism, resulting in effective range and striking accuracy below standard levels. Her existing reinforced tendons and alloy bone structure, while providing basic strength and mobility enhancements, had quite low energy transfer efficiency, with about 17. 3% of wasted loss. And the pair of mantis blades named Night Raven, their high-frequency vibration mode was still acceptable, but the material's toughness and energy-conductive coating had obvious defects, easily leading to metal fatigue. Overall assessment: Osiris' synthesized voice carried an undeniable tone of judgment. This is merely a product of forcibly stacking various laboratory-grade components, with low system integration, a design philosophy rife with short-sightedness and opportunism, and irreversible, continuous damage to the carrier itself. Its actual combat effectiveness is far below theoretical expectations. In his cognitive system, the Adeptus Mechanicus technology tree from the Warhammer universe, while perhaps appearing crude and even exuding a primitive savagery in appearance, its intrinsic operating principles, profound understanding of material science, and mastery of the essence of energy and matter were far beyond the technological level of this world. And the cyberpunk world's cybernetic technology was more like a blind groping in unknown territory, and a crude, opportunistic application, full of technical pitfalls and flaws. His gaze focused on Lieutenant Morris's nervous system, which was on the verge of collapse due to excessive modification. Deep scans clearly showed her neurotransmitter levels were extremely abnormal, and her brain's limbic system already showed risk signs of organic damage. These were typical early physiological characteristics of cyberpsychosis. Based on existing data models, if this carrier continues to perform high-intensity combat missions or implants more powerful cybernetics under the current load level, her nervous system will completely collapse within 12 to 24 standard months, with a probability exceeding 92%. Osiris reached a cold and ruthless conclusion. This body might be a valuable experimental asset in Militeka's eyes, but in his eyes, it was merely a defective, short lifespan tool. However, it was not entirely without value. Certain basic qualities exhibited by this carrier systematized military combat skills, the body's adaptability to the Sandevistan system, and a still resilient physical foundation just happened to provide an excellent experimental embryo. A clear concept began to rapidly form and perfect within Osiris' logical core, to completely transform her, reshaping her into a Rust Stalker that met Adeptus Mechanicus standards. In the vast and complex armed hierarchy of the Adeptus Mechanicus, Rust Stalkers were semi-mechanical assassins known for their efficiency and lethality. They were equipped with specialized Sicarian series prosthetics and unique spherical jointed upper limbs, relying on the surging power provided by miniature fission reactors on their backs to unleash astonishing extreme speed and agility. Their movement trajectories were elusive and unpredictable, their instantaneous burst speed even surpassing the primary Astartes of the Astartes, approaching the ghostly agility of the Eldar, and they were especially adept at high-speed pursuit and precise assassination missions. Lieutenant Morris, in Osiris' view, was like a crude, degraded, and simplified beggar's version that clumsily imitated some characteristics of a Rust Stalker, but suffered from severe underlying technological deficiencies. She indeed possessed speed and was equipped with close combat weapons, but overall, she completely lacked the systematic design of a Rust Stalker, which perfectly integrated all systems, making them seamless, efficient, and lethal. Chapter 66, Mod 1066 Words: A Feasible Optimization Plan. Osiris confirmed the viability of his idea. More importantly, he had recently analyzed and integrated a vast amount of cyberpunk world cybernetic technology data, including neural control and cloning techniques obtained from Biotechnica databases, as well as efficient logical fragments extracted from rogue AI code. The fusion and practical application of these local technologies with the ancient tech of the Adeptus Mechanicus undoubtedly held extremely high research value. He immediately began formulating a detailed modification plan, his thought core operating at full speed. The core objective of the modification was to optimize the carrier, Morris, into a Rust Stalker prototype, retaining her combat instincts and Sandevistan adaptability, while completely reconstructing her movement system, weapon system, and energy core, and ensuring that her post-modification appearance was closer to human form. Osiris' fingertips unconsciously tapped the workbench, emitting a rhythmic patter. His optical lenses gazed at the unconscious Lieutenant Morris on the experimental table, as if scrutinizing the inherent structural flaws through her body. "Buddy, look at this neural interface." His synthetic voice carried a hint of electrostatic crackle, almost a sigh. "The rejection is obvious, and the signal transmission efficiency is appallingly low. It's like transmitting precise data with rusted copper wire." He turned to the servo-skull hovering nearby, its mechanical tentacles tracing a complex trajectory in the air. We need to completely replace these inferior parts. The improved Adeptus Mechanicus standard neural net would be a good choice, combined with the efficient protocols we've parsed from those rogue AI codes. Data transmission speed and stability should increase by at least 3 orders of magnitude. His gaze shifted to Morris's limbs, his optical lenses slightly adjusting their focus. As for these movement systems, reinforced tendons and alloy bones. The design concept is too primitive. The energy lost during transmission is simply a blasphemy against energy. Osiris' mechanical fingers lightly tapped several key nodes on the holographic projection. Bionic prosthetics based on the Sicarian power limb blueprint would be a better choice. Spherical joint designs for critical areas, but the exterior must be covered with highly simulated synthetic tissue. This way, it can maintain flexibility beyond human limits without attracting unnecessary attention. He paused, seemingly calculating something. The Sandevistan system can be retained, but it must be deeply integrated into the new neural net and power limb system. We need to reduce its operational load and improve acceleration efficiency and duration. When his gaze fell on the mantis blades on Morris's forearms, Osiris let out a short, metallic chuckle. These primitive weapons that rely on physical cutting. Buddy, you and I both know there's a more elegant solution. His mechanical tentacles brought up a set of complex sonic resonance data. A sonic blade system would be a perfect replacement. It can retract into the forearm structure normally and slide into the palm when needed. The ultra-high frequency sound waves upon activation, though beyond human hearing, will instinctively discomfort any creature. Osiris' synthetic voice rarely carried a hint of appreciation. The most ingenious part is its killing mechanism. By releasing sound waves of different frequencies to detect the target's molecular vibration frequency, then adjusting to a synchronized resonance mode, the armor struck will begin to disintegrate at a molecular level. Although the effect takes a second or two to fully manifest, the wait is worth it. His attention then turned to the almost invisible monofilament wires. These thin wires can be retained, but they need upgrading. If coated with a special resonant layer, they can carry sonic frequencies, greatly enhancing cutting power. The launcher can be hidden within the reinforced finger joints, completely preserving the appearance. Osiris' mechanical tentacles drew a circle around the chest area. The energy system must be completely replaced. These scattered battery cells are too inefficient. A miniaturized plasma reactor implanted in the chest can provide far more powerful energy than before. The external chest contour will remain intact, with heat dissipation and shielding integrated within the bionic rib structure. Finally, his gaze lingered on Morris's face. The aesthetic design should preserve human features as much as possible. Most tissues can be retained or replaced with bionic alternatives, removing only severely damaged parts. The body surface will be covered with synthetic material indistinguishable from real skin, beneath which lies dark red composite armor, imprinted with necessary binary prayers and cogwheel insignia. His mechanical finger lightly tapped the temple area. Head modifications should be minimal. Retain the original facial contours, placing sensor interfaces only where necessary. Facial expression muscles need to be preserved and optimized, and composite optical lenses should be disguised to resemble human irises, only flashing red when activated. Osiris turned to the servo-skull, his optical lenses flickering slightly. What do you think of this modification plan, buddy? A nearly perfect human form on the outside, but one of the Adeptus Mechanicus' deadliest creations on the inside. The plan was finalized, all steps, material lists, and energy requirement estimates clearly laid out in Osiris' mind. He pulled up the workshop's resource inventory, quickly cross-referencing to confirm that most basic materials were sufficient, and a few rare elements and specific components could be collected by Maine's crew later, or substituted/manufactured using existing materials. The modification process is estimated to take 72 standard hours. Success rate assessment, 91.3%. Osiris issued instructions to the servo-skull standing by. Record, Project Rust Stalker Improved initiated. Prepare biocompatible synthetic materials and neural interface equipment, maintain carrier vital signs at optimal thresholds. Inside the workshop, more mechanical arms began to move, emitting subtle hydraulic and motor sounds. Various gleaming precision tools were brought to the experimental table, and containers holding special bionic materials and catalysts were precisely positioned by mechanical tentacles. Osiris walked to the experimental table, his crimson optical lenses scanning Lieutenant Morris's pale and slightly contorted face one last time. In his eyes, this was no longer a complete person, but a tool embryo that needed to be optimized and reshaped. However, unlike before, this time he intended to retain the human appearance of this tool. Without the slightest hesitation, a cutting tentacle, its tip flickering with high-frequency energy arcs, precisely extended towards the armor joint at the back of Lieutenant Morris's neck. The surgery began from the least conspicuous part. The modification had begun. This Militech-modified soldier would be reborn as a Rust stalker in the hands of the tech priest. Chapter 67. Alive. 1263 words. Having been kicked out of the workshop by Osiris, Maine and the others temporarily settled in a relatively intact abandoned house on the outskirts of Wasteland Town. This house used to be the facade of a small repair shop. Its concrete walls were thick, blocking most of the sandstorms, but time had still left deep marks. Large areas of the wall plaster had peeled off, revealing dark red bricks underneath. A few windows had no glass, only thick tarpaulins barely nailed over them, which occasionally flapped with the desert gusts, making a thump-thump sound. The roof seemed to have some minor leaks, and faint water stains could be seen in the corners. Rebecca had briefly cleaned the place when she planned to stay behind to look after Sasha, making it their only foothold in this desolate area. She used an old broom, found from who knows where, to roughly sweep the accumulated sand and debris of countless years into a corner. Although the floor was far from clean, at least there were no jagged glass shards or sharp metal pieces to step on. The indoor space was small, with only a few crooked, worn-out tables and chairs scavenged from other ruins, and a few sleeping bags laid directly on the cold floor, making up all the furniture. The air was still filled with an unshakable smell of dust and the unique, rust-tinged dryness of the desert. Compared to their Night City stronghold in Watson warehouse packed with modification equipment and weapon crates, full of life, this place was a world apart. The oppressive silence lasted for a few minutes, finally broken by Rebecca. She slammed her fist onto a nearby metal box with a loud clang, drawing everyone's attention. Biotechnica. They sure think highly of us. Rebecca's voice was sharp with excitement, her green cybernetic eyes gleaming in the dim light. They sent AVs, mechs, and those lunatics with Sandevistan. All for a few street punks like us. This is absolutely insane. Pilar rubbed his chest, which had almost stopped beating from fright during the battle, and chimed in, "Tell me about it. We used to only fight a few corporate security guards or gang members at most. Who's ever seen a lineup like this? They're treating us like an army." Falco leaned against the wall, slowly wiping his sunglasses. His tone was relatively calm, but his eyes also held a hint of an uncontainable, unusual glint. The scale was indeed extraordinary. This doesn't seem like simple retaliation, it's more like a carefully planned capture operation. They wanted to take us alive. Maine frowned, his thick fingers unconsciously tapping the table. Just because we attacked Biotechnica's convoy, or because of Sasha's incident? Although it's a big deal, logically, it shouldn't be enough for two corporations to team up and cause such a huge commotion, even specially sending cybernetically enhanced soldiers. Dorio crossed her arms, analyzing with a steady voice, their target might not be us ourselves. Think back, although their initial firepower was fierce, it was indeed restrained, more like they wanted to force us to surrender. It wasn't until we used the arc rifle the boss gave us to shoot down their AVs that they completely lost it. This statement enlightened everyone. Rebecca immediately became excited, almost jumping up. Right. It's the boss. They must be after the boss. After all those gadgets the boss gave us. She waved her arms, her face filled with a mix of lingering fear and exhilaration. Did you see? My plasma pistol melted their armored vehicle with one shot. And the arc rifle from the boss took down 2 AVs in 2 hits. And Dorio, you can now catch mantis blades barehanded. The corporations must be envious of these things. Thinking about how they, relying on the weapons and enhancements provided by Osiris, managed to withstand the corporate elite squad under such a disadvantage, even forcing the opponent to be almost completely wiped out, a sense of absurd yet exhilarating achievement grew in their hearts. Rebecca was the most direct. She put her hands on her hips, her face full of the street punk arrogance of someone who doesn't give a damn, huh? Those corporate dogs really bit off more than they could chew this time. They wanted to catch us. What happened? Their AVs crashed, their mechs were waste, and their precious enhanced soldiers were captured by us. Now we're really famous. From now on, who in Night City won't know that we edgerunners dared to go head-to-head with the corporations, and made them suffer a huge loss? Even the usually composed Maine couldn't help but let a subtle curve form on his lips. In Night City, being able to resist corporations and survive is itself a symbol of experience and glory. This undoubtedly proved the strength of their team, and that the path they followed with Osiris, though dangerous, could also lead to unprecedented heights. Although Falco and Dorio didn't say anything, similar emotions were evident in their eyes, a primal excitement, hidden beneath caution, belonging to street mercenaries who challenge authority and succeed. However, in this gradually rising atmosphere of excitement, Kiwi in the corner seemed out of place. She huddled in the shadows, the collar of her dark red jacket pulled high, almost covering half her face. Her hands were clasped tightly around her arms, her knuckles slightly white from the effort. The others' discussion, especially Rebecca's cheerful tone, sounded somewhat jarring to her. She hadn't been in contact with Osiris for as long as Maine and the others, and hadn't, to some extent, grown accustomed to such a supernatural presence. She was a new addition, and everything she experienced today was too much of a shock for her. First a mission trap, then an army-level siege, followed by Osiris' terrifying methods, like a deity descending, instantly paralyzing an entire corporate armed force through the network. The feeling of her consciousness being forcibly occupied, and her body completely out of control still sent shivers down her spine when she recalled it. That couldn't be described as technology, it was more like a rule-level suppression. She feared Osiris' power, and she feared the vortex she was being drawn into because of it. Fighting corporations. It sounded exhilarating, but only by truly being in it could one experience the suffocating pressure brought by that behemoth. She was just a lone hacker, pursuing freedom of technology and information, not becoming a pawn in this level of conflict. Being famous isn't necessarily a good thing. Kiwi's voice was very soft, with a barely perceptible tremor, interrupting Rebecca's exuberance. This means we will become a primary target for the corporations. From now on, it might be difficult to move an inch in Night City. Her words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flames of excitement that had just ignited. The atmosphere in the room became solemn once again. Maine took a deep breath and nodded, the hint of excitement quickly fading from his face as he regained his composure as a leader. Kiwi is right. Excitement is one thing, but we must face the real problems. We made Militech and Biotechnica suffer a great loss this time, they will never let it go. Falco chimed in, his tone heavy, exactly. The public bounties will definitely escalate, and the covert hunts will be even more relentless. As for the fixers, people like Faraday, who sold us out for profit, won't be the last. For the short term, we can't stay in Night City. Chapter 68, Animals. Rebecca deflated, irritably running her fingers through her hair. Damn it, you're right. So what about our stronghold in the city? There's still a lot of iron in there. And my collection. She was referring to the various strange weapons and ammunition she had hidden, years of saved eddies and firepower. Kiwi also looked up, this being one of her most pressing concerns. Her voice was urgent through her mask. My hacking equipment, servers, and all my backup data, it's all in the city. Without those, my capabilities are dead. For a capable deck jockey, specialized gear and stored exploit knowledge were half her life. Pilar also wailed, my tools and those rare parts one painstakingly collected are in there too. That's all Preem Eddies. Practical problems were stacking up. Behind the glory of offending a megacorporation lay real survival crises and massive property losses. Maine surveyed his team, his voice a deep rumble. We gotta go back to the city, and we gotta get our things back. That's our savings, the foundation for our next gigs. But in our current state, swaggering into the city is walkin' into a Militech trap. He looked at Falco. Falco, any connections? Can you find trustworthy transport to haul it out? Falco shook his head, expression grave, no dice. In this situation, everyone knows helping us is going against the corporation. No ordinary transport team would risk that scrap, and trustworthy chums, we can't drag them into this mess either. Dorio, who had been silent, spoke up, her voice steady, carrying a familiar, reassuring strength. Perhaps we could ask the animals for help. Maine looked at her, and the others cast inquiring glances. Dorio nodded, explaining, I know a few of their leaders, I dealt with them when I was in a gang before. They're different from the slippery middlemen, or the corporate dogs. The animals, they have their own logic. She continued, they extremely revere pure physical strength, believing over-reliance on chrome is weakness. So they particularly value strength and credibility. If you prove yourself strong enough, they will treat you as one of their own. If they promise something, they will generally deliver. Compared to a character like Faraday, their street loyalty is more reliable. Rebecca's eyes lit up. Chum, you're so fierce now, you could probably dismantle Mechs with your bare hands, right? They'll definitely respect you. Dorio continued, more cautiously, I can go contact them. With my current condition, I should be able to gain their attention. If we offer a sweetener, say, hinting that the boss has a method to make people stronger, the entire animals might be willing to work for us. She knew that for this group of physical fanatics, a method to break through human limits without extensive cyberware would be fatally tempting. However, Maine almost immediately shook his head, his tone resolute, forget that idea, Dorio. The boss's technology is not for this kind of transaction. He modifies us because we swear allegiance and are useful to him. And the price? He glanced at Dorio's enhanced arm and Rebecca's plasma pistol. We have already paid, and will pay more in the future. He would never agree to casually give modifications to unrelated people, especially an entire gang. Rashly proposing such a request would only infuriate him. Maine knew Osiris's principles of equivalent exchange and efficiency above all else. Offering such powerful technology for mere transport support was illogical and risky to Osiris. Dorio was silent for a moment, then nodded. She understood that her idea was overly idealistic. The mindset of that red-robed boss was completely alien to street rules. I understand. Then we won't mention the technology, we'll only discuss a transaction. I'll go and use my current strength to negotiate with them, paying enough euros to have them help safely transport the items from our bolt hole, and Kiwi's equipment, out of the city and bring them here. Maine pondered for a moment. This was the most feasible method. He looked at Dorio, is the risk high? Dorio replied, I will act carefully. I'll only contact trustworthy people. The animals and the corporation are already at odds. They are unlikely to betray us for a corporation, especially since we are paying in hard currency. Maine finally decided, that's what we'll do. Dorio, this matter is in your hands. Contact them as soon as possible, and confirm the transaction details and price. However many euros are needed, we'll all chip in. I'll contact them shortly. Dorio agreed. Rebecca idly fiddled with her pistol, muttering, I wonder how long the boss will continue his research. What's so special about that captive that he's putting so much effort into it? Upon hearing this, Kiwi involuntarily shrank further into the shadows, the cold, emotionless words purge flashing through her mind again. Maine, meanwhile, gazed in the direction of the workshop, his eyes deep. The corporation's retaliation would never cease. They had to become stronger as quickly as possible to survive and face the unknown tasks ahead. The current predicament was merely the beginning. Chapter 69, Transformation. 1146 words. Inside the workshop beneath Wasteland Town, Osiris felt a surge of anxiety because his augmentation progress was severely behind his initial perfect plan. The obstacles didn't stem from a lack of technical understanding or design flaws, but from a cold reality. This cyberpunk world was not the resource-rich, industrially complete Warhammer Forge world, and he was certainly not in a dedicated workshop equipped with top-tier facilities and automated servitors. The pervasive scarcity of key materials severely limited his ability to transform blueprints into reality, becoming an unavoidable impediment in the advancement process. For this, he had to invest far more time and energy than anticipated. Bionic components for implants, which should have been produced on standardized assembly lines with extreme precision, now required him to craft them by hand. He could only use the limited equipment at hand, along with the inconsistent quality of basic materials collected by Maine's crew, to meticulously handcraft them. From shaping the basic structure and etching internal microcircuits to spraying and curing biocompatible coatings, every step had to be personally overseen and carefully monitored. This greatly consumed time he could have otherwise used for core research or integrating more complex systems. A more serious impact came from the lack of fundamental strategic resources. Adamantium, ceramite. These core materials that form the basis of advanced armor and weaponry in the Warhammer universe were almost entirely absent from the known material database of this world. Without these ideal materials, possessing special atomic structures capable of efficiently conducting energy or withstanding extreme impacts, many design performance indicators became impossible to achieve, forcing him to compromise on performance at every stage, further increasing the complexity and time consumption of the work. While adamantium and ceramite were considered rare resources in the Warhammer world, for a tech priest of a certain standing, they could be obtained from a Forge world's resource allocation simply by asking. Even the rarer auramite was not entirely out of reach for Osiris, thanks to his past achievements and network. But on this unfamiliar planet with a skewed tech tree, these materials, commonplace in many parts of the galaxy, became extremely rare, or perhaps didn't even exist within the local known tech tree. Osiris' memory database stored the synthesis formula for ceramite and the preliminary smelting process for adamantium. Ceramite required a specific iron ore base and a series of complex catalysts to react under high temperature and pressure. Adamantium extraction was even more troublesome, needing to be obtained from certain special asteroid minerals, with an exceptionally stable atomic structure and extremely high processing difficulty. However, knowing the method did not equate to being able to implement it. Lacking the most basic raw materials, as well as the high-temperature furnaces and gravity field controllers essential for large-scale industrial production, left him like a clever cook without rice. He tried to substitute with some high-strength local alloys, but the test results were all unsatisfactory. Either the density was too high, affecting maneuverability, or the protective performance was far below expectations. Ultimately, he had to completely revise the design, opting for composite materials with slightly inferior performance, but obtainable or synthesizable locally, to replace ideal materials like adamantium and ceramite. For the main structure, he chose a high-density titanium tantalum polymer as the core framework. Although this material's energy conduction efficiency was inferior to adamantium, its strength-to-weight ratio was excellent at the local technological level, providing sturdy yet relatively lightweight support for the body. To enhance the toughness and fatigue resistance of critical parts, Osiris attempted to incorporate a special biological material, intercepted by the Maine's crew from a Biotechnica transport convoy, into the polymer matrix at specific ratios and weaving methods. This genetically engineered, high-strength biofiber exhibited extraordinary energy-damping characteristics and structural stability, compensating to some extent for the main material's deficiencies under extreme loads. The armor system adopted a more complex multi-layered composite nesting configuration. The outermost layer was a hardened ceramic coating treated with a special process, primarily responsible for resisting high-speed impacts and direct hits from energy weapons. The middle layer used depleted uranium armor plates found by Maine's crew at a derelict military base, although Osiris remelted them to improve structural consistency and reduce toxicity. Their inherent radiation properties still required additional processes for effective shielding. The innermost layer combined self-repairing bioactive gel with shape memory metal mesh, designed to absorb residual impact, dampen vibrations, and partially self-heal cracks or restore deformation after damage. While this series of alternative solutions, based on local conditions, barely met basic defense indicators in laboratory simulations, their drawbacks were also evident. The overall weight of the components exceeded the original design budget, affecting theoretical maximum maneuverability. Heat dissipation efficiency was greatly reduced due to insufficient material thermal conductivity, posing a potential constraint on sustained high-intensity combat. More importantly, energy loss significantly increased when passing through these non-ideal materials, causing the power and sustained combat time of weapon systems like the sonic blade, which rely on efficient power supply, to be noticeably affected. This comprehensive technical compromise stirred a nearly sharp irritation within Osiris' precisely operating logical core. For a tech priest, pure research bottlenecks or experimental failures were not a cause for concern. They were inevitable stepping stones on the path to seeking truth. However, the current situation was entirely different. He had clear technical blueprints etched in his mind, knowing the ideal parameters of every component and the perfect form of every energy circuit, yet he was constrained by the primitive obstacle of external resource scarcity. This sense of powerlessness did not stem from the fog of knowledge, but from material poverty, like a supremely skilled master being deprived of his customary tools and materials, forced to use blunt substitutes to sculpt perfect creations. A suffocating feeling of being bound by invisible chains, mixed with a profound aversion to states of extremely low efficiency, surged in the depths of his mind, which was usually dominated only by cold data and absolute rationality, like abnormal ripples suddenly rising on a stable data lake, particularly jarring and uncomfortable. Despite this, the irritating emotion did not shake his resolve to execute the plan. Osiris suppressed this discordant fluctuation with powerful willpower, forcing himself back into an absolutely rational framework. Following the adjusted plan, which was full of compromises, he mobilized every available processing unit in the workshop, operating the less-than-ideal materials with almost harsh precision, steadily advancing the augmentation process for Lieutenant Morris. Every drive of a micro-servo motor, every calibration of a laser welding point, every connection between a neural interface and bionic fibers, he focused intently, striving to achieve the theoretically optimal solution under limited conditions. When the last piece of biomimetic synthetic skin, identical in texture to human skin, was precisely fitted onto Morris's chest area, perfectly concealing the stable, powerful miniature plasma reactor beneath, this augmentation project, fraught with constraints, was finally declared complete. Chapter 70, Prototype 1123 words. Although this Rust Stalker prototype, in Osiris' eyes, was full of compromises and flaws, far from reaching the perfect state a standard Adeptus Mechanicus assassin should possess. Undeniably, compared to the Militech experimental subject before its modification, which suffered from poor system integration and numerous hidden dangers, Morris's strength had undergone a qualitative leap. The most significant improvement was in her nervous system. The standard Adeptus Mechanicus neural net, infused with the efficient logic protocols of a rogue AI, which Osiris implanted, completely replaced the original inferior interfaces that caused severe rejection and signal delays. Now, every thought of Morris could be transmitted to her extremities with almost no delay. The intense neural pain, like steel needles constantly piercing her, caused by the overloaded implants, had completely vanished. She felt her brain clearer than ever, with control over her body as if it were an extension of her arm, as if a heavy shackles had been lifted. Since undergoing Militech's modifications, her body had never felt so coordinated and light. Morris did not lose her memory upon waking. She still remembered her experiences as a Militech lieutenant, the rigorous training, and the bloody missions. After Osiris' deep modification, combined with specific pheromones and modulated electrical signal frequencies continuously released by the neural net, Morris's mental state underwent a subtle reshaping. Her original loyalty to Militech had been completely overturned, now firmly anchored to Osiris, her creator and master. Osiris' approach here differed from other tech priests. He did not physically overhaul Morris's brain, nor did he excise so-called unnecessary emotional regions, nor did he install behavior control modules that stifle all independent thought and enforce absolute obedience. Of course, out of basic caution, he embedded several backdoor programs deep within Morris's neural core. If necessary, he could directly take over her body, control her actions, or forcibly execute specific commands. But regarding her own autonomous consciousness, thinking ability, and battlefield judgment, Osiris chose to preserve them to the maximum extent. This was not out of respect for life or special consideration for Morris personally. In Osiris' value system, efficiency was paramount. He observed that many of his colleagues in the Warhammer world had an almost obsessive desire for control over their subordinates, wishing to make all their Paladin Corps as absolutely obedient as servitors. To this end, they extensively used behavior control modules, completely depriving soldiers of their autonomy, and even directly micromanaged them during war, turning them into war machines devoid of subjective initiative. Compared to servitors and controlled automatons, the only privilege these Paladin Corps had was perhaps that insignificant, limited freedom of action, which could be revoked at any time. If these colleagues possessed exceptional talent in war command, or at least above-average tactical acumen, Osiris might not have commented much. But from his observations, the vast majority of his colleagues, including those Dominus who specialized in war command, their command patterns heavily relied on preset data analysis and rigid logical models, lacking the spark of improvisation. Rigid and inflexible command, coupled with soldiers whose subjective initiative was completely stifled, in Osiris' view, was itself a huge waste of resources and inefficiency. Because of this, although Osiris also widely used servitors in Paladin Corps, he preferred to retain a certain degree of autonomous decision-making space for the Paladin Corps. He allowed them to make on-the-spot judgments based on actual battlefield conditions, and encouraged them to leverage their tactical strengths. This approach was once considered heretical by some colleagues, who believed it would lead to inconsistent execution standards and increased unnecessary risks. However, from a long-term and macroscopic perspective, Osiris forces often had higher mission completion rates, and even in many seemingly desperate battles, those Paladin Corps with autonomous consciousness could make brilliant responses beyond data models, leading to unexpected outcomes. He believed this was a more efficient way to utilize human resources. After the modification was complete, Osiris conducted a series of basic performance tests on Morris. The results confirmed that, although limited by materials, her absolute defensive power and some extreme data did not reach design peaks. Her speed, agility, neural reaction speed, and the lethality of her new weapon system far exceeded pre-modification levels, and the hidden danger of cyberpsychosis was completely eradicated. During the testing process, Morris adapted to her new body and power. She felt the surging power provided by the miniature fusion reactor in her back coursing through her reinforced tendons and alloy skeleton. Although there was still energy loss during transmission, it was still powerfully robust beyond imagination. She experienced the almost silent yet air-distorting death tremor when the sonic blade slid from her palm. After Osiris briefly explained the team's current predicament and the potential ongoing troubles from Militech and Biotechnica, Morris volunteered. Master, her voice came through the newly generated synthetic vocalizer, which could simulate almost native speech, carrying a metallic quality but a firm tone. Companies are essentially hyenas chasing profit. They covet the power and knowledge you possess, like hyenas drooling over fresh meat. But when they discover that tearing into this meat requires the price of a blade through the throat, or even breaking all their teeth, they will also understand how to weigh the cost and retreat. As she spoke, she lightly flicked out the sonic blade hidden on the inside of her wrist, its invisible, ultra-high-frequency vibrations subtly distorting the surrounding air. The threat of death, especially precise and undefendable death, is often the most direct way to make them understand that the cost of continued entanglement far exceeds their capacity to bear. However, Osiris remained reserved about the effectiveness of relying solely on assassination for deterrence. He calmly analyzed, "Your reasoning has some merit, but it is overly simplistic. For individual company executives, life is precious, but for the vast collective consciousness of a corporation, the loss of one or two executives, compared to the enormous profits that could monopolize the market or even change the landscape, is often just an acceptable, reasonable loss. They will replace the dead like worn-out parts and continue to seek opportunities. Simple killing may not truly make them retreat." He paused slightly, his crimson optical lenses flickering steadily as he offered a more complex explanation. But if assassination is used as a clear means of signaling, the situation changes. By precisely eliminating one or two executives responsible for this matter, who hold a certain position but are not replaceable, we can convey the clear message: we have the ability to take anyone's life at any time. This is not enough to extinguish their greed, but it is enough to force them back to the negotiating table, or at least to conduct a longer, more cautious internal assessment before taking the next step. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.